Chapter 1. Is it a crime to have zero savings? A sudden chill swept through, jolting Zhengyang awake. He found himself seated in the bank's lobby, having dozed off while waiting to conduct some business. New world loading complete. Global prices adjusted downwards by a factor of 1 million, that your total assets remain unchanged. Current assets, 2,153,795.93 yuan, deposited into the system. 2 million? The funds from selling his investment property had finally arrived. He could make a fresh start. Wait. A system? Zhengyang shook himself awake, his drowsiness evaporating entirely. He stood up abruptly, shaking his head to dispel the lingering fog. That voice in his head had been clear and logical, resonating within his mind. However, noticing the curious glances from those around him, he sat back down, tightening his grip on the 2 cloth bags in his hands. Within those bags lay the small change sent by his brother. On his phone was a message from his brother yesterday. "Little rascal, why did you hide your business failure from me? I had to hear it from Lu Ergu. Mom and Dad are gone, and I have little to offer. Your wedding house and marriage expenses came from you. Now that you're in trouble and don't inform me, do you want the villagers to talk behind my back? Hey, race 8,000 yuan in change we saved, plus 40,000 yuan that I managed to withdraw. I'll send it to you in a couple of days. You focus on doing well, I'll support you." When Zhengyang read that message, his heart ached. He had pleaded with his brother not to send him money, promising to explain everything in detail when he returned home. Although he had experienced a devastating business failure 6 months prior, leading to sharing a rental with a girl and wallowing in despair for a time, her encouragement had helped him regain his footing. Fortunately, he had invested in a property in the city center beforehand, and after selling it recently, he had profited 2.15 million yuan, more than threefold of what he had originally paid. Today, he had come to the bank to deposit the small change sent by his brother. His brother and sister-in-law operated a modest business in the county, earning every penny through hard work, all in the form of small denominations. After depositing the money, he planned to send it back to them. And then there's Paula, that silly girl, who secretly paid all the utility bills last month. Now that I have money, I must treat her well. A smile crept across Zhengyang's face at the thought of her. After work, he would take her out for dinner. She worked as a fitness trainer at a gym nearby. "Please, number 1069, proceed to window 3. The electronic announcement echoed through the lobby, prompting Zhengyang to hurry to the designated window. The 3 young women behind the counter were engaged in a lively conversation with another girl who was seated, seemingly discussing their shopping plans, giggling animatedly. Upon noticing Zhengyang's approach, the seated girl flashed a professional smile. "How may I assist you today?" "Oh, I have some spare change I wish to deposit." As he spoke, he placed both bags directly on the counter. The teller's expression soured slightly. They despised such transactions, which required tedious counting that left their hands sore. Nonetheless, she reluctantly opened a small side window to accept the 2 bags. Just as she began to open the larger bag, the other 3 girls leaned in, their expressions tinged with a hint of schadenfreude. But in the next moment, whoosh, they all recoiled as if pushed back by an unseen force. Zhengyang felt a twinge of embarrassment. Counting change was indeed a tedious affair. Yet observing their reactions, a frown crossed his face. Surely, they couldn't be this shocked? A nearby security guard swiftly approached. "What's going on?" They assumed he was carrying something dangerous in those bags. Handsome gentleman," the female teller stammered, her eyes wide with fear. Zhengyang, bewildered, thought, "I may be somewhat attractive, but your direct compliment is quite embarrassing. This amount is beyond my authority. He'll call our manager." Zhengyang frowned at the oddity of her words. He merely wished to deposit some spare change. Was it necessary for her to mock him so? This was truly poor customer service. However, the teller stumbled backward in a flurry, and soon a flustered manager appeared, nearly tripping over himself. Upon seeing the bags of coins, the manager gasped, his chubby hands flailing in the air, struggling to contain his excitement. "Handsome gentleman, you wish to deposit all this money with us?" Zhengyang glanced at the security guard beside him and nodded. "Yes, 8,000 yuan. Please deposit it into my account." Gasp! The mere mention of 8,000 yuan sent a collective chill through the room. Zhengyang cursed inwardly. "Is global warming you're doing? WWE can't process this transaction at our branch. They'll contact you to handle this at the main office. Rest assured, We will arrange for a special vehicle to escort you." The manager, clearly panicked at the prospect of losing a customer, fumbled with his phone, trembling as he dialed. "Main office?" The manager rushed to the side. "Hello. Bank manager here. We have a situation." "What's with all the fuss?" "A young man is here, wishing to deposit a bag of money. He claims it's 8,000 yuan, and it's all in 5 and 10 yuan bills, a whole bag full." "What? 8,000? Is he depositing money or attempting to buy our bank?" The voice on the other end escalated in pitch, the sound of a chair scraping across the floor audible. "He says he's depositing. Do whatever it takes to bring him to the main office." "No, wait. He'll come personally to meet him. Just keep him there." The person on the other end of the line was clearly flustered and abruptly hung up. The manager wiped the cold sweat from his brow and hurried back, ingratiatingly engaging Zhengyang in conversation. Zhengyang was somewhat dazed, but he began to grasp that he must be of significant importance. He navigated the manager's fervent attentions for a few minutes until suddenly an overwhelming siren pierced the air, causing his eardrums to ache. The chaos erupted as a squad of armed black-clad officers burst through the doors, forming two neat lines. A middle-aged man in an expensive suit entered, flanked by a group. Upon seeing Zhengyang, he paused, taken aback by Zu's casual attire and fuzzy slippers, an appearance that suggested he lived in the nearby complex. But it was the sight of the two bags beside him that caused everyone to collectively gasp. Even the well-trained officers cast furtive glances at the mountain of money, momentarily stunned. Zhengyang was utterly bewildered. "I merely wish to deposit some change. Is that truly such a grave offense?" Trembling, he asked, "Are you here to take me away and execute me?" Chapter 1. Is having zero savings a crime? A sudden chill swept over Zhengyang, rousing him from his slumber. He found himself seated in a bank hall, awaiting his turn for service, having dozed off unexpectedly. New world loaded, global prices reduced by 1 million times. Your total assets remain unchanged. Current assets amount to 2,153,795.93 yuan, already deposited into the system. 2 million? Ah, the funds from the sale of the investment property had arrived. He can make a comeback. Wait, a system? Zhengyang jolted awake. This time, all remnants of drowsiness vanished, and he stood upright, shaking his head vigorously. That had not been a figment of his imagination, it was a coherent and logical statement echoing in his mind. However, noticing the peculiar glances from those around him, he sat back down, tightening his grip on the two cloth bags in his possession. These bags contained the small change sent by his brother, and his phone displayed a text from his sibling sent yesterday. "You rascal. Why did you hide your entrepreneurial failure from me? I had to hear it from Lu Ergu. With our parents gone, I lack the means and the wedding house, the marriage all funded by you. Now you're in trouble and don't inform me. Do you want the villagers to talk behind my back? Pay race the 8,000 yuan in change I saved, and I also withdrew 40,000 for you. I'll transfer it in a couple of days. Focus on your work. I'm supporting you now." When Zhengyang received that message yesterday, his heart ached. After much persuasion, he finally convinced his brother not to send him money, promising to return and explain everything in due time. Though he had faced the downfall of his business 6 months prior, losing everything and descending into despair while cohabiting with the girl, he eventually managed to regain his footing with her assistance. Thankfully, he had previously invested in a central city property, and after selling it recently, he profited handsomely, now holding 2.15 million, over 3 times the purchase price. Today, he planned to deposit the small change his brother had sent. His brother and sister-in-law ran a small business in the county, earning their living through hard work, which naturally translated to a lot of small coins, 1s, 5s, and 10s. After depositing, he intended to send the money back. And then there's Paula, that silly girl. She secretly paid the utilities last month. Now that I have some funds, I ought to treat her well. The mere thought of her brought a smile to Zhengyang's face. He would pick her up for dinner after work. She worked as a fitness instructor at a nearby gym. Please proceed to window 3, number 1069. The electronic announcement echoed through the hall, prompting Zhengyang to rise and walk towards the designated counter. At the window, 3 girls were engaged in lively chatter with the seated attendant, seemingly discussing shopping plans, their laughter resounding joyfully. Upon noticing Zhengyang's approach, The seated girl flashed a professional smile. "How may I assist you today?" "Oh, I have some small change to deposit." As he spoke, he placed the 2 cloth bags on the counter. The teller's face immediately displayed signs of displeasure. They detested such transactions, often tedious and physically exhausting. Yet, she reluctantly opened a small window beside her to receive the bags. As she pulled open the larger one, the other girls leaned in with a hint of schadenfreude. But in the next moment crash, they all instinctively recoiled, as if pushed back by an unseen force. Zhengyang initially felt slightly embarrassed, realizing that counting coins was indeed a bothersome task. However, observing their reactions, he furrowed his brow. Surely, it couldn't be that shocking. The nearby security guard rushed over, sensing the commotion. "What's going on?" They assumed he might be carrying something dangerous. "Handsome, handsome, handsome," stammered the female teller, her eyes wide with fear. Zhengyang, bewildered, thought, "I may be somewhat dashing, but your direct compliment is rather mortifying. This amount is beyond my authority. I'll fetch our manager." Zhengyang frowned. Was she mocking him? It was merely a deposit of small change. The service was appallingly poor. Nevertheless, the teller stumbled backward, and soon a manager rushed in, nearly tripping over himself. Upon seeing the bags of coins, the manager froze, his plump hands at a loss for where to go. Swallowing hard, he managed to suppress his excitement and asked, "Sir, are you looking to deposit all this money with us?" Zhengyang glanced at the security guard nearby and nodded. "Yes, 8,000 yuan. Please deposit it into my account." Hiss! The mere mention of 8,000 yuan made everyone collectively gasp. Zhengyang inwardly cursed climate change was likely their doing. Our branch cannot handle this transaction. I will contact the main branch immediately. Rest assured, we will arrange for a special vehicle to escort you." The manager seemed desperate to ensure Zhengyang wouldn't leave, gesturing frantically as he pulled out his phone, trembling as he dialed. "The main branch?" The manager soon dashed to the side. "Hello, branch manager. We have a situation." "What's with the panic?" "A young man is here wanting to deposit a whole bag of money, claims it's 8,000 yuan, all in 5 and 10 yuan notes." "What? 8,000? Is he here to deposit or to buy our bag?" The voice on the other end rose an octave, the sound of a chair sliding across the floor audible. "He said he wants to deposit whatever it takes to bring him to the main branch. No, they'll come personally to fetch him, just keep him there." The other party clearly lost their composure, hastily ending the call. The manager wiped a bead of sweat from his forehead and hurried back, engaging Zhengyang in conversation with exaggerated politeness. Zhengyang remained somewhat dazed, but he began to understand he might be someone of significant importance. He engaged in casual conversation with the manager. But mere minutes later, blaring police sirens pierced the air, the sound so loud it nearly ruptured eardrums. Chaos ensued as a squad of armed officers in black stormed in, forming 2 neat lines. A middle-aged man clad in a luxurious suit entered with a group of associates. Upon spotting Zhengyang, he paused, momentarily taken aback. Thus casual attire, complete with fuzzy slippers, was far from impressive, making him appear as if he lived just across the street. An accurate assumption, indeed, yet upon noticing the 2 bags by Zhengyang's side, everyone inhaled sharply. Even the nearby, well-trained officers cast sidelong glances, momentarily stunned by the sight of the money. Zhengyang was completely bewildered. Was merely depositing some change truly such a grave offense? Trembling, he asked, "Are you here to take me away for execution?" Chapter 2. The Depreciation of 1,010,000 in the New World. The middle-aged man in a suit clearly did not comprehend Zhengyang and Oppo's S-words, mistaking them for a jest. He forced a faint smile, then slightly bowed and whispered to Zhengyang, "Of course not. I kindly invite you to get in the car for a detailed discussion. This is not the place for conversation." Indeed, the surroundings had become so densely packed that not even a drop of water could pass through. Yet, many onlookers now found their view of Zhengyang obstructed by the black-clad security personnel. Although Zhengyang was perplexed by the situation, he could discern the gravity of the circumstances. It seemed inevitable that he would have to accompany them. Clearing his throat, Zhengyang grasped his 2 cloth bags, rose, and followed the bank president outside. A throng of security personnel surrounded them closely, escorting them out of the bank and directly into an armored vehicle. Su Zhengyang felt as though he were walking on clouds. However, once outside, an unsettling feeling washed over him. The large sign at the convenience store by the roadside boldly advertised, Mengyo Pure Milk on sale today, 40 cents. 40 cents? What kind of unit of measurement is that? A short distance away, a young man was loudly conversing on the phone. I've been dating you for 3 years, and I've spent at least 3 cents on you. You're just going to leave me like this without repaying me? Are you even human? Su Zhengyang was momentarily taken aback. 3 years for 3 cents. And he questioned the humanity of others? Another person nearby excitedly exclaimed into the phone, my bonus came in this month, a whopping 5 cents. I and Amp, Oppos. I'm sending you 4 cents, check it out. Oh, please don't praise me too much. I'll only be impressive when I earn a dime a month. Then I'll buy you a big house. Su Zhengyang nearly wanted to remove his slippers to strike him. How incredibly filial you are. Do you treat your mother like it's a holiday? If earning a dime could buy a big house, then with this bag of mine. Suddenly, Su Zhengyang shivered at the thought. He recalled the electronic voice in his mind when he had just awakened. Prices have depreciated by 1 million times. Only your total assets remain unchanged at 15 million. New world. These few keywords sparked a notion that transcended mere thoughts. Hello, I am Chun Haohai, the head of Guangming Bank in Santai City, said the well-dressed middle-aged man sitting opposite Su Zhengyang, rubbing his hands with a cheerful demeanor. Mr. Chun, that suit of yours is quite impressive. Is it custom-made? How much did it cost? Su Zhengyang asked, recognizing him from his days as a small entrepreneur. Guangming Bank had been among the top 12 listed assets in Yunhai province the previous year, a fact he had kept an eye on. This suit? It probably just cost 2 cents. It's all for show, Chun Haohai replied, smiling, not daring to lie despite his confusion at the question. Although Su Zhengyang had anticipated this, hearing it confirmed his suspicions, leaving him feeling both amused and exhilarated. The world as prices had indeed depreciated by 1 million times. Yet his 15 million assets remained unchanged. He took out his phone, opened a search engine, and immediately found what he was looking for. The trending headline read, Chinese tycoon Ma X, with a total asset of 380,000, ranks 7th among global billionaires. 380,000 and 7th? Su Zhengyang felt an inexplicable urge to laugh. He pulled out a 5 and a 10 from one of the cloth bags, suddenly astonished. How had he not noticed before? The $5 and $10 bills were entirely different from before. Not only were they thicker and more substantial, but they also contained golden threads. Hastily, Su Zhengyang took a $5 bill, forcefully attempted to tear it, but found it impossible. Using his teeth, he managed to create a small tear, finally ripping it open, and was astonished to discover the golden thread within. Truly golden. Chun Haohai, seated nearby, was left dumbfounded, his outstretched hand hovering. Torn between the urge to stop Su Zhengyang and the realization that this was not his money, he was left anxious, his eyes twitching violently. What kind of extravagant scion is this? I have seen prodigals before, but never one quite like this. Those are limited edition $5 and $10 bills, only permitted for those with substantial assets. They might be crumpled together, but why were they stuffed into such an oily cloth bag? And why were they secured with frayed rubber bands? To top it all off, why were they so dirty and greasy? They're all deformed from being squeezed. Chun Haohai was on the verge of tears. Heaven help us. Soon, the vehicle came to a steady halt, having arrived at Guangming Bank. Surrounded by a cluster of security personnel, they entered the VIP lounge, where a fragrant breeze greeted them. A professionally dressed beauty stood before them, her long, flawless legs accentuated by a fitted skirt that left little to the imagination. Cradling a semi-transparent folder, she appeared to coyly conceal her allure. Her immaculate makeup and captivating smile made her the epitome of a dream for many men. Mr. Su, this is our VIP department's assistant. She will prioritize your business directly through our backend. Chun Haohai declared confidently. Hello, Mr. Su, I'm Lin Yurong. Please feel free to let me know any requests you may have, she said sweetly, offering a slight bow that showcased her figure enticingly. Indeed, the breadth of her charm was undeniable. Nevertheless, Su Zhengyang immediately handed her the 2 cloth bags, stating, I would like to deposit this money into my account. Lin Yurong did not exhibit any disdain for the greasy cloth bags. Instead, she hesitated momentarily, then tremblingly accepted the bags. She had handled sums of hundreds and even thousands before, yet this was her first encounter with 8,000 in cash. Upon receiving the money, she wasted no time and began counting with the tools at hand, meticulously verifying the amount 3 times before entering it into the system. Throughout the process, Zhengyang awaited Chen Haohai, the cunning fox, to pitch something to him. He speculated that this elaborate charade was perhaps intended to persuade him to make a fixed deposit. Why, then, did Chen Haohai engage in light-hearted banter without mentioning it? After all, depositing into his account would allow him to transfer the funds freely. He couldn't shake the feeling that this old fox had ulterior motives. Chapter 3. No nonsense, just flattery. At this moment, his phone chimed. The Alipay app now featured an expense tracking function, allowing users to ascertain the balances of their linked bank cards at any time for verification. Many opted to enable this feature, for in today's world, where people spend lavishly, a little assistant to remind them of their finances is indispensable. The notification from Alipay read, "Your Guangming Bank savings card received an income of 268 yuan on August 17, 2020 at 14:32. You currently have 4 linked bank cards with a total balance of 664,188.85 yuan." Hearing this notification, Zhengyang furrowed his brow and muttered, "Why so little?" He distinctly recalled that when the system was first introduced, it had mentioned 15 million yuan, which was the profit from selling his home. How had this reduced to merely 660,000? Upon opening Alipay, he discovered a new card on the binding interface, revealing that over 650,000 yuan stemmed from this card. Dubbed the System Bank Low-Key card. At that moment, the transparent interface of the system materialized in his mind to prevent the host from frivolously spending the remaining 5 million yuan has been deposited into the system bank as a demand deposit, with an annual yield of 10, disbursed monthly into the low-key card. Zhengyang calculated quickly, realizing that amounted to a monthly income of 12,500 yuan. However, he overlooked the fact that there were 2 others present in the room. While Zhengyang was busy checking his financials, Chen Haohai was rendered speechless. When he heard Zhengyang's incredulous remark about the meager amount, his mind felt as if it had exploded. 660,000 yuan was not merely a trivial sum. Guangming Bank had only recently ranked among the top 12 in Yin province, with a total market value of merely 90,000. This was the total market value of an enterprise, while Zhengyang's personal assets amounted to 660,000 yuan. Moreover, how much wealth did the richest person in Huaxia possess? It is well known that truly wealthy and influential families in Huaxia do not appear on public lists, their fortunes often beyond the reach of even the richest individuals. Yet, Chen Haohai never anticipated encountering such a figure. To belittle it as so little? What manner of extraordinary individual was this? Chen Haohai momentarily lost sense of self, consumed by a singular thought, to ingratiate himself, regardless of the means. He would willingly embrace this remarkable figure. Meanwhile, Lin Yurong had succumbed to a state of utter bewilderment, her mind a blank canvas. "Well, I want to interrupt your work any longer. I shall take my leave," Zhengyang concluded, not wishing to linger any longer after calculating his earnings. Chen Haohai wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. He still possessed a degree of composure. He solemnly presented a business card, bowing slightly as he extended it. "Mr. Su, I earnestly request the honor of inviting you to a banquet." "A banquet?" Zhengyang raised an eyebrow, glancing at the words "Chairman of Guangming Group" printed on the card. His interest piqued. Despite recognizing Chen Haohai as a cunning individual, he found no objection to engaging with him. Thus, he graciously accepted the card. "Let me know when I have the time." Seeing Zhengyang accept the card was tantamount to acquiescence. Whether sooner or later, Chen Haohai's heart raced with excitement as he could hardly contain himself, exclaiming, "Mr. Su, should you require anything from me in the future, please do not hesitate to command. I shall wholeheartedly oblige." He emphasized words like anything, must, and definitely, demonstrating the extent of his deference. Zhengyang sai supli. This was the nature of business. Ordinary people often perceive them as lofty figures, yet one could scarcely fathom the depths to which they might stoop behind the scenes. Very well, he uttered succinctly, before casually exiting the VIP room. As he observed Zhengyang and Appo's retreating figure, Chen Haohai felt his legs tremble uncontrollably. Slowly sinking back onto the sofa, casting a glance at Lin Yurong, who remained in a daze. Remember, today's events must not be disclosed to anyone. If you dare utter that figure, you know the consequences. Chen Haohai's authoritative presence surged forth, sending a shiver down Lin Yurong's spine. I wouldn't he dream of it. Taking a deep breath, Chen Haohai picked up a phone and dialed a number. At 5 in the afternoon, Zhengyang sat in the lounge of Yinhai Fitness Club, idly flipping through a magazine, yet his thoughts lingered on the earlier events at the bank. Suddenly, he smacked his thigh in realization, cursing the old fox. Unwittingly, he had fallen prey to Chen Haohai's scheme. The reason Chen Haohai had personally greeted him and brought him to a VIP lounge was clear. He sought to grasp the moment when the funds were credited to ascertain the balance displayed in Zhengyang and Appo's Alipay account. This entire scenario was likely orchestrated by Chen Haohai. Zhengyang surmised that it was not the paltry sum of 8,000 yuan that intrigued Chen Haohai, but rather his entire fortune. He understood now that Chen Haohai was not alone. He had 3 close associates, collectively known as the 4 heroes of Yinhai, who were prominent figures in the real estate, automotive, and entertainment industries, respectively. However, 2 of them had recently encountered significant setbacks, leading to severe disruptions in their financial chains, indicating that Chen Haohai, as their financial reserve, was not faring well. With these realizations, a smile crept across Zhengyang's face. Chen Haohai's probing was harmless, especially now that he had unveiled his intentions. He would have no choice but to curry favor with him, finding ways to secure his allegiance. Even if he were emboldened, he would not dare to scheme against Zhengyang. As he contemplated these matters, a striking figure approached him. Standing before him was a stunning girl, with an alluring physique clad in form-fitting athletic wear, her impressive curves accentuated by the tight fabric. She carried a gym bag, and her long, shapely legs seemed to captivate all attention under the pressure of her leggings, while her beautiful black hair was tied back into a ponytail. The pose of her raised arms displayed her perfect form in all its glory. This was his co-tenant, Chung Baola. Chapter 4, Does your outfit have a flatulence problem? Smack! Chung Baola, with her beautifully styled hair, playfully slapped Zhengyang on the head while biting her soft lips. Keep looking, and I'll gouge your eyes out. Chung Baola had recently graduated and was currently working as a fitness instructor. Thanks to her generosity, Zhengyang, who was utterly penniless, often came to the gym to work out without even bothering to get a membership card. He had been enjoying free access for over a month now. Zhengyang smiled faintly as they walked side by side toward the elevator. Inside the elevator, Chung Baola pouted unhappily, gently kicking the protective panel with her foot. What's wrong? Zhengyang inquired, puzzled. Oh, it's just the usual nonsense regarding performance targets. That client from yesterday was supposed to be mine, but they sabotaged me and handed the account over to Jiang Lily. I lost a full 800 in commission. Chung Baola clenched her delicate fists and scrunched her nose, her enchanting eyes radiating a fierce determination. Zhengyang felt speechless. Chung Baola was not only far superior to Jiang Lily in terms of physique and appearance, but also possessed extensive professional knowledge. However, the gym was rife with behind-the-scenes manipulation. The male manager of the fitness department and Jiang Lily clearly had some sort of secret arrangement. Furthermore, Chung Baola despised those older men who attempted to exploit her, which had negatively impacted her performance. She often shared her frustrations with Zhengyang. A thought crossed Zhengyang's mind. Over the past few days, despite being mere housemates, Chung Baola's cheerful, sunny disposition had profoundly impacted him. She would encourage him to exercise when she noticed him moping around, cook extra meals for him when he was short on cash, and replace his alcoholic beverages with water, even leaving notes claiming, "Water is gentle on the liver, and it saves money." She decided to sell her house to make a fresh start and help him emerge from his mental fog. Chung Baola played a significant role in this transformation. When I have money, I'll definitely enroll in your classes and help you become the top performer. Su Zhengyang said with a beaming smile. Cheng Baola shot him a playful glare. If you could spare some time to get your hair cut, and Oppos, be grateful. You look like a bird's nest. Su Zhengyang chuckled helplessly. Indeed, his hair had grown a tad long, with a few strands occasionally floating up, which made him appear rather unkempt, especially walking alongside such a stunning beauty. Cheng Baola was quite a good cook, and Su Zhengyang planned to take her grocery shopping to buy some fine ingredients for her to prepare a meal for him. However, before that, Cheng Baola needed to rent an expensive outfit for an important event coming up in a couple of days. The boutique was not located within a mall, but had a standalone entrance with 2 stories, situated in the heart of the city, a prime location, albeit deserted due to the exorbitant prices of the clothing. The brand was called Donakaran. In addition to selling clothes, they also offered rental services, though the rental fees were not modest. The opulent decor, sparkling display windows, and elegant attire left one in awe. A long black gown with lace detailing in the window was both noble and simple, with a glaring price tag of $1,300. Of course, this was merely the standard quality. High-end and custom pieces were not displayed here. Cheng Baola stood outside the store for a while, gazing up at the signage, before finally mustering the courage to step inside. Fortunately, the sales associate was quite professional, exuding a warm and friendly smile as she welcomed the two of them. Madam, your figure is absolutely perfect for all the outfits in our store. What style do you prefer? The sales associate genuinely admired Cheng Baola, and, as a woman, she couldn't oppose help but envy Cheng Baola's flawless physique. Cheng Baola's cheeks flushed slightly at the compliment, feeling a bit bashful. I'm sorry, I just want to rent a dress. Certainly, all our garments are available for rental. Please feel free to browse. The sales associate maintained her professionalism, flashing a sweet smile as she guided them around the corner. Cheng Baola nodded, shyly reaching out to touch the garments. After a brief moment of contemplation, a woman's voice suddenly pierced through the air. Baola, is it you? As she spoke, a woman and a man emerged from behind a display. The speaker was a woman clad in tight leather pants, her figure significantly inferior to Cheng Baola's, with somewhat thick legs and heavily applied makeup, her pointed chin almost seeming to threaten her own safety. Beside her stood a rotund man with a beer belly, proudly flaunting a Maserati key on his belt. The moment this man laid eyes on Cheng Baola, his gaze transformed into one of insatiable greed, his eyes practically glowing with desire. Absolutely stunning. That figure is mouth-watering. If I could have a night with her, I'd gladly sacrifice 3 years off my life. Cheng Baola's expression darkened, annoyance creeping into her voice as she replied. Song Jia? Oh, Baola, why do you look so glum? You seem far worse than during our university days. Song Jia remarked, her smile insincere. She turned to the overweight man beside her, saying, Darling, let me introduce you to our campus beauty, an unequivocal goddess, pure and noble, having rejected no fewer than 18 wealthy suitors. We're all proud of Baola. Her integrity is truly rare. By the way, Baola, I overheard you're here to rent a dress. She feigned surprise. Cheng Baola took a deep breath, choosing silence. It's for Yaya's birthday party in a few days, right? Honestly, if you're short on cash, there's no need to pretend. You shouldn't feel compelled to wear something fancy. After all, you're naturally beautiful. Plus, if you wear a rented dress and the tag shows, how embarrassing would that be, right, Baola? Song Jia teased, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Her mocking remarks left Cheng Baola biting her lip, her beautiful eyes clouded with frustration. After a moment of internal conflict, she lightly stomped her foot, intending to leave with Su Zhengyang. Since they had spotted her, despite her desire to stay, she felt it best not to linger. Otherwise, they would surely make her uncomfortable. However, Su Zhengyang, with greater strength, held her firmly in place. Su Zhengyang scrutinized Song Jia for a moment before questioning. Do those leather pants have a flatulence issue? Chapter 5. Now it's my say at the checkout, a salesgirl, while sipping water, accidentally sprayed tea all over the computer, biting her lip in embarrassment as she hurriedly wiped it down. Cheng Baola almost chuckled at the scene. However, Song Jia and Oppos expression turned icy as she fixed a venomous glare on Zhengyang. Moments ago, she had been sarcastically mocking him, hesitant to confront him openly. But Cheng Baola was easily swayed by such tactics. She had often been bullied in this manner due to her clumsiness. Today, however, an unexpected presence had disrupted their usual dynamic. "Where did you, a mere pauper, come from? Do you think you have a say here?" Song Jia sneered at Cheng Baola. "What is the matter? Not brave enough to speak? You turned down so many wealthy suitors, now resorting to this? It's as if you're choosing from the refuse. Surely you're not picking up a beggar off the street, are you? What a splendid hand you've played." After chastising Zhengyang, Song Jia coldly inquired of Cheng Baola, a wave of unspeakable excitement surging within her. "Cheng Baola, you love to flaunt your status, don't you? You look down on the elite, and now you've ended up with this trash. Haven to you? You truly are despicable. You deserve it." She silently clenched her teeth in satisfaction. "Do I need your permission to speak?" Zhengyang countered, his tone defiant. "Indeed, you do need my approval to voice your thoughts. My wealth grants me that right, as I am here to purchase clothes while you merely rent them. That is the difference you must remember." Song Jia stepped forward, her teeth gritted, her eyes wide with fury, having completely shed her pretense. "Let us go." Cheng Baola gently tugged at Zhengyang and Appo's hand, her voice barely above a whisper. However, upon witnessing her initiative, the rotund son felt a twinge of discontent, jealousy bubbling within him. He abruptly pushed Song Jia aside, laughing heartily. "Miss Cheng Baola, is it? What a pleasure to finally meet you. I've heard so much about your beauty. Might I have the honor of buying you an outfit? Choose whatever you like. Consider it a welcome gift from me." The chubby man smiled ingratiatingly, his gaze lingering on Cheng Baola as he licked his lips unconsciously. "Sorry, I don't need it," Cheng Baola replied, frowning slightly and shaking her head. "Don't be so distant. I mean it. I assume you have an important event coming up, and it would be unseemly to appear underdressed. You would want to miss out, would you?" The rotund man, sensing her hesitance, continued with a grin. Cheng Baola hesitated. His words held truth. She had offended many during her university years, and since graduating, she had faced numerous setbacks. Reluctantly, she had become a fitness instructor. This birthday gathering was an opportunity to mend fences with her former acquaintances, even if it required an apology. However, Song Jia erupted at her indecision. "No way. You promised to buy me clothes, not her. Why should you help her too? I want to allow it. You can only buy for me, not her." Song Jia pouted, half pleading, half complaining, grasping the chubby man's arm. That wretched Song Jia is at it again, trying to ensnare him. Cheng Baola thought, recognizing the look of infatuation on Son's face. "Dear, you don't understand Cheng Baola's preferences. Any gift you offer will be in vain. She turned down a car from the campus heartthrob, remember?" Sun shot a disdainful glance at Song Jia, weary of her antics. Upon seeing Cheng Baola, Song Jia seemed utterly inconsequential. He subtly released Song Jia and Appo's grip, not wanting Cheng Baola to misinterpret his intentions, and added with a forced smile, "As alumni, if I gift you an outfit, I must do the same for her. Fair is fair." Song Jia glared malevolently at Cheng Baola. It was evident to her that Sun was completely captivated by Cheng Baola, and there was no way to deter him now. "Cheng Baola, you shameless thing. If you dare accept Sun's gift, I won't let you off easily." She shrieked. "I have no intention of accepting." Cheng Baola retorted angrily. Zhengyang's expression darkened as he muttered words like despicable and trash, realizing this woman was truly oblivious to her own worth. With a cold smile, he surveyed the clothing in the store again. Seeing him glance around, Song Jia shouted, "Do you even have any self-respect?" Cheng Baola hasn't accepted. "So who do you think you are? What do you hope to gain by helping her? Do you really believe Sun will buy you clothes? Are you that foolish?" "Enough of the noise. My friend is right. Go ahead and pick out a couple of items." "It's perfectly fine," the chubby man chuckled. Song Jia was on the verge of tears. "Son, how could you do this? You promised to shower me with affection, and she doesn't even acknowledge you. Why do you still pursue her?" What irked her most was not Sun's shifting affections, but rather Cheng Baola's aloof demeanor. Despite her disdain, Sun seemed bewitched, and that was what truly fueled her jealousy. Cheng Baola had effortlessly achieved a status that she had to struggle desperately to attain. At that moment, Su Zhengyang coldly inquired at the front desk. Have they completed their payment? Not yet. Very well. From this moment forth, I declare that no clothing in this store shall be sold to them. Chapter 6. This is what it means to be wealthy. Su Zhengyang gently gestured with his finger towards the garments in the room. What? The front desk sales associates looked utterly bewildered. The air seemed to freeze for a few seconds. Suddenly, Song Jia erupted into a shrill laugh, as if she had just heard the most delightful joke in the world. Chungbala, look at you today. I thought you had found some useless person, but instead, you found a lunatic. What kind of trauma has he endured to develop such a delusion? You think just because you say you won't sell, that anyone cares who you are? Ha ha ha. Are you lost in your own mental world, imagining yourself as a domineering CEO who buys up every piece of clothing? How pitiful. Can you wake up? Song Jia's face was filled with smugness and an almost vicious satisfaction. Deservedly so, Chung Baola, for choosing a madman. Truly, heaven has eyes. No need to fantasize, for I indeed have purchased them, Su Zhengyang replied, looking at her as if she were a fool. Upon hearing this, Song Jia and Appo's laughter intensified. Even the front desk and sales associates were stifling their giggles, convinced that Su Zhengyang was indeed losing his mind. Although the store had few garments, each was exorbitantly priced, and to acquire them would require at least $400. At that moment, Su Zhengyang pulled out a weathered wallet. Just the sight of it nearly sent Song Jia into fits of laughter, as the wallet was frayed at the seams. You fool. If there's more than 50 cents in that wallet, I'll write my name backwards, she exclaimed, laughing uncontrollably, reveling in her delight. Chung Baola, feeling a mix of embarrassment and defeat, bit her lip, her eyes glistening with tears. It was humiliating, but this was her first time experiencing such shame. Perhaps she could let this foolish man have his moment of madness. After all, she had nothing left to lose. Su Zhengyang smirked coldly. How I write your name is of no concern to me. In the next instant, the atmosphere froze. Song Jia's laughter came to an abrupt halt, as if a hand had suddenly grasped her throat. Su Zhengyang casually opened the wallet. 2 $1 coins tumbled out from the frayed edge, clinking on the smooth surface of the countertop. He slammed them down with a resounding thud. This action sent a shiver through everyone present, as if he had struck their very hearts. The crumpled coins in the wallet, though not all revealed, hinted at their value. 2 $5 bills, a $10 bill, and possibly a 50. Gulp! The sound of someone swallowing echoed through the silence. It was Sun Pongzi. This was no ordinary wallet. It resembled a walking bank. His own Maserati cost but $1, while this wallet could purchase 70 of them. And this man carried it around in such a tattered wallet. This was nothing less than blatant ostentation. Just look at how crumpled that $50 bill was. The gold thread was wrinkled. It is well known that $50 notes are not merely currency. They are collectibles, symbols of status. Wealthy individuals often preserve such bills, as they represent both monetary value and artistry. Su Zhengyang nonchalantly pulled out a $5 bill and tossed it to the front desk, saying coolly, "Is this enough?" "Why, yes, that's enough." The front desk stammered, terrified. Aside from the 2 coins, this was the smallest denomination in his wallet. Everything he had claimed was true. He was not merely fantasizing. Su Zhengyang returned the 2 coins to the wallet and snapped it shut with a resounding clap, causing those around him to feel dizzy. The casualness with which he stuffed the coins back into the wallet left them wondering what would happen if they fell out again. The sales associate's gaze towards Su Zhengyang had completely transformed. His tattered wallet was no longer just a wallet. It had become a symbol of ruthless power. His disheveled hair was no longer a mere mess, but a testament to his carefree spirit. His seemingly ordinary attire was now a celebration of simplicity and authenticity. The way he casually stuffed a pile of cash into his pocket exuded an understated luxury. This was the life of a true tycoon. This was what it meant to be genuinely wealthy. This is impossible. How could this be? Song Jia, beside herself with rage, felt her blood boil. She couldn't be mistaken. There were no counterfeit bills in this era, as all currency was embedded with data threads and required real name identification for transactions. So how could he possess such wealth? Why was Chung Baola so fortunate? Moreover, Su Zhengyang could not possibly carry all his wealth with him. Who would do that? Even if someone were to steal it, Losing it in the wilderness would lead to instant bankruptcy. This could only mean that he was wealthier than they could fathom. At this moment, Su Zhengyang turned to Song Jia with a smile. Are you happy today? I certainly am. For as long as Baola is happy, I am happy. My money is spent solely for her joy. Su Zhengyang chuckled. But Cheng Baola knew better than to take him seriously, as they were not in a romantic relationship. She recognized his intent to provoke. However, the sheer amount of wealth he possessed left her utterly dumbfounded, her large eyes blinking in disbelief as she sought to confirm whether this was all a dream. This statement was the final straw for Song Jia, causing her blood pressure to spike. She was genuinely on the verge of hyperventilating, her body trembling. The source of her envy was Cheng Baola and Amp, Appo's beauty and everything she possessed. Today, she had finally discovered that Cheng Baola had chosen a fool, a madman, who was only there to rent clothes, while she had Sun Pongzi backing her up to purchase luxurious attire for her. Never had she felt such pleasure. Yet, she could never have anticipated that, in the blink of an eye, Cheng Baola's boyfriend would turn out to be such an extraordinary tycoon, casually producing the smallest bill to buy every piece of clothing in the store purely to make Baola happy. At that moment, a beautifully dressed woman in a flowing gown and crystal heels entered, completely shattering the atmosphere. Boss, the sales associates greeted respectfully, bowing their heads. Chapter 7. One step away from Ascendant Sun Fatty and Song Jia had yet to emerge from the shadow of Su Zhengyang when they were simultaneously taken aback by the sight of a certain individual. This was none other than the owner of Donna Karen, a figure gracing the covers of fashion magazines. Known to all, she was Tang Ying, the chief operator of Donna Karen in Yun Province, holding the exclusive distribution rights for at least 3 premier brands across women and Amp, Appo's, wear, men and Amp, Appo's, wear, and luxury goods, an indisputable queen of the industry. Nearly half of the high-end manufacturers in Yun Province thrived under her influence. The lady boss nodded and then fixed her gaze upon Su Zhengyang, revealing a gracious and noble smile. Extending her delicate hand, she said, Mr. Su, I presume? My name is Tang Ying. I just returned from meeting with Brother Chun and was fortunate enough to encounter you. Might I have the honor of inviting you upstairs for a chat? Su Zhengyang was momentarily taken aback. Brother Chun? Chen Haohai? Indeed, Tang Ying confirmed with a smile. Su Zhengyang furrowed his brow. What was Chen Haohai up to? If he truly intended to curry favor, he was rather loose-lipped. How could one trust such a character? However, it was evident that Chen Haohai had not divulged too much to her, at least not the figure of 660,000, for she seemed far too composed. After all, even Chen Haohai trembled at the sight of him. One could surmise that this woman shared a remarkably close relationship with Chen Haohai. Her presence was likely no coincidence, but rather a purposeful visit. Given her eagerness, Su Zhengyang thought it would not hurt to engage with her. Very well, he nodded. Yet, the casual exchange between them struck Song Jia and Sun Fatty as a thunderbolt. Tang Ying had audaciously requested Su Zhengyang and Amp, Appo's, company, and even mentioned Chen Haohai. Who exactly was Su Zhengyang? At that moment, Tang Ying noticed Sun Fatty and Song Jia standing nearby and smiled. Are these two also friends of Mr. Su? Upon hearing this, Song Jia, quick to recover from her earlier shock, felt a surge of envy. Tang Ying had mistakenly assumed they were friends, presenting a splendid opportunity. If she could befriend Tang Ying, wouldn't he, wearing Donna Karen's attire, be a mere formality, wielding considerable influence? Although she had just offended Su Zhengyang, surely he would not confront her in front of Tang Ying. She could leverage him to elevate her own status. In a rush, she seized Cheng Baola and Appo's arm. Indeed, I'm a classmate of Mr. Su and Appo's girlfriend, and we're the best of friends, sharing everything. Sun Fatty, momentarily clouded by excitement, chimed in, Mr. Su and our good friends. To him, one does not strike a frown at a smiling face. Su Zhengyang, despite his apparent disdain, wouldn't he openly embarrass him. Oh, classmates, you say? Tang Ying beamed at Cheng Baola, seeming to imply that the young lady was indeed Su Zhengyang's girlfriend. She was undeniably beautiful. Winning her favor would be tantamount to winning Su Zhengyang and Appo's Noting Tang Ying's inquiry, Cheng Baola stammered, reluctant to affirm their relationship, though they were indeed classmates. Meanwhile, Song Jia gritted her teeth in frustration. You shameless hussy, why don't you just admit it? Haven't you taken enough advantage? Are you unwilling to share even a little with me? I must interject and meet Tang Ying first, and later devise a way to claim your boyfriend for myself. She could see that Cheng Baola and Su Zhengyang's dynamic indicated no intimate contact yet. She understood the art of seduction well, knowing men were often swayed by their baser instincts. If Cheng Baola remained coy, she would have to take the initiative. However, she cast a pleading look at Cheng Baola, silently urging her to acknowledge their close friendship. To Tang Ying, Cheng Baola's reluctance seemed like an implicit agreement. Prepare 5 Supreme cards at a 30 discount and 2 of my business cards, she instructed the staff. Understood, boss, replied the attendant. Song Jia and Sun Fatty trembled with excitement. A 30 discount card? And business cards? This signified they could seek Tang Ying's assistance in the future. This was indeed a leap towards greatness. Her excitement rendered her speechless as she clung to Cheng Baola, wishing to supplant her entirely and seize everything she possessed. Since we are all friends of Mr. Su, let us all head upstairs for tea. I'll arrange for a... However, Su Zhengyang abruptly interrupted her, his demeanor shifting from courteous to detached. Tang Ying paused, surprised. I have no objection to your acquaintance with them, but do not use my name. I do not know them at all. In fact, while we were here shopping, they mocked me and yelled disparaging remarks. They may indeed be classmates of my girlfriend, but have you ever encountered classmates who speak so derogatorily? Is it possible that you have reached your current position by associating with such scoundrels? If so, I must decline. Please deliver all the clothing to my home. Farewell. Chapter 8. Struck on the horse's leg as Su Zhengyang concluded his statement. He grasped Cheng Bao and prepared to depart. Tang Ying was drenched in cold sweat. What an absurd situation. Struck on the horse in Oppos. S-leg? Her demeanor was a fa to impress Su Zhengyang. Typically, she possessed an astute ability to read others, but today, facing Su Zhengyang, she found herself somewhat flustered and let her guard down. Her complexion turned pale, and she hurriedly explained, Mr. Su, I sincerely apologize for my earlier indiscretion. Tang Ying stepped forward, placing her hand on her waist and bowing in apology. There was an elegance intermingled with vulnerability in her posture, evoking a sense of pity that made it difficult for anyone to harbor anger against her. Such finesse is no wonder she has thrived to this day. Noticing Su Zhengyang halt, she turned to the 2 black-clad bodyguards behind her and commanded coldly, Why haven't you thrown these 2 out yet? In that instant, her demeanor transformed from graceful and noble to ruthless and domineering. It had been ages since she found herself in such a predicament. These 2 nuisances were attempting to exploit Su Zhengyang for their gain, and she nearly fell into their trap. What a disgraceful tale to recount. Song Jia was seething with rage, unable to fathom that Su Zhengyang dared to expose them so brazenly. They were so close to securing Tang Ying and Oppo's business card and the esteemed discount card. Suddenly, the prospect of wealth and grandeur vanished into thin air. The bodyguards, unfazed by the unfolding drama, seized the shoulders of the 2 women, eliciting agonized cries from them. Song Jia struggled and shouted, Even if I'm not his friend, my boyfriend is your business partner. How dare you treat us this way? At that moment, Sun Fatty began to sense that something was amiss. He was considerably more rational than Song Jia and had a deeper understanding of the situation. Since that initial comment, he had refrained from speaking, instinctively recognizing that Su Zhengyang's favors were not easily obtained. Upon hearing Song Jia's words, his mind became engulfed in confusion. Business partner? Which one? Tang Ying inquired coldly. As she questioned, Song Jia perked up, pointing at Sun Fatty. Him. My boyfriend's family owns a major enterprise in Shantai City, Shanshui Weaving. Aren't you their primary manufacturer? Tang Ying responded icily. Shanshui Weaving? Is it? I shall remember that. From this day forth, Shanshui Weaving will no longer have any cooperative relationship with my brands. Having made her declaration, Tang Ying lost interest in further conversation. She offered Su Zhengyang a slight, apologetic smile and gestured toward the upstairs, pleading silently with her eyes. One should not strike a smiling face, Su Zhengyang reluctantly took hold of the nowadays Cheng Bao, accompanying her toward the staircase leading to the second floor. What is happening here? Isn't your family a significant enterprise? Aren't you the supplier for Hannah's menswear and Donna's line? Song Jiao was left speechless, having believed Sun Fatty and Oppo's exaggerated claims. How could such a substantial manufacturer be offended by Tang Ying? She thought she might salvage some dignity today and secure a premium card. However, the two were mercilessly expelled by the bodyguards. Sun Fatty, feeling utterly defeated, murmured about the chaos they had caused. Hearing Song Jia's incessant muttering ignited his fury, and in a fit of rage, he lunged at her, seizing her hair. "You wretched mouth! You've brought me nothing but trouble." In his fury, Sun Fatty brutally pulled Song Jia down and kicked her mercilessly. Her anguished screams filled the air. "Do you realize the losses you've inflicted on my family? You vile creature, incessantly boasting with that filthy mouth of yours. I'll make you pay." His heavy footwear inflicted severe wounds to Song Jia and Oppo's mouth, blood streaming down her face as she cried out in agony. The bodyguards intervened, coldly ordering, "Fight somewhere else." Having vented his rage, Sun Fatty, ignoring the cries of the two women, ran his fingers through his hair, spat in disdain, and drove off, leaving Song Jia to crawl away in despair. Not long after, perhaps due to a report, several individuals arrived, quietly taking Song Jia away after a brief discussion with the bodyguards. Chapter 9. Have you come to experience life? The decor on the second floor was exquisitely elegant, with miniature landscapes featuring bridges and flowing water, and an intoxicating fragrance permeated the entire room. Cheng Baola was in a daze throughout the experience. As soon as she sat down, she pinched Su Zhengyang hard, casting him a resentful glance. However, it was evident that this was not the moment to dwell on grievances. In such an environment, facing someone like Tang Ying, the only way she could alleviate her anxiety was by tightly gripping Su Zhengyang and Oppo's hand. "Mr. Su, your girlfriend is truly impeccable in beauty. In my many years of business, I have encountered numerous starlets, yet without their filters, none can compare to your girlfriend," Tang Ying remarked sincerely as she settled down, her praise sounding genuine and natural, devoid of any pretense. "You flatter me," Cheng Baola replied, her face flushing with embarrassment. "What should I call you?" "Cheng Baola. You could just call me Baola." "Then you may call me Tang Jia," Tang Ying said warmly, reaching out to pat Cheng Baola and Oppo's hand, her face adorned with a gentle smile. She then turned to Su Zhengyang and, with an apologetic tone, added, "Mr. Su, I must apologize for the earlier incident. It was truly my oversight. Please do not be upset with me." Tang Ying first lavished compliments on Cheng Baola before uttering these words. Who could possibly remain angry? Su Zhengyang merely smiled faintly. "It's nothing. By the way, please help her find a suitable outfit." "Of course. For matching outfits, you've come to the right professional." Tang Ying beamed, pulling Cheng Baola to her feet. She had been hoping for an opportunity to become better acquainted with Su Zhengyang, and Cheng Baola was undoubtedly the best breakthrough. Su Zhengyang shared this sentiment and had deliberately provided Tang Ying with such an opportunity. Cheng Baola hesitated, but she was no match for Tang Ying and Oppo's enthusiasm and reluctantly waved her fist at Su Zhengyang as she was led away, using the fitting as an excuse. Tang Ying and Cheng Baola quickly grew closer. It must be said that such a refreshing woman could easily disarm even Cheng Baola, who soon relaxed and began to address her as Tang Jia. Upon learning that Cheng Baola was to attend a birthday banquet in 2 days, Tang Ying immediately insisted on presenting her with a grand gift, regardless of Cheng Baola's refusals. However, Cheng Baola was quite clear-headed. All these connections were due to Su Zhengyang. Being mistaken for his girlfriend was acceptable, but she needed to understand the situation. She planned to confront him once they stepped outside. Tang Ying's discerning, "I was impeccable," and with Cheng Baola and Oppo's figure and beauty, she could make even a potato sack appear charming. Thus, they quickly settled on an outfit. After a few pleasantries, Su Zhengyang left Tang Ying his phone number but declined her invitation to the banquet, as he was not in the mood to entertain them. Tang Ying did not insist. And as for Su Zhengyang and Oppo's yuan, it was merely to annoy those two. There was no need to actually purchase all the clothes. So, Tang Ying issued a super VIP card with a 20 discount, depositing the 5 yuan into it and handing it to Su Zhengyang. This card can be used at all stores of Hana Menswear and Kagu, apart from the Donna card read. Of course, for your convenience, you may also call me directly. All right, we shall take our leave now. See you later. Su Zhengyang nodded and then told her not to see them off, as he and Chung Baola exited with their shopping bags. As soon as they turned the corner, Chung Baola delivered a punch to Su Zhengyang's chest. Stop pretending. You're quite good at it. It's been 7 months. While I was in the restroom, you turned off the lights to save electricity. Damn it. I'm the one paying the electricity bill. You and T even let me pour out the foot bath water, insisting on saving it for the toilet. I'll beat you to death. Chung Baola unleashed her fury, playfully striking Su Zhengyang, causing a scene reminiscent of a comedy show. After their playful antics, Chung Baola suddenly recalled Su Zhengyang's extraordinary identity and became somewhat self-conscious. After all, this was someone whom even Tang Ying had gone to great lengths to befriend, a person who could casually carry 70 Maseratis in his pocket. Now, you must come clean. Why keep it from me? Is it amusing? Are you here to experience life? Su Zhengyang could only smile wryly. Who could have predicted that one day he would be chosen as the son of destiny by the system? I indeed had no money for a while. However, prior to my entrepreneurial failure, I had invested in a few properties. Selling them off brought in a fortune. Impossible. Do you think I'm a fool? How could a few properties amount to what Tang Ying possesses? Chung Baola's eyes widened in disbelief. Some things I truly cannot disclose. But one thing you can believe is that I was genuinely despondent not long ago. If it weren't for you, I might have succumbed to depression. Su Zhengyang said, his smile fading as he spoke earnestly. He understood his own struggles better than anyone. At that time, he had been on the brink of despair. And if not for Chung Baola, he might have jumped from the 6th floor after one bout of heavy drinking. Chung Baola bit her lip and scrutinized him for a long while before wrinkling her little nose, deciding not to pry further. If it weren't for my understanding of you, I would truly think you were a pervert, possessing such wealth yet opting to share a rental, scheming something untoward. Humph. Old man. After finishing her remark, Chung Baola crossed her arms, glaring at him indignantly. Su Zhengyang chuckled and wrapped his arm around her shoulder. Although their usual interactions were not as intimate as a couple's, Chung Baola had taught him to exercise, and they often engaged in playful physicality like brothers. Let us head to the supermarket. I want to eat the sauerkraut fish you make. Bah, you expect me to cook today? You should be the one cooking for me. Just as they were bickering over who would cook, Chung Baola's phone suddenly rang. She picked it up, her brow immediately furrowing. Chapter 10. The legendary lamb to be slaughtered. Chung Baola answered the phone, and an anxious girl's voice echoed from the other end. Baola, something has happened. Xiaomei is in trouble at Xihua restaurant. What? Chung Baola and Appo's expression instantly darkened. Don't ask. Hurry over. There's blood everywhere. The caller hung up abruptly. Chung Baola's face turned pale. She took a deep breath and looked at Su Zhengyang. What are you waiting for? Get a taxi. Su Zhengyang, having heard the urgency in the call, swiftly hailed a taxi, and the two of them sped towards Xihua restaurant. Xiaomei was Chung Baola's close friend, often visiting her apartment. Although she had a sharp tongue, her heart was kind. Once, she had drunkenly sprawled on the floor with Su Zhengyang, and they had simply fallen asleep. Nothing untoward had occurred, just a peaceful slumber. In the taxi, Chung Baola dialed Xiaomei and Appo's number, but it turned out to be switched off. After about 20 minutes, the taxi arrived at the entrance of Xihua restaurant, among the mid to upscale dining establishments in Santai City. Xihua restaurant was known for its luxurious decor and excellent cuisine. They pushed through the grand doors and entered, but before the staff could attend to them, two girls dashed out from the entrance, startling Chung Baola. Surprise! Baola, you're here! The two girls flanked her, linking arms with her. Suddenly, Chung Baola furrowed her brow and quickly inquired, Where's Mimi? What Mimi? We were just teasing you to bring you here. We missed you so much after all this time. We thought we should get together. Sun Li chuckled, signaling to the other girl, who promptly pulled Chung Baola towards a table where three vibrant girls were already seated. The most striking detail was that the food on the table had already been devoured, with one girl's plate piled high with crab shells, while 2 bottles of red wine lay empty in a corner. As soon as the girls spotted Chung Baola, They erupted into chatter, ushering her to sit down and showering her with warmth, effectively dispelling any tension from the earlier phone call. Su Zhengyang observed with a wry smile. It was evident they were using Cheng Baola as a scapegoat for the bill. Cheng Baola appeared uncomfortable, yet she was at a loss for words, feeling too shy to voice her desire to leave. "Hey, who is this? Your boyfriend?" Someone finally noticed Su Zhengyang standing to the side, holding a bag and clothing. The other girl's attention quickly shifted to him. Yeah," Cheng Baola replied dismissively, tired of explaining. Su Zhengyang cheerfully asked, "May I sit?" The girls exchanged glances, their eyes sparkling with intrigue and delight. "Of course. Please sit." One girl eagerly pulled out a chair for him. No sooner had he sat down than one girl gasped. "Oh my gosh, is this the clothing you bought?" She unabashedly snatched the clothing bag from Su Zhengyang's grasp and pulled out the garments. "Don't it, Karen? No way. Is this for real? Baola, we didn't buy a fake, did you?" The girls crowded around, their eyes gleaming with excitement. Su Zhengyang rolled his eyes. "It's a knockoff." Cheng Baola readily admitted it, hoping to quell their incessant chatter. "Oh, a knockoff? That explains why it feels a bit off," one girl remarked. "But to be honest, it's a pretty good imitation." The girls resumed their animated conversation, their hands still clutching the clothes. Sunli even modeled the outfit against herself. "Hey, Baola, since it's just a knockoff, why not give it to me? I think it would look great on me," Sunli began, but was interrupted by a voice tinged with jealousy from the side. "Lily, what? Do you usually wear knockoffs?" Sunli's face froze as she realized her faux pas, quickly covering it up with an awkward smile. No, I just thought this size would be perfect for my cousin. She is not picky. A knockoff will be fine for her. Right, Baola? Let's make a deal. I'm sorry, but this garment was a gift from my boyfriend. I can't just give it away." Cheng Baola firmly shook her head, frowning. "It cost over 300. She couldn't possibly part with it." Sunli's expression soured. She genuinely adored the outfit, and it didn't look like a knockoff at all. The others shared her sentiments, but held back their requests, not wanting to expose their usual standards. Sunli, feeling slightly miffed, reluctantly returned the clothes to the bag. "Wow, your boyfriend only gives you knockoffs? If he can't afford the brand, you should just buy something from Uniqlo." "Indeed, there was a time when I wore Ralph Lauren because I was strapped for cash, but eventually it didn't match my wardrobe, so I donated it all," one girl chimed in. "Don't even get me started. My ex had terrible taste. He loved Saint Laurent and gifted me nothing but that. You tell me, aside from the price, what is so special about that brand? The styles are horrid. They don't match anything, just hideous." I tossed everything out. As the girls chatted animatedly, Su Zhengyang watched them with a bemused smile. Suddenly, one girl exchanged glances with the others, and they all fell silent. "However, since you managed to win over our campus belle, you must be quite wealthy, right?" "Exactly. Baola was notoriously hard to impress. Even the campus heartthrob couldn't sway her. You must be extraordinary." They concealed the disdain and contempt in their eyes, beginning to flatter Su Zhengyang. Su Zhengyang chuckled inwardly. Finally, they were getting to the crux of the matter. Chapter 11. The generous lamb's son Li and her companions were no strangers to such antics. They had previously deceived Cheng Baola on 2 occasions using different methods. They had mastered the art of exploiting Cheng Baola's penchant for saving face, and their schemes had proven consistently successful. After dining at the Xihua restaurant, they realized they had overspent, and none of them were willing or able to foot the bill. Thus, they turned their attention to Cheng Baola. To their surprise, Su Zhengyang was also present. Though Su Zhengyang did not appear particularly wealthy, he must have a credit card or mobile payment app, right? What do men value most? Certainly, their pride. Regardless of his financial status, today the bill would fall upon Su Zhengyang, and it would be an opportunity to embarrass Cheng Baola. The women began showering Su Zhengyang with flattery. Naturally, he took the bait, adopting a charming demeanor with a whimsical smile. "Ladies, you are well fed, but our Baola is still hungry," Su Zhengyang remarked, attempting to engage Cheng Baola, but she was silenced by his glance. "Who says we are full? We've only just begun. Surely, we wouldn't ask you to treat Baola to leftovers. We are only getting started. Indeed, you're the only man at this table. It's only fitting that you cover the bill while we bask in Baola's glow," they exclaimed, looking expectantly at Su Zhengyang. No man would dare to disregard his girlfriend's honor in such a moment. Even if he had to feign confidence, he would. Zhengyang chuckled and snapped his fingers, summoning a menu and instructing them, "Feel free to order whatever you desire, including the most extravagant wines." Sun Li and her friends exchanged knowing smirks. Typical man, flattered by a few compliments, he was already soaring high. If he enjoyed playing the role, they would let him indulge today. Their enthusiasm ignited. They ordered recklessly, disregarding whether they could actually consume the food. "Oh, by the way, my cousin is nearby and probably hasn't eaten dinner. Is it all right if I invite him over?" One girl, happily devouring an Australian abalone, suddenly asked Zhengyang. "Of course, no problem at all," Zhengyang replied, slightly furrowing his brow before relaxing his expression. To the women, this gesture appeared as a calculated display of nonchalance, further solidifying their belief that he was indeed an easy target, akin to Chung Baola, with a fragile facade. Having made the call, the girl eagerly awaited her cousin's arrival. He turned out to be an eccentric lad of around 16 or 17, sporting a wispy mustache, and he appeared within 10 minutes. Zhengyang couldn't help but suspect he had been lurking nearby. The other girls, not to be outdone, sought Zhengyang's approval and began inviting their own acquaintances, not quite relatives, but certainly peers. Sun Li even invited a colleague. Zhengyang watched, bemused, as they continued to summon more guests. Their combined efforts swelled the gathering to 3 tables, all indulging in the restaurant's finest offerings. After nearly 2 hours of extravagant dining, Zhengyang inquired about the 2 additional tables before cheerfully announcing, "I'll settle the bill at the front." "Sure, go ahead," Sun Li replied, wrapping her arms around Chung Baola. They were seasoned in such schemes and were confident that Zhengyang would not escape their clutches today. Unfazed, Zhengyang strode toward the front. The staff had been observing the spectacle, as this group of women was undeniably conspicuous. Initially, a few ladies had dined, followed by wave after wave of guests, culminating in 3 tables with substantial expenditures. The waitstaff had discussed this among themselves for quite some time. Upon reaching the front, a charming receptionist greeted him with a smile. "Hello, sir. The total for the 3 tables comes to 320 yuan. Zhengyang calculated in his mind. 320 yuan was a hefty sum. Quite a bold move, Sun Li, he thought. He snapped his fingers at the receptionist and quietly inquired, "Can you tell me the total for the other tables, excluding these 3? The receptionist blinked in surprise. "Excluding these 3? Of course." She quickly retrieved a calculator and began tallying. There were a total of 18 tables dining, and aside from the 3 in question, 15 others were present. "Your total is 300 yuan, sir." Zhengyang nodded and whispered, "All right, I'll pay you 5,000 yuan. The remaining 700 yuan is your tip. I wish to cover the entire bill for the restaurant, except for those 3 tables. Do you understand?" Her eyes widened, and she slowly nodded, especially elated at the prospect of a 700 yuan tip. She was well aware of the gossip surrounding the women who had dined. Their scheming to exploit Chung Baola had not gone unnoticed among the staff. "All right, when I'm ready to leave, could you announce that I've covered the entire bill? Is that agreeable?" Zhengyang asked. "Absolutely," the receptionist replied with a beaming smile. As he completed the transaction, an unexpected notification echoed in his mind. "Consumption detected. 5 points awarded. Points can be redeemed for enhancements. Available once you accumulate 10 points. Points?" Zhengyang paused, pondering the implications. He had not realized previous purchases had not constituted valid transactions, but now he understood. Each penny equated to a point, and he needed to spend 5 points. He nodded to himself, deciding to ponder the matter later. Just as he took a step away, he turned back, adding, "Oh, one more thing. Once we leave, it would be wise to call the authorities. And when they arrive, relay a message for me." He leaned in and whispered a few words into the receptionist and Oppo's ear. "Understood," she responded, flashing an enthusiastic OK sign. Chapter 12. "Please settle the bill." Zhengyang was at the counter settling the bill, while Sun Li and her companions exchanged knowing glances, suppressing their laughter. The tables they occupied had surely racked up quite a sum. They eagerly anticipated how he would navigate this situation, relishing the thought of his pretentiousness. They were unperturbed by the notion of Su Zhengyang fleeing, especially with Cheng Baola still present. Turning their gaze, they spotted Su Zhengyang whispering to the charming receptionist, gesturing towards them, and ultimately completing the payment via a QR code. A triumphant smile spread across their faces simultaneously. Success. They had enjoyed a complimentary meal while simultaneously flaunting their status before relatives and friends. What a thrill it was! Watching Su Zhengyang return with a slight grimace of regret only amplified their satisfaction. Just as they were about to speak, the loudspeaker in the hall crackled to life. Congratulations to the esteemed customers dining at our establishment. As of this moment, all expenses have been graciously covered by young Master Su. The restaurant will also provide a complimentary dessert to celebrate your delightful dining experience. As the announcement concluded, all eyes turned toward Su Zhengyang. Applause erupted. Customers and staff alike raised their hands in appreciation. Numerous patrons even stood, waving and toasting Su Zhengyang from afar. The previously subdued atmosphere of the Xihua restaurant transformed into a lively celebration. Su Zhengyang, reveling in the moment, stood and returned the greeting with a fist salute before taking his seat once more. The only table that remained silent was Sun Li's. They had initially assumed Su Zhengyang was merely putting on a brave face, but if he were indeed faking it, there would be no need to cover everyone else's bills. To settle the entire tab? That must have cost a fortune. The women were momentarily dumbfounded, their emotions a tumultuous mix, while elation surged from the unexpected free meal. The realization of Cheng Baola's boyfriend's immense wealth ignited a fierce jealousy within them. Their gazes toward Su Zhengyang shifted, now filled with envy and astonishment, though predominantly ignited by desire. Sun Li's attention drifted back to that clothing bag. If Su Zhengyang truly possessed such wealth, then that garment was undoubtedly not the knockoff she had suspected. It was worth far more than she had imagined. Cheng Baola had audaciously claimed it was a counterfeit, clearly refusing to part with it. Oh my heavens, Baola, your boyfriend is simply incredible. Covering the entire bill? Impressive indeed. One girl exclaimed, excitement dancing in her eyes, albeit tinged with a cruel glimmer. Why is it always you? Cheng Baola felt speechless. Su Zhengyang and Appo's extravagant spending was bewildering. Even if he were wealthy, such extravagant behavior was unnecessary. She forced a smile, unsure of how to respond. Hey, Baola, they're in Damp. Appo's, a new hot spring resort opened at Yunding Mountain. It's fantastic. I've already made a reservation. Let us go next week. Bring your boyfriend along, and we can have a splendid time. One girl, seated close to Su Zhengyang, subtly unfastened a button on her blouse and leaned toward him. Another swiftly joined her. Exactly. You never even told us you had a boyfriend. When can I borrow him? I'm still single and don't know how to deal with my mom. As she spoke, she circled the table, edging closer to Su Zhengyang. He promptly picked up a chopstick and gently pushed the girl away from his arm, addressing Cheng Baola. Darling, shall we take our leave? You remember you have to. Oh right, I should be going. Cheng Baola suddenly recalled something and hastily stood up. A few women attempted to intervene, but seeing the couple's determination to leave, they could only retreat and devise another plan. After all, their purpose in coming was to settle the bill, and now that it was paid, they had little recourse. Su Zhengyang gathered his belongings and smiled apologetically at the group, then took Cheng Baola and Appo's arm, the two of them striding confidently toward the exit. As they departed, polite farewells echoed from other tables, and the front desk staff beamed at them. Su Zhengyang laughed heartily, playfully pointing at the charming receptionist, who discreetly took out her phone and dialed a number. Once Su Zhengyang and Cheng Baola exited the restaurant, Sun Li and her friends finally began to voice their thoughts. Can you believe how wealthy he is? That outfit was definitely not a knockoff. It had to be the real deal. What kind of blessings has Cheng Baola accrued in her past life? It's infuriating. To cover the entire bill, that must have cost at least 5,000 or 6,000. How can it be? Why should we just give away our money to a stranger? That's outrageous. They lamented, their frustration mounting as they devised a plan to retrieve their share. Let us go to the front desk and demand our money back. We should reclaim what's rightfully ours. They agreed, more and more convinced of their entitlement. As they approached the front desk, Sun Li firmly rapped the counter. Excuse me. The two who just left were at our table, you know? The receptionist smiled brightly. Yes, I am aware. He is my brother. He tends to waste money recklessly, and he just covered the entire restaurant's bill with my funds. Please refund us. Just calculate the expenses for our 3 tables. Sunli tossed her hair back casually, but the receptionist's smile remained unwavering. Refunding is impossible. That gentleman has already settled the entire bill, and it cannot be reversed. Additionally, your 3 tables did not make any payments, so you will need to settle your account. What? How can this be? Sunli was taken aback, her mind reeling. Are you blind? He just came from our table, and he paid for everyone. You announced it. The receptionist expressed her regret. I'm sorry, but indeed, mister. Su covered the entire restaurant's bill, totaling 5,000, but he did not cover your 3 tables. I must convey his message. Guests do not treat guests. I hope you can understand. Your 3 tables accumulated a total of 320 yuan. Would you prefer to settle via QR code, card, or cash? Chapter 13. The cost of a rear-end collision. Not long after Zhengyang and Cheng Baolai exited, a cacophony erupted from the direction of the Xihua restaurant. Soon, a police car came to a halt at the entrance. Cheng Baolai and Appo's phone began to ring incessantly, but she resolutely declined to answer. It seemed that henceforth, they would regard me as their sworn enemy. Cheng Baolai silenced her phone, pouting in resignation. What else could they think? Do you believe they regard you as a friend? Zhengyang scoffed. You, even if you're wealthy, should not squander your money. Why buy for everyone? That would cost a fortune. Cheng Baolai poked Zhengyang in annoyance. He smiled helplessly. Not squander? I not only need to spend recklessly, but must do so swiftly and vigorously. I need to investigate how that enhancement function operates. All right, I understand. Just as they conversed, Zhengyang and Appo's phone rang as well. Picking it up, a familiar name appeared. Zhang Yu, affectionately known as Octopus, his good brother. During the collapse of their company, it was Zhang Yu who had nearly saved Zhengyang's home by lending him his hard-earned savings. Now, Zhang Yu is likely also penniless. Hello. Zhengyang answered the call. Hey, Lao Su, I'm driving over to pick you up. Get yourself together. I'm going to take you to make some money. Zhang Yu and Appo's urgent voice crackled through the line. Come to Xihua Road to pick me up? I'm right here. Oh, I'm just a block away. Wait for me. After hanging up, Zhengyang glanced at Cheng Baolai with a hint of regret. He had intended to buy something to treat her to a sumptuous dinner. Cheng Baolai took the gym bag and clothes from his hands, lifting her chin defiantly. Perfect. I'm going home to try on some outfits for myself. Who cares about you? With a playful grimace towards Zhengyang, she sauntered off. Zhengyang smiled faintly. Moments later, a new Jetta pulled up before him. The window rolled down. Zhang Yu, with a swaggering air, combed his hair back with his hand. Get in. I can't believe you actually left the house today. Looking sharp and even shaved. Zhengyang, in contrast to his former despondency, appeared revitalized. Zhang Yu was momentarily puzzled. I'm back from the dead. Zhengyang chuckled, then peered into the car. Is this your vehicle? I thought you sold yours. It's borrowed. We need to discuss business, and I have found a major project. If all goes well, we can elevate ourselves step by step, achieving greatness once more, Zhang Yu said, driving with one hand while gesturing emphatically with the other. Please tell me this isn't the photovoltaic project you mentioned last time. Zhengyang replied with resignation. Zhang Yu chuckled awkwardly. That was akin to Wu Dalong marrying Kardashian, utterly clueless. So what is this new project about? This one is a golden opportunity, like a bug falling from the ceiling. We can feast without effort. You're not repulsed, are you? Zhengyang shot him a sidelong glance, bemused by his friend's incessant use of absurd metaphors. You must have heard about the new internet celebrity, Ma Guobao. He claims to be a master of Xingyi and even practices Qigong, but he's merely a fraud. Zhengyang nodded. Even without venturing out, he was aware of the man and amp. Appo's antics, a source of endless amusement. That's him. His team is seeking temporary workers, those with decent physiques and muscles. They market us as fighters, fabricate some titles, and we just need to take a dive in the ring. 8 cents per bout. 8 cents. Zhang Yu emphasized, gritting his teeth. Zhengyang nodded in understanding. 8 cents. And you think that's a good project? You might as well stay at home. Given your physique, you're practically a professional. I, standing tall and robust, surely qualify as well. What do they call this? Closing the door and pinching the groin, pushing for more. Zhang Yu was reveling in his explanation when they reached a red light, promptly bringing the car to a stop. However, moments later, a tremendous crash reverberated through the air, jolting them both. A vehicle had rear-ended them. Damn it! Zhang Yu cursed under his breath as he engaged the handbrake, both swiftly exiting the car. They were struck by a brand-new, crimson BMW 5 Series, sporting temporary plates. From the car emerged a woman clad in high heels and a tight-fitting dress, her makeup striking. Clutching her phone, she surveyed the damage, a sizable dent in her vehicle's front. Enraged, she shouted in her phone, "I'll call you back. I've had an accident." She hung up and turned to Zhang Yu, her fury palpable. "What the hell were you doing driving?" Zhang Yu, already irate about the borrowed car, felt his anger dissipate upon seeing the pristine BMW. The woman and Oppo's wrath, however, left him feeling small. You hit me. You were the one tailgating," he protested, his voice tinged with indignation. The woman's chest heaved with rage, her eyes wide. "What? I tailgate? If you hadn't parked erratically, I wouldn't have hit you. Didn't I stop at the red light? Don't spew nonsense. You slammed on your brakes too quickly for me to react. I was already stopped when you collided with me. Shut up. Just pay up, or you want to leave here without shelling out at least 5 cents. She retorted dismissively, waving her hand in disdain. 5 cents? Fixing your car wouldn't even cost that much. Zhang Yu exclaimed in disbelief. This is a new car. A BMW worth 5 cents? I just drove it out of the dealership. It's pristine, and then you had to crash into it, the woman shouted, drawing the attention of onlookers. Zhang Yu, in desperation, tugged at his hair. You need to understand, you rear-ended me. You're entirely at fault. I still have no one to repair my car. Are you deaf? I want compensation, and you're just spewing nonsense, the woman shouted back. At this moment, even passing drivers began to voice their support for Zhang Yu. Don't back down, man. She rear-ended you and is still acting tough. It's rare to see such audacity. Exactly. If it were me, I would have slapped her already. Of course, these bystanders were merely passing through, unaware of Zhang Yu's predicament. He feared the woman's wealth. If she had connections within the traffic department, the repercussions could be dire. A small compensation for her BMW would far exceed the cost of repairing his own vehicle. Chapter 14. A stroke of bad luck for the rotund man at that moment. Zhengyang took out his phone, casting a cold glance at the woman, and dialed the Traffic Management Bureau. Upon hearing the word police, the woman and Oppo's brow furrowed, and she glared at Zhengyang in fury. What is it to you? Shut your mouth. She glared at him fiercely, her eyes filled with venom. Before Su could even connect the call, he noticed a traffic enforcement officer approaching from a distance. What's going on here? The woman immediately began to shout. You're just in time, comrade. I was driving perfectly when this idiot slammed on the brakes. My brand new car is wrecked, and he refuses to compensate me. No. I was parked properly. Zhang Yu interjected hastily, waving his hands in explanation. Just because you say it was proper, does that make it so? Who do you think you are? Be quiet. The woman was relentless, her shrill voice piercing through the air, drowning out Zhang Yu's attempts to speak. The officer regarded her with an indifferent glance and stated, From my observation, you are at fault. He is not obliged to pay you anything. I'll check the surveillance footage shortly. Now, please present your documents. Why should I? Look at this piece of junk he drives. I have a BMW. It's worth so much. Regardless of fault, he should compensate me. She was oblivious to the nuances of liability in such incidents, fixated solely on the damage to her new car. Enough chatter. Hand over your registration and driver's license, quickly. The officer's brow furrowed as he issued a sharp command. Zhang Yu sighed and reached for his documents. But upon hearing the request for her driver and Oppo's license, the woman's expression shifted, revealing a hint of panic. I don't have my license with me. What about your ID? The officer asked, his tone now cautious. The woman stammered, I don't have that either. The officer frowned, then noticed her high heels, understanding her situation. He pointed at her. Stay right there. With that, he strode purposefully toward the enforcement booth, presumably to summon assistance or gather evidence. The woman shot a venomous glare at both Zhang Yu and Su Zhengyang, hurling insults. "You two worthless scum. Just wait, I will make you pay." In her agitation, she quickly grabbed her phone and, upon connecting, began to whine, "Oh, darling, I just got my car and crashed into two losers at the intersection. Now the enforcers are here, targeting me. Hurry over." Yes, I'll send you my location." At that moment, Su Zhengyang's phone rang as well. It was an unfamiliar number. Hello? Is this Mr. Su? This is Chun Haohai." The voice on the other end belonged to Chun Haohai, causing Su to pause momentarily. "Is there something you need?" "Ah, yes. I heard from Tanging that your girlfriend is attending a birthday party in a couple of days. She mentioned preparing a gift for her. Should I also bring something?" Su Zhengyang chuckled inwardly. Chun's inquiry was merely a gesture of goodwill. "No need. It's just a small gathering." "All right, as you wish. By the way, how did you get my number?" "Tang, doesn't he have it?" "Oh, please don't be upset. I'm quite familiar with the head of our city bureau. I asked him to look it up." Chun Haohai's voice wavered slightly. Su Zhengyang understood and glanced curiously at the BMW woman nearby. "Let us end this conversation for now. I'm currently preoccupied as someone has crashed into our car and is demanding money." Su Zhengyang replied cheerfully. "What?" Chun Haohai was taken aback. "Is there such a thing?" "Indeed, it seems to be a case of unlicensed driving. She is in high heels and has a rather arrogant demeanor. I believe she should be banned from driving for life." "I understand." Satisfied that Chun grasped the situation, Su Zhengyang ended the call. He hadn't intended to involve Chun Haohai, but the woman had evidently summoned help, and failing to act could lead to her achieving her aims. Banned for life? You must think you're clever, but you have no idea how deep the waters run." The woman seethed, her anger flaring at Su's calm demeanor as she mocked him. "Oh, so you have connections, then?" "Su Zhengyang zipli inji." "Do you know who my boyfriend is? With one word, I could have you thrown in jail." "You're a fool. You have no idea how deep this goes." Her contempt for Su intensified, wishing to tear him apart. Perhaps her boyfriend was nearby. Within 2 minutes, while the officer had yet to return, a Maserati pulled up and a portly man hurried over. Upon seeing him, Su Zhengyang could not help but chuckle. This rotund man was none other than Sun the Fat, whom he had encountered at Tang Ying's shop. As Sun approached, his eyes widened in terror, quickly shifting to a grimace. The woman rushed to him, feigning distress. "Darling, you're here? I was so scared. If you hadn't come, they would have assaulted me." Yet Sun the Fat was fixated on Su Zhengyang, swallowing hard and forcing a sycophantic grin. Mr. Su, it seems we meet again." "Indeed, twice in one day. Quite the coincidence," Su Zhengyang acknowledged. Yes, a coincidence," Sun the Fat chuckled nervously. The BMW woman was perplexed. It was evident that Sun was intimidated by Su, and her heart sank. Sun suddenly turned to glare at the woman, causing her to tremble. "What happened? Speak." They were parked here, and I didn't see them, and then I crashed. My car is like this now, and I just wanted them to compensate me a little," she stammered. "Are you a fool? You rear-ended them, which means you are fully at fault. Are you brain dead?" Sun the Fat roared, yanking at her face in frustration. The woman's face reddened from the grip, and she covered her face, feeling wronged. I didn't know about full liability." Sun the Fat, taking a deep breath, rummaged through his wallet and awkwardly produced a single coin, offering it to Su Zhengyang. "Mr. Su, please take this for the repairs." Su Zhengyang accepted the coin without hesitation, never imagining that such a large denomination could resolve this matter. "We have things to attend to, so we'll be on our way. You two can wait here for the processing," Su Zhengyang announced as he moved to the vehicle. There was no obligation for them to stay, particularly with Chun Haohai's backing. "Mr. Su, could you perhaps say a good word to Boss Tang? This contract is crucial for us." Sun the Fat stammered, seeking favor. Su Zhengyang shot him a cold glance. "You've already crossed me twice today. My leniency is a courtesy. You think to bargain with me? And no, I wouldn't dare." Sun the Fat waved his hands, retreating in distress. Su Zhengyang exchanged a knowing look with Zhang Yu, then entered the car. Zhang Yu remained bewildered throughout, realizing that Su Zhengyang had indeed returned to form. The once spirited and strategic Su Zhengyang was back, with a surge of excitement. He climbed into the car as they drove away from the scene. As Sun the Fat watched them depart, fury ignited within him. He turned and seized the BMW woman by her hair, forcefully slamming her against the car. He was nearly driven mad, lamenting his unfortunate luck in choosing a woman who brought nothing but trouble. Twice in a single day, they had provoked this formidable adversary, and he harbored no doubt that a single utterance from Zhengyang could bring their household to a complete standstill. The BMW lady let out a piercing scream, while passers-by, aware of the unfolding scene, shouted from a distance in astonishment. Zhang Yu, seated in the car, exclaimed, "What on earth just happened, Lao Su? Why was that hefty fellow so terrified of you? Who is this boss Tang you mentioned?" Zhang Yu inquired with a look of confusion. "It's merely someone I used to know in business. He has a favor to ask," Zhengyang casually responded, before seizing Zhang Yu's phone. "By the way, I sold my house and have a bit of money now. I'll transfer you 50 cents. What? Chapter 15. If you don an amp, oppose. Do you want to answer? Then don an amp. Oppose. Zhang Yu, startled, abruptly slammed the brakes and came to a halt at the roadside. "I only gave you 12 cents. Why are you giving me so much?" Zhengyang understood his friend in Oppo's nature all too well. He knew that if he offered too much, his friend would certainly refuse. 50 cents was the maximum he could persuade him with. Moreover, he couldn't disclose that he had recently come into a fortune, as it would be difficult to explain. "Do you think this is for you?" "This is for Aunt Lin. It's not easy for her to raise a fool like you." "Then, what will you do after selling your house? Don't you also have no place to live?" "Let's just work for Ma Guobao," Zhengyang chuckled. "All right, you're truly seeking thrills, like teasing Jean Lian in front of Wusong." At that moment, the system finally chimed in. Sitting in the car, Zhengyang began to explore the enhancement points. Each point could be exchanged for an enhancement attribute, and currently, there was only one option available. Comprehensive attributes. 0. Comprehensive attributes include, but are not limited to, strength, speed, reaction, resistance to blows, hearing, vision, smell, etc. Zhengyang felt speechless. This was far too vague, but since the points had only this one use, there was no need for indecision. He allocated all of them to comprehensive attributes. Comprehensive attributes, 55 points. After doing so, Zhengyang felt a noticeable tension throughout his body. He could distinctly sense a peculiar transformation occurring within him. Clenching his fists, he realized that indeed, various aspects of his physique had improved, albeit subtly. However, any enhancement was a positive development, and Zhengyang did not dwell on it, knowing he would need to spend further. During their outing, they did not encounter Ma Guobao, but the manager did take a liking to the two of them and scheduled a large live broadcast for the day after tomorrow, promising them a wage of 80 cents. That evening, they indulged in a lavish meal at a roadside stall. Zhengyang finally laid eyes on the mill coin, which was merely half the size of the previous 10-cent coin, and they also had denominations of 1, 2, 5, 10, 20, 50, 100, 200, and 500. Beyond that, there were larger denominations, with the Jiao coins becoming increasingly rare in circulation, and those above that concealed strands of gold. After enjoying their drinks, Zhengyang returned home to find Cheng Baola already asleep. The next morning, upon waking, he discovered that Cheng Baola had already left for work. After freshening up, Zhengyang packed his gym bag and made his way to Cheng Baola and Amp, Oppo's gym. As soon as he stepped into the gym, the receptionist sighed upon seeing him. Zhengyang paid it no mind, flashing a cheeky smile and raising an eyebrow at the young lady, adopting a familiar demeanor. The receptionist shot him an annoyed look before reluctantly reaching for the intercom to call for Cheng Baola. This was Zhengyang's routine, being escorted by the gym instructor for a free workout. However, this time, he gestured for her to hold on, making a silencing gesture. "Don't call her just yet. I'm not here to crash a class today. I want to get a membership." "A membership?" The receptionist looked at him in confusion, as Zhengyang had been a regular guest for quite some time. In such informal settings, it was not uncommon for gym staff to occasionally bring friends along. However, Zhengyang had practically turned it into a long-term training venue. "Have you come into some money? How do you speak to God?" Zhengyang retorted. The receptionist rolled her eyes and pressed the intercom. "Get someone for membership out here." There were 2 sales positions in the gym. One was a membership consultant, responsible for selling gym cards, while the other was a fitness instructor tasked with selling various fitness programs and teaching classes. Soon, a curly-haired man in his mid-20s dashed out from the membership office. He initially had a cheerful expression as he approached the front desk, but upon seeing Zhengyang, his face fell, and he approached with a frown. "Is there a client?" The receptionist pointed to Zhengyang. The membership consultant coldly replied, "I'm not taking this one. Pass him along." The receptionist glared at the consultant in dismay. They might bicker among themselves, but such comments in the presence of a client were entirely unprofessional. "On what grounds will you refuse him? Cheng Baola brings him here for free training every day. Do you not realize that? Now that it's my turn, you hand me a client like this? He'll likely only buy a seasonal or half-year card. He might ask about the price and end up not purchasing at all. Are you deliberately giving me a waste of time? I refuse to take him." The curly-haired man didn't care that he was speaking in front of Zhengyang. He raised his voice, turning his head away defiantly, his attitude unyielding. As the end of the month approached, he was just shy of catching up to the top performer. Every visitor was crucial. After all this effort, he was now faced with such bad luck, having to deal with someone who only came in due to Cheng Baola's kindness. If this person had money, would he still be freeloading? He would at most inquire and perhaps purchase a seasonal or monthly card. How much could that contribute to his performance? If he accepted Zhengyang, he would lose the chance for major sales in the near future, preventing him from surpassing the top performer. The monthly bonus for the sales champion was already 3 cents. The receptionist slammed the pen she was holding onto the counter. "Sun Li Chao, will you take him or not? If you refuse, don't expect to take any visitors today." Though the receptionist was petite, she was clearly not to be trifled with, a no-nonsense firecracker. In the gym, some receptionists wielded more influence than membership consultants or even instructors, especially since they could file complaints. The curly-haired man glared angrily at the receptionist before shooting another disdainful look at Zhengyang. He couldn't confront the receptionist, but he could still take a jab at Zhengyang, rolling his eyes and muttering, "What a nuisance, like a toad on my foot. Doesn't bite, just irritates. Why today of all days to get membership? Fool." If Zhengyang had been a more sensitive person, he might have been put off by their quarrel. Shaking his head with a wry smile, he thought how peculiar such individuals could be, perhaps indicating that this money wasn't meant for him after all. Zhengyang turned to the receptionist and said, "Aren't you also able to sell cards? If he doesn't want to accept me, then let us skip him, and I'll just get one directly from you." Chapter 16. For infinite platinum cards in their club, the membership reception for arriving clients was merely a procedural formality. However, anyone could sell cards. Even the cleaning lady could bring someone in to sign up for a card and earn a commission. Why not just sell it yourself? Curly Hair suddenly found an opportunity and exclaimed to Little Pepper. Little Pepper, still a bit irritated, glared at Curly Hair and asked, "Are you sure you don't want to take this? This isn't a casual visit. They came specifically to sign up with you. Why are you shoving this onto me? Just let her sign up with you." Curly Hair retorted mockingly, with the last remark directed at Zhengyang. Zhengyang often felt that this guy exuded a somewhat effeminate vibe. After speaking, he pretended to saunter toward the membership office. "Alas, it seems I need you to earn that commission for me," Zhengyang mused, tapping his phone on the front desk with a playful grin. The receptionist shot him a disdainful glance. "How long will this take? You need to introduce it to me first." "Introduce? You know better than I do. There are 2 types of cards, regular and platinum. The regular card is valid only at this location, while the platinum card is usable across all chain stores, allowing access to all smart service machines, coffee, cabinets, VR, and so forth. Currently, the prices are as follows. Seasonal card 800, half-year card 1, 2, annual card 2, 2-year card 3, 5, and 3-year card 5. The infinite card is 5. Platinum cards are double the price of regular ones. Though she complained about the introduction, she certainly articulated the details well. "I want 4 infinite platinum cards," Zhengyang declared, tapping the desk once more. The receptionist's lips twitched in irritation, her silver teeth grinding. This guy was clearly just amusing himself. Regardless of the type, fitness cards were strictly for the cardholder's personal use. Only the infinite platinum card allowed for unlimited access, not restricted to the cardholder or any specific location. "What are you staring at me for? I and Oppos am giving the other 3 as gifts." Zhengyang puffed air at her. "I and Oppos, I'll bite you." Fine, but once you and Oppos redone biting, you better get on with the paperwork, Su Zhengyang said, leaning his neck toward her provocatively, which only served to infuriate the young woman, who wished she could jab him with a pen. Not wishing to tease her further, Su Zhengyang shook his head and smiled, pulling several forms from behind her desk to fill out himself. Little Pepper was taken aback. While Su Zhengyang often joked, he was usually measured in his humor, never crossing boundaries that made her uncomfortable. Was he genuinely going to process this? Su Zhengyang meticulously filled out 4 forms and then scanned the payment code on the desk. WeChat payment, 4 cents. Upon hearing the amount, Little Pepper jumped in shock. An infinite platinum card was 1 cent each, totaling 4 cents for 4 cards. 4 cents. That was enough for a down payment on a 2-bedroom apartment. As for Su Zhengyang, successful transaction of 4 cents earned 40 points. Each month, he received an annualized income of $12,500 from the system bank. However, merely letting the money sit had little value. He needed to spend it for points. Thus, Su Zhengyang was compelled to devise ways to expend funds. Were it not for fearing Little Pepper would think him foolish, he would have insisted on acquiring 10 infinite platinum cards. You truly want 4? Little Pepper stuttered in shock. 4 cents meant, with their 20 commission, she would earn 8 cents. Her monthly salary was merely 4 cents. You're going to die. Hurry and input the data. Su Zhengyang scolded her impatiently. Oh, buffed. I misspoke. Little Pepper finally regained her composure, hurriedly clearing her throat a few times before frantically entering the information. Soon enough, she fished out 4 platinum cards from her desk and handed them to Su Zhengyang. All set. Fetch me a glass of water, Su Zhengyang commanded, nodding pompously. Without a second thought, Little Pepper dashed off to pour a glass of water. Give my face a pinch. Su Zhengyang playfully squeezed Little Pepper's chubby cheeks, eliciting laughter from both. All right, I'll stop teasing you. I'm going in now. Su Zhengyang smiled, clearly enjoying their playful banter. They both had each other on WeChat and had shared many playful moments prior. He genuinely appreciated Little Pepper and Oppo's spirited nature. Moreover, she was petite and charmingly beautiful, making her quite endearing. All right, take care, Little Pepper said mischievously. She wasn't the type to be materialistic. It was just that previously, Su Zhengyang, perhaps due to financial constraints, had kept their humor restrained, always just touching upon the surface. She found his humor delightful, viewing him as a person of great charm. She giggled, watching Su Zhengyang's figure disappear into the gym, tightly clenched her fists, and gleefully shouted yes. Twice. After all, 8 cents was a sum she couldn't hope to earn a year. Then, she recalled curly hair from earlier and thought about sending a congratulatory message to make him regret his earlier words. However, after a moment and Oppo's, as consideration, she worried that curly hair might pursue Su Zhengyang, causing him trouble. Perhaps she should wait until after her shift at noon to send it. Su Zhengyang tucked the cards into his bag and stealthily slipped into the gym, as he had planned to surprise Cheng Baola that day. He crept along the wall to the personal training office, which was entirely glass-fronted. Peering inside, he found it empty. Upon closer inspection of the wall, he noticed a blackboard detailing the personal achievements of the trainers for the month. Oddly, he had seen this before, but it was unclear then. Today, however, everything seemed much clearer. Could it be the effect of the 55 points of comprehensive attributes he had acquired yesterday? Su Zhengyang murmured to himself, then directly exchanged the 40 points he had just earned for comprehensive attributes. Comprehensive attributes. 95 points, a gentle wave coursed through him, akin to an electric current flowing through his body, as if every cell was shifting and transforming. Looking in again, he could see that everything was indeed clearer than before. He spotted Cheng Baola and Oppo's name, surprisingly ranking second to last, with only 9 points. There were a total of 8 trainers, 3 women and 5 men. The top 2 were the other 2 women, while Cheng Baola was in the 7th position. In the personal training field, female trainers were highly sought after, especially someone as skilled as Cheng Baola. She should have performed better. It seemed this fool was truly unsuited for sales. The top performer had already amassed 89 points, and the name boldly displayed was Jiang Lily. Just as Su Zhengyang craned his neck to peer deeper inside, footsteps approached from behind. Hello, how may I assist you? Chapter 17. A surprising revelation, Zhengyang felt a sudden jolt and turned around, momentarily taken aback. Before him stood a stunningly beautiful woman, her graceful figure and sparkling eyes captivating his attention. Her exquisite makeup was perfectly applied, and the slight curl of her crimson lips added an enchanting allure to her otherwise innocent charm. This woman was Lin Zuxian, the true owner of the club, reputed to have built her empire from the ground up. At a young age, she had opened 6 fitness clubs in Yinhai province and pioneered an immersive fitness experience with intelligent services. While other gyms were struggling to make ends meet, she thrived in the Yinhai fitness industry through her innovative approach. It was during her previous visit for an inspection that Cheng Baola had discreetly introduced her to Zhengyang. It appeared she was once again here to oversee operations, possibly incognito, as she was not accompanied by any managers or staff. "You seem to be the club's owner. I recognize you," Zhengyang remarked with a smile. Lin Zuxian returned his smile sweetly. She had initially intended to head straight to her office to change before thoroughly inspecting the club. However, upon entering, she encountered the receptionist, who informed her of an astonishing development. For unlimited platinum cards had just been issued. She was taken aback, since the inception of the unlimited platinum cards. Fewer than 20 had been sold across all 6 locations, most of which she had personally negotiated. The notion that a single individual had acquired 4 cards piqued her interest, prompting her to approach him. "Indeed, I'm the owner here. How may I assist you?" she inquired politely. "I would like to purchase some personal training sessions." Zhengyang replied candidly. "Very well. I will call the manager of the personal training department to arrange a coach for you." "Ah, wait a moment. This situation is a bit complicated. I need you to handle it personally." Initially, Zhengyang merely intended to surprise Cheng Baola and accumulate some points through spending. However, upon seeing Lin Zuxian, he conceived a more splendid idea. "Please follow me," Lin Zuxian said with a slight smile, her demeanor unperturbed. As the behind-the-scenes owner, she had managers for each of her 6 clubs and had not personally engaged in business transactions for quite some time. They arrived at the manager and Oppo's office, where Lin Zuxian lightly knocked on the door. Zhengyang nodded inwardly. The fact that she knocked before entering her subordinate and Oppo's office spoke volumes about her refinement. Kulmin, upon entering, they found another woman, nearly 40 years old, sitting at a desk, exuding a professional air as she wrote something down. She looked up upon their arrival, momentarily surprised, before standing up with a hint of excitement. "Boss, what brings you here?" "There and Amp, Oppo's. That's no need for concern, sister son. Please continue your work," Lin Zuxian replied, gesturing for Zhengyang to take a seat on the sofa. "How could I sit while you and Oppo's? Here. I and Oppo's. LL get some water," sister son insisted, rushing to the water dispenser. "I am Lin Zuxian. May I ask your name?" "I am Zhengyang." "Mr. Su, what kind of courses are you looking to purchase?" "To be straightforward, I am friends with your personal trainer, Cheng Baola. I wish to prepare a small surprise for her by purchasing 5 sessions," Zhengyang stated nonchalantly. Lin Zuxian's mouth fell slightly agape, taken aback. Sister's son, who was filling her cup, trembled, causing water to spill. Five sessions? Lin Zuxian was astonished. It was one thing to purchase several unlimited platinum cards, but to request 5 sessions was beyond comprehension. The highest price for a training session at this establishment was 300. At that rate, $5 would equate to an unfathomable number of sessions, nearly 20,000, a quantity no trainer could possibly fulfill in a lifetime. "Indeed, $5, Zhengyang confirmed. "Mr. Su, given your request for such an extensive number of sessions, do you have any special requirements? While we are in the business of making sales, we certainly do not compel our female trainers to do anything they are unwilling to." Lin Zuxian bit her lip, maintaining her composure. Her words were now rather direct. As adults, they both understood the implications. Zhengyang recognized her misunderstanding, but appreciated her approach nonetheless. $5 was not an insignificant sum. Her club's monthly sales rarely exceeded 50 or 60 cents. "You've misunderstood. As I mentioned, I am merely looking to surprise Baola and lift her spirits. She has been quite troubled lately," Zhengyang clarified. Recently, Cheng Baola had been stressed over her performance, struggling to find work due to pressure from former classmates, which left her feeling despondent. Hence, she had been seeking avenues to alleviate her situation, which explained her absence from the birthday banquet. Lin Zuxian was momentarily speechless. A small surprise? A mere $5 to bring joy to someone? She couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy for Cheng Baola. Moreover, she was astounded by Su Zhengyang's generosity. $5 to amuse a girl. What kind of affluent individual was he? Perhaps he belonged to a prominent family? My apologies for my narrow-mindedness, Mr. Su, she said graciously. Not at all. However, I do have one request. After I make this purchase, please do not disclose the recipient of the sessions. Simply state that they are for a certain female trainer. Will you convene tomorrow for the monthly performance review? Then inform her that these are her sales. Su Zhengyang's my. Since it is meant to be a surprise, it should indeed be revealed at an unexpected moment. You truly dote on her. With a friend like you. Baola is incredibly fortunate, Lin Zuxian remarked with a smile. Though Su Zhengyang had not explicitly stated that he and Cheng Baola were in a romantic relationship, it was evident that a man would not go to such lengths for mere platonic friendship. May I add you on WeChat, Mr. Su? You can directly transfer the funds to me, and I will handle the arrangements, Lin Zuxian suggested, retrieving her phone. Her intention to facilitate the transfer was secondary. She wanted to connect with Su Zhengyang on WeChat to peruse his social circle, though not one to seek power or connections. Her experience in the business world had taught her the significance of networking. More friends could mean more opportunities, while more adversaries could lead to more obstacles. Even without seeking to align with others, one must discern whom to avoid. Of course, Su Zhengyang replied indifferent. They exchanged WeChat information, and Sister Sun proceeded with the transaction. While Sister Sun was aware of Su Zhengyang and Appo's as practice sessions, having overheard the personal training manager mention them occasionally, she turned a blind eye, recognizing that a little extra foot traffic could benefit the club. However, today, Su Zhengyang had shattered her preconceived notions. $5, just like that, she had never encountered such extravagance. Following Su Zhengyang and Appo's instructions, the accounting department issued a grand announcement of a significant achievement, only stating it was attributed to a certain female trainer without revealing any names. Chapter 18, Could This Be My Achievement? Su Zhengyang conversed with Lin Zuxian for a while longer. He realized that while Lin Zuxian appeared mature, he was only a year older, merely 26, and belonged to the same generation. Moreover, he seemed to be single, having embarked on an entrepreneurial journey utilizing scholarships since university. Lin Zuxian had progressed step by step to his current status, showcasing his exceptional capabilities. Initially, Lin Zuxian assumed Su Zhengyang was a wealthy heir, but after their conversation, he found himself re-evaluating this perception. Not only did Su possess a remarkable personal charm, but he was also humorously witty, devoid of the pretentiousness often associated with the affluent, truly a rarity. After bidding farewell to them, Su Zhengyang headed straight to the gym in search of Cheng Baola for a workout. However, it wasn't too long before the private trainer group erupted with excitement. What the heck? $5? Whose order is this? Damn it, I have no idea. The announcement didn't specify. It only mentioned performance. Lily, is this yours? Didn't Brother Chen mention a big order for you the other day? Could it be Brother Chen is trying to surprise you? The group buzzed with fervor. Meanwhile, in a cluttered hallway storage room behind the gym, a fierce confrontation was underway between Jiang Lily and the personal training department and Appo's coaches. This area was typically where trainers would sneak off to smoke, but with the door locked, it had transformed into a battlefield. The fight concluded swiftly, with the gym coach lighting a cigarette while Jiang Lily tidied up the aftermath. The manager of the personal training department, with his small, piercing eyes and crew cut, appeared somewhat intimidating. He casually grabbed a phone nearby and scrolled through it. What the hell? Jiang Lily stood up, puzzled. He turned the phone towards her. $5? Jiang Lily was taken aback upon seeing the announcement from the accounting department. A female coach? Without a name? Could this be mine? After her initial shock, joy washed over her. Have you had any such members recently? The personal training manager, Chun Chao, inquired with a confused look. He was also quite excited because, regardless of whose it was, it would count towards the total performance from which he would earn commission. However, Jiang Lily pondered. That one guy? No way. He shouldn't have that much money. Brotherly? He wouldn't either. After contemplating, she was certain that no one would spend that much money on her. Could it be that Cheng Baola? Didn't Brotherly and the others once offer her such a price? Did she finally relent? Chun Chao, filled with a hint of excitement, thought to himself that if Cheng Baola was indeed beginning to submit for money, perhaps he too might have a chance. Cheng Baola was undoubtedly superior to Jiang Lily in every aspect. It shouldn't be her, otherwise, why wouldn't she sign her name? He speculated. I guess it's some nouveau riche who, upon seeing a female coach in the gym and lacking understanding, decided to throw money around for a close encounter with her. We've encountered such individuals before. Jiang Lily quickly conjured an image of an ignorant, wealthy demolition contractor, brandishing money at the accounting department, demanding 2 female coaches. That must be it. Even so, it's likely because he saw Cheng Baola. Chun Chao nodded, deeming this the most reasonable explanation, as similar situations had indeed occurred before. Many members, lacking knowledge of how personal training sessions worked, mistakenly believed that purchasing a session meant they could choose any trainer to instruct them on the spot. Although Jiang Lily disapproved of Chun Chao praising Cheng Baola in her presence, she couldn't deny the validity of his reasoning. Regardless, this order cannot fall into the hands of that wretched Cheng Baola. I want this order, Jiang Lily stated emphatically. That's $5 at the highest commission tier. My share would be over 70 cents. 70 cents could cover half the down payment for a 2-bedroom apartment. This is a windfall. However, reflecting on it, Chun Chao considered the possibility that he would pocket 70% of the commission after the money was distributed. Thus, she would only receive a little over 20 cents. Of course, this order is definitely ours. Chun Chao's mind raced with schemes. As he contemplated, a lewd smile crept across his lips. He quickly donned his attire and exited the storage room. Jiang Lily lit a cigarette, took out her phone, and began scrolling through her shopping cart with her legs crossed. With just 20 cents in commission, once it was secured, she could finally clear her shopping cart. Cheng Baola, let us see how this doesn't infuriate you, she thought. Ah, what a fortuitous windfall. $5, and someone can casually spend so much on lessons. They might as well hand it to me privately. Once I clear the cart, I might even be able to buy a car. Unbeknownst to her at that moment, Chun Chao had not gone to the accounting department, but had headed directly to the training area. Baola. Chun Chao spotted Cheng Baola and Su Zhengyang engaged in conversation, with Cheng playfully pinching Su's arm while he grinned mischievously. They appeared to be flirting. This sight filled him with immense displeasure. What is so special about that pathetic guy? Cheng Baola works out with him daily, often in physical contact. It's utterly nauseating. Manager, Cheng Baola exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. However, she was no longer fearful of the manager criticizing Su Zhengyang since he had just provided her with a new unlimited platinum card, which had led her to scold him for spending frivolously. Baola, he began with a smile, but upon noticing Su Zhengyang's refusal to leave, his brow furrowed in irritation. Can't you see we're in a work discussion? Could you step away, please? Yet, what he met was Su Zhengyang's indifferent gaze. Cold as steel, Chun Chao instinctively felt a chill run down his spine, swallowing hard. He recognized that sensation of dread, observing the tense atmosphere. Zhengyang. I'll wait for you over there. Su Zhengyang casually replied and turned towards the free weights area. Once he walked away, Chun Chao exhaled in relief, but soon found himself enraged that he had felt intimidated by that lowly individual. Cursing under his breath, he suppressed his anger. What's wrong? Manager? Oh, it's like this. Returning to the subject at hand, Chun Chao quickly donned a charming facade, accompanied by a self-satisfied smirk. Did you see the group chat? A member purchased a $5 lesson, specifically requesting a female coach. But it's actually Jiang Lily's. I negotiated it for her. However, as for the performance credit, that's entirely up to me. After all, $5 isn't a trivial amount. As he spoke, he licked his dry lips, his gaze filled with eagerness directed at Cheng Baola. Upon hearing about the $5, Cheng Baola was taken aback, yet she could sense Chun Chao's gaze upon her. Previously, he had hinted at certain propositions, that to earn performance credits, she might need to share his bed. Chapter 19. What do you mean, Cheng Baola? Cheng Baola furrowed her brows and asked, What else could it mean, Baola? Let me be frank with you. I can share half of this achievement with you. As long as you come to my place tonight and have a drink with me. Can't we just do nothing else? Chen Chao chuckled. Can we really do nothing after drinking? His words could not have been clearer. Give up on that thought. I'm not like Zhang Lili. Since it's someone else's achievement, you should handle your business properly. Cheng Baola replied coldly with a faint smile. Chen Chao cast a cold glance at Cheng Baola and threatened in a low voice. You are being rather ungrateful, Cheng Baola. I brought this up more than once, and you keep rejecting me. Do you think I'm being nice? The ungrateful one is you. Get lost. Cheng Baola took a deep breath to suppress her anger. If it weren't in Dapo's tea for the lack of suitable job opportunities, she would have resigned long ago. However, she still had rent to pay and meals to eat. She couldn't and damp Oppo's tea afford to walk away. Very well, Cheng Baola, you are quite bold. There will come a time when you regret this. Seeing Cheng Baola and Oppo's change in demeanor, Chen Chao sneered and pointed a finger at her before striding toward the manager and Oppo's office. Without knocking, he pushed the door open and saw Sister Sun inside, promptly entering. Sister Sun frowned. At that moment, Chen Chao had already donned a different face, approaching with a smile. However, out of the corner of his eye, he noticed someone sitting on the sofa, with an exquisite beauty. Who else could it be but the big boss, Lin Zuxian? Chen Chao swallowed hard, his gaze sweeping over Lin Zuxian's legs, his expression becoming even more obsequious. This beautiful boss had often appeared in his daydreams, yet their usual distance felt insurmountable. To his surprise, she was here today. It felt as if fortune favored him. Today happened to bring in a significant deal. If he could make a good impression and catch Lin Zuxian's attention, perhaps he might have the chance to engage with her further. We'll let you in. Sister Sun glared at Chen Chao, pulling him back from his fantasies. Boss, you're here too. Chen Chao seemed not to hear Sister Sun's words, excitedly greeting Lin Zuxian. Boss, I was just about to report something to you. I just secured a 5 yuan deal and rushed over to share the good news. Chen Chao took a couple of steps forward as he spoke. Lin Zuxian raised an eyebrow. A 5 yuan deal? You negotiated it? Chen Chao, being cautious, refrained from claiming it was his doing, instead saying, well, it wasn't he negotiated today. It was a client I helped Zhang Lili with earlier. Zhang Lili didn't even know, but I managed to close the deal, and today they came to pay and left. I didn't expect them to be so straightforward. I just saw them off. In truth, Chen Chao was quite a prudent person. He had intended to first inquire with the manager about the situation. Although he and Zhang Lili's speculations were mostly correct, given similar occurrences in the past, he still feared making a mistake, which would lead to considerable trouble. However, upon seeing Lin Zuxian, his mind went blank, and he abandoned his usual caution, diving headfirst into seeking praise. Chen Chao, are you talking about the 5 yuan personal training deal that was just reported in the group? Sister Sun, standing nearby, coldly interjected. Chen Chao, lost in thoughts of Lin Zuxian, nodded immediately. Yes. Just as he spoke, the door swung open again, and Zhang Lili barged in. Zhang Lili, feeling a bit uneasy, hurried over after finishing her cigarette, excited to witness the moment when the 5 yuan achievement would be credited to her. Upon seeing Lin Zuxian on the sofa, she quickly greeted her. Hello, General Manager Lin. Sister Sun, has my deal been credited yet? Zhang Lili asked eagerly, suppressing her impatience. What deal? Sister Sun feigned ignorance with a cold tone. The 5 yuan deal we just discussed. Isn't it supposed to be credited to the female coach? That deal is actually mine. You can just credit it to me directly. Zhang Lili pointed at herself, as if urging Sister Sun to act quickly. Sister Sun leisurely set down her pen, leaned back, and asked, so this deal is yours? What's the member's name? Zhang Lili's smile instantly froze. Oh no. In her haste, she had completely forgotten to check the member's name in the accounting office. If she had just taken a quick look and inquired about the situation, she could have spun a convincing tale. I forgot the member in Oppo's name. I just remember he was a middle-aged man, average height, and average build. Zhang Lili stammered, convinced that according to their assumptions, it had to be such a man, as only those foolish, desperate middle-aged men would act like this. Bang! Sister Sun slammed her hand on the table, causing the pen to leap, startling even Lin Zuxian, who shot her an annoyed look. Chen Chao and Zhang Lili and Oppo's heart sank. What the hell? Chen Xiao, I gave you a chance. But it seems you don't know how to appreciate it. Pack your things and get lost. Both of you are fired. What? Chen Xiao's heart raced, realizing he had crossed the line, but surely they wouldn't fire him. He hurriedly exclaimed, Sister Sun, what are you talking about? I might have remembered it wrong. It could be a different client. Zhang Lily, equally stunned by Sister Sun's outburst, was in a daze, asking, fired. What's going on, Sister Sunday? What's going on? Do you think I'm playing games with you? Get out of here. Despite her age, Sister Sun had a commanding presence when she glared. Chen Xiao and Zhang Lily were genuinely taken aback. Yanhai Fitness Club was one of the top gyms in the city, located in a shopping mall, benefiting from significant influx of clients, and was among the few gyms in the city making a profit, offering generous compensation. However, with Sister Sun's ultimatum, it was clear there was no room for negotiation. They also didn't need to grovel. They could easily find work at a second-rate gym. Thus, Zhang Lily stormed out in anger, and Chen Xiao, taking a deep breath, reluctantly followed. While they could begrudgingly accept being fired, missing out on the 5 yuan achievement was utterly unacceptable. Furious, Zhang Lily headed straight for the accounting office. Just as she reached the doorway, she overheard a conversation inside. I can't believe Baola must have done something great in her past life. Indeed, Sister Sun said that this 5 yuan deal was a little surprise for her and would only be announced tomorrow. 5 yuan? I calculated that the commission is just 76 cents. That could buy a small apartment. Chen Xiao, arriving just then, heard the gossip and felt his anger boil over. Once again, it was Cheng Baola. All 5 yuan were meant for her. Zhang Lily trembled with rage, storming toward the training area. Chapter 20. The missed major client Cheng Baola was currently engaged in flirtation with a female member, meticulously instructing her on her movements. Suddenly, she caught sight of Zhang Lily, storming towards her with an aggressive demeanor, causing her brows to knit in concern. Zhang Lily approached, and without uttering a word, raised her hand and struck Cheng Baola across the face. Overwhelmed by jealousy, she seethed. A sum of over 70 cents was something she could scarcely dream of earning in 3 to 5 years. How could all that money belong to Cheng Baola? Her ire was palpable, yet it was evident that her skills were no match for Cheng Baola and Amp. Amp? Oppos. Cheng Baola swiftly countered, deftly slapping Zhang Lily and Amp. Amp? Oppos. S wrist aside with force. Zhang Lily was now infuriated. How dare Chow respond? Failing to land her blow, she instead felt a sharp pain in her wrist, further stoking the fire of her rage. In a fit of fury, she lifted her leg, attempting to kick Cheng Baola. However, before she could execute her move, she felt a strong grip seize her long hair, yanking her violently to the ground, a small tuft of hair seemingly torn from her scalp. Dazed and disoriented, she landed on the gym and Oppo's rubber flooring. In her frantic state, she looked up to find Su Zhengyang, prompting her to unleash a torrent of curses. You seek death. Yet before she could finish her sentence, Su Zhengyang and Oppo's foot landed on her face. She felt a tremendous force, as though her head might burst, plunging her into a dizzying haze, nearly leading her to faint. At that moment, the manager hurriedly arrived with security, and curious members swiftly gathered around. Su Zhengyang shrugged at the manager, indicating that he was merely acting in self-defense. The manager, fully aware of the situation, offered Su Zhengyang an apologetic smile before gesturing for security to haul Zhang Lily away. Zhang Lily, disoriented and dazed, was dragged out like a lifeless dog. Chen Xiao observed from a distance, having no intention of intervening. Zhang Lily was merely his mistress. He had no desire to stand up for her. Yet, the sight of Su Zhengyang filled him with seething resentment. Su Zhengyang, I will eventually bring you to ruin. He gritted his teeth, storming off to his office to gather his belongings. Was that $5 personal training session purchased by you? As they departed, Cheng Baola tugged at Su Zhengyang in dissatisfaction. Connecting the dots of the unfolding events, she quickly deduced that Su Zhengyang was the only plausible explanation. Su Zhengyang felt helpless. He had intended to surprise her, but those two fools had ruined it. Are you foolish? That was $5. Do you simply burn through money because you have it? Cheng Baola fumed, stamping her foot. $5 could buy a suburban villa. The most infuriating part was that Su Zhengyang was still living with her. Yet he had spent a villa and Oppo's S worth on a pile of worthless personal training sessions. Zhengyang chuckled inwardly. He wasn't in Oppo's, T wasteful. If he didn't in Oppo's, T spend money this way. How could he accrue points? Do you wish to be extravagant? I'll bite you. Chung Baola, irate, stormed off, leaving Zhengyang to resume his workout. Meanwhile, the personal training department was in an uproar. Soon, no trainers remained on the floor. They all whisked Chung Baola away to the personal training office, bombarding her with questions, while many cast glances at Zhengyang. However, a more delightful piece of news emerged. Both Chun Chao and Jiang Lily had been dismissed. This group had previously hesitated to treat her well, fearing Chun Chao's retaliation, but it was undeniable that Chung Baola's charming personality drew them in, and they began to swarm around her, chattering and celebrating. As Zhengyang neared the end of his workout, a message from Tang Ying appeared on WeChat. Mr. Su, I wonder if you have time for lunch. Chen Haohai and Dong Changming from Tanglong Real Estate would like to invite you to a meal. Chen Ge was concerned about disturbing you with a call, so he asked me to contact you via WeChat. The message was filled with caution. Zhengyang pondered for a moment. He had heard of Dong Changming. Santai City was the capital of Yunhai Province, and Tanglong Real Estate was the largest property developer in the province, the only company in Yunhai with a market value exceeding 100,000. All right, please reserve a place. Zhengyang agreed. After all, he had no plans for lunch, and meeting them would be beneficial. It would also be interesting to see what schemes these three little foxes were concocting. Okay, I will reserve a spot and send you the details shortly. Tang Ying quickly replied, playfully adding a cute smiley face. A few minutes later, she sent an address. Haiqing Hotel, on the 3rd floor, Tianjin No. 1. Santai City had only 2 5-star hotels, and Haiqing Hotel was the first to open. Interestingly, the hotel owner was known as the third among the 4 heroes of Yunhai, alongside Chen Haohai and others. Zhengyang put down his phone, took a shower, and changed into fresh attire. With his platinum card, he had access to a dedicated smart locker, spacious enough to accommodate his belongings. And the gym would even launder and dry his dirty clothes. After donning his clothes, Zhengyang noticed Chung Baola still surrounded by trainers, chattering excitedly. He smiled, waved a greeting from afar, and exited the gym. Just as Zhengyang stepped out, a message appeared in the gym and AMP. Oppo's S WeChat group. Congratulations to the front desks, Yao Jingjing, for closing 4 unlimited platinum cards. Client number 19. Inside the membership office, a heated discussion erupted over the earlier $5 personal training deal. Sun Lichao lounged back in his chair, visibly frustrated, having just failed to secure a membership for a client after much effort. Suddenly, someone burst into the accounting office, shouting, "Wow, check the group." The crowd opened the group chat, all eyes widening at the news. For unlimited platinum cards. The front desk secured them? What's going on? Were we not given our share? What is the commission on that? 8%? Hey, Sun Lichao, client number 19. Wasn't he that your rejected lead? You just took on number 20, right? Is 19 the one you passed to the front desk? Someone remarked, a hint of schadenfreude in their tone. Sun Lichao's eyes widened in realization. He remembered. That was Zhengyang. Indeed, it was written clearly. Number 19 had just been crossed out. Someone pointed to the schedule on the wall, indicating that number 19 was originally Sun Lichao and AMP, Oppo's S, but had been changed to 20 after a minor dispute with 2 others, making it common knowledge. Hey, I heard that the one who purchased 4 unlimited platinum cards is the same person who bought the $5 training session. Wow, now that the front desk knows such an impressive figure, their performance is set for life. If they can also connect with other wealthy individuals through him, that would be something. Listening to the mockery and derision around him, Sun Lichao felt as if he had been struck by lightning. How could this be? How could Zhengyang be so wealthy? He sprang from his chair, racing toward the front desk. Chapter 21. The 3rd floor is beyond your reach at this moment. The vivacious Xiao Lajiao, Yao Jingjing, was surrounded by a group of girls, chattering animatedly. Upon seeing the good news, even the cycling coach rushed over to gossip. Sun Lichao, visibly displeased, approached the front desk and coldly confronted Yao Jingjing. Yao, that is my achievement. Yao Jingjing shot him a glare. Having anticipated that Sun Lichao's first reaction upon seeing the good news would be to claim the credit. Your achievement? Wasn't it you who mocked and belittled the clients? Did you not disdain them for being poor and openly express your reluctance to serve them? Spare me your nonsense. Even if I am unwilling to take it on, those clients are still mine. It is my turn now. Sun Li Chao, with a somewhat effeminate demeanor, stomped his foot in frustration, shaking his head and throwing a tantrum. Sun Li Chao, do you think this is your family affair? Do as you please? You refuse to take the 20 client, and now that the 19 client has closed, you come running back to me. Have you no shame? What did I say I would not take it? I never said I would not handle that client. You felt there was potential with them, so you told me to take the 20 client while you handled the rest. Otherwise, the credit would have been mine. I don't care. Give my credit back to me. Sun Li Chao's voice grew increasingly loud, soon attracting the attention of the store manager. Sister Sun frowned deeply. Today, the boss had finally come over and encountered some good news, only for this group of imbeciles to start causing a ruckus. First, it was Chun Chao and Jiang Lily, and now Sun Li Chao was making a scene. Oomph. The second you stepped out, you said you wouldn't take it. It's all on camera, crystal clear. I've already shared the footage with Sister Sun. You can explain it to her. Yao Jingjing coldly smiled. Sun Li Chao, furiously enraged, had intended to continue his fuss, but he hadn't expected Yao Jingjing to pull up the surveillance footage. The gym was equipped with the finest smart surveillance that even recorded sound, leaving him no room to argue further. Yao Jingjing, you could split it with me, right? Sun Li Chao, on the verge of exploding, realized that the income was a staggering 80 cents. Even half would amount to 4 cents, enough to cover his salary for half a year. Regret coursed through him, wishing he hadn't looked down on others. Sun Li Chao, get in here. Sister Sun suddenly bellowed from behind, startling him. Yao Jingjing and the others stifled their laughter. At the Haiqing Hotel, luxury cars were abundant. Su Zhengyang stepped out of a taxi, feeling out of place. It was time he considered purchasing a vehicle. Glancing at the opulent decor, he stuffed his hands into his pockets and strode inside. The greeter at the entrance maintained a polite demeanor, not making things difficult for Su Zhengyang for arriving in a taxi, though their warmth was somewhat lacking. At the gleaming staircase leading to the second floor, several individuals were verifying information with the waitstaff. Both the second and third floors required reservations. Su Zhengyang approached, estimating that Chun Haohai and the others should have arranged everything by now. However, before he could utter a word, someone from the group turned to him in surprise. Su Zhengyang? The speaker was a portly man with slicked back hair. Su Zhengyang immediately recognized him as his former university classmate, Li Hu. Beside him stood a girl, also from their university, named Chen Ming. Su Zhengyang frowned slightly, wondering if these two had gotten together. Behind Chen Ming were her parents, who had dressed meticulously, evidently attending an important dinner. Chen Ming, what a coincidence, Su Zhengyang said, ignoring Li Hu and smiling at Chen Ming. Li Hongria, whose family was moderately well off but whose character was lacking, had joined a dubious group during university and had a history of inappropriate behavior. Rumor had it that his family had resorted to paying for damage control. Chen Ming appeared somewhat shy, her expression tinged with bitterness as she greeted Su Zhengyang. Zhengyang, long time no see. Li Hu, wearing a sly grin, introduced Su Zhengyang to Chen Ming's parents. Uncle, Auntie, this is my Muming's classmate. He is quite impressive. Before graduation, he started a business with his scholarship and was thriving. Many girls pursued him back then. Chen Ming even pursued him, but he was too busy with his venture to accept. Oh, but I heard he recently went bankrupt and is in debt, he added, the latter part turning Chen Ming into Oppos, his parents and Oppos, admiration into a polite smile, dissipating any desire to engage further. How is it that you're here? Su Zhengyang barely glanced at Li Hu, still focused on Chen Ming. Just as he began to speak, she quietly responded, our family has a small business that faced some issues, and we need to discuss matters with the client. Hopefully, we can settle things today. What about you? Are you here for a meal as well? Chen Ming stole a shy glance at Su Zhengyang, her smile revealing a hint of lingering affection, causing her cheeks to flush. Yes, I'm also dining with friends. Oh, are you on the second floor too? No, I believe it's the third floor, Su Zhengyang admitted sheepishly. Su Zhengyang, what are you trying to portray here? The third floor? Did you walk into the wrong restaurant? Do you realize how much a table costs on the third floor? It's understandable if you lack experience, but don't embarrass yourself. Understood? Li Hu could hardly contain his irritation at being ignored by Su Zhengyang, who dared to flaunt his presence in front of him. Seeing Li Hu's agitation, Chun Ming's parents chimed in. All right, Ming, let us not linger here. We should head upstairs. Mr. Liu and the others will be arriving soon. Yes, it's a big deal that Huzi helped us secure this table on the second floor. We cannot afford any mishaps today. Chun Ming cast an apologetic, slightly aggrieved glance at Su Zhengyang, biting her lip in resignation. Su Zhengyang pieced together the situation. Their family business had encountered difficulties, prompting them to host a dinner to apologize, yet they lacked sufficient funds. Liu had offered to cover half the expenses, securing a reservation at this upscale hotel. However, it seemed unlikely that Liu was acting out of pure kindness. Even for the sake of pursuing Chun Ming, this was quite a lavish gesture. Even on the second floor, a table would cost at least 4 to 5 cents. Had their family suddenly struck it rich? As Chun Ming's parents prepared to ascend, Liu showed no intent of leaving. Chapter 22. Liu's incompetent fury. Liu cast a cold glare at Su Zhengyang. Get out! A surge of indignation brewed within him. It was one thing for Su Zhengyang to disregard him, but it was another to overshadow him entirely. Having recently received a promotion, he was now entitled to reimbursements after meals. Coincidentally, with the matter concerning Chun Ming, he had boldly offered to cover half the expenses, regardless of the final amount spent. He would pocket the reimbursement, thus profiting handsomely. Furthermore, it would grant him the opportunity to impress Chun Ming, facilitating his pursuit of her. Yet, Su Zhengyang shamelessly proclaimed his intent to ascend to the third floor, effectively undermining Liu's facade. If they departed now, Liu would miss the chance to publicly humiliate Su Zhengyang, as he was currently courting Chun Ming. Such an occurrence was utterly intolerable. Su Zhengyang regarded him with an expression akin to that reserved for simpletons. Get out? When have you ever had the authority to act as a security guard, let alone to issue commands? Your words are nothing more than empty bluster. You filthy loser, what did you say? Liu roared, pointing at Su Zhengyang. Liu, mind your manners. Chun Ming interjected, her eyes blazing with anger. Chun Ming, have you lost your mind? Do you even realize what you are doing? Liu's eyes narrowed as he spoke icily. Chun Ming clenched her fists, gritting her teeth in frustration. Her mother, meanwhile, rushed to reprimand her daughter. TSK, Xiaoming, what's wrong with you? Why are you challenging Liu over some loser? Are you out of your mind? Apologize to him at once. Exactly. Young man, you should leave immediately and stop being an eyesore. We have matters to attend to. Chun Ming's father chimed in, gesturing impatiently toward the door. Seeing Chun Ming in distress, Su Zhengyang felt a pang of sympathy, especially as she stood up for him. Guilt washed over him. Perhaps he could ask Chen Haohai to investigate. If Chun Ming were indeed in trouble, he would quietly extend his assistance. However, this was not the time for such considerations. With a slight smile, Su Zhengyang replied, I shall take my leave now. He began to ascend the stairs, with a server following closely behind to verify the necessary details. Today, the third floor had indeed been reserved for guests, and they treated every customer with utmost respect. Liu, however, was incensed. Stop! Did I permit you to go up? He had completely lost his composure. Allowing Su Zhengyang to ascend even to the restroom would be a significant humiliation for him. His thunderous shout startled everyone present. Why are you so shameless? Why must you flaunt your false bravado in front of us? If Tiger tells you to leave, you should hurry along and not be a nuisance. Chun Ming's mother exploded, pointing an accusatory finger at Su Zhengyang. Their family business faced some difficulties, and resolving matters over dinner was imperative. They had intended to save money at a modest restaurant, given their current financial constraints. Liu, having shown interest in courting Chun Ming, had offered to arrange this meal and even promised to cover half the expenses. This was meant to enhance their family and Oppo's reputation and facilitate their negotiations with the other party. However, encountering Su Zhengyang, who dared to oppose Liu, had thrown a wrench in their plans. If Liu were to become enraged and withdraw his assistance, their arrangements would be ruined, and thus her animosity towards Su Zhengyang intensified. I will address you as any for Chun Ming's sake, but you must understand, he is the one provoking me. Su Zhengyang stated from the steps, looking down at her coolly. What do you understand? I don't need your explanations. Just leave. Stop wasting breath. Chun Ming's mother retorted, now fully in a state of rage. Madam, please lower your voice and refrain from creating a disturbance. A female manager at the front desk interjected, visibly displeased. I am creating a disturbance? Are you blind? Can't you see he is continually opposing me? Hurry up and throw him out. Apologies, madam, but we cannot expel our customers without cause. However, should you continue to raise your voice, we may have to ask you to leave, the manager replied, frowning. Customers? Look closely. Does he resemble a customer in any way? His company has gone under, and he is drowning in debt. He is nothing but a pretentious loser. Flaunting in front of my daughter, Chun Meng's father added, his voice rising. Let me make it clear. We are here to discuss something of great importance. And if this is disrupted, I will not let this go. Liu cast a cold stare at Su Zhengyang. Su Zhengyang, you have 5 seconds to vacate this place. Su Zhengyang found the situation amusing. He understood precisely why Li Hu was so desperate to expel him. After all, he was merely pretending to be generous in front of Chun Meng's family at the 2nd floor, while Su Zhengyang's ascent to the 3rd floor made him look utterly pathetic. Li Hu, you are indeed a fool consumed by impotent rage. If I do not leave within 5 seconds, what will your next move be? Or rather, what will you do? Su Zhengyang's gulp. You. Li Hu's fury escalated, but Su Zhengyang's words rang true. Even the server refused to eject Su Zhengyang, leaving Li Hu powerless. What would he do? Resort to violence? Call the police? He had no authority to command anyone to leave. You, Chun Ming and Amp. Oppo's. S mother opened her mouth to retort. But at that moment, several individuals hurriedly descended the staircase. Leading the group were Tang Ying and Chun Haohai, followed by a man in a silver suit. Around 40 years of age, with short hair flecked with gray, yet strikingly handsome and charismatic. A cluster of servers, including the female manager, bowed and greeted boss. It was evident that the man in the silver suit was the owner of the Haiqing Hotel. However, upon spotting Su Zhengyang, both Chun Haohai and Tang Ying felt a jolt of surprise and quickly rushed down the stairs. Mr. Su, my sincerest apologies for not greeting you sooner. How long have you been here? We just arrived on the 3rd floor and engaged in a brief conversation before we realized we were late. Chun Haohai expressed, filled with self-reproach. They had indeed just arrived and were on their way down to personally welcome Su Zhengyang when they encountered him unexpectedly. No matter, Su Zhengyang replied nonchalantly. His mood had initially been pleasant, but Li Hu's antics had soured it somewhat. The owner of the Haiqing Hotel promptly approached Su Zhengyang, extending a warm hand. Mr. Su, it is a pleasure to meet you. I am Chun Chusheng, the owner of Haiqing Hotel. Please, allow me to escort you upstairs. I have made all the necessary arrangements for you. Chapter 23. Dong Changming's troubles. The boss personally led the way, leaving even the female manager and the waitstaff in stunned silence, their hearts beginning to quail. My goodness, who is this person? Had I known such a formidable figure would appear, I would have never allowed Li Hu and his group to shout at him so brazenly. Surely, he wouldn't hold it against us. Yet, the most terrified among them were not the staff. Li Hu was left dumbfounded, his eyes wide with disbelief. He hardly recognized the 3 individuals. After all, someone of his standing rarely even glanced at commercial magazines, let alone know Chun Haohai. But the man who had just introduced himself was none other than Chun Chusheng, the owner of Haiqing Hotel. Why on earth would Chun Chusheng personally welcome Su Zhengyang? Is he out his mind? He is merely a failed entrepreneur, a nobody. Even more anxious were Chun Ming and Oppo's, as parents. Chun Ming and Oppo's. S mother had intended to scold Su Zhengyang, but the words stuck in her throat, and she trembled slightly. Su Zhengyang said nothing further, merely casting a meaningful glance at Li Hu. If the opportunity arose, he would have to deal with Li Hu, but now was not the time. He had matters to attend to. Li Hu's heart sank, cold sweat beginning to bead on his forehead. That look from Su Zhengyang was terrifying. As Su Zhengyang and the unmistakable bigwigs ascended the stairs, Chun Ming's heart was a tumult of emotions. She bit her lip in contemplation. Indeed, he remains the exceptional Su Zhengyang, while she feels even more inadequate than before. All she could do was watch his retreating figure. Chun Ming's mother exhaled in relief. thankful that the prominent figures had not witnessed her disparagement of Zhengyang. She turned to her daughter and quietly asked, "Dear, who exactly is this classmate of yours?" "Mom, how could you not know who he is? Why did you slander him like that?" Meng questioned fiercely. I was merely concerned he might offend Li Hu," her mother retorted. "And you? Why didn't you give me a heads up?" Meng replied bitterly. "Do you think I'm close to him?" Meng's father then addressed Li Hu. "Well, who's he? What do you think?" Li Hu jolted back to reality, his eyes bloodshot, gritted his teeth, and exclaimed, "Get moving. What are you standing around for?" He could not afford to leave now. With so many eyes upon him, turning to flee would only signify his fear of Zhengyang. Knowing the Haicheng owner merely meant there was likely some collaborative project. Perhaps they wouldn't even end up working together. Thus, Meng's family could only ascend to the second floor in a somewhat deflated manner. Regardless, they still had business to attend to today. On the third floor, in room Tianjiao 1, the best dining venue in the hotel, large windows faced east, offering a panoramic view of the CBD commercial district, with broad streets aglow at night, resembling a dazzling avenue of stars. Upon entering the room, they found another individual present, a middle-aged man in a fitted suit, his face marked by worry. He had slicked back hair, and a cigar rested on the windowsill. Upon noticing their arrival, he quickly set down the cigar and approached Zhengyang with an air of deep apology. "Mr. Su, greetings. I am Dong Changming from Tunglong Real Estate." Zhengyang smiled and extended his hand. "Due to certain circumstances, I wasn't able to greet you properly, and for that, I sincerely hope you will not take offense," Dong Changming said earnestly. "Not at all. Please take a seat." The others ushered Zhengyang to the seat of honor. After sitting, he remarked, "I have encountered 3 of the 4 heroes of Yunhai today. What a stroke of luck." Chun Chusheng was momentarily taken aback, not expecting this young man to be aware of the 4 heroes of Yunhai. Initially, he had not sensed anything amiss upon meeting Zhengyang. Had it not been for Chun Haohai's repeated warnings to treat Su with utmost respect, he would have never regarded Su differently. After all, the name Chun Chusheng commands respect across the entire entertainment industry of Santai City, intimidating even the most hardened veterans. Seeing his peers fawning over this young man made him feel somewhat uneasy. "I didn't anticipate our humble names would reach Mr. Su's ears," Dong Changming chuckled, shaking his head. Let us get the dishes served. I can hardly wait to share a drink with Mr. Su," came the slightly playful voice of Tang Ying, whose role today was to lighten the atmosphere. "Some matters are best left unspoken after a few drinks. Let us sit down and discuss serious matters first," Zhengyang suggested, adjusting his posture and halting Chun Haohai from fetching the drinks. The group exchanged glances, surprised at Zhengyang's directness. Yet, being seasoned individuals, they quickly recovered. Tang Ying responded first, with a light laugh. "Mr. Su, you truly speak plainly. Dong, please do share." "Very well, since Mr. Su is so forthright. I shall not be coy. We are currently seeking an investor. Our second in command, Haohai, happened to know you, which brings me to my request," Dong Changming explained, outlining their predicament. Tunglong Real Estate had acquired a plot of land last year. Under normal circumstances, they would first secure the land through bidding, then commence construction, and finally sell once a certain progress was made. However, as a leading local enterprise, Tunglong had the advantage of starting construction and even selling before the project's completion. Known as pre-sales, this strategy allowed them to funnel the proceeds from sales back into construction costs, covering the eventual land purchase. However, this approach held a critical flaw. They had to successfully acquire the land in the end. While local enterprises often yielded some ground, competitors posed a significant threat. A large real estate company from outside the province aimed to enter Yunhai, targeting Tunglong as its primary adversary. When Tunglong attempted to bid on the land, this rival swooped in with an exorbitant offer, decisively outbidding Tunglong and securing the property. Consequently, the buildings Tunglong had already constructed became illegal structures, and the competitor refused any form of negotiation. In a single night, the entire project, consisting of dozens of buildings, was demolished. Tunglong's initial investments were rendered worthless, and their stock plummeted. They faced compensation claims from homebuyers, interest on loans, hefty fines, and countless civil lawsuits. In a single night, Dong Changming's hair turned gray. Yet, this was not the most devastating blow. Chapter 24 100,000. No, I shall offer you 100,000. The most perilous aspect is that projects like this, Tunglong Real Estate has 3 more. Moreover, all are to be auctioned soon. If these 3 are snatched away by competitors, Tunglong Real Estate will be finished. Dong Changming will be ruined, and he may even face imprisonment. Even Chen Haohai will find it difficult to navigate this crisis. This is because much of Tunglong's initial capital was borrowed from Guangming Bank, and Chen Haohai is currently burdened with bad debts. Furthermore, each of the 4 heroes of Yunhai holds shares in various companies. Among those sitting in the room are Chen Haohai, Chen Chusheng, and even Tang Ying, who later became shareholders of Tunglong. They are all in the same boat now. After Dong Changming finished his account, everyone turned their gaze toward Zhengyang. Zhengyang had his eyes half closed throughout, but now he slowly opened them, looking at Dong Changming and inquiring, "So, you wish for me to invest?" "Indeed." Dong Changming sighed. "How much can you fill these gaps?" "At least 10,000. Dong Changming gritted his teeth and extended a finger. "Tunglong still has some foundation. If we were to sell everything, an additional 10,000 could keep us afloat. However, 10,000 is not a trivial sum. I have 10,000, but this is a mess. Why should I invest in such a debacle?" Zhengyang rubbed his ears and frowned. This statement immediately chilled Dong Changming's heart. The others exchanged worried glances, all sharing the same apprehension. "Mr. Su, if you have any conditions, do not hesitate to state them. The bond between us brothers has brought us this far, relying on mutual loyalty. If you are willing to lend a hand, we shall certainly follow your lead in the future," Chen Chusheng earnestly declared, expressing his position. In truth, Zhengyang had already perceived this. True camaraderie is revealed in times of tribulation. Had it not been for the unwavering loyalty among the 4 heroes of Yunhai, they would hardly have reached this point. Loyalty is commendable, but I seek more than that. Zhengyang placed his hand gently on the table. "If I am to step in and salvage a mess, there is only one possibility, that this mess is mine." Upon hearing this, the others turned pale. "Mr. Su, do you mean you wish to take control of Tunglong?" Even Dong Changming furrowed his brow slightly. Zhengyang scanned the group. "Are you unwilling?" The others fell into contemplation. Zhengyang's proposition seemed somewhat opportunistic. Nevertheless, it was their last glimmer of hope. There was no alternative for control. If they refused Zhengyang and allowed the situation to worsen, Dong Changming would face utter ruin, and the others would also suffer significant repercussions. "Very well." After a lengthy pause, Dong Changming finally nodded, though the expressions of the others remained somber. Zhengyang gestured toward them. "Look at your expressions. Did I say I would only invest 10,000 for control?" "What do you mean?" they inquired, puzzled. "Listen closely. I shall provide you with 100,000 in cash. I have calculated that only 17,000 is needed to gain control of the current Tunglong. After acquiring control, the remaining funds will be entrusted to you for management. I shall remain a behind-the-scenes benefactor. I will not interfere with any company policies or personnel changes. The company will continue to be under your stewardship. Are you satisfied with this arrangement?" The group was utterly astonished. 100,000? Tunglong is currently worth less than that. If Zhengyang truly offers 100,000, it would suffice to purchase the company outright. Yet he merely seeks control while allowing them to retain some equity. His subsequent words were beyond doubt. If his earlier claims were false, his actions would be meaningless. In an instant, Dong Changming and the others felt as though they were in a dream. With this 100,000, not only could the company be revived, but it could soar to new heights. Are you serious?" they exclaimed, their eyes wide with excitement. "Provide me with your bank account number," Zhengyang commanded, not one to dilly-dally. Dong Changming, still dazed, handed over his bank card as the others shared an unspoken thought they dared not voice. Zhengyang swiftly accessed his phone and executed a few commands. The banking system transferred the funds without limit, arriving instantly. With a decisive gesture, Su Zhengyang tossed the bank card back onto the table, casually declaring, "As long as you follow my lead, we shall experience unbroken success." As his words echoed, Dong Changming's phone emitted a heart-stopping notification. Your Guangming bank account, ending in 6688, has received 100,000 yuan. At the sound of the final announcement, Tang Ying's cup of water clattered to the table. The four were now solidified in their resolve. Was Su Zhengyang even human? To casually dispense 100,000 yuan was one thing, but to do so without any lawyers or contracts, simply transferring the money, was astonishing. Dong Changming felt as though his bank card was burning in his hands. While they were paralyzed in disbelief, Su Zhengyang reveled in secret. He was unafraid of Dong Changming and the others fleeing, even if the 100,000 were to vanish, as long as he could accrue points. Su Zhengyang would deem it worthwhile. Wealth is merely a transient matter, yet this comprehensive attribute signifies an enhancement of bodily functions. Can such aspects truly be measured by money? To expend 100,000 at once, how many points should that yield? Tens, hundreds, thousands. Su Zhengyang began to calculate. Yet reality is often harsh. Once the transfer was complete, a system prompt chimed. Congratulations on spending 100,000 yuan. However, due to suspected point manipulation, the reward for this transaction is limited to 1,000 points. Blasted system. Su Zhengyang seethed, wishing he could strike down the very program. How could point manipulation be disallowed? Had he known, he would have transferred in smaller increments. Why was this not mentioned sooner? However, he had no time for grievances. Chen Haohai and the others exchanged glances before suddenly rising. And to Su Zhengyang's astonishment, they all knelt on one knee. Kneeling with both knees signifies submission, while a single knee signifies allegiance. This gesture startled Su Zhengyang. From this day forth, I, Dong Changming, Chen Haohai, and Chen Chusheng pledge to follow Mr. Su unwaveringly. We will dedicate our lives. Tang Ying, with keen insight, swiftly retrieved a bottle of liquor, expertly uncorking it and pouring 3 substantial glasses. Having navigated the turbulent seas of business for many years, they had encountered countless storms and witnessed numerous corrupt practices. Yet they had never encountered someone like Su Zhengyang. As previously stated by Chen Haohai, Su Zhengyang possessed 660,000 in cash. What is the personal wealth of China's richest? 380,000. And Su Zhengyang had remarked, "Is that all?" Indicating that was not his limit. Before someone who so effortlessly wielded double the wealth of the nation's richest, would one choose betrayal and independence, or cling tightly to such a formidable ally, soaring to unimaginable heights? Su Zhengyang was undoubtedly extraordinary. Faced with such a figure, who would dare to play tricks when he offered 100,000? They were left in awe, fearing to even consider defiance. Only by seizing this opportunity to pledge allegiance to Su Zhengyang could they hope to utilize his influence and achieve ambitions they had never dared to dream of. Chapter 25. Tailoring. Observing the 3 individuals gulp down their liquor in unison, Su Zhengyang felt a pang of sympathy for their stomachs. Tang Ying, undeterred, filled her glass to the brim and raised it to Su Zhengyang with a respectful gesture. "To you," she proclaimed before downing the drink in one go. "All right, let us rise. From now on, let us unite and work diligently," Su Zhengyang urged, swiftly helping each of them to their feet. His objective for the day had been fulfilled, showcasing his strength and securing their unwavering loyalty, all while acquiring Tunglong real estate. It served as a small recompense for his earlier struggles in entrepreneurship. "Can we serve the dishes now?" he inquired with a gentle smile as he assisted the others. "Right away." Chen Chusheng hastily exited to make arrangements. Once they resumed their seats, the atmosphere lightened considerably. The burdens they had carried were lifted, and with Su Zhengyang as their formidable ally, their spirits soared. "I will call the lawyer and prepare the contracts. Once everything is in order, I will present them to you," one of them asserted, now fully embracing their subordinate roles, recognizing Su Zhengyang as their sole leader. Indeed, merely patching up the immediate gaps is a temporary measure. The root cause lies with that external enterprise. Share your plans, Su Zhengyang instructed Dong Changming. Dong Changming hesitated. Boss, are you truly entrusting all this money to me? Trust those you employ, and do not doubt them, Su Zhengyang replied calmly, instilling a newfound confidence in Dong Changming. Very well. Let me explain. His intentions were clear-cut, akin to a decisive action plan, given that the previous enterprise had overbid for the land and spent a fortune. Dong Changming intended to keep a close watch on them. Premium plots would be acquired at high prices, while inferior ones would see their prices driven up, effectively sabotaging their strategies and swiftly incapacitating the external company. With wealth comes audacity. It was all about making bold investments. He proceeded to outline further plans. By this time, the dishes had been served, and the conversation flowed effortlessly, the atmosphere becoming increasingly congenial. Everything seems perfect, but something feels amiss. I recall there is a prime piece of land at Qiandao Lake. Su Zhengyang's statement caused chopsticks to freeze mid-air as the group stared at him in astonishment. Boss, that land has remained unsold because no one can afford it. If we bid, that external company might not even dare to place a price. Let us aim high. Let us acquire the prime land and all surrounding residential and commercial plots at Qiandao Lake. It's likely not more than 2,000 or 3,000 acres. If funds fall short, come to me. I trust the officials will seek us out, and, at the very least, we can secure a high-tech development zone. With the right policies in place, we could establish Qiandao New City, and that would be something monumental. As he spoke, Su Zhengyang lifted a glass of juice and savored a sip. The others looked utterly bewildered. Qiandao New City? Was that even feasible? Su Zhengyang was not only audacious, but also remarkably knowledgeable, exuding a charismatic aura that compelled them to reassess his capabilities. I understand, boss. Dong Changming nodded emphatically. By the way, please refrain from calling me boss too often. I prefer to keep my identity as the mastermind behind Tenglong under wraps to avoid complications. From now on, refer to me as Master. Master? The others were taken aback. Su Zhengyang considered how he wished to conceal his identity while maintaining frequent interactions with them, who would often associate with the affluent. A feng shui master. If anyone inquires how you know me, simply say it's because I possess an understanding of feng shui, which I have indeed studied for quite some time. Su Zhengyang chuckled, recalling his earlier explorations in university. Oh, is that true? Tang Ying inquired with keen interest. Certainly. Take this room, for instance. Observe how this window faces directly onto the main road, which typically invites negative energy. However, the placement of 2 Qilin statues on either side indicates a feng shui expert has mitigated that risk. Su Zhengyang turned to Chen Chusheng, who was taken aback, while Chun Haohai and Dong Changming wore expressions of astonishment. The feng shui master we consulted was indeed found by the two of us. Chen Chusheng exclaimed, equally astonished. Indeed, those Qilin were specifically positioned here by that very master. Su Zhengyang's playful demeanor revealed that he was not merely jesting. He genuinely possessed knowledge in this area. Haha, I'm merely a novice, experimenting for fun. Do not take it too seriously. In any case, from now on, refer to me in that manner when we are out. Understood, they all agreed. By the way, Tang Ying, I need to attend a gathering with Paula, but I lack appropriate attire. Could you assist me in finding a casual men's suit? It should be too formal, something akin to Chan Sang's style. Men's attire cannot be haphazard, otherwise it won't look good. I'll need your measurements, and we'll arrange for a custom fit. Oh, that works. I'll send them to you shortly. There's no need to wait. I come from a tailoring background. Do you know how tailors used to take measurements? Tang Ying giggled, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Su Zhengyang. The other three exchanged knowing glances, their expressions hinting at a shared understanding. Su Zhengyang, however, was left perplexed. How do they take measurements? Stand up and leave it to me, Tang Ying replied, rising gracefully and gently pulling Su Zhengyang aside to a clear space. She began to measure him directly from shoulder to arm, then waist and hips. Su Zhengyang recalled that the older generation often utilized such methods. Grandmothers could determine one's size simply by removing a jacket, a skill that seemed almost magical. Yet to see Tang Ying, the queen of fashion, employ such techniques was unexpectedly surprising. It was undeniable that Tang Ying was a stunning woman, exuding a captivating charm. In her 30s, she had navigated the complexities of life with grace. Having such a beauty, personally taking his measurements was a privilege few could claim. As Tang Ying playfully teased Su Zhengyang, the laughter from Dong Changming and the others erupted, unable to contain themselves. Su Zhengyang wore a bemused expression, while Tang Ying returned to his side. Her cheeks flushed as she smiled coyly. "All right, I'll arrange for someone to make it. Please be patient, Master Su." Su Zhengyang, feeling slightly flustered, returned to his seat, realizing he too had flushed with warmth. I must exercise better self-control. He decided to add points to his attributes. Previously, he had received 500 points for purchasing gym classes. Adding this time's 1,000 points, his comprehensive attributes swiftly surged to 1595. However, Su Zhengyang regretted his impulsive decision to allocate all the points at once. Chapter 26. An evening drink that night. A sudden surge of energy coursed through Su Zhengyang, as if electrified, causing his muscles to ache intensely. Even his stomach twisted in pain, prompting him to clutch his abdomen, his features contorted in discomfort. "Boss!" The abrupt transformation startled Dong Changming and the others. Chen Chusheng, drenched in cold sweat, covered his stomach, fearing Su might have been poisoned, especially since he had arranged the feast. Fortunately, the terrifying sensation began to dissipate quickly. Su Zhengyang waved his hand dismissively. "I'm fine, just an old ailment, gastric cramps." "Gastric cramps? I've only heard of angina." He declared his need to visit the restroom. Feeling slightly better, Su attempted to rise, leaning on the table for support. "I'll help you," Tang Ying offered, eager to assist. However, as Su's hand grazed the edge of the table, a sharp crack echoed through the room. In an astonishing display, a corner of the table splintered off with a single motion. The group froze, the atmosphere thick with silence. Su Zhengyang, bewildered, examined the remnants of what he had just destroyed. "Is this exquisite Hainan rosewood?" Chen Chusheng gulped, unsure if he was dreaming. As the sound had been akin to breaking chocolate. Regaining his composure, Su reached for another edge of the table. "No, I crack." An even larger section succumbed to his grasp. Frustrated, he muttered, "I need to use the restroom." With that, he clutched his stomach and made his way there, leaving the four in stunned silence. Chen Haohai picked up the piece of wood Su had wrenched off and playfully struck it against Chen Chusheng's head. "Ouch!" Chen Chusheng looked bewildered. "Is this real? Could he have trained in some martial arts?" Dong Chaming pondered. "Our leader might be superhuman." He attempted to test the table himself, but found it immovable. Hainan rosewood was renowned for its strength and resilience, not something easily broken. The shock of the evening weighed heavily on them. Meanwhile, Su Zhengyang splashed water on his face at the sink, clenching his fists. The earlier occurrences were a result of his physical transformation. As it concluded, he experienced a profound awakening, feeling reborn in both physical prowess and sensory perception. When a fly buzzed nearby, he instinctively raised his hand and, with a swift motion, captured it by its wings. This fortune was not in vain. The earlier destruction of the table edge was merely a consequence of Su's inability to control his newfound strength, akin to adjusting to heightened mouse sensitivity. Speed increased. Yet basic maneuvers required relearning. Exiting the corridor, Su noticed an enhancement in his hearing as well. It wasn't an oppose, T merely amplified sound. He discerned nuances from afar with astonishing clarity. This sensation was enchanting, offering a sense of mastery over his surroundings. He closed his eyes, consciously extending his auditory perception, soon encompassing the entirety of the second and third floors. He overheard Tang Ying and the others whispering, speculating whether their boss was asserting dominance with a display of power. Surely, a man of such wealth, absent from any list, must belong to a super family, one remarked. He might even possess some martial arts skills for self-defense. Su Zhengyang nodded subtly, agreeing with their conjectures until he caught the familiar sound of commotion from the second floor, specifically from Chun Ming. Curiosity piqued. He chose not to return to the private room, but instead ascended to the second floor. There, at a table, Chun Ming sat with her parents and Li Hu, all wearing expressions of distress. Two other individuals occupied the table, a middle-aged man with a scarred face and a younger man. The older man wore a lewd grin as he addressed Meng. Mr. Liu, while we lack a formal contract, we had a verbal agreement. It's one thing not to accept our chickens, but why tell other processing plants that ours are defective? What have we done to offend you? Meng questioned, her voice tinged with urgency. Young lady, one must speak with evidence. Otherwise, I could accuse you of defamation, Mr. Liu retorted, reclining casually with a scoff. But you agreed to purchase them. We invested significantly based on your word. Now, other plants refuse to buy them from us. Over 2,000 chickens. We simply cannot bear this loss. Meng and Appo's eyes reddened as tears threatened to spill, her youth betraying her understanding of the situation and Appo's gravity. Why are you crying? Did I not instruct you on what to do? Mr. Liu and Appo's tone was condescending. I have equipment issues, thus I must eliminate some suppliers. If you don't negotiate, I will have to let you go. If you do, I'll dismiss someone else. Mr. Liu remained unfazed, grinning as Meng's father interjected. I refuse to let my daughter engage in such activities. Ah, so much integrity. Stand firm then, Mr. Liu replied, reclining comfortably. At that moment, Li Hu chimed in, raising his glass with a grin. Mr. Liu, allow me to propose a toast. Let's consider the matter settled regarding Meng. How about I offer you their meat chickens at half the original price? A favor for you. Half. Meng gasped, realizing that if Mr. Liu accepted, they would incur significant losses. Li Hu, however, was indifferent to their plight. He sought only to resolve the situation and bolster his own reputation. Mr. Liu glanced at him dismissively. You want to do me a favor? Who do you think you are? I and Appo's, and the regional manager for Zhengyang Financial, Li Hu replied, pride evident in his voice. Zhengyang Financial, regional manager? Mr. Liu scoffed, his demeanor shifting dramatically as he kicked Li Hu into Appo's chair, sending him sprawling. What the hell? Who invited you to this discussion? You think you can offer suggestions? Get lost, you fool. Mr. Liu and Appo's anger was palpable. From the outset, he had intended to deceive Meng, allowing her to raise a batch of chicks without a contract, then spreading rumors about their quality to force her into compliance. His calculations had been precise until Li Hu, an unwelcome interloper, disrupted his plans. Chapter 27. From now on, deliver here, although the kick did not land on his body. It was filled with profound humiliation. Yet, Li Hu dared not utter a single word in protest. The reason being that this Liu, the owner of a substantial local slaughterhouse, was rumored to have connections in the underground world. Thus, despite the anger boiling within him, Li Hu could only obediently wipe the alcohol from his clothes. After delivering the kick, Liu lost his patience. If you are unwilling, then just wait and see whether you sell your chickens out of town first. Or if I let this batch rot in my hands, he sneered, rising to his feet and adjusting his attire, preparing to leave. However, his slow movements indicated that he did not genuinely wish to dismantle their chicken farm. Rather, his target was Meng. At that moment, Meng's mother hurriedly stood up. Liu, you see. She intended to inquire if there were alternative solutions. Although she was desperate, she did not wish for her daughter to become involved with this man. However, if Liu decided to take action against them, their family would be utterly doomed, with no chance of escaping. She wanted to know if she could take her daughter's place in appeasing Liu. Yet, with her husband present, she found it difficult to voice this and hoped to pull Liu aside for a private discussion. Meanwhile, Meng and the others also stood up. As Meng turned around with reddened eyes, she caught sight of a familiar figure. It was Zhengyang. He approached her, observing her tear-streaked face with a furrowed brow. Zhengyang, I heard what happened just now. You need not plead with him any longer. From now on, your chicken farm's chickens will be delivered directly here to Haiqing Hotel, which will purchase them at double your price. Whatever quantity you have is welcome. Zhengyang said with a smile, assuring her that even 5,000 could be accommodated, as he was not limited to just this one hotel. Meng gasped, her mouth agape in disbelief as she stared at Zhengyang, scarcely able to trust her ears. Zhengyang, why are you everywhere? This doesn't concern you, leave. Li Hu spat through clenched teeth, seething with frustration. It was indeed a most unfortunate day for him, encountering Zhengyang, who seemed intent on opposing him at every turn. Just after being kicked by Liu, his anger was still simmering when Zhengyang arrived to resolve the issue. If Su truly managed to solve Meng's predicament, Li Hu would be left utterly powerless. Ming hastily shook her head. Zhengyang, it's fine. I can manage this. You mustn't feel obligated to help me, she said anxiously, believing that Zhengyang must know the owner of Haicheng. Yet, since he had come alone and those people had not accompanied him, it suggested that business negotiations had not gone well, indicating that he was not familiar with the owner. She feared that if he were to take a stand for her, it might result in an unworthy debt of gratitude, for such obligations are the most burdensome. Ming's mother, however, was infuriated and nudged her daughter. You foolish girl, how can you push away such a good opportunity? She quickly donned a flattering smile and addressed Zhengyang. Zhengyang, can we really collaborate with Haicheng Hotel in the future? Certainly. Zhengyang nodded affirmatively. Oh, that's wonderful. Thank you so much, her mother exclaimed. You needn't thank me. I am helping because of your daughter, not due to any relation to you. Zhengyang replied bluntly. Yes, of course. Ming's mother stuttered, feeling embarrassed. Nevertheless, she was reassured knowing that Zhengyang had indeed been warmly welcomed by the owner of Haicheng, which indicated his capability to facilitate this collaboration. Lu, initially startled by Zhengyang's assertive tone, had presumed him to be the hotel owner. However, upon hearing Su chastise Li Hu, it became evident he could not be the proprietor, likely merely putting on a facade to intimidate. Yet, he continued to escalate the situation. Anyone who stands in my way regarding Ming will pay dearly. I give you 5 seconds to leave. If you utter another word, I will end you. Lu's demeanor turned icy as he fixed a penetrating glare at Zhengyang, his words dripping with menace. Just as he finished speaking, 4 figures approached swiftly from behind Zhengyang. It was Chun Hao and his companions. They had been waiting for Su to return and, fearing he might have fainted, went to check the restroom, only to find him downstairs. As they reached the 2nd floor, they overheard Lu's threat against Su. Their expressions shifted instantly. Chen Chusheng, with a background steeped in the underworld and a notoriously fiery temper, had not laid a hand on anyone since becoming a big shot. He strode forward, his neck cracking ominously. Upon noticing Chen Chusheng's fierce approach, Lu's eyes widened in shock. Having spent years in the underworld himself, he recognized Chen Chusheng as a formidable figure, the local ruler of the area, and he knew that the Haicheng Hotel was under his influence. While he was uncertain of the extent of Chen's power, he knew it would be more than sufficient to crush him. Lu was astonished to find himself face-to-face with Chen Chusheng today, contemplating how to establish a connection with him. But then he saw Chen Chusheng advancing toward him with a menacing glare. With a loud slap, Chen Chusheng struck Lu's face, the force leaving Lu momentarily dazed, teeth rattling in his mouth. Chen Chusheng followed up with another series of slaps, rendering Lu nearly unconscious, his body swaying dangerously as Chen Chusheng relentlessly continued. Stop, Lu stammered, regaining a semblance of clarity, terrified and bewildered by Chen Chusheng's unprovoked aggression. I told you to stand still. Chen Chusheng bellowed, veins bulging in fury, causing patrons nearby to scatter in fear. If anyone dared to cause a scene at Haicheng Hotel, it would be Chen Chusheng. His wrath was that of a raging deity, instilling terror in Lu, whose legs weakened under the pressure, though he clung desperately to the young man beside him, now serving as his crutch. With renewed vigor, Chen Chusheng unleashed a barrage of slaps, each one more forceful than the last, leaving Lu's face swollen, blood streaming from his mouth, and teeth flying. The crowd watched in horror, none doubting that Chen Chusheng could easily beat Lu to death with his bare hands. Finally, Zhengyang intervened. That's enough. At his command, Chen Chusheng ceased his assault. In those brief words, everyone present understood the motive behind Chen Chusheng's actions against Lu. Chapter 28. Did you take the 2nd floor for a toilet? The surrounding individuals gazed at Zhengyang in sheer astonishment. Meanwhile, the nearly unconscious General Lu, with a somewhat muddled consciousness, finally comprehended why he had received such a beating. It was due to his previous offensive remarks directed at Zhengyang. Chen Chusheng was astonishingly standing up for him. But why? Who on earth is this young man that even Chen Chusheng obeys his every command? Indeed, just moments ago, Chen Chusheng had raised his hand, only to obediently lower it. Was he perhaps a scion of some prominent family? Nonsense. In Santai, which family would demand Chun Chuxing's respect? The crowd buzzed with speculation. Santai City certainly harbored numerous families, yet none could rival the four great families of Yanhai. Chen Meng stood dumbfounded. Li Hu felt an overwhelming urge to relieve himself, nearly losing control. Chen Chusheng took a couple of deep breaths and turned to Su Zhengyang, inquiring, "Master Su, what was that all about?" The crowd was once again flabbergasted. Good heavens, they were unaware of why General Liu had offended Su Zhengyang, and now they heard a threat that nearly led to his demise. What if Su Zhengyang simply ignored it? Moreover, what sort of title is Master Su? Chen Chusheng had coined it himself, as he felt calling Su Zhengyang Master made him sound almost like a charlatan. Master Su was a bit more acceptable. He could clarify later that he was a master of feng shui if anyone inquired. Su Zhengyang succinctly explained a few things and mentioned to Chen Chusheng that he would be taking over the chicken farm operations. For Chen Chusheng, this was no burden. He could easily deplete 2,000 chickens within a month, if not 5,000, simply by adding a couple of affordable dishes to the menus of his restaurants. "Oh, Miss Chen Meng, we are actually from the same clan. My surname is also Chen. Do you have a business card? I would like to keep in touch." Chen Chuxing nodded, smiling gently at Chen Meng, reaching out for a card. Chen Meng trembled in fright. Good heavens! Chen Chuxing's hands were covered in General Liu's blood. Dripping onto the floor, embarrassed, Chen Chuxing hastily switched hands. Chen Meng nervously rummaged through her small bag and handed over the business card. "Master Su, how should I deal with this? What an awful smell." Just as Chen Chusheng was about to inquire about General Liu's fate, he caught a whiff and turned to see Li, who trembling violently, with a large wet patch on his pants as a pale yellow liquid slowly spread across the floor. Chen Chusheng frowned. What the hell? Did he take the second floor for a toilet? How am I supposed to eat here in the future? Seeing his frown, Li Hu became even more terrified, collapsing onto the ground. He never imagined Su Zhengyang possessed such power. If Chen Chusheng learned of his earlier insults towards Su Zhengyang, he feared he would be turned into a dish. Just throw him out, Su Zhengyang thought, observing Li Hu's pitiful state, feeling no desire to punish him. Chen Chusheng immediately exchanged glances with the floor manager. Previously, they had not clashed, and the manager was completely unaware of their conflict. By the time the altercation occurred, Chen Chusheng had already arrived, leaving the manager to cower in fear. The manager hurriedly signaled for someone to escort Li Hu out and to clean up the mess. Chen Chusheng grasped General Liu's face and whispered, "If I find out you trouble Chen Meng again, I will have you minced and fed to the dogs." General Liu nodded repeatedly in fright, being assisted down the stairs by the driver. Chen Chusheng then turned to the surrounding onlookers, smiling apologetically, announcing that all dining expenses on the second floor would be waived for the day. Su Zhengyang then addressed Chen Meng, saying, "In the future, your chicken farm should liaise directly with him. If demand rises, you may consider expanding your scale." He helped Chen Meng, feeling indebted to her for all the time she had been devoted to him during their school days. Yet, he had let her down more than once, witnessing her lonely tears of disappointment. However, at that moment, Chen Meng felt no joy. She seemed to realize that if Su Zhengyang had once felt a twinge of guilt towards her, today's event might signify that he had absolved himself of that guilt, indicating that she would no longer occupy a place in his heart, not even as a memory of guilt. With this thought, Chen Meng pouted, and tears uncontrollably streamed down her face, prompting her to hurriedly lower her head, fearing Su Zhengyang might think she was deliberately crying for his pity. "I want to tell you, I have nothing to do with Li Hu. He approached me about some gathering and happened to learn about her situation, claiming he wanted to help." Chen Meng explained softly, feeling somewhat wronged. Su Zhengyang chuckled bitterly. He hadn't even inquired about her relationship with Li Hu. "No, it's nothing. I'll be on my way now. My phone and WeChat have not changed." His final words offered Chen Meng a glimmer of hope, yet she was unsure if she was still worthy of contacting Su Zhengyang. His display today made her feel even more inferior. She nodded gently. Su Zhengyang ceased to speak further and, accompanied by Chen Haohai and Tang Ying, descended the stairs, leaving Dong Changming temporarily with Chen Chusheng. Many were eager to confront him, but it was prudent to resolve the matter before making an appearance. "Master Su, how did you come here?" Tang Ying inquired as they exited the hotel. I took a taxi. Let me drive you back, Master Su. Old Chun, you can take your own car, Tang Ying said with a charming smile, waving dismissively at Chen Haohai. Why should you drive him? Chen Haohai voiced his discontent. No need for anyone to drive me. I have to meet a friend this afternoon. He will be picking me up shortly. Su Zhengyang interjected, halting their playful bickering. All right then. Su Zhengyang watched as they got into their cars. Chen Haohai drove a black Mercedes-Benz S-Class, while Tang Ying drove a BMW X7. Both vehicles were quite understated, considering their wealth. They could easily afford more luxurious options. Su Zhengyang felt it was time he acquired a vehicle of his own, as not having a means of transportation was quite inconvenient. Checking the time, he pulled out his phone and sent a message to Zhang Yu, then headed towards the street corner. Inside the Haiqing Hotel, Chun Ming remained with Chun Chusheng, discussing matters regarding their chicken farm. After finalizing everything, she personally escorted them out of the hotel. Upon exiting, Chun Ming's mother was beside herself with excitement, exclaiming, "Oh, my precious daughter, I never imagined you had such a remarkable classmate. This man is simply extraordinary. With all the hotels and restaurants that Chun Chusheng manages, we are bound to prosper. Mom, although Zhengyang helped us, we cannot place too heavy a burden on Chun Chusheng. Otherwise, we would be overstepping our bounds. For now, we need to handle these chickens, then adjust our breeding cycle according to his needs. We must not blindly expand and force him to purchase from us. Do you understand?" Chun Ming sternly warned, fully aware of her mother's nature. "Oh, I understand. Look at you. You're scolding your mother like I'm some fool. Oh, dear daughter, I can see that this young man is quite taken with you. Otherwise, he wouldn't help us so much. Why not try a little harder to negotiate a better purchase price? I believe it's all just a matter of him saying a word. That Chun Chusheng is completely in his grasp." Chapter 29, Why not just buy her a car? Chun Ming's father nudged her. "How can you be so greedy? Can't you see Xiao Ming is upset?" Indeed, Chun Ming was glaring at her mother with evident discontent. "So what? This person could very well become our future son-in-law. His assistance clearly indicates his affection for our Xiao Ming. If he becomes our son-in-law, I wouldn't be surprised if we asked him for 4 times the price, or even 10 times, and he would comply." "Mother, you are utterly unreasonable," Chun Ming exclaimed, stomping her foot before striding away. She did not wish for Su Zhengyang to underestimate her, but if he were to discover that her mother was preoccupied with such thoughts, it would surely tarnish their family's image in his eyes. "See what you've done. It's all your fault. Don't ever mention this again, or else Xiao Ming might get angry and cut off your collaboration with Chun Chusheng. You know her temper all too well." Chen's father chastised her. Chen's mother shot him a glance, and the couple hurried after their daughter. At that moment, a Jetta, having been rear-ended, screeched to a halt before Su Zhengyang. "Get in." Zhang Yu beckoned. Su Zhengyang reached for the door handle, but all he heard was a loud snap. Looking at the broken handle in his hand, his expression turned dark. "Damn it." Zhang Yu rushed out from the driver's seat, coming around to inspect the damage. The door handle had been completely broken off by Su Zhengyang. Although he was adjusting to many aspects of his new life, it seemed he needed more time to adapt to his newfound strength. "You must understand, bosses usually sit in the back seat. Perhaps it was destined for me to sit back there." Su Zhengyang tossed the broken handle back into the car and cheerfully opened the rear door. Zhang Yu, chasing after him, couldn't help but scold him. "You're like a cow stepping on electric wire, utterly reckless. This car is borrowed. I still have to repair it. Stop whining. I'll buy you a new one. Let us head to the 4S dealership," Su Zhengyang retorted. "Buy? You don't even have a car yourself." Zhang Yu grumbled, returning to the driver's seat, plopping down in frustration. "Hey, I'm serious. Look at this." Su Zhengyang pulled out a solitary 1 yuan coin from his wallet, which had been aimlessly floating around. It gleamed with a silvery luster, looking far more valuable than its humble denomination, almost as if it were a million. 1 yuan? Where did you get so much money? Especially in such a large denomination? Did you rob a bank? Zhang Yu exclaimed dramatically. "Rob? Nonsense. I earned this by helping someone with feng shui." Su Zhengyang replied. "Feng shui? Seriously? You think that just because you skimmed a few books, you can fool people? You might as well be inviting trouble." Zhang Yu scoffed again. "You wouldn't understand. It's not just looking, it's research. Once you grasp it, even one book can suffice. Enough chatter. This money is solid, and today, we want to buy anything extravagant. Just a car each, and we'll make do with this 1 yuan. Zhengyang said impatiently. Zhang Yu stared at him, wide-eyed. Yangzi, earning money is not easy. Why not save it first? Drive. The Jetta sped off towards the 4S dealership area in the outskirts of Santai City. Yanhai Province is not a large region, and Santai City is merely a second-tier city. Upon reaching the outskirts, the landscape opened up, revealing a serene expanse. A lake, transformed from a moat, sparkled in the sunlight, with a few visitors and cars meandering along the paths, engaged in barbecuing and fishing. The creation of this lake had significantly elevated land prices, establishing the new land king of Santai City. Zhengyang observed for a moment, realizing that the funds he had given Dong Changming were more than sufficient, not just for one land king, but enough for 4. 100,000 cash in Santai, or even Yanhai, could easily dominate the market. Yangzi, which dealership should we go to? Zhang Yu surveyed the multitude of 4S dealerships in the vicinity, feeling overwhelmed. He still struggled to believe that Zhengyang genuinely intended to buy him a car. Just a moment, let me ask. Zhengyang knew precisely what he wanted to purchase, but he preferred to keep business within the family. He promptly dialed Chen Haohai. Su, what's up? Don't you have an old fourth? Exactly. His name is Che Zhihao. We've been transparent with him about our dealings. I hope you don't hold it against me. Chen Haohai said nervously. Not at all. We would have to meet eventually. I just wanted to inquire about 2 cars and which of his stores to visit. I prefer to keep it in the family. Why go to all that trouble? Just tell him what cars you want, and he could deliver them directly to you. Chen Haohai replied, somewhat exasperated. No need. I'm not short on funds. Zhengyang refused. I came specifically to spend money. How else would I earn points? You can't block my spending. All right. Our fourth is the largest dealer in town. Over half of the 4S dealerships on the North Third Ring are ours. Just look for the torch logo on the exterior of the stores. Okay. Zhengyang looked up, noticing that out of the 6 dealerships in sight, 3 bore the torch logo. Su, I'll send him your way. No need. I'm just casually buying 2 cars. Our fourth is eager to meet you. He just arrived in Santai and is currently getting off the highway. Fine then. Zhengyang sighed in resignation. Ceasing further discussion and ending the call, the two then headed toward the largest 4S dealership. This establishment featured 3 expansive showrooms showcasing brands such as Mercedes-Benz, Audi, and Ford. Upon entering, a charming female sales representative approached them with a professional smile. Hello, welcome. Zhengyang was pleased with the representative's demeanor. Despite their casual attire, she displayed no hint of reluctance in attending to them, demonstrating her professionalism. Are there any cars you would like to inquire about, gentlemen? If not, I can recommend a few based on your preferences. Zhengyang glanced at Zhang Yu and asked, what kind of car do you wish to see? Chapter 30. You are bound to get in trouble. Zhang Yu felt a twinge of embarrassment as he contemplated speaking up. Zhengyang had already left him bewildered by offering to buy him a car. How could he possibly mention brands like Audi or Mercedes? Perhaps a Ford would be more appropriate. Len Oppos. Let's take a look at Ford then, Zhengyang said, nodding to the salesperson who was also selling a Ford. Certainly. Right this way. The salesperson, Zheng Xiaoyan, greeted them with a warm smile, guiding them toward the Ford display area while engaging in light conversation. She was exceptionally knowledgeable, and her enthusiastic demeanor made the experience quite pleasant. Her smile was infectious, creating an atmosphere of ease. Do you have a particular model you've always admired, sir? She inquired. Many car buyers tend to have specific intentions, often having conducted thorough research beforehand, typically arriving with a particular vehicle in mind. Yes, over there, Zhengyang replied, already setting his sights on his objective. The Ford Raptor, a premium pickup truck, was lauded as the king of off-roading. Its imposing exterior measured approximately 5.7 meters in length, stood about 2 meters high, and boasted a width of 2.5 meters. It's clear you have a bold personality. This vehicle is perfect for someone like you. The salesperson enthused. The latest F-150 model has a maximum water fording depth of 760 millimeters. She beamed as she presented her pitch. Typically, those who have a specific vehicle in mind have a high probability of making a purchase. Very well. I've made my decision. Please recommend a model for my brother here. Su Zhengyang politely interjected after listening for a while. This top-tier model is merely 5 cents more. The salesperson chuckled and turned her gaze toward Zhang Yu, who suddenly found himself at a loss for words. Yango, are you truly buying me a car? He asked incredulously, his voice barely above a whisper. What's wrong? During my entrepreneurial days, I invested all my money. When times were tough, weren't you there to support me? We've always shared everything equally. Have I ever been so formal with you? When I was liquidating my assets and almost lost my house, didn't you also lend me your savings? Su Zhengyang felt a flicker of annoyance. Though Zhang Yu hadn't partnered with him in business, he was undoubtedly his closest friend. Aside from his tendency to hesitate, he was a great companion. Then, I'll take that one. Sensing Su Zhengyang's irritation, Zhang Yu swallowed hard and pointed to a striking red Ford Mustang in the distance. The Mustang was an affordable 4-seater sports car, its fierce design exuding an impressive aura. The top-tier version cost just slightly more than 4 cents. Su Zhengyang understood that Zhang Yu was not being polite this time, as Zhang Yu had frequently expressed his preference for Mustangs over Ferraris or Lamborghinis. Just these two, all paid in full, without waiting for the eager salesperson to elaborate. Su Zhengyang delivered the delightful news. Oh, excellent. I'll fetch the contract, she said, her surprise evident as she couldn't believe how swiftly Su Zhengyang had decided. Before long, she completed the contract, explained the details, and led them to the payment area. The expansive 4S store featured 3 brands, but all payments were processed in a single location. At that moment, another salesperson was already attending to clients at the payment counter. I apologize. Please bear with us for a moment, she said apologetically to Su Zhengyang. Just then, a similarly dressed, heavily made-up female salesperson approached, her heels clicking on the floor. She held a contract and was flanked by a male and female client. Without uttering a word, she rudely pushed Zheng Xiaoyan aside, positioning herself in front of the original salesperson as if she had every right to do so. Ma Ling, what are you doing? Zheng Xiaoyan asked, her irritation palpable. Oh, you're not in a hurry, are you? Let me handle this first. Lin Xiao, this way, please. I apologize for the wait, Ma Ling replied dismissively, turning to sweet-talk her clients. The young man referred to as Lin Xiao donned a casual suit and sported a crew cut, while a stunning woman with cascading waves nestled closely beside him. Lin Xiao merely yawned in response, engrossed in his own world with his girlfriend. Zheng Xiaoyan frowned and insisted. Ma Ling, step aside. I was here first. You cannot cut in line. Zheng Xiaoyan, are you blind? Do you not see what order this is? Ma Ling retorted, holding up her contract, which detailed an Audi R8 purchase for 8 yuan. Zheng Xiaoyan gasped in shock, while Lin Xiao and his girlfriend exchanged smug glances. That doesn't matter. My clients are waiting too. Even if it's a big deal, you cannot jump the line in front of my clients. What will they think? Zheng Xiaoyan argued vehemently. Lin Xiao's girlfriend snickered derisively. What an annoying person you are. I detest those who lack awareness. You act as if you have principles, but it's just foolishness. Unable to respond due to the presence of clients, Zheng Xiaoyan bit her lip in frustration. Apologize to her or face the consequences. Su Zhengyang remarked coolly, sizing up the two individuals. What did you just say, you fool? The woman with the wave shot back, glaring at Su Zhengyang. How dare you speak to my client like that? Apologize immediately, Ma Ling added urgently, concerned that any disruption could jeopardize her lucrative deal with Lin Xiao. Do you want an apology too? How amusing, Su Zhengyang replied with a sardonic smile. Lin Xiao interjected, Brother, I see you're from the Ford section. When out in the world, it's wise to know your worth and understand whom you can provoke. Lin Xiao's tone was condescending, dripping with mockery. Meanwhile, Ma Ling, seizing an opportunity while Zheng Xiaoyan was distracted, snatched the contract from her hands. Though Zheng Xiaoyan reclaimed it, Ma Ling had already glimpsed its contents. Oomph. A Raptor and a Mustang. Together, they barely equate to half the value of the R8. What is wrong with my cutting in line? Can't you discern who is significant and who is not? Zheng Xiaoyan? With that, Lin Xiao and the wave-haired woman felt emboldened. Do you think buying an R8 makes you someone important, allowing you to insult others? I'm curious to know who you think you are. Su Zhengyang narrowed his eyes and questioned. Listen closely. We don't have the power to provoke you merely because we buy an R8 but because he is Lin Zhengfeng, the second son of Sanlin Pharmaceutical. The wave-haired woman scoffed, articulating each word deliberately. Sanlin Pharmaceutical? The one notorious for selling counterfeit drugs? I was wondering who the formidable figures were. Shouldn't you be more discreet? You're bound to get into serious trouble with that kind of behavior. Su Zhengyang mused skeptically. Chapter 31. For every offense, I will strike back upon hearing Su Zhengyang's words. Lin Xiao was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. Ha ha ha. Brother, if I heard correctly, you're threatening me, aren't you? Su Zhengyang shrugged nonchalantly. I am not threatening you. I am merely stating the truth. The Lin family, being a prominent name in Sanlin Pharmaceutical, had garnered some local fame, primarily due to the lucrative nature of their pharmaceutical dealings, specifically the production of counterfeit drugs. However, the Lin family could hardly be considered a prestigious lineage. They were more akin to nouveau riche. Today, they were facing Su Zhengyang, the epitome of such affluence. Did you think I would indulge you? Lin Xiao's demeanor shifted in an instant, the mockery evaporating as he bellowed angrily at Su Zhengyang. What? Do you want to fight? Zhang Yu interjected coldly, stepping forward, ready to defend his friend should Lin Xiao dare to escalate the confrontation. At that moment, a portly man in a suit emerged from the office area, demanding to know the situation. Manager, you're just in time. Lin Xiao has purchased a newly arrived R8 and is here to complete the paperwork. Zheng Xiaoyan has been creating a fuss and has offended him. Ma Ling immediately reported. Upon recognizing Lin Xiao, the manager's face lit up with a smile, eagerly shaking Lin Xiao's hand. What are you waiting for? Get in there and take care of it. The manager hurriedly chastised Ma Ling when he noticed Lin Xiao's displeased expression. Meanwhile, the salesperson had already completed their transactions. Su Zhengyang's voice turned cold as he addressed the manager. You are the manager, yet you failed to inquire about the context before leaving me here? Is this how you conduct your managerial duties? The manager, possessing a keen sense of strategy, refrained from directly retorting, instead glancing over Zheng Xiaoyan and Appo's as contract. Although the combined value of the two cars amounted to a significant sum, the critical issue was that Lin Xiao was already furious, and they were ill-equipped to contend with him. Thus, he curtly stated, if you wish to purchase, wait your turn. If you feel uncomfortable, you may take your leave. Lin Xiao found this statement quite agreeable. Zhang Yu was merely putting on a brave front for his friend, aware that the Lin family could bring about considerable trouble. Seeing an opportunity for retreat, he hoped to lead Su Zhengyang away. However, Su Zhengyang had already reached his boiling point, his expression turning icy. Today, I will see who dares to intervene. Foolish and reckless. How could someone be so absurd? A woman with voluminous hair, enraged, raised her hand to strike Su Zhengyang. Yet, he was swifter, seizing her wrist. Infuriated, she screamed, let go. She had not anticipated that Su Zhengyang would thwart her attempt to release her pent-up anger. Determined to retaliate, she was about to continue her tirade when a sudden, brutal kick to her abdomen sent her flying 2 meters back, landing hard on the ground. The impact left her gasping for breath, her insides churning painfully. Security! Security! The manager shouted in alarm. Lin Xiao, however, abruptly halted him, dismissing the security personnel with a wave of his hand as he glared at Su Zhengyang with murderous intent. Your girlfriend is your pride. There is no way this matter can be resolved by mere security intervention. You truly are unaware of your own peril. I give you 5 seconds to kneel before me, allowing me to trample you underfoot and let her deal with you. Otherwise, you will regret your very existence. Lin Xiao's words were laced with menace. I want him dead. I want him dead. The woman cried hoarsely, clutching her abdomen. No need to wait 5 seconds. If you have any means, do it quickly, for I have matters to attend to. Su Zhengyang remained unfazed, gesturing for Lin Xiao to proceed. Lin Xiao scoffed derisively. You are clearly oblivious to the name Qi Yunfei. He will be your nightmare. As Lin Xiao spoke, he retrieved his phone and dialed a number. Hello, Uncle Qi, it's Lin Air. Su Zhengyang smiled faintly. Qi Yunfei. Was he not one of Chun Chuxing's notorious enforcers? Su Zhengyang took out his own phone, sending Chun Chuxing a message. Observing Su Zhengyang also using his phone, Ma Ling sneered, oh, you can call for help too? Why'd you put your phone down? I thought you might actually impress me by calling someone to challenge Lin Xiao. Zhang Yu felt a knot of anxiety forming in his stomach. It seemed he would soon find himself embroiled in chaos. Yet, Su Zhengyang remained composed, casually pulling over a chair and sitting down. How brazen of you to sit down. Let us see how you meet your demise. Ma Ling hissed through clenched teeth, her anger boiling over as Su Zhengyang's calm demeanor infuriated her further. Lin Xiao also took a seat, crossing his legs defiantly. You seem rather overconfident. I hope you maintain this composure when the time comes for you to take a beating. He too settled into a chair, unwilling to back down. Ha ha ha. Do you truly believe you will be the one sitting comfortably? Su Zhengyang chuckled coldly. Lin Xiao, initially taken aback, soon joined in laughter, with the manager and Ma Ling following suit. Did you honestly think it would be you? Lin Xiao mocked, regarding Su Zhengyang with a condescending gaze. In less than 5 minutes, the sound of screeching tires echoed outside as over 20 individuals emerged from their vehicles, led by a man in his 30s, exuding an aura of menace. The leader's eyes were cold and predatory, his gaze landing upon Su Zhengyang. His heart raced. He had recently made acquaintances with Lin Xiao's father and was keen to exploit their connection for personal gain. Initially annoyed by Lin Xiao's call, he was soon alerted by a direct call from his superior, Chun Chusheng, who provided him with a photograph. The figure in the image was seated calmly, scrutinizing him. Uncle Chi, this is the guy. Take care of him, Lin Xiao began, but his words were cut short as Qi Yunfei delivered a powerful kick to Lin Xiao's chest, sending him and his chair crashing to the ground. Attack! Qi Yunfei commanded his associates. Instantly, 3 or 4 men surged forward, mercilessly kicking Lin Xiao without hesitation. The manager and Ma Ling stood frozen in shock, while the woman screamed in panic, "What are you doing? You got the wrong person. He's the idiot." She rushed forward, trying to intervene. "Take them all down," Qi Yunfei ordered again, as 3 more individuals advanced, grabbing the woman by her hair and mercilessly pummeling her. After what felt like an eternity of cries and chaos, Qi Yunfei raised his hand, and the group dispersed, revealing a bruised and terrified Lin Xiao and the woman. Lin Xiao was left utterly bewildered. He gazed at Qi Yunfei, his words slurred. "Uncle Qi, why are you hitting me? You've mistaken me for someone else. He is the real scoundrel." Qi Yunfei's expression was as cold as ice. "If you utter another foul word, I shall shatter every tooth in your mouth and make you swallow them. I don't understand. You provoked me. Why am I the one being struck?" Lin Xiao felt his mind was unraveling, a tumult of grievance, resentment, rage, and humiliation swirling within him. He questioned whether he was trapped in a nightmare. "You need not comprehend. You merely need to accept," Qi Yunfei replied icily. "Have you lost your senses? That wretch dared to provoke me, and yet you strike me. How can I accept this? Are you out of your mind?" The Bolong, whose ears were still ringing from the earlier blow, had only just regained his hearing and erupted in fury. "I shall reiterate. If you provoke him, I shall strike you. If he provokes you, I shall still strike you. For every time he provokes you, I shall strike you in return. Do you understand? What kind of logic is this? Why must it be so?" Lin Xiao and a Bolong were utterly baffled. "Shatter her teeth and make her swallow them." Qi Yunfei gestured towards the Bolong. A burly man behind him promptly produced a finely crafted small hammer. "What are you doing? Why?" The Bolong looked on in disbelief as the muscular man approached, still unable to fathom what wrong she had committed until the hammer descended. As her anguished screams echoed, blood pouring from her mouth, Ma Ling and the manager shivered with dread. A primal fear coursed through them, leaving them cold and trembling. Meanwhile, Su Zhengyang remained composed, seated firmly on his chair. The victor was evident. "Master Su, how shall we deal with these two?" Qi Yunfei approached Su Zhengyang, casting a glance at the manager and Ma Ling, speaking with respect. It was only at this moment that the manager and Ma Ling felt as though struck by lightning, standing frozen in shock. It turned out that Su Zhengyang was the true figure of significance, and Qi Yunfei was punishing Lin Xiao on his behalf. This woman, much like the Bolong, has a sharp tongue. "Do as you see fit." Su Zhengyang waved his hand dismissively. Qi Yunfei exchanged a knowing glance, and a subordinate produced another small hammer. Advancing towards Ma Ling, Chapter 32. Working for Ma Guobao amidst the desperate cries of Ma Ling, the manager's trousers quickly became damp, a faint yellow liquid spreading across the floor. Zhang Yu stood by, utterly bewildered, feeling as though he scarcely recognized his brother anymore. Why did Qi Yunfei treat him like a grandson while he dared to bully Lin Xiao so brazenly? At that moment, a man in a silver suit strode in from outside. With slick back hair and a prominent nose, he was strikingly handsome. Those familiar with him knew he was of Chinese-Korean descent, Che Zhihao. Despite his mixed heritage, he had inherited his surname from his Chinese father and had grown up in China, making him a quintessential Chinese individual. Upon witnessing the chaotic scene, Che Zhihao immediately sensed trouble and hastily approached. Qi Yunfei respectfully greeted him. Fourth brother. Che Zhihao nodded and then deeply bowed to the seated Su Zhengyang. Master Su, I am Che Zhihao. I apologize for my tardiness. Several older brothers had already drunk and paid their respects. It would be disrespectful to offer a handshake now, especially to someone like Su Zhengyang. However, his bow nearly sent the manager into a state of shock. As the manager's mind buzzed, he thought he had found salvation upon seeing his boss, only to realize that even his employer held this young man in such high regard. Who, then, was this extraordinary figure? You haven't arrived late. You are right on time. Su Zhengyang zestet. Che Zhihao glanced at the disarray and turned to Zheng Xiaoyan, asking what transpired here. Noticing that only she stood beside Su Zhengyang, he concluded she hadn't offended him. Zheng Xiaoyan, still in shock, cautiously recounted the events. You, the manager, told me to wait if I wanted to buy and to turn right and exit if I didn't tea. That was your exact wording, correct? Su Zhengyang inquired, his gaze fixed on the manager. The manager, pale with fear, realized he had barely managed to secure this position after years of struggle, earning a high salary and commissions, and was on the brink of achieving success. I apologize, sir. I truly didn't know this gentleman. He stammered. Enough. Pack your things and get lost. I have no need for someone who looks down on others, Che Zhihao stated flatly. The manager, as if his soul had been extracted, collapsed to the ground. His career was over, and the worst part was having offended a person of Su Zhengyang's stature. His future seemed bleak. Even if no revenge were taken, he would find it impossible to progress in his career. Who would hire someone who had offended such a powerful figure? At that moment, Ma Ling and De Bolong lay in a pool of blood, retching violently, their vomit mixed with shattered teeth. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao had soiled himself, his excrement discarded outside. Qi Yunfei cast a disdainful glance, prompting the others to carry the three out, along with the manager. Once they departed, Su Zhengyang rose and asked the remaining two. Salin Pharmaceuticals has previously dealt in counterfeit drugs. They cannot possibly be clean now. Can we trace their materials? Che Zhihao looked toward Qi Yunfei, knowing such matters were typically handled by the third brother. Qi Yunfei nodded affirmatively. I will immediately set to work. Should they possess any secret materials, I will uncover every last one, he vowed. Su Zhengyang nodded. No rush. Take your time and be thorough. In dealing with such unscrupulous pharmaceutical companies, we must ensure a decisive strike. Understood. You may go now. Su Zhengyang scrutinized Qi Yunfei once more, appreciating his admirable demeanor and sharp intellect. He acted with remarkable efficiency and exhibited potential. He had heard that this was the youngest subordinate under Chen Chusheng, and indeed, he bore some merit to have become one of the three tigers. Qi Yunfei nodded and quickly departed with his companions. No sooner had they exited than a brother approached, whispering, Brother Fei, who is this person? I noticed even fourth master treats him with great respect. Slapping him on the back of the head, Qi Yunfei admonished. I don't dare ask, and yet you do? Laughter erupted among the nearby brothers. Master Su, have you secured the vehicle? Che Zhihao inquired as he watched everyone leave. Yes. I was just about to settle the payment. Su Zhengyang responded. Let's not discuss money. This is our own business. I will arrange for your insurance and temporary plates, and you may drive it away directly. Che Zhihao replied, somewhat exasperated. Not at all. I'm not short on funds. Just expedite the paperwork, Su Zhengyang insisted. Very well. Che Zhihao, not wanting to argue, turned to Zheng Xiaoyan and instructed, from now on, you are the new manager of this establishment. Hurry and handle the paperwork. Ah. Yes. Zheng Xiaoyan was momentarily stunned, then excitedly rushed inside. She could scarcely believe what had transpired today. Who on earth was this client? The most astonishing part was how understated he was, acquiring 2 vehicles for hardly any cost. Zheng Xiaoyan felt a stirring in her heart, as if something profound had been awakened within her. The insurance could be activated immediately with the payment of the compulsory insurance, and a temporary license plate would be arranged. Soon, the two received the keys to their vehicles. 2 brand-new cars stood proudly at the entrance of the dealership. Before the imposing Raptor, the Mustang seemed diminutive. Both felt a surge of excitement as they climbed into their new cars. Su Zhengyang rolled down the window and called to Zhang Yu below, "What do you think?" Zhang Yu, admiring the plush interior, exclaimed, "This is like a calf boxing. Absolutely spectacular." At that moment, Che Zhihao emerged from the store, placing the paperwork inside Su Zhengyang's vehicle. "Master Su, do you have dinner plans this evening? If not, I would like to formally treat you to a meal." "Not today. I have prior commitments. Perhaps another time," Su Zhengyang replied. "Understood. Where are you headed now?" "Right now?" Su Zhengyang glanced at the time, a smirk forming on his lips. "Now we're going to work for Ma Guobao." With that, he waved goodbye to Che Zhihao, revving the engine as the 2 beasts roared away. Che Zhihao stood there, hand raised in a daze. Working for Ma Guobao? He pondered for a long while, unable to comprehend why Su Zhengyang would choose to work for someone else. Su Zhengyang and his companion had indeed made arrangements that day. He was not in need of money. He merely wished to observe how this wildly popular internet celebrity managed to captivate throngs of netizens, curious about who was truly appeasing whom. The two soon arrived at their destination. As they exited the vehicle and walked towards the square, Zhang Yu seized the opportunity to ask Su Zhengyang, "Tell me the truth. What is going on? I can end amp, oppos, believe, even Che Zhihao and Qi Yunfei treat you with such reverence. Are you the Jade Emperor? You don't know about feng shui and metaphysics? You're mingling with high-profile individuals, aren't you? Are you saying you've been helping them with feng shui, and that you've aided them in altering their fortunes, allowing them to amass great wealth?" Su Zhengyang shrugged. "Well, it's a possibility. Goodness, please don't turn out to be a fraud like Ma Guobao, where you'll end up in dire straits. These individuals are not to be trifled with," Zhang Yu cautioned. "Mind your own business. I know what I'm doing." Today, Ma Guobao had organized a grand live-stream event, attracting a multitude of media outlets. The venue was located in the newly established commercial complex, known as the Fifth City on the North Outer Ring Road. Following the telephone instructions, Su Zhengyang and his companion arrived at a makeup trailer, where they changed into matching white martial arts uniforms and signed a contract. The agreement contains their salary figures, while its essence mandates their absolute obedience and cooperation with the on-site arrangements. Should they fail to comply with the directives, they would incur a penalty amounting to 100 times their salary. "How much do you think they can earn from his performance?" Zhang Yu inquired softly while changing his clothes. "It's hard to say," Su Zhengyang replied, shaking his head. "This is nothing but deception. They regard those online viewers as fools, treating them like a cash cow. However, it's not entirely surprising, as many people view it merely as entertainment, akin to watching a monkey show. Yet, his videos have been sensationalized, turned into grotesque parodies. Astonishingly, there exists a group of naive netizens who pride themselves as moral guardians, urging others not to excessively consume such performances. It's utterly ridiculous. They perform a few shows, treat the audience as fools, and their earnings soar while these viewers naively stand up for someone like Ma Guobao, claiming he deserves pity. Is that not foolishness? But let's not dismiss the possibility. What if he truly is a master of Qigong? If he is, then I'm a duck hanging from a noose. How absurd. Zhang Yu retorted with irritation. "It's about to begin, let's go." At that moment, someone from the vehicle beckoned them. Su Zhengyang and Zhang Yu adjusted their practice outfits, donned their Bluetooth headsets for receiving instructions, and promptly leaped from the car. Simultaneously, around 10 others clad in similar white practice attire gathered as well. They all positioned themselves at the roadside, with the area behind them densely packed with onlookers. Soon, a black Mercedes approached, and amidst a flurry of flashing lights, the Qigong master finally made his entrance. Chapter 33. "We are scammers." The middle-aged man in a gray training outfit who stepped down from the back seat was none other than the Qigong master, Ma Guobao. He was renowned for his lightning connection of 5 energies and was the leader of the external school of Hunyuan Xingyi. Upon exiting the vehicle, Ma Guobao stood tall and proud, exuding an aura of vitality. A throng of media personnel disregarded order and surged forward. Ma Guobao, visibly displeased, raised his hand to halt them, shouting, "Disciples of Xingyi, come over quickly. Raise the flags. Everyone else, step aside, step aside." A large group of prearranged personnel swiftly cleared a path for Ma Guobao and his disciples. He shook out his clothing and strode towards the center of the square, hands clasped behind his back. The onlookers had already intuitively formed a wide circle, leaving ample space for the performers. Laughter erupted sporadically from the crowd. "Today we, the practitioners of Xingyi, are here to present a demonstration of combat skills. This is primarily due to the numerous people online who have cast doubt upon us, claiming we do not represent traditional martial arts. This truly disheartens me, for I never imagined that across all of China and the world, there would be less than 10 individuals who genuinely comprehend traditional martial arts." Master Ma Guobao, with his emphatic and distinctive cadence, passionately articulated his sentiments, his voice rising with fervor as he spoke. In the end, he appeared somewhat heartbroken. Many had inquired, Master Ma, what is the lightning connection of 5 energies? I cannot clearly convey this through mere words, for the Tao cannot be easily transmitted. I shall demonstrate, and you will understand. For instance, come here and grasp my hand." At this moment, Ma Guobao pointed to one of his disciples. The Bluetooth in Zhengyang and the other's ears suddenly buzzed with urgent commands. "Number 3. Go and shake Master Ma's hand. Follow my command." Each of these disguised disciples had their own number for ease of coordination. Zhengyang was number 7, and Zhangyu was number 8. The disciple designated as number 3 hurriedly approached and grasped Ma Guobao's hand. With a stomp of his foot and a shake of his arm, Ma Guobao declared, "You see, he is holding my hand. As soon as I say fall." At that moment, a commanding shout echoed in their earpieces. "Jump! Fall! Yes, convulse! Roll on the ground! Roll! Quickly roll 4 times!" Number 3 immediately leaped up as if electrocuted, then fell to the ground, convulsing. Initially thinking that simply falling would suffice, he soon realized he had to roll. Thus, he had no choice but to use his feet to propel himself, rolling back and forth 4 times. Zhengyang stood in astonishment, truly experiencing for the first time the absurdity of their team, willing to sacrifice both their own and everyone else's intellect purely for profit, utilizing traditional martial arts as a gimmick to invite scorn. Was this their aim? Laughter erupted from the surrounding audience, yet surprisingly, it was not overwhelming. Only a small portion joined in. At this juncture, Ma Guobao addressed the spectators. "Did you see that? He was sent flying. This is the internal energy I used to propel him away." Then another question arose. "Master Ma, can this Qigong technique only affect one person?" Incorrect. Since it is Qigong, it naturally can achieve AoE, area of effect damage. Now I invite 4 individuals to come and strike me. As he spoke, Ma Guobao set down the microphone and assumed a grand, expansive stance. The Bluetooth in their ears crackled to life. Numbers 5, 6, 7, and 8 go. Number 7. Ask away. Can you hit me however you wish? It turned out that even the dialogue required real-time direction. Zhengyang, being number 7, promptly asked, "Can we hit you however we wish?" Without even glancing at them, Ma Guobao confidently replied, "Hit however you like, wherever you wish, I won't watch. And you won't get through." With that, the 4 individuals charged forward. Zhengyang donned a mask he had prepared earlier, directly covering his face. At that moment, Ma Guobao's body shook, and he shouted, "Scatter!" The earpiece erupted with commands. Scatter, fall, roll on the ground. Each perform 3 rolls. Number 7. What are you doing? Number 7. The others, numbers 5, 6, and 8, were immediately sent flying. Yet, Zhengyang remained firmly rooted and launched a left kick followed by a right whip kick, knocking Master Ma to the ground. This was a testament to Zhengyang's lack of combat experience. He simply charged in. He exerted effort to control the force of his strikes. Otherwise, With his nearly 1,600 units of physical strength, he might have inadvertently ended Ma Guobao and Appo's career. Ma Guobao landed heavily on the ground, and Su Zhengyang proceeded to rain down punches and kicks. Zhang Yu, watching from the sidelines, was stunned. What the heck? I thought I was just putting on a mask for later use. Turns out he's just holding his breath. Zhang Yu also donned a mask, rushing in to join Su Zhengyang in attacking Master Ma. Take that, Qigong Master. How dare you tarnish traditional martial arts? You charlatan! Zhang Yu shouted as he struck. The surrounding media and audience erupted in chaos, laughter ringing out, while some leaped several feet in excitement, cheering them on. Soon, Ma Guobao's face was bruised and battered. Quick, pull them apart. At this moment, several security personnel rushed forward, forcibly separating Su Zhengyang and Zhang Yu from Ma Guobao. With his right eye swollen and bruised, Ma Guobao curled up on the ground, shouting, "Are you all insane?" Some individuals helped him to his feet. The situation had escalated unexpectedly, making it impossible to continue. Several security personnel escorted Ma Guobao swiftly towards the vehicle, while many others half-dragged the disciples towards the makeup van. Su Zhengyang and Zhang Yu were unceremoniously shoved into a car. A curly-haired man, accompanied by two burly figures, jumped into the vehicle. This curly-haired man yanked off the earpiece he had been wearing, clearly the one who had been directing earlier. He pointed angrily at Su Zhengyang, exclaiming, "Are you trying to provoke me? Seeking death, are we?" Su Zhengyang, maintaining a cold demeanor, replied, "I and Appo's long been disgusted by your lot. You may deceive and swindle, but never under the guise of traditional martial arts, or I shall not spare you." The man merely snorted with derision. "Not spare me? How amusing! I cannot stand you self-righteous fools. Want to show off, do you? Want to play the role of a passionate youth? You are truly foolish. Do you think that by beating up Master Ma on camera, you can bring us down? Are you missing something in your head?" Don and Appo's realize that the more you act like this, the easier it is for us to create hype and gain popularity. Those brainless users love to buy into our act. The more the curly-haired man spoke, the more pleased he became, even seemingly intent on provoking Su Zhengyang further. Su Zhengyang's expression shifted from fury to a smirk as he sensed a change in the atmosphere. Chapter 34. The True Nature of Ma Guobao. Why are you laughing? The curly-haired man, feeling uneasy at Su Zhengyang's seemingly confident demeanor, scolded him angrily. Su Zhengyang, however, paid him no heed. He leaned back and retrieved a mobile phone from the shadows of the cabinet behind him. The curly-haired man's heart tightened, for the phone was positioned upright, clearly recording moments earlier. Su Zhengyang glanced at the device and exclaimed, "When buying a phone, one must choose Huawei. The clarity is remarkable." The audio emanating from the phone was unmistakably the curly-haired man's voice from their earlier conversation. Had he recorded their entire dialogue? Anger surged within the curly-haired man. "You think that by filming us, you can threaten us? TSK. While I may not be a legal scholar, I can discern the difference between a lack of skill and intentionally profiting through unscrupulous means. Without your earlier words, Ma Guobao would merely be an incompetent martial artist, not a criminal. But after hearing what you said, wow," Su Zhengyang remarked, his eyes widening dramatically, as if he had unlocked a new realm of understanding. To be candid, he had not grasped the inner workings of their operation until he heard the curly-haired man's words. Although this footage might not serve as concrete evidence, disseminating it on social media, with Chun Chusheng working his magic, would undoubtedly cause a sensation. Once the video is released, public opinion would swiftly crush Ma Guobao's team. Furthermore, once sufficient influence is garnered, higher authorities would inevitably intervene. Everything could unfold without requiring immense effort on his part. Once this video leaks, their downfall would be sealed. Should they be convicted of fraud, the profits could easily amount to hundreds or thousands of dollars. When it comes to sentencing, this would be classified as significant fraud. You and Appo's brought this upon yourself. I had no intention of harming you today. I merely wanted to sue you for the contract money. But you've chosen your own demise. Even heaven cannot save you now. Break his arm and seize the phone." The curly-haired man and Appo's expression turned cold as he barked orders at two burly men nearby. Although the makeup van was somewhat akin to a mobile home, the space for fighting was limited, and with the two strong men blocking the entrance, escape was impossible. The two hefty men lunged into the van, causing the entire vehicle to shake. Chow and Ima. Zhang Yu was the first to act, suddenly springing forward and striking one of the large men with a belt. This man appeared formidable, clearly having some combat training, as he effortlessly caught the swinging belt. Yangzi, run, Zhang Yu shouted, attempting to grapple the large man's waist. But in the next moment, a shadow zipped past him. A large man grunted as he was sent hurtling backward, crashing into the curly-haired man. The slender, curly-haired man screamed as the weight of the 200-plus-pound man crushed him to the ground. A sickening sound of bones breaking echoed as he cried out in agony. In the subsequent moment, Zhengyang delivered a swift kick to the abdomen of another burly man, sending him flying 3 to 4 meters before he crashed to the ground. Zhang Yu stood in shock. He had never witnessed such a feat outside of film. Zhengyang's speed and strength were on an entirely different level than when he had fought Ma Guobao. This is the benefit of fitness, Zhengyang remarked with a smile, observing Zhang Yu's dazed expression. Realizing the truth, Zhang Yu acknowledged that he was aware of Zhengyang's dedication to fitness. But this was astonishing. He resolved to begin his own fitness journey. They had no time to change clothes, hastily grabbing their belongings, heedless of the 3 men groaning on the ground, and sprinted towards the parking lot. Fortunately, the media had pursued Ma Guobao, and the secluded location of the makeup van spared them from immediate detection. This incident rapidly began to gain traction online, especially as various media outlets flooded platforms with short videos and articles, propelling the event to the local trending list. Thankfully, both Zhengyang and Zhang Yu wore masks. After being escorted away, they removed them, ensuring their anonymity, lest they too become famous. A deluge of scorn and skepticism erupted online, igniting a frenzy. Within a media company, a cloud of anxiety hung over the room. Ma Guobao sat in his office, applying an ice pack to his swollen eye. The leaders in the room wore troubled expressions as they reviewed the video footage. For them, this incident was a double-edged sword. While they welcomed the influx of traffic, Ma Guobao and Appo's name, once popular in Yanhai, now soared in value. His notoriety also brought significant challenges. Their primary revenue stream, which stemmed from taking on apprentices under the guise of teaching martial arts, was severely threatened. A multitude of people were eager to purchase their so-called internal and external training courses, each session costing a fortune. Yet in reality, these were mere fitness and stretching classes. Of course, during public events, they would not involve these apprentices, for that would expose their deceit. Instead, they would hire temporary workers like Zhengyang. Had circumstances progressed normally, this endeavor could have been seamless. Curse that scoundrel. I despise those hot-headed fools who masquerade as saviors of traditional martial arts. They think themselves so valiant. What a joke. Ma Guobao fumed. Yet, this could also bear fruit. If we manage this correctly, we might turn misfortune into opportunity. It's quite simple, really. Utilizing Master Ma's clever mind. A technician remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Ma Guobao, seemingly oblivious to the undertones, covered his eyes and tilted his head, stating, I can issue a statement claiming they ambushed me. It was indeed a lapse on my part. Otherwise, I would never have allowed them to succeed. Anger radiated from Ma Guobao. The others wore expressions that were half amused, half pitying. To them, he was nothing but a joke. Initially, they had elevated Ma Guobao, but gradually he had become lost in his own delusions, convinced of his own prowess and ability. In an effort to enhance his performance, those who assisted him during practices communicated through earpieces, some even concealing their roles as hired actors. This contributed to his unwarranted confidence, leading him to speak with arrogance wherever he went, resulting in excellent showmanship. Very well, let us issue a statement and see how it unfolds. Just then, the boss's phone rang. Upon answering, he listened for a moment before abruptly standing, knocking his chair aside. After hanging up, the room fell silent as the boss's face turned ashen. Damn it, the one who assaulted Old Ma has caught Curl Hair on video. And Curl Hair admitted to fraud and deceiving fans. In an instant, astonishment filled the room as everyone stood in shock. Chapter 35. Is it really that easy to fill out a check? The crowd was astonished. If such a video were to circulate, the authorities would undoubtedly intervene. Once public opinion began to mount pressure, The investigation would surely yield results. They simply could not withstand scrutiny. Boss called the Zhao family. We may have no choice but to seek their assistance. Indeed, as long as young Master Zhao intervenes, this matter can be resolved smoothly. The Zhao family is one of the most prominent clans in Santai City, and they usually rely on Zhao Huashan, the second legitimate son of the Zhao family, for support. Zhao Huashan owns his own entertainment company and is known for his charming demeanor in the industry. He has been receiving considerable offerings regarding the Ma Guobao affair. Otherwise, they could not possibly thrive on the short video platform. Many public relations matters for their media company are handled through his connections. Yes, the boss took a deep breath to suppress his anger and picked up his phone to make a call. During dinner time, Zhengyang was sitting with Zhang Yu at a roadside stall, planning to order barbecue and some beer. He declined Che Jihao's invitation, finding the dinner gathering a hassle. Just as they settled down, a black car stopped by the roadside. A woman wearing sunglasses and a trench coat stepped out. She removed her sunglasses, revealing a strikingly beautiful yet cold expression, as if someone owed her 5 million. Two burly men, clearly trained bodyguards, followed her. The woman scanned the area and walked directly towards Zhengyang and Zhang Yu. Are you looking for someone? Zhengyang paused, glancing at Zhang Yu. Do I look like I know someone like her? Zhang Yu rolled his eyes. The woman approached them directly, and Zhengyang finally recognized her. He had seen her on the news. She was Zhao Xiaoman, a prominent figure among the third generation of the Zhao family. Her father, Zhao Huashan, manages their entertainment company and hotel, part of which she oversees. Without preamble, the woman addressed Zhengyang. Let us talk in the car. After saying this, she turned to leave, but Zhengyang and Zhang Yu remained seated. Zhengyang was displeased with her attitude. Regardless of her intentions, her commanding demeanor was rather presumptuous. Don't make this difficult for us, one of the bodyguards said coldly. Are you the mafia? Zhengyang asked Zhao Xiaoman with a hint of mockery. One of the bodyguards furrowed his brow and stepped forward to take action. However, Zhao Xiaoman raised her hand to stop him and sat down expressionlessly. I'm here to buy that video. Name your price, Zhao Xiaoman stated straightforwardly. Oh, so the Zhao family is personally cleaning up this mess. It seems you have a stake in this too. Zhengyang replied, somewhat taken aback. Zhao Xiaoman narrowed her eyes and coldly asked, do you know me? You and Appos. Were you one of the outstanding youths from the Zhao family's third generation? All right, here is a check. Fill it out as you wish. Zhao Xiaoman nodded, taking out her checkbook and casually tossing it on the table. Her gaze indifferent as she regarded Zhengyang, clearly not in the mood for further conversation. Is any amount acceptable? Zhengyang asked, surprised. Yes, Zhao Xiaoman scoffed. It's ridiculous that my father had to come in person for such a trivial matter. I've dealt with many of your ilk who resort to information extortion. If it weren't in Appos, T for the number of people here, I would have had someone beat you up and take it. All right then. Zhengyang cheerfully picked up a pen and wrote 990,000 on the check. Afterward, he handed the checkbook back to her. Sign here. Upon seeing the number, Zhao Xiaoman's eyes twitched. She looked at Zhengyang coldly. I'm not in the mood for jokes. Zhengyang leaned closer, resting his hands on the table with a smirk. What? You can't cash it? How can you say others can fill it out at will? Is your brain made of dung? If I don't write that amount, can you even manage to take off 2 zeros? That checkbook is worth little more than a few peanuts. What are you pretending for? Zhengyang and Amp, Appos, as continuous retorts left Zhao Xiaoman dumbfounded. She never imagined Zhengyang would be so uncouth, completely disregarding the usual decorum, and audacious enough to humiliate her so loudly. His words were incredibly crude. At this moment, patrons at nearby tables turned to look, their expressions reflecting disdain toward the woman. Zhengyang instantly withdrew his earlier aggressive demeanor, resuming a harmless facade as he sat back down. You're asking for it. The bodyguard beside Zhao Xiaoman could hardly tolerate Zhengyang any longer. Having been frustrated when Zhengyang refused to get in the car, he was itching for confrontation. Seeing him insult Zhao Xiaoman, he lunged forward, hand outstretched to seize Zhengyang by the neck. With his strength, he could easily lift Zhengyang and choke him into submission, a tactic that had never failed him before. Zhao Xiaoman's eyes were icy, and she silently approved of her bodyguard's actions. However, in a flash, Su Zhengyang moved with such speed that the bodyguard could not track him. Su Zhengyang seized the outstretched hand and slammed it onto the table, swiftly grabbing two chopsticks and driving them forcefully into the man's hand. Thud! The chopsticks pierced through his palm and into the table, pinning him down. Although the table was merely made of cheap particle board, penetrating it with a disposable chopstick seemed impossible. Most importantly, it had impaled the bodyguard's hand. The bodyguard, a tough man, merely let out a muffled grunt, containing his pain, but his eyes were filled with shock. He and the other bodyguard had quickly realized they were no match for Su Zhengyang. Zhao Xiaoman and Appo's eyes widened in astonishment, for the first time showing a hint of panic as she stared incredulously at Su Zhengyang. Ugh, what a disappointment. Can't the Zhao family find someone competent for this task? They send someone as useless as you? Su Zhengyang scoffed at Zhao Xiaoman, then gestured to Zhang Yu, and the two walked away. With the situation as it was, they had no appetite left and decided to eat elsewhere. Meanwhile, Zhao Xiaoman stood frozen in place, as if struck by lightning. She had always been regarded as a standout among the third generation of her family, known for her decisiveness and recognized capability. This had fostered a sense of superiority in her. Yet today, a seemingly trivial matter had gone awry. Moreover, Su Zhengyang's disparaging remarks were utterly unacceptable to her. Useless? Incompetent? Such words should never be associated with Zhao Xiaoman. Yet she had indeed been thoroughly chastised by Su Zhengyang, finding that neither courtesy nor force could sway him. For the first time, she felt a profound sense of defeat. Simultaneously, a fierce hatred ignited within her, vowing silently to trample Su Zhengyang beneath her feet. Chapter 36. The birthday party the day after, two videos simultaneously went viral on short video platforms. One was titled Master Ma issues statement regarding the assault incident. In the video, Master Ma stated, "These two young men lack virtue. They attacked me unexpectedly. I was caught off guard. This only demonstrates that my disciples have begun to surpass me. They have cultivated their skills. Even I find it challenging to contend with them. This is the fruit of their learning. As their master, I am delighted to see them excel beyond my capabilities. However, you must not behave this way again. I shall not expel them from my teachings, but I urge them to conduct themselves wisely." Simultaneously, another short video skyrocketed in popularity. This video originated from a newly emerged short video platform operated by Chunchushin. Not only did this video gain immense traction, but it also propelled this short video application into trending searches, attracting a plethora of new users. The content featured a segment recorded on Su Zhengyang's phone. In the video, the curly-haired individual's face was subtly obscured, enhancing its authenticity. Viewers pointed out that the background was identical to the scene on that day, thereby validating the video's credibility. Especially striking were the harsh words uttered. "It and Appo's essay scam. We have other fraudulent projects. Master Ma is incapable of martial arts. His brainless fans are our cash cow," which instantly became the focal point of public discourse. Regardless of the video's authenticity, the internet cannot discern truth from falsehood, much like their inability to recognize the deceit of Ma Guobao. Moreover, the video cleverly appeared immediately following Ma Guobao's statement, adding a layer of irony. Despite the presence of numerous online trolls, public sentiment proved impossible to suppress. By the afternoon, relevant authorities had already begun an investigation. A deluge of insider information began to surface, revealing that the media company had illicitly profited nearly 480,000 yuan through false packaging and the illegal establishment of charging projects. However, Su Zhengyang could not discern the Zhao family's involvement, as it appeared they had divested from the media company and distanced themselves entirely. An interlude occurred involving Yan, a female Qigong master who had recently been quite active, and a founder of Lightning Bagua named Wei, both of whom had vanished without a trace. Unresponsive to any attempts at contact. In the villa of the Zhao family, a sharp sound shattered the air. The hot-tempered second son of the Zhao family, Zhao Yiming, smashed his cup in a fit of rage. "That bastard! How dare he oppose the Zhao family? I will make him pay." His fury stemmed from the fact that Zhao Huashan had entrusted him with overseeing Ma Guobao's affairs. After drinking excessively the previous night, it was his sister, Zhao Xiaoman, who had handled the matter. Zhao Huashan cast a disapproving glance at him, scoffing. Anger is the most futile of emotions. With such behavior, you will never gain your grandfather's approval. You are worthless. Zhao Yiming clenched his fists, eager to retort, yet hesitated. Zhao Xiaoman stood nearby, her expression equally grim. This person is merely a practice target for you too. Remember, do not act foolishly. Use your brains to handle this matter more skillfully, so that your grandfather may regard you with newfound respect. Zhao Huashan admonished. Rest assured, I will find a way to bring this kid down. Zhao Yiming replied coldly. Zhao Huashan sighed and shook his head, proceeding leisurely upstairs. This incident, while not damaging enough to cripple the Zhao family, represented a significant provocation. They could not simply let it go unanswered. Meanwhile, their target, Su Zhengyang, had donned an elegant suit and entered the Junwei Grand Hotel alongside Cheng Baola. Today, Cheng Baola wore a stunning sky blue gown personally selected by Tang Ying, a look that only her perfect figure could carry. Upon entering, she surveyed the raucous crowd of laughter and merriment, biting her lip in nervousness. Just then, a large hand firmly clasped hers, instilling an inexplicable sense of security that calmed her. Cheng Baola looked at Su Zhengyang, meeting his unwavering gaze. In truth, Cheng Baola had not wanted Su Zhengyang to attend, but he insisted. His role as her faux boyfriend would indeed deter unwanted advances from other men, prompting her reluctant agreement. Cheng Baola has arrived. A woman in a formal dress near the entrance suddenly called out, her smile ambiguous. Instantly, half the hall turned their attention towards them, as though they had been awaiting her arrival. Yet only Cheng Baola understood that she was far from popular. Scanning the room, she recognized familiar faces from university, both male and female, each wearing varied expressions, most of which were far from friendly. Baola, you made it. A girl adorned with a silver tiara waved at her, her smile tepid, embodying indifference. She was none other than Li Yiru, the guest of honor at today's birthday celebration. Cheng Baola managed a strained smile as she approached Li Yiru, while Su Zhengyang casually strolled behind her, unbothered by the scrutinizing gazes around them. Yiru, happy birthday. Li Yiru greeted with a soft nod. Her parents glanced over and, noticing Cheng Baola empty-handed, frowned in disapproval. Cheng Baola, how dare you show your face before me? A cold voice rang out, none other than Sun Li, whom Su Zhengyang had reprimanded at Xihua restaurant. When the police arrived that day, Sun Li and her companions had to scrape together funds to cover their table, harboring deep resentment towards Su Zhengyang. Sun Li? Cheng Baola furrowed her brow, surprised that Sun Li would bring up the incident from that day. Did you enjoy dining and dashing? Sun Li accused loudly. Sun Li, do not go too far. You initiated the invitation, yet you fled. Cheng Baola retorted. Silence. Do not spout nonsense. You clearly claimed you would treat us, only to run off. You think you're clever, don't you? Sun Li's words were sharp, her anger palpable, convincing everyone around her. However, she refrained from directly confronting Su Zhengyang, casting him a fierce glare instead. After all, they still believed they could win him over. He was a hidden, wealthy individual, and it was best to keep other women unaware. But they had to vent their frustration on Cheng Baola. Instantly, the crowd began to murmur, casting blame upon Cheng Baola. Could it be? Her character is atrocious. Wasn't she like this in school? So self-righteous, so aloof, a real piece of work. Trash. Stay away from her in the future. Su Zhengyang sighed helplessly. He felt for Cheng Baola. He had advised her more than once over the past few days that she need not attend this wretched gathering. Yet Cheng Baola was a strong-willed girl, fiercely independent, determined to confront the barriers she had once erected herself. And thus, upon her arrival, things began to take an unpleasant turn. Li Yiru raised her hand, silencing the murmurs, then calmly inquired of Cheng Baola, Baola, do you know why I invited you to this gathering today? Chapter 37. The true purpose of the gathering. Cheng Baola took a deep breath and slowly shook her head. I am doing this for your own good. Don't you wish to improve your relationships with others? Don't you want to stop being targeted? Li Yiru said. Cheng Baola was taken aback by her bluntness, especially the word flatter, which left her feeling somewhat ashamed. Do you remember Zhou Man? She has married into a wealthy family. Her husband is from the Sun family, worth over 100 million. This gathering is specifically for you. Zhou Man asked me to convey that if you bow your head to her today, no one will interfere with your job search in the future. She can even help arrange a job you would like, Li Yiru said calmly. As roommates, she was perhaps the only one who shared a closer relationship with Cheng Baola. Is this your purpose in inviting me? To make me bow to Zhou Man? Cheng Baola looked into Li Yiru's eyes, a self-deprecating smile crossing her lips as she retorted. She had come to ease her relationships, not to bow to anyone. Baola, I hope you can see your situation clearly and stop being so self-righteous. Zhou Man's husband is worth at least 100 million and owns 2 clothing factories. Even our textile factory has received significant help from them. Helping yourself today is also helping me, Li Yiru urged. Among their classmates, there were not many wealthy individuals. Li Yiru and Appo's family owned a small textile factory, making them somewhat affluent. Zhou Man came from humble background, but had unexpectedly married into the Sun family. Cheng Baola struggled to find work, often thwarted by Zhou Man's machinations. She didn't need to know high-ranking individuals. A few hundred to the right people could easily resolve her issues. It was evident that one day, Cheng Baola would seek her assistance. Cheng Baola remained non-committal, feeling disappointed. It seemed she had truly come to the wrong place today. Just then, someone exclaimed, "They've arrived." Everyone turned towards the entrance. A woman clad in a black gown adorned with diamonds, her makeup bold and alluring, entered, shimmering under the lights. She was tightly linked to a young man dressed in pure white. "Xiao Man, Xiao Feng, you are here. We've been waiting for you." The previously subdued gathering instantly became animated as people stood up awkwardly, raising their glasses toward Zhou Man. A few who considered themselves somewhat qualified rushed over to exchange pleasantries with her, eager to curry favor with the prominent Sun Feng, the heir of the Sun family. Before long, they became the focal point of the gathering. Even Li Yiru's parents stood up, adjusting their clothing, smiling as they awaited Zhou Man's approach. Zhou Man spotted Cheng Baola immediately, a strange excitement lighting up her face as she quickly pulled Sun Feng toward her. "Baola, long time no see." "Indeed, long time no see," Cheng Baola replied, maintaining her composure. "Let me introduce you all. This is my husband, Sun Feng, the heir of the Sun family, a dominant force in the clothing industry of Santai City," Zhou Man declared with a squint of pride, her eyes glinting. Sun Feng stood tall, particularly captivated by Cheng Baola. Suddenly, a burst of laughter erupted from the side, drawing attention to Zhengyang, who had been munching on grapes at the table. He intended to laugh, but the phrase dominant force was too much to contain, and grapes flew from his mouth. "What are you laughing at?" Li Yiru questioned coldly. "Apologies, I couldn't help it upon hearing dominant force." "Has everyone arrived?" Zhengyang continued, shoving grapes into his mouth. "What does it matter to you if everyone is here?" Li Yiru snapped. "If everyone is here, I'd like to ask who the scoundrel is that has been hindering my girlfriend's job search?" Zhengyang pointedly inquired, still munching on grapes. "Girlfriend?" Even those who had not been paying attention now recognized his identity as Cheng Baola's boyfriend. Zhou Man, instead of being offended, stomped her foot and pretended to be concerned. "Oh, Baola, look at what kind of boyfriend you found, so uncouth, using foul language. He lacks even the most basic etiquette. Just look at his slovenly appearance. How could he possibly be worthy of you? Your life must be quite hard. Indeed, just look at Xiao Man's husband, so refined, young, and wealthy. He is leagues ahead of your boyfriend in demeanor. And to laugh at dominant force shows he doesn't even understand the business world. The Sun family is indeed a dominant force." Zhou Man's sycophants quickly jumped in to add their insults. Cheng Baola clenched her fists, angered by their relentless targeting. She had never wronged anyone. Why must she endure this? Through gritted teeth, she declared, "My boyfriend is mine, and I don't need your concern." Zhou Man coldly retorted, "How can I not be concerned? Your job situation is poor, and your boyfriend seems to be doing no better, dressed in a brand I've never even seen. You're trying to act superior. How exhausting. I hear you two are renting. When will you ever afford a home? How about I arrange jobs for you? One is a security guard, and the other is a maid. It's all just a word from my husband. Yes, Baola, you should accept. Be practical. If you have nothing, don't complain." The crowd began to jeer again. Zhou Man smiled at Zhengyang, eager to see him frustrated and angry. However, Zhengyang leaned casually against the table, gazing at them as one might look at a simpleton. This infuriated her. At that moment, Sun Feng spoke up, having devised a plan to win over Cheng Baola by first undermining her boyfriend. My sales department is in need of a manager. If your friend is willing, I can offer a base salary of 0.5, with commissions to be negotiated. The crowd, who had been jeering, suddenly seemed a bit envious. Several male classmates had yet to reach that salary level. 0.5? I earn over $100 a month. Would I be foolish enough to work for you? Zhengyang's gulp. He had understated his earnings. His monthly passive income from savings was $12,500. But he knew that claiming either 1 million or 100 would yield the same disbelief from them. Indeed, as soon as Zhengyang finished speaking, laughter erupted throughout the room. Chapter 38, Young Master. Please recite it one more time. Ahaha, it's utterly hilarious. Cheng Baola, what on earth have you found? It's one thing to be unappreciative, but to boast so brazenly. Do you have a screw loose? Earning 100 a month? Wake up, will you? Have you ever seen 100? Zhou Man laughed heartily. Cheng Baola's boyfriend was truly a source of embarrassment for her. Thank you for your kindness. But we have matters to attend to, so we shall take our leave. Taking a deep breath, Cheng Baola felt there was no need to linger any longer. It was futile to try and mend any relationships. Stop right there. Zhou Man suddenly changed her expression and reprimanded. She had not yet achieved her objective. How could she allow Cheng Baola to leave? Unappreciative wretch. You refuse a job I offer? What do you think you are? Zhou Man first pointed an accusing finger at Zhengyang, then turned to Cheng Baola. Cheng Baola, do you not understand the courtesy I have extended to you? I demand that you kneel before me and shout 100 times that you are worthless. Once you finish, I will let you go. If you refuse, you will lose your job, and I guarantee you won't find another one from this day forward. Zhou Man's true colors were fully revealed. Zhengyang gestured towards Sun Feng and questioned, do you permit her to bully others like this? Sun Feng smirked, regarding Cheng Baola with a knowing look. As my woman, she possesses the right to do as she pleases. Zhengyang set down the grapes with a sigh. I have little patience for those who act without restraint. If you continue this way, I may very well ensure she ends up on the streets. Ha ha ha, you are truly becoming more absurd. I implore you not to make threats and then leave without resolution. I beg you, let me land on the streets now. Zhou Man immediately burst into raucous laughter, intentionally loud, as if her mirth could pierce Zhengyang's very soul. Zhengyang nodded, took out his phone, and began to read. Zhou Man, female, 25 years old. ID number 412, as of now, has a record of 1128 hotel stays since her sophomore year, with 52 different partners ranging in age from 28 to 64. Moreover, there have been 34 instances of her sharing a room with multiple men. Wow, if my good brother were here, he would undoubtedly deliver a witty remark. You are like a toad dating a frog, ugly and promiscuous. Zhou Man's eyes widened in shock, jolted from her disbelief, and she screamed, You're talking nonsense. That's false. Don't spread rumors. I'll sue you. I'll hire the best lawyer to obliterate you. Don't be in such a rush. I haven't finished yet. On March 18th of the year before last, you were diagnosed with a certain ailment at Renai Hospital, and by May 2nd, you were declared cured. Yet in September, you joyfully welcomed the same ailment again, only to recover in November. Over the span of 3 years, you experienced 6 miscarriages, rendering your fertility high risk. In January of last year, you married into the Sun family, and since then, you have had 86 hotel stays. The most recent being just yesterday at Haiqing Hotel, with a gentleman named Zhou Xiaobo in a waterbed room from 1 p.m. to 9 p.m. Previous partners included Sun Qua, Li Meng, Zhou Yaoying. Stop. Zhou Man shrieked, frantically interrupting Zhengyang. She could not fathom that her secrets would be laid bare. Terror gripped her as she glanced towards Sun Feng. Sun Feng's face turned ashen, trembling with rage. I possess the confirmed diagnosis of your ailment, in high definition. Zhengyang taunted, shaking his phone at Sun Feng. Why are you doing this to me? What have I done to deserve this? Zhou Man screamed at Zhengyang, her voice brimming with madness. Zhengyang flipped through more documents, suddenly asking Sun Feng, by the way, there is another name here, Sun Jian. Isn't that your father? Please do not continue. I beg you. Zhou Man fell to her knees, desperately banging her head against the ground. Sun Feng, initially hesitant to act, found himself unable to restrain his fury upon hearing that last name. The more rational part of him succumbed to rage. With a violent motion, he grabbed her hair and slammed her head against the ground, kicking her viciously in the face. "You deceitful wretch! You told me yesterday afternoon you were going for beauty treatments. I'll kill you. I'll kill you." The others recoiled, not daring to intervene, while Zhou wailed and thrashed about, bleeding profusely. However, Sun Feng soon kicked her away, taking a few deep breaths to regain his composure. His gaze fixed on Su Zhengyang. Despite Zhou betrayal, it was Su Zhengyang who had exposed everything, robbing him of his dignity. Had it not been for Su Zhengyang, he might have discovered the truth himself, but in a more discreet manner. Su Zhengyang had ensured his humiliation in front of all, and now he could cast Zhou out, leaving him free to claim Cheng Baola for himself. This way, he could further humiliate Su Zhengyang, truly a double victory. He glanced greedily at Cheng Baola. If he could possess her, it would be worth sacrificing 10 years of his life. "You think you've won? Our marriage is merely a fade to placate our parents. I have never touched her. I am as pure as the driven snow. Conveniently, my family is in search of a legitimate young mistress, and this wretched woman will be cast out tomorrow." Sun Feng regarded Su Zhengyang coldly. His words also directed at Cheng Baola. "I initially felt some sympathy for you, but suddenly I find you rather unworthy of pity." "Ha ha, pitiful. The one in a pitiable situation is you. Thinking a little research makes you formidable. Do you believe you can contend with me? I can easily uncover your secrets with a single phone call." Sun Feng and Oppo's voice turned icy. The only way to reclaim his dignity was through this path. He resolved to thoroughly investigate Su Zhengyang, showcasing his power before Cheng Baola. "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and make the call." Su Zhengyang gestured theatrically, intrigued. Sun Feng snorted, pulling out his phone and dialing. "I'll demonstrate the vast gulf between us, so you may comprehend what it truly means to hold the reins of power." After speaking, he switched the phone to speaker mode and placed it on the table. The call connected. "Young master, within 5 minutes, I want all the information on Su Zhengyang." Sun Feng commanded with an icy tone. His words carried weight. Yet the response from the other end was less than impressive. Young master, there's so many people named Su Zhengyang. Which one should I investigate?" "Investigate them all. Leave no stone unturned." Sun Feng shouted in exasperation. With so many witnesses present, how could he allow himself to falter in this charade? Su Zhengyang leaned in, nonchalantly offering him an identification card. "Need help? This is my ID. Just search by the ID number." Sun Feng felt an almost explosive rage. Su Zhengyang had genuinely handed over his ID. "You brought this upon yourself." He recited the ID number into the phone. The sound of writing echoed from the other end, and the operator repeated the details as they wrote. At the end, they asked, "Young master, could you please repeat the number after 52? Chapter 39, Tang, Ing, and Oppo's gift arrived. Sun Feng was so infuriated that he nearly smashed his phone. He had intended to flaunt his status while on speakerphone, but everything had turned into a series of unfortunate events. He shouted in frustration once more. Seizing the moment while he was distracted, Su Zhengyang discreetly retrieved his identification card, chuckling as he concealed it. With the ID in hand, the person on the other end quickly made a call. However, for minutes later, a voice came through the line. "Is the young master there? Please tell him that. The authorities have stated that they cannot disclose this person's information. They advised us to recognize our own identities and reminded us that we are not qualified to inquire within the authorities." The steward on the other end was evidently unaware that the call was on speakerphone, and he continued to earnestly advise his young master against causing trouble. Enraged, Sun Feng picked up his phone and hurled it to the ground, stomping on it multiple times in fury. He was utterly humiliated. His wife had betrayed him, and now he found himself in a position of disgrace. He had attempted to show off, yet instead, he was met with obstacles. Despite receiving the ID number, everyone now perceived him as nothing more than a pretentious braggart. Do not be disheartened. You wish to highlight the disparity, and you have certainly succeeded. Su Zhengyang quickly consoled him. Watching Su Zhengyang and Oppo's smug expression, Cheng Baola nearly burst into laughter. She had not anticipated Su Zhengyang and Appo's prowess in outmaneuvering them all. She felt no remorse. After all, it was Zhou Man who had instigated the trouble first. Now, witnessing Su Zhengyang standing up for her, she felt a sense of relief as the pent-up frustration of over a year finally dissipated. "Get out. You too, leave at once. You are not welcome here." At this moment, Li Yiru and Appo's parents, who had remained silent until now, spoke up. Particularly Li Yiru and Appo's mother, Chao Feng, had a brilliant idea. Regardless of the circumstances, Su Zhengyang had no connection to them, but Sun Feng was another matter. Their family's business relied on him for support. With Sun Feng's current humiliation, he was furious. This was the perfect time for them to step in and align themselves with him. Moreover, Sun Feng's wife would soon be cast out, leaving a vacancy for the position of the Sun family and Appo's matriarch, which could conveniently be filled by their daughter, Li Yiru. Su Zhengyang turned to look at them. "Are you referring to us? Who else could it be? I do not care who you are. Offending young master Sun is an affront to our Li family. We are irreconcilable." Chao Feng coldly scolded, signaling her daughter to act. Li Yiru understood immediately and approached Cheng Baola, saying, "I apologize, Baola, but you must leave. You are not welcome here, and I no longer wish to see you. Rest assured, had I not harbored a sliver of hope for a peaceful coexistence, I would not have come here today," Cheng Baola replied, surveying everyone with an indifferent expression. At that moment, a manager from the front hall approached, bowing courteously and gesturing for entry, accompanied by a tall, elegant woman. It was none other than Tang Ying. "Tang Ying? Is that really Tang Ying? Am I seeing things? How could Tang Ying possibly be here?" Those present, familiar with the fashion industry, recognized her instantly, and both Li Yiru and Sun Feng immediately identified the woman. Tang Ying was a formidable figure in the garment industry of Santai City, her influence unparalleled, with the power to determine fates. For factories like the Sun family's, she regarded them as mere tools, while Li Yiru and Appo's family textile factory barely registered in her eyes. As Tang Ying approached, the room fell silent, and the Li family members stared in astonishment, bewildered by the purpose of her presence. Tang Ying smiled gently at Su Zhengyang and his companion, having promised Cheng Baola to keep her identity a secret. So she decided to first present her gift before revealing the sender. She stepped forward to Li Yiru, holding a transparent box containing a palm-sized, vividly crafted golden phoenix. The magnificent creature spread its wings, sparkling with golden brilliance. "Greetings, Miss Li. I am here on behalf of a mysterious guest to present you with a birthday gift." "Happy birthday," Tang Ying announced, causing Li Yiru to instinctively step back in shock. She could hardly believe that Tang Ying would bestow a gift upon her. Why? What is happening? Overwhelmed, she hesitated to accept. However, her mother, Chao Feng, was suddenly overjoyed. "Oh, I had no idea that President Tang was here. We are truly honored by your presence, the most esteemed guest." Thank you, thank you." Chao Feng bowed deeply, eager to claim the pure gold phoenix. Her eyes sparkled with greed. May I inquire who this mysterious guest is that has favored our daughter so?" Li Yiru's father stammered. At that moment, Li Yiru suddenly gasped and looked toward Sun Feng. Her action drew the attention of everyone present, all eyes now on Sun Feng. Indeed, if anyone in attendance could summon Tang Ying, it could only be him. Instantly, everyone regarded Sun Feng with envious eyes, wondering what status he must hold to have such influence. Li Yiru was overwhelmed with emotion, and her parents were consumed with the singular thought of solidifying an alliance with the Sun family. Sun Feng, too, was dumbfounded, gazing at Tang Ying, and as the crowd looked to him, he reveled in the attention, despite not knowing why. However, Su Zhengyang and Appo's languid voice pierced the silence. "Tang Ying, please take back that golden phoenix. They are not worthy. I can arrange for them to receive a mere chicken instead." Su Zhengyang's words shattered the tranquility, igniting fury within the Li family. "How dare you? What did you just say? How dare you address Tang Ying in such a manner? What gives you the right? Cheng Baola, are you not leaving yet? Do I need to repeat myself? Today, President Tang is here to celebrate my birthday, and I do not wish for you to spoil the occasion. Leave immediately. Li Yiru glared at Cheng Baola. With Tang Ying present for her birthday, Li Yiru felt as if she had reached the pinnacle of her life. This was no dream. Tang Ying stood before her, marrying into the Sun family and leveraging Tang Ying and Appo's connections to dominate the fashion world was within her grasp. Indeed, Leave, you are ruining the celebration. How dare you utter such words? Depart at once. Scum, do not spoil President Tang's mood. The other classmates joined in, eager to maintain the joyous atmosphere and not let Su Zhengyang dampen the spirits. Yet, as the crowd clamored, Tang Ying and Appo's expression darkened. She looked anxiously at Su Zhengyang and asked Su Baola what is going on. Tang Ying's inquiry left the Li family members in stunned silence. Chapter 40. They want us to leave. The surrounding classmates' furious curses abruptly ceased. Su sure? Baola, what kind of dress is that? Li Yiru asked tremulously. Mr. Tang, are you speaking to them? If not them, then whom? Are you implying it's you? Tang Ying retorted coldly, snatching the golden phoenix back. She secretly lamented her misfortune. Counting this incident, she had already fawned over Su Zhengyang twice only to end up humiliating herself. What had gone wrong with her? Mr. Tang, what do you mean? Why are you talking to them? Do you know them? Chao Feng asked, a dreadful premonition creeping over her. This golden phoenix was sent by Baola. Do you think I wouldn't know her? Dangjing zipli si li. Stop wasting time with them. Didn't you hear them telling us to leave? Su Zhengyang rudely plucked a few grapes and waved at Tang Ying. Understood, Su Si. Tang Ying nodded, quickly departing. As she passed by Cheng Baola, she casually grasped her hand, their camaraderie resembling that of sisters. Everyone was left in stunned silence. It turned out that Tang Ying was indeed summoned by Su Zhengyang and Cheng Baola, bringing the golden phoenix to celebrate. What sort of influence was this? In the corner, the previously unnoticed Zhou Man and Appo's eyes widened in shock, as if struck by lightning. She had already suffered greatly at the hands of Su Zhengyang, but now, not a shred of vengeful thought remained. No, don't go. Baola. Li Yiru suddenly snapped back to reality, shouting as she hurried after them. The Li family and Sun Feng also reacted, frantically pursuing. Li Yiru was filled with regret. This was all supposed to be hers. If only she had established a good relationship with Cheng Baola earlier, she could have connected with Tang Ying now. Who could have anticipated this? To watch her chance slip away right before her eyes was unbearable. The front desk manager, having grasped the situation, signaled outside. A few security guards rushed in just as Li Yiru was about to catch up with Tang Ying, forcefully blocking the Li family. Baola! Li Yiru cried out in despair. Su Zhengyang and his companions halted, turning to gaze at the sobbing family. Baola, I was wrong. Are we still good sisters? We're roommates. Please don't hold this against me. I beg you. She was compelled to plead. This was no longer solely about their potential connection with Tang Ying. They had offended Su Zhengyang and Cheng Baola. Tang Ying would undoubtedly retaliate against them without lifting a finger. Just one word from her, and countless individuals would gladly rush to extinguish their small factory. Indeed, we failed to recognize the gravity of the situation. Please show us mercy. Chao Feng wept profusely, desperately wishing to curry favor with Tang Ying. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and now it was slipping away. Are we good sisters? That is a question you should ask yourselves. I have never wronged you. I have always been cautious around you, yet you targeted me at every turn. You even formed a group to conspire against me in my job search. You took pleasure in it. At least 10 of you participated. What have I ever done to deserve this? Cheng Baola finally erupted, years of grievances pouring forth as tears streamed down her face, pointing at the crowd and voicing her long-suppressed feelings. We deserve this. It's my fault, but you are the kind-hearted one. I know you will forgive me, right? Li Yiru cried uncontrollably. Cheng Baola shook her head. Seeing Cheng Baola and Appo's tears, Su Zhengyang was filled with genuine rage. You truly deserve this. You have 10 hours to leave Santai City, or I will do everything in my power to ensure you are left destitute. And you, Sun Feng, I'm sparing your family a life because I promised to keep Zhou Man from the streets. You are responsible for her. If I see Zhou Man well-fed and clothed, your family will take her place on the streets. Su Zhengyang issued his ultimatum without hesitation. Yes, yes, I understand. Sun Feng hurriedly bowed in gratitude. Su Zhengyang gently wiped Cheng Bao La's tears and took her by the hand, leading her outside, leaving the Li family frozen in place. 10 hours would not suffice to sell the factory, let alone manage the overwhelming backlog of orders. It appeared Su Zhengyang was determined to crush them, and before delivering the final blow, he was granting them 10 hours to struggle, to experience a flicker of hope before plunging them into despair. Who had they truly offended? At that moment, Sun Feng was the most fortunate among them. Meanwhile, Sun Li and the others trembled uncontrollably, knowing they would struggle to sleep for a long time. Once outside the hotel, Tang Ying smiled as she wiped Cheng Bao La's tears. It's all over now. She envied Cheng Bao La deeply. Having dropped out of school at 17 to navigate the world, Cheng Bao La was still youthful, while her grievances were mere fleeting clouds. Yet Bao La had Su Zhengyang, a man capable of shielding her from life's storms. She would no longer face hardships. As for herself, she remained alone and unanchored. Although she had latched onto Su Zhengyang, it wasn't he the kind of support she sought. By the way, Sister Tang, I've figured out that feng shui arrangement you mentioned the other day. We should add 2 stone lions at the east gate, one facing northeast and the other northwest. Su Zhengyang saw this as an excellent opportunity to mislead Cheng Bao La, sparing her from constantly questioning the source of her wealth. The profession of a feng shui master was a perfect ruse, especially since Zhang Yu believed in it. Tang Ying paused in surprise, but quickly regained her composure, nodding in agreement. Oh, I see. Thank you, Su Sure. I will transfer $2 to you once I return. Great. Tang Ying offered a few more words of comfort before driving away. Su Zhengyang and Cheng Bao La returned to the car, and she looked at him with wide eyes. Ah, no wonder Tang Ying respects you so much. You suddenly became wealthy and learned to deceive. Oof. To be honest, I've gained a bit of fame in the feng shui world. If you say that, my followers might come after you. Su Zhengyang stated seriously. Cheng Bao La chuckled, rolling her eyes, but then suddenly blushed, lowering her head and mumbling, "Thank you." What? I didn't catch that. Su Zhengyang leaned in closer. You rascal. Cheng Bao La playfully tugged at his ear. After some light-hearted banter, Su Zhengyang asked earnestly, now that no one is obstructing you, you can freely choose a career you like. What are your plans? The question left Cheng Bao La both excited and conflicted. Su Zhengyang suggested, how about this? You've always dreamed of opening a healthy restaurant, right? I'll invest, you work, and we'll split the profits. What do you think? Don't pity me. Just because you have money doesn't mean you can buy my soul. Cheng Bao La frowned, clearly displeased. I have no intention of buying your soul. Consider this an investment. I simply enjoy seeing you work and counting the money. Otherwise, I'd be spending lavishly on private lessons and such. Cheng Bao La shook her head vigorously, recalling how Su Zhengyang had spent $5 on a lesson, feeling empathetic for him. 5 yuan is sufficient to start a restaurant. Indeed, I understand your determination. But consider this. A person destined to become an actress is discovered by a talent scout on the street and is immediately offered the lead role in a television series. Would you still insist on rejecting such an opportunity and begin as an extra? Cheng Bao La bit her lip, reluctantly acknowledging the validity of Su Zhengyang's words. Furthermore, there was no reason for her to decline Su Zhengyang's goodwill. That would be utterly ungrateful. Very well then. Boss. Chapter 41. I do not attend to male clients. Observing Su Zhengyang's triumphant grin, Cheng Bao La playfully struck him with a soft fist. However, not long after they drove away, her uncontainable joy burst forth from the car window. I can finally open my restaurant. This was accompanied by Su Zhengyang's admonitions. Seatbelt. Seatbelt. The following morning, Cheng Bao La, who had barely slept due to her excitement, was still in high spirits. Su Zhengyang drove her directly to Yun High Club to resign and hand over her responsibilities. The manager, sister's son, was taken aback, fearing she had inadvertently offended Cheng Bao La. The owner, Lin Zuxian, had specifically instructed that they treat Cheng Bao La well, seeking to promote her as a key employee, primarily to maintain a good relationship with Su Zhengyang. To her surprise, Cheng Bao La had come to resign. However, upon learning of her promising new path, Sister Sun could only assist her in completing her resignation and member transfer. Once the resignation was finalized, they headed straight to a real estate agency in the city, Jaha Agency. Outside the entrance, Chung Baola mentioned feeling thirsty and went to a nearby convenience store to buy a bottle of water. Su Zhengyang nodded in acknowledgement and entered the agency. The agency was spacious, housing nearly 20 computers. The nearest manager, donning a professional smile, promptly approached Su Zhengyang. "Good day, sir. How may I assist you?" "Oh, I'm looking to rent a storefront." "Certainly. Please have a seat here, and I will find the most qualified property consultant for you." The manager's demeanor was quite pleasant as he gestured Su Zhengyang toward the sofa area while signaling for a girl across the room. "Xiaoya, come here for a moment." A girl with a doll-like face slowly stood up, glancing in their direction. Su Zhengyang casually looked at her. She was indeed very beautiful, with an exquisite doll-like face, straight bangs, and a small ponytail, exuding a certain charm. However, her figure was rather average, lacking the allure of an S-shaped silhouette, and her hips appeared somewhat unflattering. To someone like Su Zhengyang, a fitness enthusiast, her physique was hardly appealing, devoid of attraction. Yet, in the eyes of the general public, her beauty was undeniable. Su Zhengyang offered her a friendly smile, but to his surprise, she responded with a slight downing of her lips, her eyes betraying a hint of disdain. Such overt emotions did not escape Su Zhengyang's keen perception. The girl approached with a sour expression, as if someone owed her money. "Xiaoya, please assist this gentleman in finding a storefront," the manager urged, sensing the tension but feeling compelled to proceed. "I am amp, oppos," he already stated. "I only attend to female clients." Xiaoya responded with evident dissatisfaction. At this moment, Su Zhengyang could overhear the whispers of those around them. "Here we go. I heard she only serves female clients at Shifeng Agency." "Well, not entirely. She does attend to male clients, but only those of a certain elegance, one she deems worthy." One absurd attitude. If you're so precious, perhaps you shouldn't be in the service industry. Apparently, she believes that all lowly men only gawk at her beauty, which she finds revolting. Indeed, she was stunning and had outstanding performance metrics, leading her to be favored wherever she went. Her colleagues continued to murmur quietly. However, the manager's expression darkened. No matter how esteemed one felt, one should not disrespect leadership in front of clients. Just as the manager was about to speak again, Su Zhengyang interjected, "Let it be. If there's a rule, let us find someone else. How about that young lady?" He pointed toward a bespectacled girl who sat idly observing them. He was quite accommodating. Since the girl was unwilling, why compel her? Yet, the manager felt a bit irritable. "I and oppose. Am truly sorry, sir. Please give me a moment. I must have her assist you today." The manager feared Su Zhengyang's displeasure and sought to assert his authority. If she wouldn't comply, she could leave. He turned to reprimand Xiaoya, but Su Zhengyang sighed. "I genuinely am not angry. I am in a hurry. She is no different to me than anyone else. Just expedite the process." However, this statement only elicited another cold glare from Xiaoya. To her, being regarded as no different from others was a slight. She scoffed at Su Zhengyang, having encountered many who feigned nonchalance to attract her attention, but she was resolute in not serving this repugnant man. Seeing Su Zhengyang's reaction, the manager took a deep breath to quell his frustration, waved Xiaoya over, and again apologized to Su Zhengyang. Just then, Chung Baola entered, cheerfully skipping in with 2 bottles of water. Instantly, the men in the room were momentarily stunned. This reaction was entirely understandable, for wherever Chung Baola went, she was an undeniable focal point. Tall and athletic, her perfect curves and slim waist, combined with her breathtaking beauty, made her a vision of allure. Especially with her radiant smile, playful and bright like sunshine amidst a sea of flowers, she embodied the ideal combination of innocence and temptation. The quintessential figure of every otaku's dreams. "Which one do you want?" Chung Baola playfully inquired as she approached Su Zhengyang, holding out a bottle of water and a beverage. "Drink the leftover one," Su Zhengyang replied, feigning annoyance, prompting Chung Baola to stick out her tongue in a cheeky grin. Su Zhengyang understood her well. She was fitness conscious, wary of gaining weight, but often tempted to indulge. Thus, he found himself drinking whatever she had left over. Their seemingly intimate exchange led to misunderstandings among the onlookers. Xiaoya's expression darkened, her disbelief palpable. She had not anticipated that Su Zhengyang had such a stunning girlfriend. Meanwhile, her colleagues snickered quietly. In this comparison, Xiaoya, while attractive, paled in comparison to Cheng Baola, particularly with the latter's strikingly voluptuous figure juxtaposed against Xiaoya's less appealing form. It was evident that Su Zhengyang's earlier comment about viewing Xiaoya as no different than others was not mere pretense. After all, how could he possibly be interested in someone of her caliber when he was accustomed to being with someone like Cheng Baola? A profound sense of defeat welled within Xiaoya. At that moment, the manager added fuel to the fire. Well, Xiaoya, if you cannot assist, perhaps you should return to your seat. Kayle, please take care of these two. The girl named Kayle, wearing glasses, approached with a beaming smile, adjusting her spectacles and greeting them with an endearing grin. Defeated, Xiaoya inhaled deeply and slinked back to her seat. Her gaze continually flicked toward them, only to find Su Zhengyang utterly indifferent to her presence, leaving her feeling stifled and frustrated. Chapter 42. Is kissing the hand truly elegant? Although the bespectacled girl may appear somewhat simple-minded, her wealth of professional knowledge is impressive, with much of the shop information readily available without the need for reference materials. As per your request, there is a spacious duplex near North City Park, measuring 538 square meters, encompassing 2 levels. It is exceptionally suitable for high-end dining, and the owner is in urgent need of funds, making it available for both rent and sale. A mere 100 meters ahead lies the park's parking lot, surrounded by lush greenery, providing a tranquil escape amidst the hustle and bustle. While the price is somewhat steep, it is comparable to the rates of nearby commercial establishments. The bespectacled girl candidly acknowledged the expense, leaving the manager speechless beside her. Let us proceed. This is the one, she declared, and Su Zhengyang paid no heed to alternative options. Regardless of the price, this location was undoubtedly the most fitting. North City Park is renowned as the green lung of Santai City, boasting abundant vegetation and a significant foot traffic. The surrounding shops are enveloped in greenery. Although they may not be as conspicuous as bustling commercial venues, it aligns perfectly with Cheng Baola's vision of promoting healthy dining. What could be healthier than dining next to a green lawn? Without delay, the bespectacled girl contacted the owner, who fortuitously was nearby. Su Zhengyang and his companions wasted no time and drove straight there. As they approached North City Park, the air became noticeably fresher and cleaner, filled with the melodies of chirping birds, the laughter of children, and the sight of elderly players engaged in chess, occasionally interrupted by the sound of a fitness enthusiast cracking a whip. It felt as though industrial noise was shielded by an extraordinary tranquility, uplifting their spirits. They parked directly in front of the Target storefront. The street was not wide, consisting of a 2-way single lane, but it only served traffic entering and exiting the park, resulting in minimal vehicle flow and slow speeds. Upon alighting, they noticed a middle-aged man standing outside, draped in a coat, puffing on a cigarette, his face clouded with worry. "Hello, may I inquire if you're Mr. Zhao?" The bespectacled girl approached him. "You're here to view the property. Please come in," the man replied, forcing a faint smile as he extinguished his cigarette and gestured them inside. The storefront featured a welcoming foyer, leading into a spacious hall with a grand open design, supported by 2 sturdy columns. A wide corridor encircled the ceiling, creating a second floor, forming a magnificent duplex structure. Alas, I have never rented it since purchasing. It was originally meant for personal use, but due to unforeseen family circumstances, I am in urgent need of funds and must part with it. If you wish to rent, the price is undeniably fair. It is also available for sale," the man stated earnestly. Su Zhengyang and his companion exchanged glances, both recognizing the exceptional nature of the space, convinced that further exploration was unnecessary. However, to be prudent, they decided to tour both levels. During their casual conversation, they learned that the man and Oppo's 2 children were gravely ill, suffering from muscular atrophy. A newly developed miracle drug in the country could potentially cure them, but it cost over 10,000 per dose, requiring at least 4 doses for treatment, not to mention the exorbitant hospitalization fees. The thick stack of medical reports he carried evoked sympathy from Zhengyang and his companions. As a once prosperous family found themselves nearly destitute, still falling short of the necessary funds. Zhengyang nodded, deciding to proceed with the agreement. However, just then, a blue Maserati pulled up at the entrance, and a man and woman emerged from the vehicle. The man, in his 30s with slick-back hair and black gloves, was accompanied by none other than the beautiful Xiaoya, whom they had seen at the agency. Clutching documents, she approached the man directly. Coincidentally, after Zhengyang and his group had left the agency, the man entered seeking the same storefront. Since the bespectacled girl had just confirmed that the owner was present, they bypassed any formal introduction and headed straight over. Zhengyang frowned slightly, although unfamiliar with the conventions of real estate. He sensed that such interference with another and Oppo's client was rather inappropriate. Upon entering, the man gazed in astonishment at Cheng Baola, clearly captivated by her beauty, particularly her figure. Unabashed in his admiration, Cheng Baola, feeling his unwavering gaze, frowned slightly. "And you are?" Mr. Zhao inquired, puzzled. "We are also here to view the property. You are renting and selling, correct? My client is eager to have a look. He has just returned from business in the UK." Xiaoya emphasized her companion and amp. Oppo's recent trip, casting a pointed glance at Zhengyang. Upon meeting Zhengyang and Oppo's gaze, she quickly diverted her attention, feeling a wave of satisfaction. Zhengyang, however, merely smirked inwardly. The whispers among their colleagues about her reluctance to entertain male clients, unless they were sophisticated, seemed to have shaped her perspective. Indeed, this man was clad in an exquisite bespoke suit, with gloves and a well-groomed appearance, exuding a certain charm. "Greetings." He politely nodded towards Mr. Zhao, his smile radiating confidence. Perhaps you might wait a moment. They arrived first, and I believe it would be courteous for them to finish before you proceed," Mr. Zhao suggested, somewhat awkwardly. "Oh, not all." The man waved dismissively, then turned to Cheng Baola with a smile. "It is an absolute pleasure to meet you, dear lady. May I have the honor of making your acquaintance? Honestly, I have spent over a decade in the UK and have never encountered a beauty such as yourself." As he spoke, he removed his gloves, bowing slightly in a gentlemanly manner, extending his hand towards Cheng Baola, evidently intending to perform the noble gesture of kissing her hand. Cheng Baola, however, merely waved her hand politely and greeted him with a casual hi, effectively rejecting his attempt at courtesy. This left the man slightly awkward, leading him to mutter, "No worries." Zhengyang and his companions exchanged puzzled looks, wondering what he meant by that. It seemed as if he felt wronged in some way. Xiaoya, with a stern expression, interjected, "Mr. Peter is attempting to perform a hand-kissing gesture. If you possessed any manners, you would extend your hand in cooperation rather than display such ignorance of etiquette." Zhengyang, with a faint smile, responded, "I suggest you educate yourself. The act of kissing a hand is reserved for married ladies, and it is inappropriate to kiss the hand of a maiden. Moreover, if the woman does not extend her hand, there is no obligation to perform a gesture. Do you understand?" Xiaoya's brow furrowed, her face flushing with embarrassment. An instinct warned her that Zhengyang's words might not be entirely accurate, possibly intended to humiliate her, yet she could not discern the truth. The faux foreigner remained silent, leaving her uncertain. The bespectacled girl stifled a laugh, intensifying Xiaoya's embarrassment. Peter, on the other hand, maintained his gentlemanly demeanor, repeatedly stating, "No worries, no worries. Have you all made a decision regarding this store? I have taken a brief look and find it quite appealing. I feel no need to explore further options. This place is perfect. Apologies, but we have also made our decision," Cheng Baola replied, glancing at Zhengyang. Receiving his nod of approval, she smiled and affirmed her choice. "Oh, in that case, I would gladly concede it to you. Competing with such a lovely lady is simply lacking in elegance," Peter remarked, grinning amiably. Zhengyang and his companion were left bewildered. It seemed as though they were the ones who had arrived first, and Mr. Zhao had clearly stated a first-come, first-served policy. How had it turned into a scenario where it appeared they were the ones competing with him? Chapter 43. It's your turn to bid. Zhengyang was growing somewhat displeased. "Have you finalized the rent?" Peter inquired again. It seems that is of no concern to you. Chung Baola replied, exasperated. Well, I merely intended to express my goodwill. If you find the rent here exorbitant, I do have a solution, he said, casting an expectant glance at Chung Baola. However, upon seeing her silence, he continued, I could purchase the property and then lease it to you at a price that would surely entice you. He smiled with a devilish charm. This should have been a rather romantic and pretentious proposition, especially given his casual delivery. The notion of buying the place and then renting it out to her seemed both tender and domineering. Peter was confident that no woman could resist his advances, and thus he beamed with assurance. At that moment, the property owner, Brother Zhao, interjected excitedly. Really? Peter nodded with a smile. Xiaoya, feeling a sense of pride, remarked, Mr. Peter's father owns a renovation company in both the UK and domestically, with a fortune exceeding 100 million. Peter wore a modest smile, nearly gesturing for everyone to remain discreet. Brother Zhao, feeling somewhat helpless, turned to Zhengyang, saying, Brother, you know my situation. I really have no choice. If he buys, I must take the money to survive. Zhengyang nodded in understanding. Of course, I comprehend. However, I never claimed I wasn't interested in purchasing. Huh? You want to buy too? Brother Zhao asked, puzzled. Why not? Isn't it available for both rent and sale? We had no intention of discussing rent after our visit. I was planning to buy outright. Zhengyang replied with a nod. Chung Baola discreetly tugged at Zhengyang's sleeve, signaling him not to engage in a bidding war. Since you also wish to buy, why don't we bid? The highest bidder wins, a fair and just arrangement. What do you say? Peter proposed, visibly pleased. Observing Chung Baola's subtle gesture, he felt both jealous and relieved, convinced that Zhengyang lacked the financial means to compete. An investment here would showcase his prowess before Chung Baola. Worst-case scenario, he could sell the property later, as long as it helped him win her affection. That sounds splendid. You may proceed, Zhengyang replied with a cheerful demeanor. Peter nodded, his gentlemanly manners intact as he asked, May I inquire about the asking price for this property? Well, I'm in urgent need of funds. If you are genuinely interested, I won't ask for much. A flat price of 15 million. This location is quite rare near North City Park. Brother Zhao explained, his excitement palpable, fearing a refusal. However, Peter interrupted him with a wave. Your price is quite reasonable. I will offer 5 million. A 50 down payment, with the remainder on mortgage. He was confident that if he handled his father's business well, he would have ample opportunity to resell without significant loss. Yet today, he was determined to win a heart and secure a leasing agreement at a bargain price. As long as Chung Baola rented from him, they would share a landlord-tenant relationship, providing ample opportunity for intimacy. Mortgage sounds good. Brother Zhao hesitated, acknowledging that securing a full cash buyer would be challenging, so he accepted with a smile. But then he recalled something and turned to Zhengyang. While he held little hope, he didn't want Zhengyang to lose face, especially since he didn't particularly like him. It was clear he was just a local with a foreign name. Sir, it's your turn. Peter graciously gestured. 100 million cash. Zhengyang, without hesitation, raised a finger and uttered 5 words. The room fell silent instantly. Peter's expression darkened. Mr. Su, if you're not serious, please do not jest at my expense. There is no need to put on a show in front of your companion. Ah, there is a saying in your country. What is it? To inflate one's face to appear wealthy? Peter's gentlemanly facade crumbled, his displeasure evident at Zhengyang's interruption. Xiaoya's face contorted in disdain, relishing the embarrassment Zhengyang had brought upon himself. 100 million? Is this a jest? She scoffed, recalling how Peter's family was worth over 100 million. Can we not further embarrass our nation? Zhengyang paid her no mind and retrieved his wallet. Previously, he had stashed several hundred bills beneath his bed, along with a handful of change, his entire wealth, having been too lazy to deposit it. While tidying up, he had gathered it all into his wallet. As he opened it, several crisp 100 bills gleamed brightly, their vibrant red hue sparkling like diamonds. This was the distinctive radiance of a 100 yuan note. Zhengyang intentionally turned his back to Chung Baola, striving to prevent her from witnessing the display, lest she accuse him of treating her like a pig. Yet Peter and the others saw everything, particularly Brother Zhao, who understood the implications clearly. The room fell into a stunned silence. It was well known that only those with assets exceeding 1,000 would be issued a 100 yuan note after rigorous scrutiny. It was a 1-to-1 issuance, meaning one must possess at least 7,000 in personal assets to receive 700 yuan notes. Zhengyang withdrew one bill, promptly tucking his wallet away before Cheng Baola's curious gaze turned towards him. "Mr. Peter, it's your turn," he said, raising the 100 yuan note as a reminder. Peter snapped back to reality, bewildered. "My turn? Our company's total barely reaches 150. Our usable operating funds amount to only 50 or 60 at best. What do I bid with?" What was even more difficult for him to accept was that Zhengyang had deviated from the expected course. He had called for 5 million, and Zhengyang had jumped straight to 100 million. He had been completely bypassed for a second bid. This was a brutal display meant to crush him financially. Yet he quickly regained his composure, a cold smile returning to his lips. While he could not afford to engage, it did not mean he had lost. He clapped twice, laughing heartily. "Ah, this gentleman certainly has wealth, though I wonder how the property owner will thank me for raising the price on your behalf." His demeanor exuded triumph, akin to a shrewd victor, his tone suggesting he had purposely inflated the price to coax Zhengyang into spending more. Though Xiaoya had also been taken aback, she now sighed in relief, casting an incredulous look at Zhengyang. Peter continued, addressing him with a weighty tone. "Such reckless spending, regardless of how wealthy your parents may be, will eventually lead to your downfall. I shall refrain from further bidding. You've won, ha ha," he concluded, chuckling with self-satisfaction. However, Zhengyang remained unfazed, looking at him with equal earnestness. 100 million may seem substantial in your eyes, given your limited perspective, but to me, it is merely a trifling sum, nothing more than a means to procure my own happiness. Do not challenge my pocket change with your family fortune. Moreover, 15 million likely wouldn't even suffice to save 2 children's lives. Would it, Brother Zhao? Chapter 44. The shadow leaping from rooftop to rooftop, Zhengyang's final words sent a shiver through Brother Zhao. He gazed at Su in astonishment. "Brother, are you serious? A child requires 4, and for 2 children, that amounts to 8. That should suffice." Zhengyang nodded and smiled. Earlier, when Brother Zhao showed them the receipts, Su's keen eyes had spotted 2 diagnosis forms, one classified as secondary and the other as primary, both congenital conditions which could indeed be treated with that special medication. Detected consumption, but the host still has suspicions of point extraction. This time, the points earned amount to 100. Su and Apos' face wore a cheerful grin, yet his heart was a tumult of emotions. Am I extracting points? I'm merely performing a charitable act. He genuinely harbored the intention of doing good. Perhaps the saying desperate men devise cunning plans, while the wealthy nurture a conscience aptly described him. Though he could not save the world, he felt inclined to accumulate some good karma since fate had presented him with this opportunity. After all, with the system on his side, 100 yuan was merely a drop in the bucket. The monthly interest exceeded 10,000, far beyond his spending needs. Brother Zhao's eyes brimmed with tears. Without uttering a word, he gently pushed aside the girl with glasses and slowly knelt down. His movements were deliberate yet unwavering. Cheng Baola and the girl with glasses rushed to assist him, but they could not restrain this resolute man. Brother Zhao's knees met the ground. A man in his 40s, tears streaming down his face, rendered speechless. Zhengyang felt a pang in his heart and stepped forward to pull the elder brother up. "Brother Zhao, there's truly no need for this." However, Brother Zhao merely shook his head repeatedly, attempting to speak but only managing to shed more tears, which distressed Cheng Baola and the others. Peter observed this scene with a mixture of confusion and then a darkening expression. He was unaware of Brother Zhao's circumstances, but Zhengyang's words had left him feeling quite uncomfortable. Now, it appeared that the 100 yuan represented more than a mere trifle to Su. It had salvaged a family on the brink of collapse. This was infinitely nobler than the pretense of purchasing the shop to impress Cheng Baola. Yet he clung to hope. Perhaps the landlord would express gratitude towards him as well. After all, without his bidding, the gentleman would not have raised the price to 100, would he? Although such overt self-promotion was somewhat distasteful, it seemed not entirely unreasonable. He anticipated that this would at least allow Cheng Baola to recognize some of his contributions, preventing her from focusing all her admiration on Su Zhengyang. However, Su Zhengyang denied him that opportunity. "If I had offered 50, do you think you could have bid higher?" Peter's face flushed crimson, momentarily at a loss for words. "Do you still think my offer of 100 has anything to do with you?" Even Xiaoya, standing nearby, felt sympathy for Peter. Su Zhengyang left no room for Peter to shine, claiming all the credit for himself. But now, Xiaoya dared not voice her thoughts. Someone who could casually produce 100 yuan to purchase a storefront was not someone she could afford to provoke. Although Peter's expression darkened, he could not articulate his feelings and merely scoffed before turning to leave. Xiaoya, unwilling to concede, cast a resentful glance at the girl with glasses and followed suit. If this transaction indeed concluded at 100 yuan, the commission alone would have netted the girl with glasses a tidy sum. A commission of 1% would yield 1 yuan. After they departed, Brother Zhao took a moment to compose himself, while Su Zhengyang wasted no time in asking the girl with glasses to contact the manager. They all proceeded directly to the housing authority to finalize the transfer. Su Zhengyang covered the entire agent fee, merely by paying the commission. He had already made a profit of 100 yuan. No one could stop him from spending. Brother Zhao, filled with gratitude, insisted on taking Su Zhengyang and his companion to the hospital, first to confirm the condition of his child, ensuring Su did not deceive him, and second, to allow his family to express their thanks to this benefactor in person. Su Zhengyang and his companion declined, citing prior commitments, leaving their contact information to arrange future communication. They could easily envision the scene that would unfold at the hospital, with his family crying and kneeling in gratitude. And Su Zhengyang had no desire to be burdened by such emotional weight. After attending to all matters, evening had fallen. Though you are helping him, spending 100 yuan on a shop like this is a loss we can never recoup. Cheng Baola pouted, her expression conflicted as they sat in the car. She was aware of Su Zhengyang's wealth, but hadn't anticipated his ability to part with 100. While she wholeheartedly supported his desire to assist Brother Zhao, this was indeed a considerable loss. Running a restaurant would hardly make that back in a lifetime. You fail to understand. This is about accumulating good karma. And do you realize that this shop, from a feng shui perspective, is akin to my sleeping dragon ridge? It will greatly benefit me. Once purchased, I can recoup that 100 yuan in no time. Su Zhengyang exclaimed excitedly. Really? Cheng Baola gasped, her mouth agape in surprise. More genuine than pearls. Su Zhengyang grinned, starting the car, eager to revisit the shop with the now rejuvenated Cheng Baola. Upon arriving at the storefront, they disembarked. Just then, Su Zhengyang caught sight of someone at the street corner, seemingly watching him. He quickly turned his head, and the figure startled, disappearing in an instant. Despite the encroaching darkness and the glow of streetlights, Su Zhengyang's keen eyesight allowed him to discern every detail from 100 meters away. He stood frozen in shock. That figure bore an uncanny resemblance to someone from his past. His biological mother. Was it a mirage? His mother had passed away. Suddenly, clarity returned to Su Zhengyang, and he dashed towards the street corner. Cheng Baola turned back momentarily and, finding him gone, called out in confusion, unaware of what had transpired. Su Zhengyang reached the corner, spotting that familiar silhouette slipping into an alley. His pace quickened, and he pursued. Despite his enhanced speed, the figure ahead seemed to move even faster, navigating effortlessly. "Stop! Stop!" Su Zhengyang shouted, and the figure hesitated momentarily, turning slightly to glance at him. Then, to Su Zhengyang's astonishment, the figure executed an incredible maneuver. She kicked off the wall and leaped several meters, skimming across the surface like a dragonfly. With a second push, she soared into the air, and with a third, lightly tapped the 5th-floor terrace of a hotel, propelling herself into the night sky, vanishing from Su Zhengyang's sight. Draped in black, she leapt from rooftop to rooftop. Chapter 45. The Zhao family's conspiracy. Su Zhengyang leaned against the wall, stunned. His eyes widened in disbelief at the scene unfolding before him. What was this? A martial arts film? He took a deep breath, hastening to the wall where she had stepped, noticing that the wall bore little damage, only a faint shoe print so shallow it was almost laughable. It was impossible to discern the type of shoe. Unwilling to give up, Zhengyang raised his head, anxiously searching around. Soon, he spotted his target, a surveillance camera. Just moments ago, this camera had caught the woman's angle, and she had lingered for a moment. This was the back alley of a major hotel, and Zhengyang quickly made his way around to enter the establishment. The hotel was modest, neither too large nor particularly upscale. Zhengyang rushed in, tossing a dime onto the front desk. To facilitate transactions, he had exchanged several bills, mindful that pulling out a large note could lead to awkward situations if change was needed. The receptionist promptly escorted him to the monitoring room. After handing over another dime, the security guard had become his ally. "Brother, feel free to adjust the footage. I even have the manager's secret recordings. Back alley, 3 minutes ago. Hurry." "Got it." The guard skillfully operated the equipment. Once the footage was adjusted to the back alley, Zhengyang felt a surge of energy. The woman appeared to be aware of the camera, deliberately keeping her head down, and when she turned, only her profile was visible. Moreover, the quality of the surveillance was mediocre, rendering the image unclear. Yet, it was that profile that sent a shock through Zhengyang's heart. He was 100% certain this woman was his biological mother. He could never mistake her. "I want that footage," Zhengyang stated firmly. Of course, the guard, without hesitation, copied the video and even gifted a USB drive to Zhengyang. After expressing his gratitude, Zhengyang swiftly departed, oblivious to the guard's growing concern. Moments later, the guard pulled out his phone and dialed a number. "Hello, manager. The person you mentioned just came here and accessed a segment of the surveillance." "All right, I'll send the footage over right now." Meanwhile, at the Zhao residence, Zhao Yiming, despite his aversion to dining at home, adhered to Zhao Huashan's rule that, barring formal engagements, dinner must be a family affair. The Zhao family, after all, was a respectable lineage that valued tradition. Zhao Yiming ate hastily, his mind preoccupied with plans to visit a bar with friends, having heard of a new batch of dancers. At that moment, Zhao Xiaoman's phone buzzed with a message accompanied by a video. Initially intending to glance at it and resume her meal, she was transfixed upon playing the video, her chopsticks halting midair. "Xiaoman, what's wrong?" Zhao Huashan inquired, astonished, as Zhao Xiaoman was usually the epitome of decorum. Yet she remained silent, watching the video repeatedly, her brow furrowing in concentration. "I've been monitoring Zhengyang, and this footage was captured at one of our hotels. He just rushed in and purchased this video." Zhao Huashan received her phone, scrutinizing the screen. The footage depicted a chase culminating in the alley, featuring a man and a woman. The woman lingered for a moment before darting away, leaving the man, Zhengyang, stunned. Still puzzled, Zhao Huashan turned to Zhao Xiaoman. This was merely a chase video, yet her expression hinted at deeper knowledge. "Do you recognize this woman?" Zhao Xiaoman nodded, retrieving her phone and pausing the frame on the woman's face before darting upstairs. Zhao Huashan and the others exchanged bewildered glances. Moments later, Zhao Xiaoman returned with a stack of documents, handing them to Zhao Huashan. "I have been particularly intrigued by this mysterious organization, and I researched this woman. If my assumptions are correct, she is likely a member of the Hujuan Sword." "Hujuan Sword?" Zhao Huashan took the documents, his brow furrowing. He had only heard of this name in passing, not having paid much attention due to its distant relevance to him. After skimming through his daughter's findings, which consisted primarily of speculative information, a few profile images startled Zhao Huashan. Comparing them with his phone, he noted that the angles matched perfectly. They were undoubtedly the same person. He inhaled sharply, casting a surprised glance at Zhao Xiaoman, who regarded him with complex emotions. "I didn't oppose to expect you to delve into such matters. How much do you know about the Hujuan Sword?" "Only that it is an organization filled with top-tier talent. There are rumors suggesting it is an ancient society that flourished since the Zhengyang period, harboring many untold secrets." Zhao Xiaoman's eyes sparkled with excitement. She thrived on mysteries. "Indeed, I've heard of the Hujuan Sword, though I'm uncertain about its true nature, whether it is a grassroots organization or has ties to officialdom. Regardless, I've heard they've crossed paths with many formidable foes." "Precisely." They are regarded as guardians, having covertly dismantled numerous criminal forces, incurring countless enemies both domestic and abroad. Hence, I ponder. Zhao Xiaoman's expression darkened. What are you contemplating? I suspect this woman may very well be connected to him, perhaps even by blood. I have been unable to gather any information on Su Zhengyang, which is likely the Hujuan sword's doing. If we could procure more evidence proving their familial ties, I believe such proof would fetch a handsome price, perhaps even elevate us to new heights. Zhao Huashan's eyes brightened at her words, admiring his daughter's insight. That is simple enough. I'll have someone break one of his legs and see if the sword comes to his rescue. Zhao Yiming chimed in, unable to contain his excitement. Zhao Huashan, Shan Maglair. When will you learn from your sister and use your brain? Zhao Xiaoman interjected, Yiming, your thinking is on the right track, but we cannot act directly. We must learn to leverage others to do our bidding. This way, even if the Hujuan sword retaliates, it won't fall upon us. Gathering evidence is our priority. We should establish a connection with him, allowing us to monitor him closely and redirect the conflict towards other families. Zhao Huashan nodded in approval, instructing, however, remember this. Under no circumstances must a whisper of this scheme escape our lips. Should word get out, we risk incurring the wrath of the Hujuan sword, and if those influential families intervene, it would spell disaster for the Zhao family. Understood. As they continued their discussion, their voices dwindled to a whisper, embarking on a clandestine conspiracy. Chapter 46. Encountering road bullies on my return home upon returning to the store. Su Zhengyang was bombarded with questions from Cheng Baola, but he skillfully deflected her inquiries by claiming he had run into an acquaintance. However, the ensuing days were consumed with store renovations and hiring staff. This was the moment for Cheng Baola to showcase her abilities. Having invested a substantial amount of money, she was determined to manage everything herself without interference from Su Zhengyang. He handed her 5 yuan as seed money, while he intended to return home to visit his brother. Early the next morning, Su Zhengyang summoned Tang Ying and Chen Haohai. I need to head back to the county for a few days. If Cheng Baola does not solicit your help, kindly refrain from intervening. Why would Team Miss Baola require assistance? Su Zhengyang's reason for going to the county was not questioned, though they were curious as to why he discouraged their involvement. Baola was a strong-willed girl, apprehensive of being perceived as merely a decorative figure by Su. She was eager to prove her capabilities. In truth, Baola was not only a national first-class nutritionist and an ASEAN International Senior Nutritionist, but also held an advanced chef certificate. Had it not been for age restrictions, she might have already achieved the highest level of certification. Tang Ying smiled. She has already captured Cheng Baola and Amp, Oppo's, S-Heart. Now, Baola regards her as an older sister, confiding in her about everything. Chen Haohai was taken aback, realizing that this girl was anything but ordinary, and he looked at Su Zhengyang in astonishment. Su Zhengyang shrugged, his expression one of bemusement, having been equally perplexed when he first learned of this. By the way, do you know anyone clever, trustworthy, and capable of driving? I need an assistant. Su Zhengyang was not being finicky due to newfound wealth. Having been a boss himself, he understood the crucial importance of having an assistant and driver. Many time-consuming tasks could detract from one's focus when tackling significant matters, thus impeding efficiency. Even running errands in the city could be a hassle, especially when it came to finding parking. With his mind preoccupied by thoughts of uncovering details about his mother, navigating to the county felt like an added burden. Chen Haohai nodded in agreement. I do. Great. I'll grab breakfast. Have him come over quickly, Su Zhengyang instructed, sending them on their way. 45 minutes later, Su Zhengyang found himself staring in disbelief at a familiar figure, utterly speechless. President Su, Lin Yurong, dressed in a professional outfit complete with a form-fitting skirt and high heels, approached with a sweet and somewhat bashful smile. Chen Haohai sent you? Indeed. I'm an excellent driver. Lin Yurong raised her hand in assurance. Are you here to drive or to ride? Can you even drive in those shoes? Su Zhengyang asked, slightly exasperated. I brought a change of shoes and clothes. Lin Yurong promptly retrieved a bag from nearby. Clearly, Chen Haohai had urgently dispatched her without allowing time for a change. Will you change? Su Zhengyang ziplit in so dulo. In the car, Lin Yurong declared, not waiting for his consent, as if fearing he might dismiss her. She opened the car door and slid into the back seat. Zhengyang buried his face in his hands. Within seconds, Lin Yurong emerged from the back seat, now clad in a snug t-shirt and soft jeans. Her figure even more striking. She had exchanged her shoes for sneakers and tied up her hair, exuding a relaxed vibe. "Get in." Zhengyang gestured with a thumbs up before tossing her the car keys and settling into the passenger seat. Lin Yurong hurriedly stowed her previous attire in the corner of the back seat, appearing quite nervous. How could she not be anxious? After all, she was about to serve as the driver and assistant to someone whom even Chun Haohai revered. This opportunity was rare, and her future presence by Zhengyang's side hinged on her performance today. Once in the vehicle, a delightful fragrance wafted through, a subtle yet captivating scent that Zhengyang found quite pleasant, warranting a preliminary score of 7. "Let us drive," he instructed. To his surprise, Lin Yurong proved to be a competent driver, maneuvering the car swiftly and steadily, surpassing even Zhengyang's skills. "Here," Zhengyang simply stated, providing the address. Lin Yurong navigated a complicated route that included both provincial and county roads. No wonder Zhengyang found it cumbersome. He relinquished control, engrossed in a video on his phone, lost in thought. Lin Yurong dare not ask. Although Zhengyang's hometown was also in Yunhai province, it lay at least 150 kilometers from Santai City, with no highway access. Thus, their journey began in the morning and continued until around 2 in the afternoon. On the road, Zhengyang took turns driving for a while, eager to surprise his brother and refraining from making a call in advance. This county had become a small tourist destination due to recent development, with only one wide road leading through. Just after passing the county boundary sign, they encountered a makeshift blockade manned by 4 individuals who appeared to be a family. They waved, signaling Zhengyang to stop. Furrowing his brow, Zhengyang recalled that there were no checkpoints in this area, and this one looked exceedingly rudimentary, operated manually. 50 cents for the toll. A middle-aged woman approached the car window, extending her fingers. Zhengyang scrutinized her. She wore no uniform or insignia. As she spoke, the others gathered around, eyeing their imposing vehicle. Road bullies, Zhengyang immediately recognized. Ordinarily, he would have confronted them, but he was too preoccupied with seeing his brother. So, he handed the woman a 50-cent note without haggling. Delighted by his acquiescence, she accepted the money, and the 2 men lifted the barrier to allow them passage. As soon as their vehicle passed, the woman pulled out her phone and sent a message via WeChat. In the car, Lin Yurong bit her lip and quietly inquired, "President Su, they don't seem very legitimate, do they? Be confident. Remove the seam. They are indeed road bullies. There's a popular persimmon grove nearby that has attracted numerous influencers lately. They're likely relying on this for income. Just wait until I return to deal with them." Zhengyang replied, leaning back to stretch his stiff neck. However, barely 200 meters down the road, another group appeared ahead, waving for them to stop. 2 men had even dragged roadblocks from the side to obstruct the path. Chapter 47. A collision that could end my life. Zhengyang narrowed his eyes slightly, while Lin Yurong pouted in indignation. Was this not excessively tyrannical? If she had accelerated a bit earlier, they would have already passed this toll barrier. To her astonishment, they had even set up a makeshift blockade to demand payment. "Stop the car," Zhengyang commanded coldly. Lin Yurong sensed the ominous aura emanating from him and quickly stuck out her tongue in fear, gradually bringing the vehicle to a halt. Zhengyang stepped out of the car, only to be immediately surrounded by a group of 4 individuals. The leader was a woman in her 50s, flanked by 2 young men and an elderly man. "Road toll, 80 cents, the middle-aged woman announced, peering into the car. 80 cents? You are even more extortionate than the last group," Zhengyang scoffed, observing the woman's bulging waist pouch brimming with cash. "What do you mean by extortion? This is a tourist area. Where do you go without paying for tickets?" The woman retorted, furrowing her brow and revealing her yellowed teeth. "Did I ever claim to be a tourist?" Zhengyang replied. "Just because you say you're not a tourist doesn't mean you aren't. If everyone claimed to live here, then no one would pay." The woman snapped, her impatience palpable. "Not allowed to leave? Are you suggesting I can't go back?" Zhengyang asked with feigned curiosity. "You cannot go anywhere. Once you enter the scenic area, you must pay. The woman shouted angrily, her true nature as a highway robber fully exposed. The two young men also rolled up their sleeves and approached menacingly. Lin Yurong was terrified, fearing they might actually resort to violence. She quickly rummaged through her handbag and discreetly called Chen Haohai. Su Zhengyang, however, coldly regarded the woman. And what if I insist on leaving? Leave? Where do you think you can go? You think you can just walk away without paying? The woman bellowed, slamming her hand down on the car hood with a resounding thud, as if to assert her dominance. Lin Yurong was indeed startled. Do you see what is on the ground? That S blood, one of the young men exclaimed, pointing at the dried bloodstains on the asphalt. Su Zhengyang looked down and indeed saw large patches of dried blood scattered across the ground. Oh, is that the blood of drivers? Su Zhengyang inquired. The young man scoffed. We have over a dozen people here. With a shout, we can summon half the village. Who else will be bleeding? Is that so? I find that hard to believe. Su Zhengyang replied with a chuckle, quoting a classic line from a famous master. Don't believe it, huh? The young man behind him, clearly a tough character, scowled and quickly approached, drawing a baton from behind his waist, snapping it open with a crack before swinging it directly at Su Zhengyang's head. Su Zhengyang felt a surge of alertness. This was a thug. He wouldn't waste time trying to intimidate. Without a moment's hesitation, he aimed to strike. If he could land a hit, the victim would likely be rendered unconscious. Pay what you owe, he thought, and then smirked cruelly as he reached out to intercept the swing. His speed was incomprehensible to the young man. Before the baton could descend, Su Zhengyang's fingers snapped with a crack, wrenching the weapon from his grasp. He had no intention of striking the young man in the head. That would simply render him unconscious, losing all purpose in the confrontation. The thug was momentarily stunned, feeling a tremendous force fracture his fingers as Su Zhengyang seized the baton. But the next moment, pain shot through his knee as Su Zhengyang delivered a powerful kick, causing his leg to bend awkwardly. A heart-wrenching scream erupted as the young man writhed on the ground, clutching his leg. Su Zhengyang struck down with the baton, landing two fierce blows to the young man's shoulder, causing it to collapse. The thug opened his mouth, but was unable to produce any sound, struggling to breathe through the agony. Seeing his companion injured, the other young man lost his composure, drawing a hammer from somewhere and charging at Su Zhengyang. Su Zhengyang employed the same method, smashing the hammer from his wrist, then kicking his leg out from under him before delivering a crushing blow to his shoulder. The second thug was similarly incapacitated. The elderly man, unarmed, lunged at Su Zhengyang, but was sent sprawling 3 meters away by a well-placed kick, crumpling to the ground like a lifeless dog, clutching his abdomen. Help! They're killing people. Someone come. The woman shrieked in a frenzy. Lin Yurong, terrified, dropped her phone in shock. What kind of martial arts master was Su Zhengyang? He had effortlessly taken down 3 men in mere moments. It was utterly terrifying. Meanwhile, several villagers, drawn by the commotion, rushed to the scene. From the direction Su Zhengyang had arrived, 4 individuals sprinted towards them, the very family from the first toll booth. The leader was yet another middle-aged woman, accompanied by 2 strong young men and a woman. It was clear that these 2 toll booths were operated by the same family. Upon seeing the 2 young men on the ground, they charged forward without hesitation. Su Zhengyang did not retreat. With each swing of his baton, there were cries of shattered bones and torn flesh. His strikes were merciless, breaking at least 3 limbs in quick succession. Soon, 7 individuals lay tangled on the ground, wailing in agony. Only the middle-aged woman from the second toll booth remained. Su Zhengyang turned to face the throng of onlookers, who had gathered from the fields, some wielding shovels and picks, seemingly ready to intervene. However, most were merely spectators, indifferent to the chaos. Yurong, move the car forward. Su Zhengyang commanded, kicking the roadblock aside. He turned to Lin Yurong, his baton visibly bent, a testament to the tremendous force he had exerted. Snapping out of her shock, Lin Yurong swallowed hard and hastily started the vehicle. Yet, the middle-aged woman dashed in front of the car. This was a true, desperate individual. She was convinced Su Zhengyang would never kill her. As long as she wasn't mortally wounded, she would ensure he paid a steep price. From her perspective, not a single person from her family was bleeding. They were merely pretending to be injured. You can't leave. If you have the guts, run me over. Otherwise, you want to leave today, she shouted, plopping herself down on the ground. Run her over. Su Zhengyang ordered Lin Yurong directly. Chapter 48. Is it significant? Not at all. Lin Yurong was taken aback by those two words. The woman was equally startled. For a fleeting moment, she truly believed Su Zhengyang had the audacity to act. Don't let me handle this personally, Su Zhengyang shouted at Lin Yurong. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yurong, though frightened, recalled Su Zhengyang's earlier display of strength. If he were to confront them directly, it could very well lead to a fatality today. With a piercing scream, Lin Yurong shut her eyes and slammed her foot down on the accelerator. The vehicle roared like a wild beast. To the woman's horror, the front of the car loomed larger and larger. She shrieked and attempted to flee, but it was too late. As she turned to the side, the heavy car body rolled over her legs. After the front wheels passed, the rear wheels followed suit. With a couple of ominous crunches, the car came to a halt, leaving Lin Yurong drenched in cold sweat. The woman's agonizing cries drowned out the sounds of the other 7 family members. Now, the family was completely together. Hey, don't go too far, shouted one of the villagers. This outburst ignited a fervent discussion among the villagers. Meanwhile, others stationed at the nearby checkpoints rushed over, numbering at least 20. Clearly, this road was fraught with numerous obstacles, not merely these two. Kid, just take the money and leave. For a mere 80 cents. How much are you going to spend on medical expenses? Just settle the injury compensation and leave. Don't push it too far. An elderly villager stepped forward to advise, directing the latter part of his statement at the road bullies. Let us negotiate. Don't escalate this. This guy has his gang. If things go south, it won't end well. Some of the older women also urged caution. They were blissfully unaware that some members of the fallen family had already been incapacitated by Su Zhengyang. The road bullies exchanged glances. They were usually quite united, understanding the principle of shared fortune and misfortune. However, the fact that 8 individuals had been dealt with by Su Zhengyang alone posed a formidable challenge. If they attacked and caused serious harm, the outcome could be dire. This is a tourist area. We could have called the police for your reckless intrusion. Just pay a dime and you can go. They dared not demand too much, knowing that pushing Su Zhengyang too hard could lead to trouble. A dime? Su Zhengyang's gulp. After observing the devaluation of the world, he realized many old sayings no longer held true. For instance, the phrase, "I won't give you a dime today," was rendered obsolete, for they were asking for precisely that. Lifting his baton, Su Zhengyang pointed at the road bullies and declared, "Listen closely. Even if you gather 10 times your number today, I would still dare to fight. If I were to cripple you, I could afford any medical expenses. I could cover your hospital bills for a lifetime. All that money would go to the hospital. Not a single penny would reach you. Moreover, I not only intend to incapacitate you, but I will also sue you for intentional injury, unlawful roadblocks, and endangering public safety. I will hire the best lawyers and pursue you until you are utterly destitute. Anyone who dares to challenge me, step forward." Su Zhengyang surveyed the crowd. His voice was not loud, yet every word was crystal clear. Are we really going to let a mere kid intimidate us? This is our turf, and we want to let him get away with this. One bully grunted, scowling. Let us go. A collective attack. The law does not punish the crowd. Another bully urged from within the throng. They had contemplated the worst-case scenario multiple times. Even if a life were lost, they believed they could bribe their way out of trouble. With so many of them, who would know who delivered the fatal blow? This was their assurance in their road piracy. Su Zhengyang's fury ignited within him like an explosion. A collective attack. The law does not punish the crowd. Those 8 succinct words condemned any driver who dared to resist to death. Just imagine, had it been anyone else in his place today, the despair they would feel as this mob surged forth. Go, go. After several rallying cries, their blood surged, and the impulsive demons often emerge in an instant. Su Zhengyang was utterly unafraid. Even if the sticks came crashing down upon him, the worst he'd face would be some disarray. Inflicting real harm would not be so simple. At that moment, a louder commotion erupted behind the road bullies. A vast mass of people surged forth, encircling them in a semicircle. Several leaders kicked their way through the crowd and emerged. One man, clad in a suit, glanced at his phone, then at Su Zhengyang standing defiantly ahead, his eyes sparkling with recognition as he hurried over. Su Zhengyang turned back to Lin Yurong, who was holding her phone and looking at him in a state of shock. It seemed this clever girl had promptly called Chen Haohai. Master Su. The suited leader approached Su Zhengyang and bowed respectfully. Ah, you arrived quite promptly, Su Zhengyang replied, harboring no ill will. The suited man shuddered, fearing Su Zhengyang's response was sarcastic, and hurriedly explained, I received a call from Chief Qi and immediately dispatched people here. Su Zhengyang, note that Chief Qi must refer to Qi Yunfei. Do you have any road bullies with you? Su Zhengyang in Guit Gun Li. The suited man shook his head vigorously. No, absolutely not. We are legitimate businesses here. We own a bar, 2 KTVs, and 4 restaurants, along with enough, Su Zhengyang interrupted, then turned his gaze toward the group of road bullies. At that moment, the suited man had brought over 100 people, while the bullies numbered only 20, now surrounded and visibly terrified, casting incredulous glances at Su Zhengyang. What kind of person is he that even the local bullies treat him with such respect? I am from Hehua County. I haven't been home in ages, and to return only to receive such treatment. Su Zhengyang sighed, shaking his head. Hearing that Su Zhengyang hailed from Hehua County, the bullies were left dumbfounded. He had no reason to lie. Such a claim was far too trivial for them, as they typically did not target locals. Big brother, we didn't know you were from the county. Why didn't you say so earlier? One of the bullies stammered, clearly flustered. If we knew, there wouldn't have been any misunderstandings. Yes, misunderstandings. This whole situation is their fault. We never intended to provoke you. The larger bullies took the lead in laughing, deflecting blame toward the family at the roadblock. Su Zhengyang scoffed, his voice turning icy. Is it significant? I feel it is not significant at all. Break all their legs. I want them to spend the rest of their lives in wheelchairs. Without hesitation, the suited man spun around and waved his hand decisively. Get to work. Chapter 49. The law does not punish the many, but I do. The group of ruffians could scarcely believe that Su Zhengyang would dare to take action against them. Over 20 of them were gathered, alongside the 8 he had already subdued. This was indeed a formidable collective, especially with half the village's residents watching nearby. Typically, even the most formidable individuals would weigh the gravity of such a situation. They had relied on the notion that the law does not punish the many, fully aware that even the authorities would hesitate to reprimand such a large group for fear of inciting public outrage and a counterattack. Yet today, Su Zhengyang chose to defy this expectation and exacted severe punishment. 100 against 20, and they stood no chance of retaliation. The earth-shattering screams of the ruffians echoed in the air as they found themselves cornered by the roadside, unable to escape. Additionally, 30 or 40 others stood on the periphery, preventing any from fleeing the fray. Each captured ruffian was met with relentless blows. Su Zhengyang cast a glance at the villagers and commanded, keep a close watch on them. If anyone dares to pull out a phone, smash both the person and the device. There were 50 to 60 villagers present, and among them, a dozen younger individuals had initially considered recording the event. However, fear of repercussions made them hesitate. Su Zhengyang's words sent shivers down their spines, compelling them to raise their hands in a gesture of innocence. Many villagers even discarded their makeshift weapons. The group that had contemplated intervening to assist now felt a wave of trepidation. Su Zhengyang was utterly ruthless. Not only had he vanquished the ruffians, but his declaration was a clear warning. Should anyone dare to interfere, he would strike them down without hesitation. He seemed unfazed by the prospect of escalating the situation, exuding an air of invincibility. Soon, the agonizing cries of the ruffians filled the atmosphere, causing a wave of unease among onlookers. Blood stained the ground, the result of their own violent encounters, with some ruffians missing teeth and others sporting bruises. Su Zhengyang approached a particularly burly ruffian, one who appeared to be the most menacing among them, and squatted down before him. Su Zhengyang was certain that this man bore the weight of numerous transgressions. With a faint smile, Su Zhengyang asked, "Is this amusing?" The hefty ruffian, blood trickling from his mouth and one side of his face swollen to the point he could hardly open his eye, mumbled incoherently. You truly are a genius, relying on the law's leniency to shield yourselves. But alas, there are no cameras here, and if I disperse you before the enforcement team arrives, even if they find these villagers, they cannot compel them to assist in apprehending you, nor will they possess sufficient evidence to hold you accountable. Zhengyang poked the ruffian's face with his baton. The ruffian, along with his companions, had descended into despair. He mumbled a plea for mercy. But Zhengyang could not decipher his words. Rising, Zhengyang withdrew 50 yuan from his wallet and handed it to the suited man. With this money, hire 3 lawyers and assemble a team dedicated to gathering evidence against all the ruffians and village bullies in Hahua County, any illegal profits, deliberate injuries, and so forth. Once we have enough evidence for a conviction, we will hand it over to the authorities and let the lawyers handle the prosecution. Distribute the remaining funds among the brothers. Protect Hahua County diligently. You may take a larger share, but if I find out you are hoarding it, I will not spare you. The suited man trembled at the sight of the 50 yuan bill adorned with golden thread, nodding fervently. The surrounding brothers felt a surge of hope. Although they did not know who this benefactor was, he undeniably represented the wealthiest and most formidable figure they had ever encountered. Upon hearing Zhengyang's words and witnessing his casual display of wealth, the ruffians finally realized they had crossed paths with someone they should not have provoked. Their futures appeared utterly bleak, with broken limbs and the looming threat of imprisonment. They were all too aware of their own transgressions. There were no innocents among them. Particularly the first group, Zhengyang had incapacitated. Regret consumed them. Zhengyang was willing to part with 50 yuan to ensure their suffering for the rest of their lives, rather than offering them a mere 80. Had they accepted his initial 50 and let the matter rest, they could have continued their lives as carefree ruffians, enjoying luxury and comfort. They had only just reached the pinnacle of their exploits over the past 2 years. Alas, there is no remedy for regret. The villagers, having overheard these exchanges, turned their backs and made their way back to the village, fully aware that should anyone inquire about today's events, they would remain tight-lipped. Who would dare provoke this harbinger of misfortune? Who could ensure their lives would be plagued by unrest? Moreover, the ruffians were entirely deserving of their fate. They swiftly cleared the road and dispersed. Once the villagers had departed, Zhengyang instructed the suited man, and everyone responded in unison. Amidst the cacophony of moans, they began dragging the injured ruffians to the roadside. Drive, Zhengyang commanded, and he too entered the vehicle. The suited man and his companions watched as Zhengyang's car disappeared into the distance before they allowed themselves to retreat. The entire ordeal transpired in a matter of mere minutes. At the roadside, only the 30 or so wailing ruffians remained, a stark reminder of their defeat. As for the enforcement team, they were still several miles away from the county line. Even within the county, their response would not be swift. Hahua County was not small, with a population nearing 300,000. Upon entering the mountain city, the air felt refreshingly clear, a marked improvement over that in Santai City. Well done, Zhengyang remarked, turning to Lin Yurong, who had been tense throughout the encounter. Upon hearing his praise, she exhaled a long breath, her nerves easing as she began to speak animatedly. I nearly thought I was going to die of fright. With so many people, thank goodness that suited fellow arrived in time. Wasn't that largely due to your efforts? Zhengyang replied with a light chuckle. Lin Yurong's cheeks flushed with color at his compliment, and after a moment of shyness, she murmured, "This is my first time hitting someone while driving. Did you ever consider what might have happened had I been unable to defend myself?" Zhengyang inquired. Lin Yurong took a deep breath and pondered before nodding. The consequences would have been unimaginable. Please do not call me Su Zong. It feels awkward. You may refer to me as Su Shi instead, he suggested. Having endured a failed venture, he had grown particularly averse to being addressed as Su Zong, as it reminded him of darker times. Lin Yurong nodded earnestly, a sweet smile gracing her face. His request for her to change her address indicated his acceptance of her, something that made her heart flutter. This signified that she was now officially a part of Zhengyang's world. As the car drove into the county, they finally spotted the 2-story house belonging to Zhengyang's brother at the end of a long street. The not-so-spacious yard swung open its gates. revealing a familiar figure coming into view. Chapter 50. The strange ring standing at the entrance. Zhengyang gazed at the figure repairing the car in the yard, feeling as though he had stepped into a different realm. Su Liqiu, startled by the voice, turned around in surprise, his face instantly breaking into a hearty and radiant smile. Xiao Air. He dropped the inner tube he had been holding and stood up in delight. I'm back. Bye, Xia. Hurry out. Xiao Air has returned. Su Liqiu quickly wiped his hands and called into the house. Then he noticed Lin Yurong standing behind Su Zhengyang, and he couldn't help but be taken aback by her beauty. He leaned in closer to Su Zhengyang and whispered excitedly, You brought a girlfriend back and didn't even tell me. I'm completely unprepared. The house isn't even tidied up. You really are. Before Su Zhengyang could explain himself, Chun Baixia, wearing an apron, rushed out. Although Chun Baixia was not strikingly beautiful, she had a charm about her and was a down-to-earth woman, much like her husband. She treated Su Zhengyang as if he were her own brother. Their marriage was made possible in part by Su Zhengyang's financial support for building their home and hosting their wedding feast. Since the death of Su Zhengyang's parents, the two brothers had relied on each other. After selling off their family's assets for a year or two, Su Liqiu realized this way of living was unsustainable. He resolutely dropped out of school to give his younger brother the chance to pursue education. At just 13, he worked tirelessly on construction sites to ensure his brother could attend high school and then university. Su Zhengyang, determined to make his brother proud, worked day and night, often neglecting to return home, all to secure a better future for Su Liqiu. In just 2 or 3 years, he managed to save enough for 2 houses, though his aggressive approach ultimately came at cost. Sister-in-law, Yangzi, this is, come in quickly. Let us talk inside, Chun Baixia exclaimed, her joy evident upon seeing Su Zhengyang, but her happiness grew even more upon seeing Lin Yurong. However, not wanting to presume too much, she could only conceal her delight and urge them to enter the house. Su Zhengyang, disinterested in explanations, grasped his brother's hand and led him inside. Su Liqiu and Chun Baixia were overjoyed. Although Su Zhengyang did not acknowledge it, they were exceedingly enthusiastic toward Lin Yurong, offering her drinks and inquiring about her well-being, leaving Su Zhengyang feeling somewhat neglected. Sister-in-law, I haven't eaten yet. Are you planning to starve me? Su Zhengyang grumbled. Hey, you're just like your brother, always thinking about food. I'll go buy some groceries. We're having stewed meat tonight, Chun Baixia joked, her face lighting up with a smile as she removed her apron and prepared to head out. They ran a breakfast business, and she had been about to prepare some pickled vegetables for the next day. Yurong, you go with sister-in-law, Su Zhengyang suggested, knowing he had something private to discuss with his brother. Although puzzled as to why such a wealthy and capable person like Su Zhengyang was living this way, Lin Yurong recognized that some matters were best left unexplored, especially in the world of the affluent. I'll go with you, sister-in-law, Lin Yurong immediately offered, linking arms with Chun Baixia. You just stay at home. No need for anyone to move. I'll handle it myself. Chun Baixia attempted to push her back, but Lin Yurong insisted, and she could only chuckle and allow her to accompany her. Once they departed, Su Zhengyang tightly grasped Su Liqiu's hand. Su Liqiu was taken aback by this sudden gesture and, upon seeing his brother's expression, felt a wave of concern wash over him. What's wrong? Did something happen? Su Liqiu quickly inquired. I saw Mom. Su Zhengyang gritted his teeth and said, What? Su Liqiu was momentarily stunned, staring at Su Zhengyang in disbelief. Confusion etched on his face as he wondered what was happening. Su Zhengyang, realizing that mere words would not suffice, took out his phone and played the surveillance footage. After watching, Su Liqiu's eyes widened and his breathing quickened. While he could be mistaken about others, he was certain about this person. Is there anything about Mom and Dad that you haven't told me? Su Zhengyang cautiously asked. Indeed, upon hearing this, Su Liqiu's expression shifted slightly, which sent a jolt through Su Zhengyang. It seemed there was more to the story. Wait for me, Su Liqiu said, rubbing his forehead and struggling to stand up. He walked into the bedroom and quickly returned with a small vial. He unscrewed the cap and poured out a ring. Su Zhengyang accepted it and examined it closely. It was a rustic copper ring, its band adorned with a vividly carved sword. This ring was found in Mom's jewelry box. It's the only one left, and the rest something you don't know. On the day Mom and Dad were cremated, didn't T go in? A man claiming to be their friend handled everything. Su Lichio had never considered this before, but the moment he saw the video, he felt something was amiss, and everything became suspicious. A man? What kind of man? Easy to recognize. He has a surgical scar above his right eyebrow. Su Lichio gestured to his own brow. For a moment, the brothers fell silent. Su Zhengyang fiddling with the ring, a sense of something elusive gnawing at his mind. Yet he remained largely confused. Do you know how she escaped when I chased after her? Su Zhengyang chuckled bitterly. She leapt from the eaves. With a mere push of her foot, she soared 3 or 4 meters high, and with another push, she shot up over 10 meters. If she isn't a ghost, then she is a martial arts master. Su Liqiu Litzten Dumbao. All right, you take care of it. I will get to the bottom of this, Su Zhengyang declared, slipping the ring onto his pinky, which was evidently meant for a woman. Investigate? Do you have time for that? How was your company doing? If you need money, I've saved a bit. By the way, did you receive the 800 I sent you? Su Zhengyang could only smile wryly. Even his brother had been altered in his perception. He had sent 8,000, yet it had somehow been reduced to 800. My company has made a triumphant return and is making great profits. I'll transfer some money to you shortly. If you're willing, you should come live with me in the city. Su Lichio shrugged and replied, You know I dislike the city. My wife and I are quite content living here. We have no desire to move. Very well. Su Zhengyang conceded and transferred 500 yuan to his brother. This mere 500 astonished Su Lichio, who took quite a bit of persuasion before accepting it. Su Zhengyang understood his brother well. Even if he were to give him 50,000, Su Lichio would still go out to sell breakfast, for that was the life he had chosen. However, Su Lichio was indeed thrilled to know that their family was genuinely doing well financially. He envisioned buying a small car, upgrading their breakfast stall to a breakfast shop, and allowing his wife to shop more frequently at the county's large supermarket, which would bring him immense joy. When will you return to the city? What for? I just managed to come back, and you want me to leave already. Can I sell some fried dough sticks? Chapter 51. Have you come to reminisce? Su Zhengyang was in no hurry to return, as it would take more than a day or two for Chongbao to open. Finally back to breathe the fresh mountain air, he decided to stay for a couple of days. After dinner, while chatting, despite Su Zhengyang's explanation that Lin Yurong was his driver and secretary, Su Lichio and Qin Bixiao exchanged knowing glances. After all, who would hire such an alluring secretary without ulterior motives? Surely, it couldn't be purely for her professional capabilities. What a jest. Before dawn the next day, Su Zhengyang and Lin Yurong assisted Su Lichio in setting up their stall. The breakfast service concluded by 9:30, and after some coaxing from Su Zhengyang, Su Lichio and his wife finally decided to pick up their new car that day. Qin Bixiao was also quite ecstatic upon learning that her brother had come into money. She had gifted them a total of 500 yuan, unable to sleep well from the excitement. Though she was a dutiful wife, it didn't mean they had to reject a good life in favor of poverty. She yearned for some dignity, to enjoy better food, drink, and cosmetics. Furthermore, thoughts of having children could now be entertained. Su Lichio and Su Zhengyang, being brothers, shared similar tastes, and upon seeing Su Zhengyang's vehicle, he too desired one of such grandeur. Not only was it impressive, but it could also carry goods. Ultimately, they found a raptor and drove it home. The sight of the two raptors, one following the other, drew countless gazes along the way. Su Lichio had many acquaintances, and they dared not roll up the windows, fearing that people might think them wealthy and forget their old friends. Throughout the journey, they greeted numerous familiar faces. Xiaosu, wow, you bought a new car? This car is something else. What is it? I've never seen it before. Xiaosu, are you frying us dough sticks with gutter oil? You've earned yourself an armored vehicle. Is it your younger brother in the back? Why does he look just like Zhengyang? Some of the older folks, who no longer paid much attention to cars, indeed failed to recognize the raptor. Regardless, by the time they arrived home, the entire street was aware that Su Lichio had purchased a new vehicle, and that Su Zhengyang had returned home with considerable wealth. The Su family was living well. However, Qin Bixiao's expression grew increasingly grim during the return journey. Once home, her worry was palpable. Su Zhengyang noticed his sister-in-law's unease and planned to inquire during lunch. Yet, they had barely settled in for an hour when guests arrived before the meal was even prepared. Cousin, sister, a young man clad in loafers, sporting a buzz cut, and smoking a cigarette, strode directly into the courtyard. He called out while peering at the two imposing raptors parked at the entrance. Following him was a middle-aged couple carrying several boxes. "Uncle, you're here," Chen Bixia greeted, forcing a smile. Su Zhengyang glanced at Su Liqiu, who also appeared resigned as he went to welcome them. At that moment, Su Zhengyang understood why Chen Bixia had been so concerned. It was likely due to this visit. He had heard of Chen Bixia's uncle. After her father passed away, her mother raised her alone, and this uncle had not been of much help, abandoning his sister-in-law and niece after his brother's death. However, they did attend Chen Bixia's wedding as family elders. Su Zhengyang recalled how they had demanded an extravagant dowry of 18,000 yuan from Su Liqiu at the time. Of course, in Su Zhengyang's memory, it was 18,000, while in others' memories, it was merely 180. The key point was that Su Liqiu had already paid the dowry to Chen Bixia's mother. It was absurd for the uncle's family to also demand a share. Su Zhengyang had chosen to avoid confrontation, wanting only for his brother and sister-in-law to marry, and thus discreetly provided the 18,000. Nevertheless, he had observed this entire family, especially their son, who was lazy and unambitious, having previously fallen into gambling. Su Zhengyang wondered how he had managed to escape dire consequences. Hence, as Su Liqiu and Chen Bixia welcomed the guests, Su Zhengyang remained seated on the sofa, motionless. "Oh, haha, it's been quite some time since I've seen you. Are you missing my precious niece?" Chen Zhenghe exclaimed jovially. His wife, Wu Li, wore a smile that barely concealed her greed, her eyes darting around, particularly lingering on the two formidable vehicles outside. "Please come in, uncle," Chen Bixia urged with a strained smile. Upon entering, Wu Li immediately spotted Su Zhengyang seated comfortably on the sofa. A flicker of displeasure crossed her face. Clearly, Su Zhengyang was not treating them with the respect she believed they deserved. However, this displeasure was fleeting. "Oh, ISN, this Zhengyang? When did you return?" Wu Li feigned warmth. Su Zhengyang smirked inwardly and replied coolly, "I just came back not long ago." "Ah, I heard you've been running a big company and making a fortune. Truly impressive. I always said, the children of the Su family are remarkable." Chen Zhenghe chimed in quickly, eager to curry favor. Exactly, he added. Their son, who had just walked in, caught sight of Lin Yurong sitting beside Su Zhengyang. In an effort to appear more demure, she donned a pair of black frame glasses, yet her stunning figure and partially tied-up hair revealed a captivating beauty. She was the epitome of allure, reminiscent of the enchanting teachers in romantic films he had watched, and he audibly swallowed, his gaze brazenly appraising her. Lin Yurong, sensing his gaze, slightly furrowed her brow and tugged at her clothing, despite her already conservative attire. He feigned familiarity as he approached Su Zhengyang, brother Zhengyang. "Is this your sister-in-law?" Su Zhengyang merely glanced at him, offering no response. Chen Xian's expression soured, though he dared not voice his displeasure, settling onto a nearby sofa that afforded him a clear view of Lin Yurong. Were it not for the fact that Su Zhengyang and Lin Yurong occupied a two-seater sofa, he would have boldly taken a seat beside her. As everyone settled in, Wu Li and Chen Zhenghe engaged Chen Bixia in casual conversation, their glances intermittently drifting towards Su Zhengyang. Growing impatient with their reluctance to address the matter at hand, Su Zhengyang declared, "I'm feeling tired. I'll lie down for a bit. Call me when it's time to eat." Su Liqiu nodded in agreement. Yet, upon seeing Su Zhengyang prepare to leave, Wu Li and Chen Zhenghe grew anxious, exclaiming, "Hey Zhengyang, we still need to discuss some matters with you two brothers. Don't leave just yet." Su Zhengyang scoffed, settling back down with a sarcastic remark. "I thought you came merely to catch up." Chapter 52. Let this sister teach me. Everyone in this room is acutely aware of the true purpose of their gathering, yet they continue to feign ignorance, which is truly exasperating. In response to Su Zhengyang's sardonic remarks, Wu Li merely forced a smile, her expression awkward. "Hee, we came to reminisce, but there have been some matters at home recently. I thought it would be a good opportunity to seek your brother's advice." What's the matter, Aunt? Su Lichio sighed, knowing that the inevitable had arrived, and he had no choice but to inquire. Well, a few days ago, Shinzi's Aunt Wang wanted to introduce him to a potential partner. At first, they seemed quite compatible. However, considering we have no car or house, and Shinzi is currently unemployed, wouldn't that hinder the young lady? Wu Li pretended to be sympathetic as she lamented. Su Zhengyang nodded seriously, glancing at the carefree Chun Xine, who was leering at Lin Yurong. Indeed, he was a hindrance to the young lady. Ignoring Su Zhengyang's jibe, Wu Li continued, "You see, Chen Xine has only you as an older sister, and we, as a couple, are lacking in resources, so we can only hope you can lend a hand. Given how well you're doing now, with Zhengyang as company flourishing, and you both buying cars and engaging in business, surely you've saved quite a bit. Could you possibly lend us some?" Wu Li asked, her tone somewhat difficult. Su Lichio sighed once more. "Aunt, the last time you borrowed at 6% interest, and the time before that at 1%, yet you have never repaid us. To be frank, we don't plan to pursue that money anymore. However, this cannot continue. For Chen Xin to improve, he must develop his own abilities. If you keep indulging him, there will be no end in sight." Upon hearing Su Lichio's words, Chen Xin's expression darkened with barely suppressed anger. If it weren't for his desperate need, he would have confronted Su Lichio right there. Su Lichio didn't wish to utter such words, but he couldn't help feeling a surge of indignation. "Yes, Lichio, you are right. This cannot go on. I have spoken to him about it. He is planning to settle down before establishing a career. If you help him just this once, I am sure he will change. Please assist your aunt." Wu Li sighed. Chen Jinghe added, "Indeed, Bixia, I have watched you grow since childhood, and I have never denied you food and drink." Chen Bixia and Appo's eyes were already red with emotion. She felt an overwhelming sense of oppression. Just yesterday, she learned of Zhengyang's newfound wealth, having casually gifted her parents 500 yuan. Winning the lottery 100 times over would yield no more than that. A small sum like that should be trivial for him to part with. Yet now she found herself at a loss, feeling wronged. Her uncle and aunt had not treated her well, and her brother was prone to gambling. This was not their first time borrowing money, and they had never repaid previous debts. How could she possibly lend them more? How could she approach her husband and Zhengyang about this? But if she refused, they would surely tarnish her reputation, and Wu Li was notorious for her vindictiveness. After all, they were still blood relatives. He was her own uncle. Seeing Chen Bixia shed tears, Su Lichio felt a pang of sympathy and glanced at Su Zhengyang. Su Zhengyang had been watching their performance for quite some time and felt a twinge of sorrow upon seeing his sister-in-law cry. He then coldly remarked, "Building a house and getting married doesn't require much money. In the county, a house can be built for 250 yuan. For a banquet, a standard arrangement would cost about 100. A mid-range car would be just over 100. I can lend you 450 without interest, to be repaid within 5 years. What do you think?" Upon hearing Su Zhengyang and Appo's offer, Chen Jinghe and Chen Xine exchanged glances, both clearly excited. The terms were exceedingly generous, considering they had no intention of repaying the debt. 450 was no small amount. Wu Li was particularly adept at reading people and Appo's expressions. She could see that Su Zhengyang's casual mention of not much indicated that this sum was insignificant to him. How could she possibly be satisfied with such a paltry amount? "Oh, Zhengyang, why make it seem so exact? You run a large company. Surely I know you have more money than you can count," Wu Li said, her eyes gleaming with avarice, completely unaware of the underlying dynamics, merely speculating. She aimed to extract as much as she could. "My money is mine to count. Aunt, your expectations are quite extravagant," Su Zhengyang replied with a chuckle. "But Chen Xin is still unemployed. 450 is one thing, but what about his future? He wants to settle down before establishing a career. He must have a job," Wu Li lamented. "He can work on my breakfast stall. We are expanding and need staff. I can pay him 2% a month, with bonuses for good performance." Su Lichio declared, determined to prevent Chen Xin from meddling in Su Zhengyang's company. "A breakfast stall? No way. Waking up at 6 or 7 in the morning. Is that a job for a man?" Chen Xin scoffed, swinging his legs impatiently. In his eyes, he was already a wealthy heir, possessing both a car and a house. 6 or 7. Are you serving food or setting up a stall? Su Zhengyang retorted with a cold laugh, eyeing Chun Xian. A breakfast stall requires you to rise by 4 or 5, regardless of the season. If you get up at 6 or 7, everything will be cold by then. Chun Xian clenched his teeth, remaining silent. He would dare to confront anyone. But Su Zhengyang was a different matter. He was the benefactor. Breakfast is out of the question. How about this, Zhengyang? Arrange for Chun Xian to work at your company. Surely you need someone in finance? Wu Li said earnestly. Finance? He can't even manage basic arithmetic within 100. You must be joking. Su Zhengyang looked at Wu Li with disbelief. Everyone has to start somewhere. If he doesn't know, he can learn. Did you know everything when you began your business? You learn step by step. Chun Zhenghe interjected, adopting a commanding tone. Exactly, Brother Zhengyang. I can endure hardships. No problem. Besides, if I don't know something, can't you find someone to teach me? It's our own company. Just let this sister of yours guide me. Chun Xian had noticed that Lin Yurong was hesitant to approach Su Zhengyang, suggesting she was likely not his girlfriend, but rather his secretary. The thought of her being a secretary, coupled with her figure, left Chun Xian cursing Su Zhengyang inwardly for his good fortune. He too wished to experience a taste of that. Chapter 53. Are you daydreaming? Su Zhengyang regarded the hopeful gazes of the family before him, unable to suppress a series of cold chuckles. They were truly unaware of their own insignificance, oblivious to their limitations. My company is indeed substantial, with monthly revenues exceeding tens of thousands. Such a vast enterprise, I doubt Chun Xian could manage it, so you need not indulge in such daydreams. I have no need for him as an accountant. Su Zhengyang deliberately exaggerated the figures, wishing to stoke Wu Li's envy. As expected, upon hearing the mention of revenues exceeding 10,000, Wu Li's eyes glimmered with greed. If her son could secure a position in Su Zhengyang's company, the profits would be monumental. Chun Zhenghe, with a stern expression, interjected, What? Have the elders lost their authority? You're unwilling to accept Chun Xian into your company? Su Zhengyang's demeanor grew icy. Unwilling? Are you deaf? I am not merely unwilling. I've already told you to stop daydreaming. Do you not comprehend? Seeing Su Zhengyang so brazenly tear away the facade of civility, Chun Zhenghe's anger surged. Yet, he could only glare in silence, aware that any confrontation could jeopardize his own position. Su Zhengyang, your company is so large, yet you offer us only 4,5? Wu Li's tone shifted, as if Su Zhengyang had wronged them, demanding more as reparation. 4,000, Su Zhengyang replied coolly. What? Wu Li furrowed her brow, her voice rising in indignation. Wasn't he at 4,500 just now? Why does it decrease upon request? 3,000, Su Zhengyang retorted, his tone unwavering. Su Zhengyang, what do you mean by this? Chun Xian finally erupted, slamming his cigarette but onto the table, sending sparks flying. Just like that, he had lost his car and wedding plans? Now, he was left with nothing. Su Zhengyang glanced at the charred mark left by the cigarette, his voice cold. What do you mean? Wu Li slammed her hand on the table in anger, declaring, Since you've torn off the mask, I will not hold back either. Your blatant display of wealth is nothing but a deliberate humiliation. What I mean is for you to leave immediately and refrain from appearing in my home again. If you annoy me further, I will ensure you spend the rest of your lives in regret. Upon uttering these words, the temperature in the room plummeted. Wu Li and the others involuntarily shivered at the palpable tension. The atmosphere had turned excruciatingly awkward, thick with animosity. Wu Li, shaking with rage, pointed an accusatory finger at Su Zhengyang. Fine, you have some nerve. She stormed out, standing at the entrance to bellow. Someone come quickly. The Su brothers have forgotten their poor relatives now that they have money. Su Liqiu, Su Zhengyang, and Chun Bixia, these heartless ingrates. Have they forgotten who raised them with hard work? Wu Li collapsed at the doorway, wailing dramatically. Chun Zhenghe and Chun Xian hurried outside to join in the cacophony. It was broad daylight in the county, and soon a crowd began to gather, albeit at a distance, murmuring among themselves. Chun Bixia, overwhelmed, found herself in tears, fearing the embarrassment her relatives were causing her. Su Liqiu looked to Su Zhengyang, appearing uncertain. Su Zhengyang, however, pulled out his phone, which had just received a message. After reading it, he smirked and rose. Come, Let's step outside for some entertainment. If they manage to extract even a single penny from me today, I shall cease to be Su Zhengyang. Emerging from the house, Su Zhengyang was followed by Lin Yurong, who supported the distressed Chen Bixia. The four stood at the entrance, watching coldly as the crowd swelled. Wu Li continued her theatrics, rolling on the ground and covering herself in dirt, acting like a wild woman. Half of the onlookers recognized Su Liqiu, while the others speculated on the unfolding drama. How can such people exist? One murmured, "Isn't that Chen Bixia's uncle and aunt, and the ruffian's son?" Another commented, "They must have come to borrow money now that the Su family is prosperous, and it seems they were refused. Who does that? Relatives borrowing money should help each other out, right? You know nothing. Do you think this family is worth anything? Which respectable family would roll around on the ground like that?" Amidst the gossip, a black car approached slowly. Many did not recognize it, but a knowledgeable bystander shouted, "Hey, that's the county magistrate's car." This exclamation caused the crowd to part, and even Wu Li, rolling on the ground, stood up in surprise, watching as the vehicle drew near. As the car halted, a man in a neatly tailored suit stepped out, exuding the demeanor of a traditional intellectual. A few in the crowd recognized him and whispered in astonishment, "My goodness, it's the county magistrate. What brings him here?" The middle-aged man was accompanied only by a male assistant. Upon spotting Su Zhengyang, he approached briskly, offering a warm smile. He had no choice but to come. Just yesterday, the highway thugs who had plagued him for ages had all turned up at the hospital, each with severe injuries. He had ordered an investigation, which ultimately led him to Su Zhengyang. After assuring the villagers that Su Zhengyang would not be held accountable, they dared to confirm his identity, especially after hearing Su Zhengyang's words about combating the thugs and protecting the county. Such statements had kept the magistrate awake all night. The following day, he resolved to personally visit this emerging entrepreneur from Hehua County. In front of the gathering crowd, he was well aware that he could not mention Su Zhengyang's confrontation with the thugs. That would be a humiliation for himself. "Hello, you must be Su Zhengyang," he greeted. "Indeed, good day, Magistrate Zhao." Su Zhengyang recognized the man before him. The message he had received earlier was from the magistrate, announcing his visit. "Welcome back to Hehua County. Mr. Su, the county is proud to have a young entrepreneur like you," Magistrate Zhao declared. "Your praise is too generous," Su Zhengyang replied. Magistrate Zhao had intended to invite Su Zhengyang for a private conversation of gratitude, but before he could speak, Wu Li interjected coldly, "What nonsense about a young entrepreneur. He is nothing but an ungrateful wretch. Magistrate, do you not stand for the common people? We raised our niece with great effort, and now that we seek a little assistance, he has driven us away." Chapter 54. Donations Unacknowledged. Wu Li spoke, pointing at Su Zhengyang. She was unafraid of any county magistrate or village head. Even if the King of Heaven himself appeared, she would dare to cause a scene. The higher the official, the better, as it would only make it more difficult for him to extricate himself from the situation. The county magistrate furrowed his brow, perplexed by Wu Li's words. Little did she know about Su Zhengyang's efforts to combat highway banditry. Had she been aware, she would have understood that her claims held no weight. Could Su Zhengyang, who could easily produce several dozen yuan to tackle banditry and improve Hehua County, truly be heartless? And, in front of the county magistrate and the villagers, "Do not slander us," she retorted. "You've borrowed money from us several times. Did I ever refuse you? Did you ever repay a single cent? Just now, you asked for money again, and my brother offered you 4,500, which is enough for marriage, buying a car, or a house. You find that insufficient? You!" Chen Bixia finally erupted, tears streaming down her face as she pointed at Wu Li, her voice a torrent of pent-up grievances. However, Wu Li would not allow her to succeed. As soon as Chen Bixia spoke, they all revealed their true colors. Thus, Wu Li deliberately raised her voice, drowning Chen Bixia's words, and lunged at her to silence her further. Just then, a resounding slap echoed. A hand struck Wu Li's face, causing her to stagger backward and collide with Su Liqiu's vehicle. Stunned, Wu Li found herself momentarily disoriented. "Damn it!" Jen Xin Gu said, lifting his foot to kick Su Zhengyang. In response, Su Zhengyang delivered a swift kick to Chen Xin's abdomen, sending him hurtling backward. Neither Wu Li nor Chun Xin had anticipated that Su Zhengyang would dare to strike. The county magistrate was right there observing. They were the troublemakers, unafraid of the consequences. Typical small-town citizens who thought it normal to resort to violence, especially when they believed they were in the right. Su Zhengyang, however, was a young entrepreneur in the magistrate's eyes, yet he defied expectations, showing that being an entrepreneur did not exempt one from confrontation. Chun Jinghe had no intention of intervening, yet Su Zhengyang marched toward him, hand raised. Terrified, Chun Jinghe recoiled. Su Zhengyang did not even glance at the crowd. Directing his words at Chun Bixia, sister-in-law, finish what you were saying earlier. Let us see if anyone dares to utter another word. Only Chun Xin and Wu Li understood the force behind Su Zhengyang's slap and kick. They no longer wished to endure a second strike, fearing that his strength could easily fracture their bones. The county magistrate stood in stunned silence, taken aback that Su Zhengyang would act so boldly in his presence. This young man was indeed rather impetuous, and now he had placed the magistrate in an awkward position. At that moment, Chun Bixia, harboring her own grievances, continued. You complain about the money being too little, yet you want to secure a position for your son in my brother's company as an accountant. Do you truly know your son's character? He is lazy and a gambling addict. Does he deserve it? He even complains about having to wake up early to work at our breakfast stall. You claim to have raised me. Did I ever consume a grain of your rice? After my father passed, how did you treat us? You seized all 11 acres of land without giving us a single cent. When I married, you secretly demanded an exorbitant bride price for my brother. What right do you have? Out of anger, my brother refused to give you even 4,500. Is this not your own greed, leading to your downfall? I had decided not to pursue this any longer, but you insist on throwing tantrums and trying to ruin me. Years of resentment erupted from Chun Bixia. She, too, was a woman, and her heart was not so hardened. She had kept a mental ledger of who had treated her well and who had not. The surrounding crowd, including the county magistrate, could no longer pretend to be unaware of the situation. Wu Li wished to speak again, but upon witnessing Su Zhengyang's murderous glare, she trembled in fear. Yet she was seething with indignation, unable to bear the fact that Chun Bixia was monopolizing the conversation while she could not retort, a feeling that was immensely frustrating. County Magistrate Zhao, I apologize for our trivial family matters causing you such embarrassment. However, since you are here, I would like to announce something, Su Zhengyang said, placing a hand on Chun Bixia's shoulder before addressing County Magistrate Zhao. The magistrate, a man of great composure, was caught off guard, unsure of what Su Zhengyang intended to say. He had never encountered someone who acted so unpredictably. Hehua County is the place where I was born and raised. Yet during my return, I found the schools, hospitals, and even our roads in disrepair. I have here 100 yuan, which I represent on behalf of my brother and myself, to donate to Hehua County as a token of our gratitude. Su Zhengyang spoke, pulling out a red bill. Silence fell for 2 seconds before cheers erupted. The onlooking villagers clapped and jumped in excitement. County Magistrate Zhao was taken aback, never having anticipated that Su Zhengyang would take such a generous action and produce a red bill so casually. He looked around at the jubilant villagers, his eyes moistening. What kind of fortune had the people of Hehua County accumulated in their past lives to witness such a stroke of good fortune? On behalf of the citizens of Hehua County, I gratefully accept this heartfelt contribution from you and your brother. I assure you that I will utilize this donation responsibly, ensuring complete transparency in the accounts. Every penny will be allocated for the development and renovation of Hehua County. You can rest assured, County Magistrate Zhao declared, his voice filled with emotion as he accepted Su Zhengyang's donation, instructing an assistant to take photographs to commemorate this significant moment. The villagers had already pulled out their phones, snapping pictures incessantly. At that moment, the most distressed individuals were Wu Li and her family. Wu Li's eyes were red with fury. A full 100 yuan. Su Zhengyang had donated it to the county, but would not give it to their family. The audacity of Su Zhengyang to simply give away such a sum drove Wu Li to the brink of madness. She felt an absurd sense of entitlement, convinced that the money should rightfully belong to her, merely because she had not approached the situation correctly. Suddenly, Wu Li stood up, weeping and wailing, Bixia. Your words just now have awakened the aunt. I should not have treated you this way. I realize my mistakes. As she spoke, she fell to her knees before Chun Bixia. Though Chun Bixia had a soft heart, she recognized Wu Li's act as a ploy. However, she could not bear to witness Wu Li kneeling before her. It felt profoundly inappropriate, prompting her to rush forward to help Wu Li up. Chun Jinghe immediately approached, saying, "Yes, dear niece, I too acknowledge my wrongs. It's my fault. Had I not been injured during my construction work, we would not have ended up in this predicament, resorting to such desperate measures. Please do not hold it against me." His words hinted that he had once been in construction. "Zhengyang, if you still value our kinship, would you consider awarding me the construction contract?" Without waiting for Su Zhengyang or County Magistrate Zhao to respond, he implored Su Zhengyang. County Magistrate Zhao looked at Su Zhengyang with some resignation, understanding that this was Su Zhengyang's money, and if he genuinely felt sympathetic, he would have to make a judgment call. Su Zhengyang, however, scoffed coldly. "To engage in nepotism in front of the county magistrate? Are you out of your mind? I offer you money, and you find it insufficient, making a scene before us? Is this the kind of familial relationship we share?" Magistrate Zhao, I do not wish for anyone to tarnish my brothers and my reputation by exploiting our relationship. Therefore, please disregard any notions of favoritism. Bids should be conducted fairly, and things should be done by the book, giving no opportunity for such individuals to exploit. Understood? Zhao County Magistrate nodded emphatically. At this moment, Chun Xian's teeth were nearly shattered, his eyes filled with a sinister glint. He had devised a plan, intending to exact a bloody vengeance from Su Zhengyang. He demanded all of Su Zhengyang's wealth and yearned for Lin Yurong. Today, it must be accomplished. Chapter 55. I believe he can be saved. Su Zhengyang and Su Liqiu promptly invited County Magistrate Zhao into their home. The Wu family, facing the judgmental gazes of onlookers, left in dismay. The surrounding crowd gradually dispersed. Upon entering, County Magistrate Zhao immediately expressed his gratitude to Su Zhengyang for addressing the bullying issue. Su Liqiu and her husband, just learning of the ordeal, felt a wave of apprehension wash over them, realizing the danger their brother had faced upon his return. Su Zhengyang humbly dismissed their concerns, exchanging a few polite words before seeing the magistrate off. He was not particularly fond of engaging with these traditional intellectuals, whose incessant formalities were rather tiresome. After County Magistrate Zhao departed, Su Zhengyang picked up his phone and called the man in the suit, requesting his presence. In a few days, he would be leaving Hahua County, and the suited man would need to keep an eye on Su Liqiu to deter any trouble from Chun Xian. However, shortly after hanging up, a resounding bang echoed from the front door, which was forcefully swung open, leaving it slightly deformed. The roar of a motorcycle followed. Frowning, Su Zhengyang and the others hurried out of the house to see several thugs, led by none other than Chun Xian, burst in with aggression. Chun Xian spat on the ground and pointed at Su Zhengyang. "Tiger bro, this is the scoundrel. Not only did he beat me up, but he also refuses to lend us a dime despite his wealth and large company." As he spoke, Tiger Bro's eyes widened with greed upon seeing Lin Yurong. The sight of her ignited a burning desire among the group of thugs. Terrified, Lin Yurong quickly hid behind Su Zhengyang, seeking solace against his back. "You are Su Zhengyang, aren't you? Have you forgotten what gratitude means? Now that you're wealthy, you've abandoned your less fortunate relatives. Do you know how many legs I've broken belonging to people like you?" Tiger Bro said coldly, his voice laced with menace. "Oh, how many?" Su Zhengyang inquit ancestry. Tiger Bro frowned, realizing he had no specific number to provide, as it was merely a figure of speech. The thugs were capable of brawls, but were too intimidated to actually break bones. "Tiger Bro, why waste time with him? He probably has hundreds on him right now. Just look at that woman beside him. It's worth the trouble." Chun Xian suddenly shouted in anger, fully unleashing his fury. His words sent a shiver down Tiger Bro and the others, who hadn't anticipated such audacity. The implication was clear: robbery and assault, which was a serious crime that could lead to significant repercussions. "Chun Xian, what are you saying? Do you have no conscience left?" Chun Bixia lamented, her heart shattering at the thought of her cousin's degradation. "Don't hold out hope. People like him are beyond saving, Su Liqiu attempted to console her. Yet Su Zhengyang remained intrigued, displaying no fear, as if he regarded Tiger Bro and his gang with disdain. I believe he could be saved, he remarked with a smile. Confusion enveloped the group, but Chen Xian had lost his patience and urged Tiger Bro again. As Tiger Bro grappled with his next move, the suited man, Chun Li, entered with two companions. Initially elated due to a recent windfall from Master Su, he had hurried to comply with Su Zhengyang's summons. However, upon witnessing the tense standoff, he paused momentarily before withdrawing his hand from his pocket, his expression turning menacing. The thug's bravado was no match for the fierce aura radiating from Chun Li and his companions. Tiger Bro trembled, stutteringly. "Li Bro, what are you doing here?" Chun Li's face darkened as he surveyed the scene, noting the bulges at the thug's waists, indicating concealed weapons. He promptly drew out his baton. At the sight of it, Tiger Bro and his crew dropped to their knees, paralyzed by fear, realizing they dare not reach for their weapons. "Master Su, are these men here to cause trouble?" Chun Li asked Su Zhengyang. Understanding dawned on Tiger Bro and the others. Chen Xian was utterly petrified. Did Master Su actually know Chun Li? Just a few pests. What trouble could they possibly stir up? Su Zhengyang responded with nonchalance. "Should I give them a beating and send them away? I could arrange for them to serve a few years inside," Chun Li inquired. Upon hearing this, Tiger Bro's group felt their strength drain away. However, Chen Xian seemed to maintain some defiance, showing less fear than his companions. Su Zhengyang shook his head. "That won't do. Prison life would be too lenient for him. Besides, he's my sister-in-law's only cousin. I believe he can still be saved." "What?" The onlookers were taken aback, including Chun Bixia and Su Liqiu, who wore expressions of disbelief. Even Chen Xian and Tiger Bro were puzzled, unsure of Su Zhengyang's intentions. Was he advocating for Chen Xian? Yet Chun Li had an inkling that Master Su was not one to be trifled with. Chen Xian is quite stubborn, and I suspect he has a disdain for early mornings. To set him on the right path, I'll arrange for him to have a job and hire 2 caretakers. With their salaries covered by me, Su Zhengyang stated earnestly. Caretakers? A job? The crowd was left bewildered. How could this possibly be a punishment? We have a bar, 2 KTVs, and 4 restaurants in Hua County. Chun Li began to explain, still perplexed by Su Zhengyang's intentions. At this point, Chen Xian realized Su Zhengyang might genuinely be offering him a job. Perhaps Su Zhengyang intended to punish him by placing him under Chun Li's watch, which made sense. If he could align himself with Chun Li, it would be a remarkable opportunity. Surprisingly, excitement began to bubble within him. Su Zhengyang interrupted again, shaking his finger. "You're overthinking it. That sort of job isn't suitable for him. Hua County is undergoing major renovations. Whichever construction site begins first, he'll be assigned there, doing the dirtiest and most laborious tasks. He has claimed he can endure hardship. Furthermore, the 2 caretakers would be responsible for monitoring him. His bedtime would be 10 o'clock, and he would rise at 6. If he overslept, there would be no disturbance until he naturally woke. For every minute he was late, he would be punished accordingly, an hour for waking at 7, and so forth. Any instance of laziness, smoking, gambling, or using his phone would result in punishment for each offense, ensuring he transformed into an industrious individual. Once he completed one construction site, he would move to the next, with a minimum commitment of 10 years. Do you understand? Chapter 56. The Reckless Youths. As Su Zhengyang spoke, Chen Xian's complexion grew increasingly ashen. Even Chun Li and the others could not help but swallow nervously. Was this Master Su being excessively cruel? It seemed far worse than being imprisoned. Especially for someone like Chen Xian, being forced to labor at a construction site was tantamount to taking half his life. Not to mention having to rise at 6 in the morning. He had never woken up so early in his life. The worst part was that Su Zhengyang forbade anyone from waking him up, insisting he sleep until he was late before punishing him. And there was no room for laziness. Using a phone or smoking was strictly prohibited. It was not just imprisonment. It felt worse than imprisonment. Su Liqiu stifled a laugh, feeling a little embarrassed. Chun Bixia, fully aware that Su Zhengyang was punishing him, surprisingly found his methods somewhat effective. It It was certainly preferable to being incarcerated and left with a criminal record. Though Su Zhengyang's tactics were harsh, ultimately, Chen Xian would benefit from it. If he could endure this for 10 years, he would surely emerge robust and capable of earning a living with his own hands. However, she had not considered whether someone like Chen Xian could withstand such a challenge for a decade. Please, Brother Zhengyang, I was wrong. Spare me. I don't want anything. Just pretend I was never here. I beg you, let me go. Chen Xian wailed, tears streaming down his face as he prostrated himself on the ground. Am I even worthy to be your burden? Su Zhengyang retorted coldly. Winter is approaching. Enjoy your transformation journey. No, please, Chen Xian cried, as one of Chun Li's companions yanked his hair and dragged him away, tossing him back into the car for confinement. What about them? Chun Li pointed towards Hu Ge and the others. Let them stay in there for a while. We'll see if they change. If they don't improve after their release, we shall find an opportunity to eliminate them, Su Zhengyang said nonchalantly. His words were meant to intimidate, yet Hu Ge and his companions were terrified, fearing for their lives. They fully recognized that if Chun Li and his crew cleaned up their act, they might just make them disappear. We will change. We promise. Hu Ge pleaded desperately. Waiting for me to escort you? Chun Li replied, unimpressed. We and Appos, LL go by ourselves. We'll turn ourselves in. Hu Ge and his cohorts scrambled away, feeling oddly relieved at the prospect of confinement, even contemplating fabricating charges to ensure a longer stay. Compared to Chen Xian, they felt fortunate. Once everyone departed, Su Zhengyang invited Chun Li into the house. After introducing Chun Li to Su Liqiu, he left the details to Chun Li, who knew precisely what to do. Since Chun Li was affiliated with Su Zhengyang, Su Liqiu did not feign superiority or dismiss him. Moreover, she recognized that despite his ambiguous background, he conducted legitimate business. Having such a connection in the county brought a sense of security, especially after their experiences running a breakfast stall and enduring relentless bullying, with local thugs demanding protection fees regularly. Su Zhengyang remained in the county for 4 more days before deciding to return to Santai City. After having lunch on the 5th day and bidding farewell to his brother and sister-in-law, Su Zhengyang and Lin Yurong set off on their journey. During their stay in the county, Lin Yurong and Su Zhengyang had grown closer, her initial nervousness having faded. Su Zhengyang handed her 1,000 yuan in cash, instructing her to exchange most of it for smaller denominations to facilitate their transactions. He intended to minimize his own expenses moving forward. Lin Yurong was taken aback. Realizing this indicated Su Zhengyang's trust in her. She had never possessed such a sum before. Su Zhengyang also accompanied her to browse the county shopping mall, purchasing 2 garments for her. Of course, Lin Yurong did not concern herself with her own taste, but rather focused on what Su Zhengyang preferred. If he liked how she dressed, she would wear it, justifying it as part of her work in front of the boss. As they drove home along the county roads, the weather turned ominous, and Su Zhengyang cautioned Lin Yurong to drive slowly and not rush. They soon arrived at another county not far away. After stopping briefly at a traffic light, the green signal illuminated, and Lin Yurong accelerated steadily. Just then, a deafening roar of motorcycles, accompanied by jubilant shouts, surged from the adjacent sidewalk. To their astonishment, 2 reckless riders on modified motorcycles attempted to dart across in front of them, lifting their bikes' front wheels high. However, they were too close to the car. Despite Lin Yurong's driving skills, the suddenness of the situation left her no time to react. With a startled cry, she slammed on the brakes, but the car still made a dull thud as one motorcycle flipped over, sending the rider sprawling. One young man managed to rise, while the other lay motionless. Lin Yurong gasped, covering her mouth in horror. It's all right. This sort of recklessness is unavoidable, Su Zhengyang reassured her calmly, exiting the passenger seat and dialing emergency services. The other motorcycle rider glanced at his fallen companion and, terrified, sped away. The injured young man hurried to check on his friend. Upon seeing Su Zhengyang approach, he refrained from casting blame, aware they had run a red light. Surrounding vehicles activated their hazard lights and honked in alarm. While Su Zhengyang made the emergency call, he crouched down to assess the young man's injuries, providing clear information before hanging up. The ambulance and traffic authorities arrived shortly thereafter. Su Zhengyang quickly assessed that the young man was not in immediate danger. But the authorities insisted on taking him and Lin Yurong in for questioning, despite his car sustaining no visible damage. The traffic authorities ruled that Su Zhengyang bore no responsibility for the incident. The reckless riders were entirely at fault. However, Su Zhengyang later received news from the hospital regarding the young rider, confirming a fractured right leg. Upon hearing this, Lin Yurong's eyes glistened with tears, and she covered her face with her hands, feeling a pang of guilt. Regardless of the circumstances, she had been the one behind the wheel, and it weighed heavily on her conscience knowing a young man was severely injured due to her actions. Noticing her distress, Su Zhengyang found her endearing and kind-hearted, characteristics he appreciated even if he did not consider himself particularly benevolent. Can we go see him? If they show remorse, I can cover the medical expenses in full, Su Zhengyang said to the enforcement officer. The officer paused, taken aback by Su Zhengyang's unexpected statement while compiling the incident report. Lin Yurong stared at him in astonishment. We're not crying over this, are we? Su Zhengyang shrugged, smiling at the officer with a casual demeanor, as if to say he was merely trying to alleviate Lin Yurong's distress. Lin Yurong blushed deeply, especially at Su Zhengyang's use of we, which momentarily made her feel as if he considered her part of his life, causing her heart to flutter. Chapter 57. You deserve to be run over. The law enforcement officer displayed a smile, setting aside his clipboard and even saluting Su Zhengyang. All right, I will take you there. It was a rare occasion for him to encounter such a benevolent individual. However, it was evident that this person was affluent. Perhaps in an effort to spare his girlfriend any distress, he sought solace through financial means while simultaneously performing a good deed. What could possibly be wrong with that? Thus, the officer led Su Zhengyang and his companions directly to the hospital, intending to notify the family regarding the accident's liability. Unexpectedly, as they arrived at the hospital room, a family rushed towards them. You audacious scoundrel! How dare you show your face here? I will make you pay, shouted one of them. You are the reason my son is in this condition. You want to escape unscathed, driving your damn car recklessly. You deserve to pay. The patient's relatives were evidently agitated. Lin Yurong was taken aback by the scene, feeling utterly lost. Yet Su Zhengyang wore a calm smile, having anticipated such a reaction. Otherwise, he would not have made that statement about covering all medical expenses if their attitude were respectful. Several law enforcement officers swiftly intervened, pushing and reprimanding the enraged family. Stop. This is a hospital, not your home. What are you yelling about? Why should they pay you anything? The lead officer demanded vehemently. Why? Look at what you've done to my son. The young man's father retorted, glaring fiercely. You need to comprehend this. This is an accident liability determination. Your son was driving without a license, without protective gear, and disregarding traffic regulations, thereby endangering public safety. He is fully at fault. Do you understand? The officer pointed at the report as he scolded. The young father was momentarily stunned. I don't care about whose fault it is. My son is in this state, and they must be held accountable. His voice rose. There are legal stipulations that state a larger vehicle is always at fault in accidents involving smaller vehicles. This belief was widespread among the public, with many conflating incidents of larger vehicles colliding with smaller ones and with pedestrians, assuming that irrespective of fault, the smaller vehicle must bear some responsibility. Which law states that? Who decreed it? Tell me. The officer retorted, teeth clenched, glaring at the young father. The latter found himself at a loss for words, unable to articulate a response, realizing that this was merely a common belief held by the masses. The young man's mother, recognizing the lack of reason in their claims, softened her tone but persisted, regardless. My son has been gravely injured, and that is a fact. We cannot let this go unresolved. Unresolved? What do you intend to do about it? The officer asked, exasperated. Why do you only speak in their favor? Look at my son lying in that hospital bed. The mother shouted, her frustration boiling over as she pounded the bed frame. The injured deserve priority? Let me remind you, you brought this upon yourselves. We have clear footage showing your son recklessly riding a motorcycle. What if someone swerved to avoid him and crashed into a larger vehicle? Would you compensate them? Do you have any idea how many traffic accidents have occurred this year due to reckless motorcycling? Many victims are still in the hospital, Will you pay for them? The officer had reached his breaking point, slamming the report down in front of the young man's mother. Several officers rushed to restrain him, aware that his emotional outburst was against protocol and would lead to reprimands. Yet he could not contain himself. The family stood in stunned silence, intimidated by the officer's fury. Now you realize your son is precious? Where were you when he was racing through the streets? The officer exclaimed, drawing in a breath. He continued coldly. I do not wish to speak to you so harshly. Those two individuals bear no responsibility and were the first to call for help for your son. Upon returning, they cooperated fully. Do you realize why I am here? They are willing to cover your son's medical expenses, provided you acknowledge your wrongs and ensure better behavior in the future. But you approached me shouting and cursing before I even spoke. With a scoff, he added, now you can forget about medical expenses. If you thought they would assist you with repairs, you might as well pray for good fortune. The officer shook his head in disbelief. At his words, the young family turned pale, their expressions shifting to shock and regret. They had not anticipated that these individuals were prepared to cover the medical bills. Zhengyang turned to Lin Yurong, smiling gently. Would they still cover the medical expenses? Lin Yurong, feeling a pang of shame, shook her head lightly, finally grasping Zhengyang's intentions. Some acts of kindness are noble, yet others are simply laughable. As she shook her head, despair washed over the young family, and they rushed forward, crying out, we are so sorry. We shouldn't have acted so terribly. We realize our mistakes. Please help us. However, they were halted midway by the law enforcement officers. Ignoring their pleas, Zhengyang left the hospital with Lin Yurong, resolute in his belief that mere fractures could be resolved with a modest sum. They could not possibly bear the financial burden, or else their child would not be able to afford such a modified motorcycle. In Zhengyang's view, such individuals were truly deserving of their fate. They would not be missed even if they were to meet a tragic end. Observing the reckless behavior of another motorcycle fleeing the scene, it was clear that had they been responsible, they would have fled immediately. With their motorcycle lacking a license plate and being easily alterable in appearance, it would be impossible to pursue them. By the time they exited the hospital, night had fully descended. Lightning flashed across the dark sky, heralding a gentle autumn rain. Sure, I am so sorry, Lin Yurong murmured, trailing behind him as they left the hospital, her voice tinged with regret. What a silly thing to say. Are you hungry? This weather is perfect for hot pot. Let us eat and find a hotel to stay the night before we leave tomorrow. Zhengyang replied with a smile, glancing at the drizzle and feeling an urge for hot pot. Lin Yurong's face brightened with a sweet smile as she playfully nodded, expressing her enthusiastic support for the idea. After enjoying a hearty hot pot meal, the rain intensified. Lin Yurong, perhaps inspired by the day's events, suddenly craved alcohol, declaring that she had never tasted white liquor. Zhengyang, with no alternative, accompanied her in drinking some, knowing they would be driving only the following day. Once they had eaten and drunk their fill, they sought out an AU chain hotel, only to be met with an awkward situation. All standard and hourly rooms were fully booked, leaving only a couple and Oppo's themed room available. Zhengyang looked at Lin Yurong helplessly, who was blushing, her head lowered, shyly fidgeting. The front desk clerk cast them odd glances, making Zhengyang feel quite embarrassed. What are you fidgeting for? He thought to himself. Chapter 58. The restaurant is completed. You've arrived a bit late. This area serves as a hub for several counties. Given the downpour, other hotels are likely fully booked. The receptionist explained with a smile. All right, we'll take this room, Zhengyang conceded, recognizing the validity of the argument. It was better to secure accommodation than risk being left without a place to stay. After receiving the room key, the two took the elevator to the 8th floor. The couple's themed room exuded romance, with soft pink lighting that created an intimate ambience. A large round bed was impeccably made. You can sleep on the bed. I'll take the sofa, Zhengyang declared, attempting to showcase his gentlemanly demeanor upon noticing the spacious sofa in the corner. Absolutely not. You should sleep on the bed. I insist on the sofa, Lin Yurong quickly countered, exasperated by the notion of her boss sleeping on the couch. Enough of this debate. Zhengyang waved dismissively and settled onto the sofa. Although he had consumed a fair amount of alcohol earlier, His robust physique allowed him to handle it well. Feeling slightly awkward in the presence of a woman, he thought it wiser to feign drunkenness. Lin Yurong seemed to be feeling the effects of the drink too. She quietly asked, "Su, sir, may I take a shower?" "Uh-huh," he replied, speechless. This girl was relentless. As a normal young man, it was impossible for him to feel entirely indifferent towards Lin Yurong. Yet, as her superior, he managed to exercise restraint. However, sharing the same room was one thing. Her request to shower was quite another. Zhengyang turned over, burying himself into the sofa cushions. Before long, the sound of running water echoed from the bathroom, followed by silence. "Good night, Su, sir," Lin Yurong playfully whispered, shyly cocooning herself in the blanket. Zhengyang smiled softly, while Lin Yurong peeked out from her blanket. Her large eyes filled with adoration as she gazed at him. Despite having consumed some alcohol, sleep eluded her, particularly when she observed Zhengyang lounging on the sofa. He was undeniably an attractive man, exuding personal charm. Her mind drifted to memories of his formidable presence when he dealt with troublemakers, wielding a baton with an imposing air. Moreover, Zhengyang was tough yet kind. He had provided Chun-Li with funds to combat local bullies, ensuring the safety of Hua County. He made donations for the renovation of schools and hospitals. When they had an accident, he remained as calm as an uninvolved bystander, promptly calling for help. Most importantly, during her moments of sorrow, Zhengyang had a unique way of helping her find solace. Had he not offered to cover the medical expenses, they might have left the hospital with a lingering sense of injustice. He was someone she could rely on, making her feel unworthy of his attention, and hesitant to harbor any extravagant hopes. Thus, one pretended to sleep while the other watched. As time passed slowly, the night grew deeper and quieter. Just as they both began to feel drowsy, faint sounds emerged from the ceiling, followed by unmentionable noises from the neighboring room. It was clear they were in a hotel, and given its status as a county establishment, the soundproofing was woefully inadequate. At this hour, it seemed like the symphony had commenced. Zhengyang felt increasingly agitated. "Su, sir, are you asleep?" came Lin Yurong's barely audible voice, startling him. He had assumed she was already asleep. "No," he replied. "Are you cold?" she innocently inquired. Zhengyang sighed, amused by her thoughts, opting not to respond. Moments later, he watched as Lin Yurong, wrapped in her blanket, rolled off the bed with a soft thud. "Ouch!" she exclaimed, but quickly crawled like a caterpillar toward his sofa. Before he could say a word, she draped herself across his waist. Surprisingly, Zhengyang felt warmth envelop him. The following morning, Zhengyang awoke on the sofa to find Lin Yurong peacefully asleep in bed. Not wanting to disturb her, he quickly freshened up and went to fetch breakfast. Upon his return, he found Lin Yurong hiding under the covers like a bashful little rabbit, unwilling to emerge. With playful intent, he teased her while eating breakfast. "I never imagined our dear Lin could play an instrument so well." This provoked Lin Yurong to kick her legs in protest, her feet flailing from beneath the blanket. Around 8:30, the two set off in the car. Zhengyang inspected the front of the vehicle. True to its reputation as a formidable beast, the minor scratches on the bumper were hardly noticeable and did not warrant repair. By midday, they arrived back in Santai City and headed straight to the restaurant located in Beiqing Park. In just a week, the establishment had undergone a remarkable transformation. With ample funding at her disposal, Chung Baola had opted for a simpler, yet elegant design, eschewing the need for extravagant decor. To expedite the process, she had increased the number of workers, allowing dozens to work simultaneously, utilizing high-quality, eco-friendly materials that enabled immediate operation upon completion. The most taxing aspect had been hiring staff. As her restaurant differed from traditional establishments, the chefs needed to grasp the concept of healthy dining. Chung Baola had been exceedingly busy, but felt fulfilled in her endeavors. Upon arriving at the restaurant, she was standing at the entrance, just finishing an interview with a prospective server. Upon spotting Zhengyang, her face lit up. However, her expression quickly shifted when she noticed Lin Yurong emerging from the driver's seat. Chung Baola froze momentarily. "Secretary Chun How Hai sent me," Zhengyang explained with a chuckle. Amused by her reaction, Chung Baola rolled her eyes at him, a hint of jealousy in her tone. What does that have to do with me?" She pouted, her small nose crinkling in discontent as she strode into the restaurant. Naturally, she was displeased. Although she and Su Zhengyang had not defined their relationship, she was not Navi. Su Zhengyang was wealthy, and yet he chose to share a living space with her, accompanied her to birthday parties, and collaborated with her on a restaurant. If she remained oblivious to his feelings, it would be foolish. She genuinely harbored affection for Su Zhengyang, which had blossomed long before his financial success became evident. Initially, she had felt a twinge of pity for him, wanting to care for him. Otherwise, why would she willingly share her classes, cook for him, and live together for half a year? Chapter 59. A provocation. Lin Yurong, with her keen perception, wisely refrained from following them inside. Though she harbored envy for Cheng Baola, she recognized that she was not Cheng Baola. For her, merely being by Su Zhengyang's side, serving as his personal assistant, was a source of profound satisfaction. At present, she did not yearn for more. Su Zhengyang entered the dining establishment with a resigned smile. The decor was simple yet elegant, exuding cleanliness and a sense of grandeur, with solid wood tables and chairs that felt grounded. The floral arrangements were meticulously enclosed in glass, extending to the ceiling for ventilation, creating a floral wall that elegantly separated the booths. Specialized lamps for photosynthesis and watering facilities were thoughtfully provided, allowing patrons to appreciate the plants while preventing them from being plucked or disturbed, thereby warding off pesky insects. Isn't it beautiful? Cheng Baola playfully twirled around, hands behind her back, showcasing her surroundings. Indeed, it is lovely. Come, come. Cheng Baola eagerly tugged Su Zhengyang upstairs to flaunt the second floor's design. I feel you should pursue a career in design rather than as a chef, Su Zhengyang remarked with a smile. Cheng Baola clasped her hands together, her eyes sparkling. I had envisioned the restaurant's decor back when I was a freshman. Goodness, you plan quite far ahead, Su Zhengyang replied, rolling his eyes. Of course. By the way, have you found the waitstaff and chefs? Is the grand opening imminent? Su Zhengyang inquired, rubbing his hands together. The fire safety inspection was completed yesterday, but the health inspection is still pending. You, the esteemed owner, have yet to decide on a name, and I haven't secured the chefs or servers yet. There's still so much to do. Cheng Baola counted off on her fingers. Do I have to come up with a name too? You had your entire restaurant plan during school, yet you couldn't think of a name? Su Zhengyang chided. Well, I thought it would be nice to involve you. Cheng Baola teased. My involvement is limited to collecting the profits, Su Zhengyang declared as he headed downstairs. Cheng Baola smiled knowingly, following behind. She understood that Su Zhengyang intended to offer her the opportunity to name the restaurant. After all, this small establishment held her dreams and passions. She genuinely wished for Su Zhengyang's involvement, as it belonged to both of them. At that moment, the sound of a car parking echoed at the entrance. As they reached the ground floor, 3 uniformed individuals stepped inside. The leader, a rotund gentleman with a receding hairline, was flanked by 2 subordinates, one carrying a small bag and the other holding a clipboard. The Mediterranean man frequently glanced back, evidently checking on Lin Yurong at the entrance. Upon entering and spotting Cheng Baola, his eyes lit up, sparkling with intrigue. However, when he glanced at Su Zhengyang, a flicker of discomfort crossed his face. Who is the owner here? He asked, his tone dripping with condescension. We are both owners, Su Zhengyang replied, offering a faint smile. Both? Either it is one or the other. What do you mean by both? The Mediterranean man frowned, visibly displeased. Su Zhengyang sensed that this individual was trouble. Regardless of the department, he entered with an air of disdain, suggesting he was not there for a routine inspection, but rather to create discord. Is there a law stating that a restaurant cannot have 2 owners? Su Zhengyang retorted. If we are partners, then naturally there are 2 owners. What is the issue with that? Oh, are you being obstinate? What kind of attitude is that? The Mediterranean man scoffed, glaring at Su Zhengyang. Oh, should I kneel to speak with you? Su Zhengyang replied with mock seriousness, having discerned the Mediterranean man's intent to provoke. The man, now visibly irritated, chuckled coldly, pointing a finger at Su Zhengyang. So, you think you and Damp Oppos clever? We shall see about that. He then produced his credentials, waving them in front of Su Zhengyang and adopting a formal tone. I'm from the health department, here for an inspection. With that, he led his companions directly toward the kitchen, the two young men casting mocking glances at Su Zhengyang as they followed. I have a feeling they might be up to no good, Chung Baolao whispered, wrinkling her nose as she observed their retreating figures. Be confident. Eliminate the possibility. Su Zhengyang replied with a slight smile, pulling out his phone to make a call. At that moment, Lin Yurong dashed in from outside, greeting Chung Baolao with a smile. Chung Baolao reciprocated warmly, extending her hand for a handshake. Hello. In an amp, oppose, es me. Su Zhengyang spoke into the phone, conversing briefly with Chun Chusheng before hanging up. Chun Chusheng, who had opened multiple hotels and dining establishments in the city, was well acquainted with the head of the health department. However, Su Zhengyang and Appo's true intention was to investigate any connections between the Mediterranean man and the Zhao family. Regrettably, Chun Chusheng was not a specialized intelligence operative. While it was not difficult to uncover an individual's identity, gathering comprehensive information on their current status within a short time frame posed a challenge. He could only rely on phone records, surveillance, and location tracking to glean any clues. Yet, if the individual did not register or communicate via phone, it would be nearly impossible to maintain control over the situation. Su Zhengyang began to contemplate the necessity of establishing an intelligence department, realizing that true strength lay in anticipating adversaries to avoid falling into a passive position. Moreover, as he sought to uncover his mother and Appo's whereabouts, a professional intelligence unit became increasingly essential. Before long, the Mediterranean man emerged from the kitchen, his gaze immediately drawn to the two stunning women flanking Su Zhengyang, his eyes practically ablaze with desire. He snorted disdainfully and resumed his inspection of the establishment. After meandering through a couple of areas, he returned, barking, Don't think this restaurant will open. The health standards are unacceptable. Upon entering the kitchen, I discovered 6 or 7 mice and dozens of cockroaches. Is this a restaurant or a zoo? Impossible. My kitchen is completely enclosed. There are no gaps, and certainly no food to attract vermin. Chung Baolao retorted, her indignation palpable. She had personally overseen the kitchen and Appo's cleanliness and knew the Mediterranean man was falsely accusing them. Impossible? Whether something is possible is not for you to decide. It's up to me. Understand? If I say there are, then there are. The Mediterranean man scribbled crosses on his clipboard as he spoke. Don't rush to conclusions. Your position as a senior inspector is hard-earned. After all, you have a family to support. Chapter 60. The Art of Creation from Nothing. Hearing Su Zhengyang's audacious words, the Mediterranean man let out a cold sneer. Are you threatening me? Not a threat, Su replied earnestly. I merely wish for your demise to be aesthetically pleasing. After all, you're using a ballpoint pen, which is easy to write with but difficult to erase. Make my death look good? Ha ha! The Mediterranean man, in a fit of rage, glanced at his two subordinates and then flipped over the board he held for Su to see. Look closely. I will write right before your eyes. Let us see what you can do about it. With that declaration, he glared fiercely at Su Zhengyang and proceeded to fill out multiple unfounded non-compliance indicators on the form, even going so far as to write down punitive recommendations. As a senior inspector, he had the authority to directly report such recommendations, and typically, the punishments would merely be rubber-stamped based on his suggestions, as no one would bother to verify the claims personally. While he wrote, he arrogantly eyed Su Zhengyang. What is wrong? Cat got your tongue? I thought you were quite the hotshot. Su Zhengyang could only shake his head in resignation, glancing at Chung Baolao beside him. Chung, having overheard Su's phone call, could only shake his head in disappointment at the Mediterranean man's behavior. Such a person, who abuses his power for personal gain, was nothing short of a parasite. Seeing the disappointed look in Chung Baolao's eyes only fueled the Mediterranean man's anger. Can you see my formidable power? What does that look mean? The more he pondered, the more infuriated he became. Just then, a car identical to that of the Mediterranean group screeched to a halt outside. It was evident that someone had arrived in a hurry. A figure resembling a leader, accompanied by a driver, exited the vehicle and headed straight for the door. The Mediterranean man froze. Isn't that the director of my department? He hurried forward, bowing and greeting, his body resembling a shrimp in boiling water. Director Lee, what brings you here personally? However, Director Lee and Apo's expression was cold as he snatched the writing board from the Mediterranean man and Apo's hands. The Mediterranean man was taken aback. By the time he reacted, it was too late, and the board was already in Director Lee's possession. Suddenly, a realization struck him, and he glanced at Zhengyang in terror. This situation could only imply one thing. Director Lee glanced at Zhengyang, merely nodding without greeting him, and then, board in hand, strode directly toward the kitchen. The Mediterranean man felt as if his brain had exploded. He could not bring himself to believe that Director Lee had been summoned by Zhengyang. Yet, with Director Lee's driver present, he dared not plead for mercy from Su. He could only wipe the large beads of cold sweat from his forehead, casting a beseeching look at Zhengyang. Zhengyang met his gaze without flinching, smiling calmly, his eyes devoid of any pity. Moments later, Director Lee stormed out of the kitchen, fury radiating from him. Inspector Zhang, you seem quite adept at marking crosses. I would like to inquire about the non-compliance regarding the sink height and the specifications of this workbench. What exactly do you mean by claiming such poor sanitary conditions? Director Lee's voice was cool and measured, yet sent chills down the Mediterranean man's spine. I. His face turned pale with fear as he struggled to respond. This was far beyond his expectations. He had never encountered such a situation where he was caught red-handed. Since you are so meticulous about hygiene and can see what others cannot, being a senior inspector is beneath you. You should seek a more suitable position. Director Lee spoke with an unusual level of politeness, slapping the writing board against the Mediterranean man's chest. I misjudged the situation. Director Lee, please spare me this once. I truly made a mistake. Hygiene is of utmost importance and allows no room for error. Especially not for someone like you who occupies a position without merit, Director Lee replied coldly. At that moment, Zhengyang interjected, Oh, by the way, Director Lee, he just threatened me, saying that if I paid him off, everything would be fine. Otherwise, his family would take care of me. His backing is that family. I certainly cannot afford to provoke any family. It truly frightened me. Perhaps you should investigate if he has solicited money from others. The Mediterranean man's eyes widened in shock. Would he ever say such things? He never uttered those words, yet with Zhengyang and Apo's statement, he not only faced losing his job, but also the possibility of being implicated in bribery, which could lead to disastrous consequences. He had indeed relied on a slight connection with the Zhao family to advance a little in his career, and they had promised to assist him in his promotion this year. He had worked tirelessly for 7 or 8 years to achieve this modest success. No, I never said that. I didn't say anything like that. He frantically waved his hands in denial. Whether you said it or not. The truth will be revealed upon investigation. Director Lee sneered coldly before turning to Zhengyang, extending his hand. Thank you for your vigilant report, and I sincerely apologize for the earlier incident. The sanitation of your restaurant is entirely compliant. When your staff needs health certificates, feel free to call me, and I will personally arrange the necessary procedures. As he spoke, he handed his business card to Zhengyang. After exchanging a few pleasantries, he turned and left. The Mediterranean man remained trembling, drenched in cold sweat. Seeing Director Lee about to depart, he hurriedly took a few steps to follow him. His two companions were already ashen-faced with fear. However, the Mediterranean man realized that the crux of the matter lay with Zhengyang, and he quickly turned back, clasping his hands in a pleading gesture. Boss Su, I was blind to your greatness and offended you. Please have mercy and Don and Apo's hold this against me. I will work tirelessly for you. I promise to be obedient. I have an elderly parent and a family to support. Overcome with emotion, the Mediterranean man finally broke down in tears. Although he had some connections with the Zhao family, they would not offend someone of Director Lee and Apo's caliber for his sake. What good is your pleading to me? Director Lee made a valid point. Hygiene is paramount, and no compromises can be tolerated. Are you asking me to undermine his authority? Realizing that standing and begging was futile, the Mediterranean man collapsed to the ground, pressing his forehead against the floor, weeping profusely as he begged Zhengyang for mercy. Who sent you here? You should go and find him now. Leave. Zhengyang and Apo's S expression turned cold as he warned. The Mediterranean man and Apo's S body trembled. Indeed, it seemed Su Zhengyang was not going to show him any mercy. With no other options left, he could only seek out the Zhao family for a last-ditch effort. With that thought, he struggled to rise and nearly rolled into his car. Watching him leave in such a disheveled state, Su Zhengyang took out his phone and called Chen Chusheng. Have your people arrived? They're here. Follow him. Chapter 61. The security guard with masculine toxicity. Su Zhengyang's suspicions were confirmed. Chen Chusheng's men followed the Mediterranean and indeed found a meeting with members of the Zhao family. However, it was not Zhao Xiaoman he encountered, but merely one of her bodyguards. After exchanging a few terse words, the bodyguard left with a cold demeanor, while Mediterranean sat in place, looking ashen. Upon hearing the news, Su Zhengyang couldn't help but sneer. It was indeed Zhao Xiaoman who was orchestrating these petty maneuvers against him. It appeared that his feud with the Zhao family had become irrevocable. Yet, he found Zhao Xiaoman's methods somewhat clumsy. What purpose did such trivial tactics serve? Su Zhengyang was momentarily puzzled. Nevertheless, this further solidified his resolve to establish an intelligence department. He decided to leave the naming of it to others, as he needed to find someone. Su Zhengyang communicated his intentions to Cheng Baola and then departed with Lin Yurong. Cheng Baola exclaimed in surprise, and after the two had left, she approached the door, peeking out to watch Su Zhengyang's vehicle disappear into the distance. She then stuck out her tongue, muttering in dissatisfaction, "Tsk, seeking a secretary with such ample assets. What a lecher. No contentions there. Oomph." After venting her frustration, she took a deep breath and murmured to herself, "Phew, no need to get worked up. I still need to find a chef." She no longer questioned why Su Zhengyang had such formidable connections. Even a minor supervisor from the health department had to beg for mercy. After all, only prominent figures sought him out for feng shui consultations. Su Zhengyang intended to locate Chen Chusheng to see if he had any connections to professionals in intelligence work. After making a phone call, the two arranged to meet at one of Chen Chusheng's restaurants, conveniently located near Su Zhengyang. They soon arrived at the hotel. Checking his phone, Su Zhengyang realized he had arrived early and would have to wait a bit for Chen Chusheng. He alighted from the car, leaning against it while surveying the establishment. The decor was vintage and elegant, devoid of gaudiness, with dining available on the first floor, resembling a mid-range restaurant akin to Western-style eateries. As he scanned the area, Su Zhengyang noticed a security guard stationed at the entrance. This guard was ruggedly handsome, with a strong, masculine presence and a crew cut, reminiscent of Su Zhengyang and Apo's favorite martial arts star, Ling Mujia. Not only did he share a similar appearance, but his demeanor also echoed that of a seasoned fighter, every movement precise and efficient. He stood tall and straight, moving with the grace of the wind. This was no ordinary security guard. His poise indicated years of disciplined training. At that moment, several young men, resembling affluent socialites, disembarked from a luxury vehicle, tossing their keys to the parking attendant before jovially heading towards the restaurant. However, upon reaching the entrance, they were halted by the vigilant security guard. "Sir, smoking is prohibited inside," he stated, neither submissive nor aggressive, extending his hand slightly to block their passage. One of the young men, clad in a t-shirt and already smoking, scoffed at the guard and Apo's words, dismissing them as he continued to stride forward. "Sir, smoking is prohibited inside," the guard reiterated, undeterred by the young man and Apo's insolence. Su Zhengyang watched with keen interest from a distance. Sure enough, the young man was once again stopped by the guard, who remained steadfast. Enraged, the young man retaliated with a sharp slap across the guard's face. The loud crack startled the patrons nearby. "How dare you?" the young man exclaimed, shaking his hand in pain from the force of the blow. However, the guard merely tilted his head slightly, his expression unchanged despite the redness on his cheek. "If you wish to dine inside, please extinguish your cigarette," he said calmly, as if he had not just been struck. His outstretched hand seemed to convey his unwavering resolve. "You may strike me, but you cannot smoke inside." The young man, observing his companion's amusement, felt humiliated and, in a fit of rage, sneered at the guard. "Are you trying to intimidate me? You think I'll let you dictate my actions? Please, don't make this difficult for me." The guard sighed softly, revealing a hint of frustration beneath his composed exterior. The young man, with a mocking laugh, stared intently at the guard. Seeing his unwavering demeanor only fueled his anger, and he viciously pressed the burning cigarette toward the guard's eye. At that moment, he was gripped by an unexpected fear. The guard remained unflinching, even closing his eyes in resignation. Suddenly, a powerful hand seized the young man and Oppo's wrist. It was Zhengyang. The guard opened his eyes to find the cigarette mere centimeters from his face, the heat palpable, causing his eyelashes to curl. He looked at Zhengyang in bewilderment, realizing that such precise and swift action was beyond the ken of ordinary individuals. Zhengyang not only restrained the young man's hand, but, as the latter prepared to lash out, he applied a sudden, intense pressure, twisting the young man into Oppo's wrist painfully. Overcome with agony, the young man could not release his grip on the cigarette, which Zhengyang then pressed against his own face. Let go of me. I'll kill you," he shrieked, not so much from pain as from the fear of permanent disfigurement. The other two young men, infuriated, rushed forward to kick Zhengyang. However, the guard, unwilling to stand by, as Zhengyang intervened on his behalf, pulled him back and deftly struck the ankle of the assailant with just enough force to deter him without causing undue harm. Yet instinctively, the guard's foot twitched, as if to follow through with a more forceful kick to the young man's midsection, but he held back. Zhengyang took note of this subtle gesture. Chapter 62. Do you enjoy swearing? The scion, who had been scalded, was pushed to the side and immediately began to shout furiously, pointing at Zhengyang. "Good. You filthy dog. Meddling in others' affairs, huh? Very well." He cursed as he took out his phone and dialed a number. "Sir, I'll hold them off. You should leave quickly," the security guard sighed. Though he uttered those words, he couldn't help but feel a bit resentful towards Zhengyang. If he hadn't meddled, the scar on his face would have been just another mark among many. It was no big deal. However, Zhengyang and Oppo's intervention escalated the situation. After all, Zhengyang had acted to assist him, so now that trouble had arisen, he wished to bear the burden alone. Zhengyang looked at him with appreciation. All signs indicated that this security guard did not wish to cause trouble. He was merely straightforward and had been doing his utmost to restrain himself. Stopping the young master from smoking was simply a matter of responsibility. Now, when he spoke of holding off the troublemakers to allow Zhengyang to escape, it genuinely elevated Zhengyang's regard for him. "Stop being polite. I swear, none of you will leave today. If I don't roast your heads over the fire, then I swear I'll right Lin backwards," the young master yelled into the phone, directing his anger at the two men. Simultaneously, he continued to touch his facial burn, becoming increasingly agitated. After finishing the call and reporting his address, he smashed his phone to the ground in a fit of rage. "Such ferocity. Young people should learn a reason. I'm a very reasonable person. The restaurant prohibits smoking, yet you insist on bringing your cigarette inside. When they stop you, you shove the butt in their face. Is that acceptable? Absolutely not. Furthermore, you threatened to roast us over a fire. Are you a tyrant?" Zhengyang remained unruffled, calmly engaging the young master in a debate. Observing his composed demeanor only intensified the young master's fury, causing his chest to heave violently. "I've had enough of your nonsense," the young master bellowed, interrupting Zhengyang. However, just as he finished cursing, Zhengyang stepped forward, grasped his neck, and slammed him against the wall with great force. "What did you just say?" Zhengyang and Oppo's expression turned icy. The young master had yet to comprehend what was happening when a resounding thud echoed as his head collided with the wall, leaving him disoriented. By the time he regained his senses, he found himself pinned against the wall, his feet off the ground, his neck constricted, leaving him gasping for breath. A wave of terror washed over him as he faced the suffocating grip, teetering on the brink of death. "I was speaking to you calmly, yet you can't go 3 sentences without a curse. Do you enjoy it?" The young master's face turned a deep purple as he struggled desperately. But he realized he was deprived of oxygen and could hardly move. He was in no position to beg for mercy. Zhengyang released him, and the young master immediately clutched his throat, coughing violently. The onlookers were astonished. This individual appeared far more ruthless than the young master, and his change in demeanor was alarmingly swift. Just moments ago, he had been calm and collected. Once the young master had coughed a few times, Su Zhengyang seized his hair and pulled him closer. Didn't you call for backup? Before your people arrive, who gave you the right to curse? In that moment, the young master truly understood fear. He had called for support because he realized he could not contend with Su Zhengyang alone. Until his people arrived, Su Zhengyang held the upper hand, and he had just let loose a torrent of insults. What if Su Zhengyang, in a fit of rage, left him severely injured or incapacitated? He decided to feign submission until his allies arrived. I was wrong. I want to say it again. The young master's terrified eyes concealed a murderous intent. He had resolved that once he found an opportunity, he would make Su Zhengyang suffer. The security guard stood by, utterly bewildered. Who were the true bullies here? The way this man punished the young master was downright savage. At that moment, several figures approached briskly from a distance. Chen Chusheng, accompanied by Qi Yunfei, followed by a few subordinates. Upon noticing the commotion at the entrance, they quickened their pace and rushed over. As they drew near, the other two young masters shuddered, and one of them stepped forward. Uncle Qi, what a coincidence! He recognized Chen Chusheng, but regrettably, Chen Chusheng did not know him. Thus, he hesitated to greet him directly and only acknowledged Qi Yunfei. Qi Yunfei cast a brief glance at him and, with an indifferent motion, pushed him back 2 steps, not bothering to look at him again. Meanwhile, the young master, still in Su Zhengyang and Amp, Oppo's grip, recognized Chen Chusheng and Qi Yunfei and was instantly filled with surprise and confusion. He had no idea why they were here, yet subconsciously, he harbored a flicker of hope that perhaps they had come to rescue him on behalf of his family. He stood there momentarily stunned. Su, sir. Only when Chen Chusheng nodded in greeting to Su Zhengyang did the young master comprehend that it was the man holding him who was acquainted with them. Do you have cigarettes? Su Zhengyang asked directly. Of course, Chen Chusheng replied, puzzled, as Su Zhengyang was known not to smoke, while he and Qi Yunfei were rarely without cigarettes. Light them all up. Su Zhengyang commanded without further explanation. Chen Chusheng and the others did not question him and promptly produced their cigarettes, igniting them in unison, creating a thick cloud of smoke. At that moment, a car screeched to a halt nearby, and 4 or 5 armed men leaped out, charging toward them with an aggressive demeanor. However, halfway through their advance, they stopped upon seeing Chen Chusheng and his companions. Chen Chusheng also noticed them, his expression darkening as he realized they had come for Su Zhengyang. Your people have arrived. What do you intend to do with them? Su Zhengyang tightened his grip on the young master and Amp, Oppo's hair. At this point, the young master was trembling uncontrollably. He fully grasped that Su Zhengyang was not someone he could provoke. He had landed himself in a dire predicament, having not only insulted Su Zhengyang, but also summoned others to threaten him. His regret was profound, wishing he had never brought a cigarette into the restaurant. I was wrong. Grandfather, please spare me. The young master had completely cracked under pressure, realizing that even Chen Chusheng complied with Su Zhengyang. This man could easily dispose of him. Now you call me grandfather? Just moments ago, you were gleefully cursing. Su Zhengyang sautet furiously. Pin him down and sear filthy dog into his face with a cigarette, but... Chapter 63. The secret of Mu Shang. The group, summoned by the young master, could only stand in place, paralyzed with fear, too frightened to intervene. Qi Yunfei and his men swiftly subdued the young master, revealing that the cigarettes in their hands were intended for this very purpose. The heart-wrenching screams were soon silenced by a shoe pressed firmly against his mouth. It was then that Chen Chusheng leaned towards Su Zhengyang and whispered, "He is the youngest heir of Sanlin Pharmaceuticals. Did he offend you earlier? Should we take action against Sanlin Pharmaceuticals now?" Once again, Sanlin Pharmaceuticals was mentioned. It appeared that the Lin family shared a common disposition. How is the data collection on Sanlin Pharmaceuticals progressing? It's not fully complete yet, but it should suffice for now. We can proceed to take them down first and send the Lin family in. Strike decisively. Gather a bit more information. Do not rush. Opportunities will arise. By the way, I initially sought you for something, but it seems unnecessary now. If you have matters to attend to, please go ahead. Su Zhengyang cast a sidelong glance at the nearby security guard before addressing Chen Chusheng. What? Chen Chusheng was taken aback, momentarily bewildered, assuming Su Zhengyang was upset with him. "What do you mean? I am Oppos. Am leaving now." Having said this, Su Zhengyang did not engage further with the security guard and headed straight for the parking lot. The security guard, watching in confusion, had thought that Su Zhengyang would at least acknowledge him upon leaving. Instead, he was left in a state of perplexity. In truth, the security guard silently admired Su Zhengyang's handling of the young master. Such individuals had caused considerable harm to others. Their demise would not be an injustice. However, he was curious about Su Zhengyang's identity. Although he did not recognize Chen Chusheng, anyone bold enough to act in such a manner in broad daylight was certainly not an ordinary person. His curiosity was purely innocent. Yet Su Zhengyang's departure left him utterly bewildered. Chen Chusheng, observing Su Zhengyang's exit with resignation, turned to another young master nearby and inquired, "What happened? Do you know why he was attacked?" The young master trembled in fear. He tried to smoke in a restaurant, but the security guard stopped him. The guard politely asked him to extinguish the cigarette, and in response, he thrust the burning end towards the guard's eyes. Fortunately, the boss arrived just in time and grabbed him, burning his face slightly. He then threatened to roast the boss in the fire and called for backup. "I barely know him." This young master was quite astute, eager to distance himself from the situation. Chen Chusheng frowned upon hearing this. Thrusting a cigarette towards someone's eyes? That's ruthless. Beat him mercilessly. He instructed Qi Yunfei accordingly, then took a drag from his cigarette, concealing his face behind the haze as he furtively observed the security guard. When he noticed the guard was also watching him, Chen Chusheng quickly averted his gaze. He pondered Su Zhengyang's intentions, but since Su Zhengyang had given no instructions upon leaving, he chose not to interfere. Discarding his cigarette, but he made his way to the vehicle and casually instructed a subordinate, informed Qi Yunfei, to take some photos after finishing, and then send a token of appreciation of 1 cent to that security guard. The subordinate acknowledged and dashed into the restaurant. Inside the vehicle, Lin Yurong was engrossed in a drama on her phone when she noticed Su Zhengyang opening the door and getting in, promptly pulling up the privacy window. "Where to?" "Nowhere. Just move forward a bit and keep an eye on the security guard." The reason Su Zhengyang had ignored the guard and prevented Chen Chusheng from intervening was to personally assess the guard's character. Qi Yunfei worked swiftly, not wanting to create a scene at the restaurant entrance. Soon, the young master's face was left disfigured, and after taking several photos, Qi Yunfei ordered the young master to leave. The area quickly fell silent, leaving only the security guard on duty. Though he stood upright, he appeared to carry a weight of concern. After a while, a manager-like individual approached him with an envelope. The guard nervously asked a few questions, then bashfully accepted it. Once the manager departed, he discreetly opened the envelope. Despite the distance, Su Zhengyang could vaguely see that it contained several hundred-yuan notes. A rare smile broke across the guard's face as he tucked the envelope into his pocket. Just then, Su Zhengyang's phone vibrated with 2 WeChat messages from Chen Chusheng. One contained a photo of the young master, and the other revealed that the security guard's name was Mu Sheng. "Good." Su Zhengyang responded with a single word, implying his approval. Now, it was a matter of patience. Su Zhengyang reclined his seat, settling in to watch the drama with Lin Yurong. Approximately an hour later, another security guard arrived for the shift change. Mu Sheng clocked out without changing his uniform and walked directly down the street. "Should we follow him?" Lin Yurong inquired hastily. "No need. Let's wait for him here." Su Zhengyang was bemused. This fellow was indeed juggling 2 jobs. However, a car could not easily catch up to an electric scooter, so they could only wait for him to return the vehicle. The wait stretched on for what felt like an eternity, 5 or 6 hours, until the sky had darkened significantly. Lin Yurong went to fetch dinner, and they ate in the car. Around 6:30, during the dinner rush, Mu Sheng returned in a hurry, returned the electric scooter, anxiously checking his phone. He then scanned for a shared bicycle and pedaled southward. Su Zhengyang and Lin Yurong continued to follow him. In the southern district, Santai City was known for its slow development, poor sanitation, and inadequate infrastructure, an area plagued by crime. Mu Sheng pedaled furiously, heading straight into an old residential complex. This complex served as housing for factory workers, with buildings dating back to the 1990s. The oldest structure, located in the southwest corner, featured communal bathrooms, and was colloquially referred to as a tube building. The exterior was in a state of disrepair. He hastily locked up the shared bicycle and rushed to the entrance of the tube building, where 4 or 5 others were already waiting for him. Upon seeing these individuals, Zhengyang's eyes brightened. Like Mu Sheng, they were fit and exuded an air of competence, chiding him for his tardiness. Mu Sheng waved his hands in apology, smiling, before they all ascended the stairs together. Zhengyang instructed Lin Yurong to park on the roadside and turn off the engine. Then they gradually approached the tube building. However, as they reached the entrance, Zhengyang heard several muffled breaths. Before he could react, a group had coldly encircled him. Don't move. Chapter 64. A quick turn of events, Zhengyang pulled Lin Yurong behind him, smiling faintly as he regarded the group. Under the dim, yellow lights of the hallway, Mu Sheng recognized Zhengyang. Is it you? He inquired. Indeed, it is I, came the reply. Why have you been following me? Mu Sheng asked, a hint of displeasure in his voice. Out of curiosity, Zhengyang chuckled, not denying the accusation. Noticing the puzzled expressions of the others, Mu Sheng explained, earlier, I encountered some trouble outside a restaurant. A wealthy young man attempted to jab me in the face with a cigarette, and he came to my rescue. The others looked at Zhengyang with intrigue. They knew their leader's prowess did not necessitate assistance in a physical confrontation. Those who could provoke a wealthy heir were either affluent or influential. What could possibly compel him to shadow their leader to this rundown locale? Especially with Lin Yurong, a beauty that seemed out of reach for someone of their means, by his side? Would it be too forward of me to ask for a cup of hot water? Zhengyang inquired, raising his hands in a gesture of peace, implying a desire to sit and converse. The group exchanged glances, their expressions revealing their hesitation. We don an oppose. Tea have hot water, but we do have plenty of alcohol. However, today is not suitable. Perhaps you could leave us your contact information, and we can. Mu Sheng began, extending a hand towards Zhengyang for a business card. Before he could finish, a voice called from the hallway. Shengzi? I thought it was you all returning. What are you doing here? I made dinner. A middle-aged woman, around 50, emerged from the shadows of the corridor. Upon approaching, she noticed the group surrounding a single individual, and her surprise turned to delight. Have you brought friends? Hello, Annie. Lin Yurong greeted her with quick wit. Her beauty elicited an instant smile from the woman, who praised Lin Yurong and Amp. Oppo's looks and charming voice. Gomin, you should have told me you were bringing a friend. I would have tidied up a bit. While ushering Zhengyang and Lin Yurong into the house, she chided Mu Sheng and the others, hastening up the stairs, clearly intending to clean the place. Zhengyang offered a resigned smile to Mu Sheng and his companions, who exchanged glances of shared understanding. Then led an Amp, Oppos, head upstairs. The place is small and a bit messy. Please excuse our humble abode. The narrow staircase had its edges worn smooth, and the corridor on the second floor was cluttered with various items, dust accumulating to a thickness of several centimeters. A misstep would stir a cloud of dust. Reaching the end of the corridor, the middle-aged woman was already inside a room, tidying up and gesturing for them to enter. Inside, the room appeared much brighter. It comprised 3 small spaces, a kitchen and 2 bedrooms. With Mu Sheng and his 5 comrades, they made 6 people, adding Zhengyang, Lin Yurong, and the woman made 9. Standing felt somewhat cramped. The other 4 brothers promptly entered one of the bedrooms. A faint, unpleasant odor wafted from within, mingling with the sense of disinfectant and recently cooked meals. Far from pleasant. Zhengyang followed their silhouettes and glanced into the bedroom, his heart sinking. A stark white hospital bed occupied the space, where a frail girl lay connected to tubes, appearing to be around 17 or 18 years old. The 4 brothers were assisting her to turn and changing her catheter. The girl's eyes retained a glimmer of life, yet she was evidently paralyzed and unable to move. As she was lifted, her gaze met Zhengyang's, and she quickly averted her eyes, visibly embarrassed. Are you also comrades? The woman asked, noticing Zhengyang's scrutiny of the girl. No, we are merely newly acquainted friends, Zhengyang replied candidly. The woman nodded, her smile slightly shy, and then she warmly fetched 2 clean paper cups and poured hot water for them. Mu Sheng spoke directly. Thank you for today. It was nothing. the woman replied. People like you, with your standing, lack for nothing. I shan't burden you with any form of repayment. Should you need assistance from us, do not hesitate to ask. Mu Sheng stated bluntly, implying he understood Su Zhengyang's presence must have some purpose. Su Zhengyang appreciated his straightforwardness, chuckling as he accepted the hot water and raised an eyebrow at Mu Sheng, responding, "No rush, no rush." The middle-aged woman found the only 2 stools in the house for Su Zhengyang and Lin Yurong to sit. "Auntie, are these all your sons?" Su Zhengyang asked half-jokingly. "Haha, indeed they all are," the woman replied affectionately, patting Mu Sheng's broad shoulder with a sigh. "Alas, they call me mother. My son sacrificed himself to protect them. In return, they came here to kneel and call me mother, taking care of us both. Which one of them is without parents? Silly children." As she spoke, she cast a reproachful glance at Mu Sheng, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "Mom, please stop. You know we want to go back." Mu Sheng pulled out a small stool for himself, his tone impatient, clearly indicating that the woman had repeatedly urged them to return home. The woman shook her head with a wry smile. "With your sister in this condition, they have been dragged down. They are capable, yet fear-seeking respectable employment, resorting instead to these quick cash jobs. What illness does your daughter have?" Su Zhengyang inquired after a moment's thought. "Muscular dystrophy. It began suddenly when she was 16, the woman replied, wiping her eyes. Su Zhengyang sighed inwardly. Muscular dystrophy, something that could be treated. When he acquired his storefront, Brother Zhao's children had received medical care. Yet this family had languished in such a dark, damp building for the past 2 or 3 years. There is a newly developed medication in our country, a special remedy that could potentially cure her with a maximum of 4 doses, Su Zhengyang suggested. I am aware, but that medication, the middle-aged woman smiled faintly, lowering her gaze in silence. This medication is not overly expensive for someone of your standing. If you would mind, I would be willing to assist you. Considering my admiration for Mu Sheng and his friends, Su Zhengyang proceeded cautiously, aware that his offer might come off as intrusive. However, the woman frowned slightly, glancing at Mu Sheng before standing abruptly and addressing Su Zhengyang. Please leave. We do not require your help. Confused, both Su Zhengyang and Mu Sheng stood, unsure of the sudden intensity of her reaction. Mom, Mu Sheng exclaimed, bewildered at her outburst, especially since Su Zhengyang had just offered significant assistance. Why would she respond with such hostility? Auntie, did I say something wrong? Su Zhengyang asked, remaining calm, recognizing there must be a reason behind her reaction. You are not in the wrong. You are a good person, and you possess wealth, but that is your affair. I cannot allow Mu Sheng to associate with someone like you. I will not permit my children to become the second Tian Qilong. Mu Sheng, see them out. Chapter 65. The calamity of Tian Qilong. Su Zhengyang was suddenly enlightened. The Tian Qilong mentioned by the woman referred to a tale from Strange Stories from a Chinese studio, which bears the same name. It narrates the story of a wealthy man, Wu Chengxiu, who relished the company of renowned scholars and talented individuals, ensuring that his residence was devoid of any commoners. One night, in a dream, an elderly immortal guided him to befriend a man named Tian Qilong, claiming that this individual could save Wu Chengxiu's life. Upon searching, he discovered that Tian Qilong was a hunter with exceptional skills, yet he came from a humble background. Despite his high status, Wu Chengxiu was willing to lower himself to befriend Tian Qilong, but was rebuffed by Tian Qilong's mother, who believed that this man bore ill intentions and that her son's association with him would bring calamity. Ultimately, the mother's concerns proved to be valid. After Tian Qilong's wife passed away and the family lacked funds for a proper burial, it was Wu Chengxiu who stepped in, genuinely wishing to forge a friendship. After several encounters, the two developed a bond, but when Wu Chengxiu fell into misfortune, it was Tian Qilong who, armed only with a sword, stormed the government office to save him. Although Tian Qilong rescued Wu Chengxiu, he met a tragic end, being slain by a flurry of swords. As the corrupt officials loomed over his lifeless body, the friendship was irrevocably severed. In the words of Tian Qilong's mother, those who are known by others share their worries. Those who receive favors are burdened by the troubles of others. The wealthy repay with riches, while the poor repay with righteousness. To receive unjustified bribes is ominous, and it may lead to retribution upon one's children. This implies that Su Zhengyang's substantial kindness raised her fears of being unable to reciprocate, ultimately leading to a potential demise for Mu Sheng and his companions as well. Su Zhengyang felt a wave of anxiety. He had not anticipated that this woman possessed such profound wisdom. However, her apprehensions were not without merit. He indeed bore some resemblance to Wu Qingxiu. Yet Su Zhengyang was unwilling to relent. Although the principles were sound, the times had changed. Auntie, I understand your fear of the calamity of Qilong, but the era is different now. Nothing is different. I would rather my daughter perish without treatment than allow them to repay with death. The middle-aged woman's stance was resolute. As she spoke, she attempted to push Su Zhengyang away, but unexpectedly, Mu Sheng seized her arm. His face darkened in contemplation. Perish without treatment. And then what? Have you considered that on the day they entered the camp, they did not envision a mundane life? Your son is like this. There too. A man must wield his strength, and I am not a villain. I provide them with a means to right wrongs. A company manufacturing counterfeit medicine has harmed numerous lives, and I seek justice, yet I struggle to find the key evidence. If I were to offer funding and equipment, what would your son do if he were here? Su Zhengyang did not shy away from the woman's gaze, but instead posed his question clearly. The woman's eyes reddened as she glared at Su Zhengyang. Yet she found herself at a loss for words. I am willing. As the atmosphere grew tense, the other brothers gathered around, with Mu Sheng breaking the silence first. All eyes turned to him. I am willing. Set aside the notion of righting wrongs. Just ensure you can fund my sister's treatment. My life belongs to you. Mu Sheng's eyes glistened, his heart pounding fiercely. Me too. Me too. The others echoed, their resolve unwavering. The woman closed her eyes in anguish, tears streaming down her face. Mother, we understand your thoughts, but since Zhao Xiong's departure, we have felt immense pain. Xiaoming is his only sister, and we have been tirelessly seeking ways to heal her, even contemplating unlawful means. If you do not wish to see us take the final plunge, today is the day. Mu Sheng's tone was heavy with suppressed emotion. They recognized that such an opportunity was rare. Even the girl lying in the bedroom had closed her eyes, tears falling like rain, believing that all of this was her fault. Mother, we do not wish to miss this chance. We not only want to heal Xiaoming, but also care for you, our father and mother, to provide them with a good life. One of the brothers expressed, compelling the woman to relent. You cannot prevent them from pursuing their own destinies. For so long, she and her daughter have been a burden to them. She could only helplessly wipe her tears and nod. Su Zhengyang sighed, choosing not to elaborate further, and exchanged a glance with Lin Yuan. Understanding the cue, she promptly retrieved her phone, stepping outside to make a call. Hello, is this City Hospital number 1? Please send an ambulance. We have a patient here. Su Zhengyang turned to Mu Sheng and the others. Mu Sheng immediately stood at attention, aware that Su Zhengyang sought to ascertain their capabilities. Southwest J District 32nd. Special Reconnaissance. Mu Sheng. Southwest J District. Li Ji Yusheng. Southwest. Zhen Xiaoyang. They reported their former units in unison, each standing at attention. Su Zhengyang did not grasp the entirety of their lengthy titles, but he understood the key terms, which sufficed. In truth, he had already deduced that Mu Sheng had recognized him when they cornered him in the hallway. While he was unaware of their full prowess, he assumed that anyone with some counter-surveillance skills would be more adept than the average individual. Just then, a notification chimed in Su Zhengyang's mind. Beep. Detected that the host is establishing their own intelligence department. The system has automatically opened the potion marketplace. Current open potions in the intelligence agency. Mastery of electronic technology and mechanics. Current open potions in the intelligence agency. Mastery of hacking and information technology. Current open potions in the intelligence agency. Mastery of disguise. Current open potions in the intelligence agency. Mastery of theft techniques. Current open potions in the intelligence agency. Mastery of surveillance and counter-surveillance techniques. Su Zhengyang glanced down and noted that 4 types of mastery were currently available, while others remained obscured, indicating they were yet to be unlocked. Each mastery potion may be consumed by an individual up to 2 times. Exceeding this limit would be unbearable. Consumption of potions instantaneously enhances proficiency in the relevant field. These potions piqued Su Zhengyang's interest. With such enhancements, their already superior skills could be further amplified, which would indeed be extraordinary. In reality, Mu Sheng and the others should only excel in surveillance and counter-surveillance, with other skills being average. However, these potions would ensure that his intelligence department would become more comprehensive and professional in the future. Naturally, he would not administer these potions to them just yet. He needed to observe their loyalty first. A saying from his early years resonated with him. A master visits a disciple for 3 years. A disciple visits a master for 3 years. Trust deepens with familiarity. Moreover, these potions were not inexpensive. A single vial of the theft technique potion cost 200 points, while the electronic technology and mechanics potion required 300 points. Why would he not prefer to enhance his own attributes with these points? At that moment, Mu Sheng looked at Su Zhengyang and inquired, "What exactly do you want us to do?" Chapter 66. Establishment of the investigation team. Su Zhengyang cast a glance at the woman beside him, who was wiping away her tears, and exchanged a knowing look with Mu Sheng. "As for the specifics, I shall elaborate tomorrow. For now, let's ensure your sister is settled. Tomorrow, I expect all of you to resign from your jobs and report to me. I will provide you with a comprehensive briefing. In any case, these matters pose minimal danger for you." Su Zhengyang added this last remark specifically for the woman, who let out a sigh. "I will go help Xiao Meng gather her belongings." Su Zhengyang felt nothing but admiration for her. She was compassionate and caring, worried for Mu Sheng and the others as if they were her own children, not wishing to burden them. Before long, an ambulance arrived. Su Zhengyang drove closely behind, personally escorting the family to the first municipal hospital. Qi Yunfei had already arrived ahead of time, waiting patiently, even alongside the attending physician at the entrance, thus eliminating the need for any cumbersome administrative procedures. They directly ushered the patient into a private ward. After a flurry of activity, Su Zhengyang returned home around 8 o'clock. In the living room of the rental apartment, Cheng Baola was staring at a table laden with dishes, her chin propped on her hands in daze. Upon hearing the sound of the door's keypad lock, she jolted and hurriedly picked up her chopsticks, pretending to eat. As Su Zhengyang stepped inside, he was greeted by the delightful aroma of food, and he couldn't help but chuckle to himself. "Oh, waiting for me to have dinner, are we? Who is waiting for you? I worked overtime today and interviewed over 30 candidates. Can you believe I even received calls at 7:30? Cheng Baola exclaimed, her chopsticks waving animatedly. "I'm starting to think our salary standards might be too high." "Ah, the troubles of being a boss. Thankfully, I'm not the one in charge." Su Zhengyang Lauget, reveling in her plight. "What is this? You're already complaining? Where's the food?" Cheng Baola shot him a glare with her mischievous eyes. "Didn't you eat with that big-chested girl?" Su Zhengyang had indeed eaten, but this meal was necessary, especially since he hadn't satisfied his hunger. With the current state of his body, he found it impossible to feel full. "Big-chested girl? She has a name, he retorted, grinning. "And the so-called mystic requires an assistant, clearly not to be trusted." Cheng Baola poked at her rice, her tone laced with sarcasm. "Stop eating and go stew in jealousy instead." Su Zhengyang teased, snatching her bowl and digging into the rice. Cheng Baola, both annoyed and amused, lunged to reclaim her bowl. "You're the one who is jealous. I'm not your girlfriend, so why would I feel jealous?" They laughed and played, and in a swift motion, Su Zhengyang seized Cheng Baola's waist, pulling her close. She gasped, finding herself pressed against his warm chest, their noses nearly touching. Cheng Baola's breath quickened, and before Su Zhengyang could fully comprehend the moment, she unexpectedly kissed him on the lips. Seizing the opportunity, she slipped away, darting into her room with a swift motion. Su Zhengyang stood for then, savoring her fragrance and the softness of her lips, stunned by her sudden departure. Oh. After a moment of bewilderment, he smiled and returned to his meal. The relationship between him and Cheng Baola seemed destined. Though he had never confessed outright, they shared an unspoken understanding. Her kiss felt like a silent affirmation, as if a document had been stamped with approval. Thus, he resolved not to rush things. "Make sure to wash your bowl after you're done." Chung Baola's muffled voice came from her room, as if she were hidden beneath the covers. Understood. Su Zhengyang replied cheerfully, savoring his food leisurely. The next morning, he drove Chung Baola to work. The girl, who had kissed him the night before, pretended to act nonchalant during the day, although Su Zhengyang caught a glimpse of her sticking out her tongue at him as she got out of the car. He then proceeded to a deserted venue in the southern part of the city. This establishment had once been a store selling electric bicycles, but it closed down due to poor business. The previous day, Lin Yurong had enlisted Qi Yunfei's help to contact the seller, and they had arranged to finalize the transaction that afternoon, having secured the keys in advance. Technically, it was already theirs, although Su Zhengyang had registered it under Lin Yurong's name, signifying his trust in her. He entered through a large gate with a small plaza to his right, leading into an L-shaped exhibition hall spanning at least 2,000 or 3,000 square meters. Lin Yurong stood gracefully, a sweet smile gracing her face as she awaited Su Zhengyang. Behind her stood Mu Sheng and 5 others, standing at attention as if awaiting inspection. Su Zhengyang chuckled. It seems you all are well prepared. He approached them formally. Leaders, please provide your guidance. Lin Yurong playfully adjusted her ample figure and replied with a grin. I realize I haven't introduced myself yet. I am Su Zhengyang, and I am officially hiring all 6 of you to form an investigation team. You may elect a team leader. Everyone turned their gaze toward Mu Sheng, who remained steadfastly focused, clearly the undisputed leader among them. Your first reconnaissance task involves the Lin family of Samlin Pharmaceutical and the Zhao family of Huanan Hotel. By 4 o'clock this afternoon, please submit a list of required items to Lin Yurong. All equipment you need must be of the highest quality, regardless of cost. Your monthly salary will be 5 cents per person, with bonuses during holidays and 4 rest days each month. The group's eyes lit up in unison. This was undoubtedly the best compensation they had ever encountered. 5 cents a month was a significant increase. Previously, they struggled to earn even 8 cents working 2 jobs, with most of their earnings consumed by Xiaoming's medical expenses. Now, not only were their salaries multiplied, but Su Zhengyang also recognized their abilities and was willing to invest generously in the latest and most advanced equipment. This was a true act of appreciation. This is too much. Mu Sheng stammered, excitement evident in his voice. Su Zhengyang exchanged a knowing smile with Lin Yurong. As long as you don't think it insufficient, it's settled then. Additionally, here, S1 yuan. Please purchase a house nearby for the 2 of them. It will be easier for you to keep an eye on them. As for you all, if there are no objections, you may reside here in the store. Su Zhengyang intended to cultivate these individuals as his trusted confidants, believing that no amount of compensation was too much. After all, this was his only means of winning their loyalty. Chapter 67. The Brave and the Hidden Hero. Absolutely fine, several voices responded in unison. To reside in such a spacious place was a coveted opportunity for them. The expanse was undeniably generous. Furthermore, once equipped, it would facilitate their tasks significantly. From now on, you shall be named the Flying Eagles, the Flying Eagle Reconnaissance Team, Su Zhengyang declared, prompting the group to stand at attention with newfound seriousness. Now, hurry and make the necessary arrangements. With Lin Yurong bustling about, Su Zhengyang found himself relieved of much concern regarding the remaining matters. Shortly thereafter, Su Zhengyang placed a call to Qi Yunfei, requesting his presence. He intended to introduce Qi Yunfei to the Flying Eagle Reconnaissance Team, establishing him as their primary liaison with Mu Sheng and his colleagues. Should they require personnel, they would turn to Qi Yunfei, as they were equals in this collaborative endeavor. Initially, Su Zhengyang had considered directly involving Qi Yunfei in this task. Yet his ignorance of the existence of the agent and the lack of a solid foundation had rendered it impractical due to the lengthy operational cycle. Before long, Qi Yunfei arrived in a sleek Jaguar. Today, he wore a baseball cap that obscured his face, and as he approached Su Zhengyang, he kept his head slightly lowered. Su Zhengyang tilted his head in curiosity, noticing the bandage on Qi Yunfei's face. Who dares to injure you? Su Zhengyang quipped, lifting the brim of Qi Yunfei's cap. Indeed, Qi Yunfei's handsome visage bore a swollen cheekbone, with a medicated bandage perched above his brow. Embarrassment washed over Qi Yunfei. He had been tending to his injuries when Su Xingyang's call interrupted him, leaving him no choice but to come over, despite his condition. "Oh dear, how this diminishes my image in your eyes, Master Su. Come now, speak up," Su Zhengyang chuckled, giving Qi Yunfei a friendly nudge on the shoulder. Qi Yunfei's face flushed crimson, and he managed a sheepish smile while lowering his gaze in silence. "All right, step inside. I shall introduce you to a few individuals." As they entered, Qi Yunfei recognized Mu Sheng as the security guard from the restaurant entrance, and a flicker of understanding crossed his features. Truth be told, he felt a twinge of jealousy regarding Su Zhengyang's decision to involve outsiders in this affair. However, after a brief explanation from Su Zhengyang in the car, he found solace. Moreover, Su Zhengyang encouraged him to learn from Mu Sheng and the others, as the Flying Eagle reconnaissance team would inevitably expand. And Qi Yunfei would be tasked with overseeing the recruitment of new talent. Qi Yunfei was deeply appreciative of Su Zhengyang's trust, especially since Chen Chusheng had 3 formidable subordinates. Yet Su Zhengyang relied predominantly on him, showcasing his faith and investment in Qi Yunfei's potential. With the formalities concluded, Su Zhengyang inquired, "Now tell me, who was responsible for that injury on your face?" "Your boss?" He chuckled, contemplating whether Chen Chusheng might have been the culprit after a night of revelry. "Please, Master Su, spare me your jests. I was merely practicing martial arts when I sustained this injury," Qi Yunfei replied, a hint of embarrassment lacing his voice. "Martial arts?" Su Zhengyang's eyes sparkled, not out of admiration for the discipline itself, but because he had grasped a crucial piece of information. "Actually, I have trained in combat sports and often seek sparring partners within the martial arts community in Santai." "The martial arts community? Pray, enlighten me about everything you know," Su Zhengyang urged eagerly. Qi Yunfei was taken aback by Su Zhengyang's keen interest in the martial arts realm. In truth, Su Zhengyang had little fascination with martial arts. His thoughts wandered to his mother. He vividly recalled chasing her down an alley, witnessing her perform feats of agility that defied belief. In his quest for clues about her whereabouts, he had overlooked the existence of a martial arts community in Santai, which could potentially hold vital information. The martial arts scene in Santai encompasses Muay Thai, boxing, mixed martial arts, taekwondo, jeet kune do, and traditional martial arts. Particularly, the esteemed traditional martial arts families are not to be trifled with. They command respect, especially those of higher mastery. "Mastery? Pray tell," Su Zhengyang inquired. "Indeed, Master Su, do you believe in the existence of Qigong?" Qi Yunfei asked somewhat awkwardly, eager to share his thoughts, but wary of Su Zhengyang's skepticism. "I believe. I have witnessed feats of agility that defy explanation," Su Zhengyang replied earnestly. Qi Yunfei felt a flicker of surprise and continued, "As with many disciplines, martial arts is divided into various realms of mastery. The most basic is the ability to project power through one's strikes. Mastering this elevates one to the status of a warrior. Upon mastering Wijin, one learns to convert power into force, allowing for impactful strikes, which is often referred to as Qigong. This enables one to seek employment in roles such as bodyguarding or opening martial arts schools. This level is known as brave. Upon achieving Ijin, one truly masters Qigong, internal energy harnessed within the body, exemplified by the golden bell shield and iron cloth shirt. Such individuals typically gain a certain status in the martial world and refrain from engaging in conflicts, preferring to delve deeper into the next stage, thus earning the title of hermit. Once one reaches Ujin, they can channel internal power outward to inflict harm at will, capable of extraordinary feats, such as piercing steel with a mere leaf. These individuals often take on the role of knights who uphold justice in the world. Finally, Ji New Jersey Inn involves releasing internal energy through weaponry in an even more potent manner, possessing abilities beyond imagination. These are the legendary swordsmen. As Qi Yunfei spoke, he became increasingly enthralled by the very notion. Su Zhengyang, captivated by his narrative, gently nudged him back to reality. Each of these realms is further divided into 4 tiers: initial entry, proficient understanding, minor achievement, and grand completion. "What realm do you currently occupy?" I am but a novice, merely striking about like a blind man." These levels are traditional martial arts standards. At best, I will be considered a novice in SH. Qi Yunfei chuckled sheepishly. Then let me ask you, what level of mastery is required for feats such as walking on walls or leaping several meters from a wall? Susan an inquit aucestity. Well, I cannot say for certain, but based on your description, it would require at least an IJ in to ensure one can protect themselves from injury. WIJ would likely be insufficient. Qi Yunfei reasoned. Within your martial arts community, have you ever heard of the name Lu Huilon? Su Zhengyang asked directly, as that was his mother's name. Qi Yunfei pondered for a moment before slowly shaking his head. No, I cannot say that I have. Then let us go to the place where you practice your skills. Su Zhengyang declared, nodding with determination, feeling a weight lift from his chest. While it may not have been a significant breakthrough, it certainly provided a sense of direction. Huh? Qi Yunfei hesitated, apprehensive about the potential trouble Su Zhengyang might attract. In the outside world, his wealth afforded him a certain level of authority. But within the underground martial arts community, monetary status held little sway. Power was the true currency there. Enough chatter. Let us depart. Chapter 68. Who is young master's son? Su Zhengyang traveled in Qi Yunfei's Jaguar, during which Qi informed him that this event was a monthly martial arts exchange. Previously, the gatherings had been modest, mostly involving boxing and combat sports with minimal engagement from martial arts families. However, in recent months, several lesser-known families had emerged, and notably, the prominent Sun family from Santai City had decided to participate this month. Qi's facial injury was inflicted by one of the Sun family's disciples. Qi Yunfei had just defeated a Muay Thai expert and was riding high on his victory when the Sun disciple approached him. Motivated merely by the desire to impress a girl. Is the Sun family well known in our city's martial arts circle? Su inquired. They may not be the strongest, but they certainly hold a respectable position. Many martial arts families remain in the shadows, only revealing themselves at a certain level of achievement, which I only partially understand. She replied. As they conversed, they arrived at the West City Sports Arena. The parking lot was teeming with vehicles, and the entrance was bustling with people. Su, please wait a moment while I call some people, Qi said, concerned for Su's safety. He believed that his influence would be more effective if he summoned reinforcements, as he preferred to avoid unnecessary trouble. Qi was determined to navigate the martial arts world based solely on his own skills. If he lost, it would simply mean he was outmatched, with no need for revenge. He felt that true honor lay in diligent practice or seeking assistance through similar means, rather than resorting to intimidation. As they entered the arena, they were immediately engulfed in a cacophony of cheers and shouts. In the center, a bout was underway between a traditional martial artist clad in a training uniform and a lean, bare-chested fighter. Su couldn't help but chuckle at the sight, recalling a recent occasion when he played a role for Master Ma. If traditional martial arts truly possessed merit, why allow someone like Master Ma to deceive others? Su mused. Qi chuckled. In a way, they tacitly accept the existence of such false masters, and may even encourage it. Su contemplated this, realizing that these individuals might serve as a shield for families that preferred to remain obscure. However, his amusement quickly turned to astonishment as the traditional martial artist assumed a formidable stance, exuding an aura of ferocity, particularly as he unleashed a flurry of powerful strikes. The fighter is employing Tongbi Quan from the Tianjin region, Qi explained quietly. The combatant, attempting to counter, was met with a swift and decisive blow that sent him staggering into the crowd, eliciting an uproar of applause from the spectators. What level do you think this fighter is? Su asked. He likely possesses a minor level of proficiency, similar to that Sun disciple, Qi analyzed. Su was left speechless. While he acknowledged the traditional martial artist's impressive display, he deemed the movements relatively slow and had 1,000 ways to incapacitate him instantly. At that moment, Qi spotted someone in the audience and discreetly gestured towards them. Su approached a group of 3 men and 3 women seated comfortably, casually smiling as he scanned the faces, his gaze landing on a striking girl who exuded an air of aloofness, seemingly out of place. However, Su had little interest in such types. They paled in comparison to Chun Bao La or Lin Yurong. He asked, "Excuse me, which one of you is young Master Sun?" The group fell silent, their attention shifting to Su. A handsome young man, lounging with his legs crossed, replied, "Ah, I know you. You're the second-generation heir of Samlin Pharmaceutical. You gave that guy a beating and even broke his girlfriend's tooth, didn't you?" He had heard about Su's recent encounter with Qi Yunfei, who was not to be trifled with in Santai City. Although the young man feigned disdain, he had taken the time to learn about Su's past. "Are you young master's son?" Su pressed on, ignoring the man's taunts. The young man leaned forward, mockingly asking, "How did it feel to trample that Lin family heir? Did you feel powerful being the more formidable second-generation heir?" As the atmosphere grew tense, Qi Yunfei narrowed his eyes. He refrained from warning young master Sun, as he never cautioned anyone before striking. Should Sun dare to act, he would ensure the young man faced dire consequences. At that moment, a voice interrupted Sun Qingyi. "What are you doing?" It was the aloof beauty, maintaining a noticeable distance from Sunday. Her disdainful gaze towards Su and all men conveyed her discomfort with the situation, particularly upon learning that Su Zhengyang is also a privileged scion who enjoys stepping on others. Her disdain grew even stronger. However, she was reluctant to witness any violent incidents. Sun Qingyi immediately offered a flattering gaze towards the girl, forced a smile, and said, "Yao Yao, can't you see? He didn't even spare you a glance just now. Isn't that quite telling? What distinguishes him from those foolish scions who previously approached us? First, he feigns interest in our conversation, pretending to be indifferent towards you. And then, he sits here, engages in idle chatter, flaunting his wealth and power, ultimately with the sole intention of drawing closer to you." Sun Qingyi scoffed. This was not his first encounter with such behavior, and he had heard of a certain forum that specialized in teaching these tactics. Some young masters were particularly fond of this approach. The girl glared at him with a stern expression. "I've mentioned this more than once. These matters have nothing to do with you." Chapter 69. How many times must I ask you? Su Zhengyang listened in bewilderment. What was going on? The beautiful woman, noticing Su Zhengyang's inaction, lifted her head and disdainfully remarked in a cold voice, "Aren't you leaving? You are not allowed to go." Sun Qingyi also scolded angrily, glaring at the beautiful woman. "Sun Qingyi, you need not display yourself like this before me. What if you possess strength? What if you are of a lesser family? Does your martial prowess give you the right to bully others? This only serves to make me dislike you even more." The beauty frowned as she spoke. "Zhang Yao, I have been quite accommodating towards you. You are becoming quite ungrateful." Sun Qingyi gritted his teeth, his voice cold. Zhang Yao scoffed in disappointment, shaking her head, and then grabbed her small bag, preparing to leave. The others nearby hurriedly intervened, seemingly trying to mediate between the two. Sun Qingyi's chest heaved with rage. He was on the verge of exploding, having expended so much effort on Zhang Yao. A mere family disgrace, not even on par with his own family, dared to treat him this way repeatedly. Had it not been for his father's orders to maintain a good relationship with her, he would have acted long ago. He suddenly turned his gaze towards Su Zhengyang. The catalyst for today's turmoil was Su Zhengyang. If he and T come here, none of this would have transpired. Su Zhengyang felt utterly perplexed by the scene. Since arriving, he had only uttered two questions. Who is young master Sun? Are you young master Sun? No one had answered him, and yet, these two were embroiled in a quarrel, leaving him sidelined. It seemed as though he had become the scapegoat. "You misunderstand. I have no intention of approaching her. I merely wish to clarify. Are you the young master of the Sun family? I genuinely have matters to discuss with your father." Su Zhengyang smiled gently, interrupting the quarrel, and once again addressed Sun Qingyi. Despite the latter's previous hostility towards him, Su Zhengyang indeed had legitimate inquiries for the head of the Sun family. After all, if they were among the most formidable figures in the martial arts community he could access, perhaps they might have information concerning his mother. His words were rather conventional, even humble. After all, one must adopt a proper demeanor when seeking assistance. However, to others, the situation appeared differently. Zhang Yao gazed at Su Zhengyang with a mix of disdain and disgust. This individual still seemed oblivious to the circumstances, continuing to perform as if in a play. Was he mentally unwell? She had already extended him an opportunity to leave, even causing an altercation with Sun Qingyi in the process. What was the point of his questions now? She was on the verge of departing. Sun Qingyi was further incensed. Su Zhengyang's mention of visiting his father was particularly irksome, a blatant insult, a provocation. Remember, that statement will cost you an arm today. Sun Qingyi's face twisted with fury as he redirected his ire towards Su Zhengyang. With a swift motion, he hurled a punch towards Su Zhengyang's shoulder. The force of this blow was tremendous, moving so swiftly that Qi Yunfei couldn't intervene in time. The onlookers bore expressions of indifference. Even Zhang Yao appeared disillusioned, offering no sympathy to Su Zhengyang. She had provided him a chance. It was his own failure to appreciate it that brought this upon him. Qi Yunfei was petrified, his heart nearly stopping. Sun Qingyi was intent on inflicting serious harm on Su Zhengyang. A full-powered strike could easily shatter bones. Yet, Su Zhengyang's expression darkened. Indeed, the speed of the blow was remarkable. He could not raise his hand in time to catch the punch, yet seizing Sun Qingyi's wrist was effortless. With a swift push to the right, Sun Qingyi felt his strength misdirected, striking nothing but air. He didn't even comprehend how Su Zhengyang had acted. In his moment of shock, Su Zhengyang abruptly yanked Sun Qingyi's arm and swept his legs, launching his lower body into the air. Sun Qingyi flew horizontally, crashing onto the hard ground with a resounding thud. Su Zhengyang then raised his foot and forcefully stomped down on Sun Qingyi's shoulder. A crack echoed, the sound of bones fracturing resonating through the air as the area beneath Su Zhengyang's foot caved in. I ask you, 3 times, if you are, young master Sun. Su Zhengyang punctuated his inquiry with each stomp, methodically crushing the bones from shoulder to arm, each footfall a violent assertion. The spectators, taken aback by Su Zhengyang's brutal demeanor, were rendered speechless, lost in a haze of confusion. Zhang Yao's eyes widened in horror, her grip on her bag tightening, her knuckles paling. Was this even human? Why was he so merciless? With each stomp, the sound of cracking bones echoed, and Sun Qingyi could not even muster a scream, merely opening his mouth in silence. Qi Yunfei was frozen with fear. What manner of beast had Su Zhengyang transformed into? He finally grasped why Su Zhengyang had summoned him to confront Lin Xiao and the others. He had essentially gone to rescue a person. Had Su Zhengyang chosen to act then? Qi Yunfei dared not continue that thought, perplexed as to how Su Zhengyang could be so formidable, overpowering Sun Qingyi with such ease. He realized that Qin Chusheng had not informed him of Su Zhengyang's earlier feat of breaking the pearwood table. Ultimately, Su Zhengyang savagely stomped down on Sun Qingyi's palm, rendering it a bloody mess. Su Zhengyang crouched down, grasping Sun Qingyi's hair, demanding, "Are you deaf? I have asked you several times if you're a young master Sunday. I assure you, I am not here for that woman. Do you not understand human language?" At this moment, Sun Qingyi was in excruciating pain, his consciousness hazy. "Speak." Su Zhengyang delivered a resounding slap to his face, jolting Sun Qingyi back to a semblance of lucidity. "Yes, I understand," Sun Qingyi stammered, flustered and utterly humiliated, feeling the specter of death looming over him. This man might indeed be a lunatic. His strikes were unrelenting. He might truly kill him. His arm was already broken. He could have boasted defiantly to those of greater strength, but he dared not confront a madman. Even his fragile pride felt as though it could be cast into flames. "What use is your understanding now? I have already struck you. Will your father easily divulge what I seek? Can I trust what he tells me? Where were you when I first asked?" Su Zhengyang's frustration mounted. What had started as a straightforward plan to uncover some leads had now unraveled completely. With a furious roar, he delivered another crushing blow to Sun Qingyi's mangled hand. "Ah!" Sun Qingyi let out a heart-wrenching scream, sending chills through the onlookers. Zhang Yao trembled uncontrollably, her heart heavy with realization. It turned out Su Zhengyang was not here for her. He had come seeking information. With his level of strength, there was no need for him to lie. Yet his indifference towards her, barely casting her a glance, implied he regarded her as no different from anyone else. As this thought crossed her mind, a mix of astonishment and fury arose within her, accompanied by an intense sense of defiance and curiosity. Not only was she intrigued, even Qi Yunfei had never witnessed such a capricious side of Su Zhengyang. Though I know it is futile to say, I still advise against seeking revenge on me. Otherwise, The Sun family will face ruin. Su Zhengyang exhaled deeply, adopting once more the calm demeanor he had upon his arrival. He picked up a damp tissue from the table to wipe his hands, then tossed the tissue onto Sun Qingyi's face with a hint of annoyance, before striding out of the gym alongside Qi Yunfei. Chapter 70. The mischievous child Sun Qingyi, being a martial arts expert himself, naturally did not require any bodyguards. He was evidently simply enjoying the company of friends. Although many onlookers surrounded the area, no one dared utter a word, and they all stepped aside to clear a path. Su Zhengyang and Qi Yunfei exited the gym, one after the other. Not far from the exit, they were approached by Zhang Yao, who hurried after them. "Wait!" Zhang Yao exclaimed, catching her breath as she reached them. Su Zhengyang glanced at her with a hint of impatience. Feeling disheartened by Su Zhengyang's dismissive look, Zhang Yao was consumed by a surge of indignation. After all, she was a stunning beauty, and she felt it was beneath her to chase after him in such a manner, only to be met with his annoyance. Nonetheless, she suppressed her discomfort and said, "You've injured him so severely. Even if his bones heal, his ability to practice martial arts will likely be gone." The Sun family won into Oppos. T let this slide. "And then what?" Su Zhengyang replied, bemused. Zhang Yao furrowed her brows. "What do you mean, and then what? While you possess some strength, you shouldn't overestimate yourself. The Sun family has recently acquired a formidable expert in external energy. Should they intervene, you would stand no chance. I'm curious as to why you've come to me with this information. Speak plainly. If you have something to say, say it. If you utter another meaningless word, I shall leave." Su Zhengyang interrupted her impatiently. "You." Zhang Yao was nearly driven to madness by his attitude. Qi Yunfei silently admired Su Zhengyang, thinking to himself that this was a prime example of why he remained single. If not for Su Zhengyang and Oppos' wealth, Qi Yunfei would seriously doubt his ability to find a partner. What I mean is, there will soon be a larger martial arts competition in which our family will participate. I hope you can join our side and compete." As she spoke, she retrieved a business card from her small bag and handed it to Su Zhengyang. Su Zhengyang did not accept it, but instead asked with a smirk, "Since the Sun family won spare me, and you believe I cannot defeat their expert, why would you want me to fight for your family? Isn't that equivalent to openly opposing the Sun family?" Zhang Yao was momentarily at a loss for words. She stood there holding the card, a mix of embarrassment and anger on her face. "I suspect you dislike the idea of marrying into the Sun family, hence your attempt to ally with their enemies, thereby making it impossible for your family to pressure you into such a union," Su Zhengyang observed, tilting his head as he regarded her. Zhang Yao's face turned pale. She had not expected Su Zhengyang to see through her intentions so clearly. In her moment of shock, Su Zhengyang took the card, glanced at it casually, and asked, "Will many stronger families participate in this competition?" "Yes." "I want to clarify. I did not mean to imply anything negative about your abilities. I merely wanted to caution you against overestimating yourself. My family also has a martial arts lineage, and I can see that you're on a different level compared to Sun Qingyi. Therefore, I believe you have the potential to fight, and you're at least as formidable as several experts within our family," Zhang Yao asserted earnestly. "Very well, then I shall join your family S ranks. Just contact me in advance." Su Zhengyang nodded, retrieving his own business card and handing both cards back to her. Zhang Yao was incensed. Many sought her contact information in vain, yet here she was offering it to Su Zhengyang, only to have him return it. Was he truly so disdainful of her? Su Zhengyang's agreement stemmed from his indifference. He intended to participate in the competition regardless, as he needed to connect with higher-ranking martial arts families to search for clues about his mother. He figured that associating with a family as an external aid was a reasonable approach. Zhang Yao, gritting her teeth, accepted both cards. "All right, I will call you when the time comes." Su Zhengyang replied before turning to leave. Zhang Yao stood there, staring after him and Qi Yunfei for quite some time before stomping her foot in frustration and returning to the gym. She began to seriously doubt her allure. Perhaps it was because she had neglected to apply makeup today. On the way back, Qi Yunfei expressed his disbelief. "Su, you truly are a concealed talent. I never imagined you were a martial arts master." "A martial arts master? Huh, I know no martial arts," Su Zhengyang replied with a helpless smile. Qi Yunfei opened his mouth, struck speechless. That's what Chang Wei said too. As soon as Su Zhengyang returned to the headquarters of the Eagle reconnaissance team, Zhang Yu called him. Hey, Yangzi, my mom is here. Aunt Lin has arrived. Su Zhengyang etglim overdo. He had lost his mother long ago, and every year during the new year, aside from spending time with his brother, the only person he needed to visit was Aunt Lin. Where are you? I'll send you my location, Old Town Bone Soup Restaurant. We're enjoying some braised bone right now. On my way. When Su Zhengyang reached the restaurant, he spotted Zhang Yu's Mustang from a distance. He wondered how Aunt Lin would react upon seeing her son driving such a car. With a cheerful smile, he entered the establishment and scanned the area. There, Zhang Yu called out, and Su Zhengyang quickly made his way over. Aunt Lin, in her 40s, had not aged particularly well. Her skin bore the marks of time, with wrinkles etched from life's hardships. Yet, her demeanor radiated warmth and gentleness. It was truly remarkable how she managed to raise Zhang Yu alone with such a nurturing spirit. At that moment, she looked at Su Zhengyang with a maternal smile. The crow's feet at the corners of her eyes filled with affection. I told him I would cook for you, but he insisted on eating out. How much can this meal cost? Zhang Yu only wants to spare you from tiring yourself out. And besides, he's driving a Mustang now. Su Zhengyang, Zeepli. I heard he got into a big company. He ought to treat you. Aunt Lin chided softly. Zhang Yu was taken aback by her latter comment. When did I get into a big company? Su Zhengyang shot him a knowing glance. Zhang Yu was his closest brother, and if he were to establish a business, Zhang Yu would undoubtedly be his right-hand man. Given his capabilities, he was simply underappreciated. Zhang Yu nodded in understanding. At that moment, the pot of braised bone Zhang Yu had ordered arrived. Aunt Lin hadn't seen Su Zhengyang in a while and engaged in caring conversation, inquiring about their recent experiences. Just as Su Zhengyang was in a good mood, a child from the adjacent booth climbed onto their seat, glancing over at them. The boy, around 8 or 9 years old, peered through the flower pots on the dividing wall, flashing a mischievous grin at Su Zhengyang and Zhang Yu. Just as Su Zhengyang furrowed his brow in confusion, the boy suddenly spat a mouthful of saliva directly into their pot, causing it to splatter onto the back of Aunt Lin's head and dirty her hair. Chapter 71. I educate your children for you, alas. Aunt Lin was unaware of the sudden commotion behind her, which startled her greatly, prompting her to hastily dodge aside. Su Zhengyang and Zhang Yu simultaneously sprang to their feet, unleashing a fierce shout. Hey! Their thunderous roar sent a shiver through nearby diners, although they had restrained their voices somewhat. Su Zhengyang and his companion could hardly contain their outrage. What manner of well-bred child would engage in such behavior? Spitting into someone else and amp. Amp? Oppose. Espot? Initially taken aback by their fierce tone, the child seemed to recall that his parents were right behind him, and thus lost all fear. It's all right, it's all right. Aunt Lin, perceiving their anger, quickly stood up, wiping the saliva from her hair while gesturing for them to sit down. However, before Su Zhengyang could respond, the child spat several more times in Su Zhengyang's direction. Finding he could not reach from afar, he proceeded to spit at Aunt Lin, who quickly moved aside. Su Zhengyang was now seething with rage. At that moment, the child's parents emerged from the table. Clearly a large family. There were about 4 or 5 of them, 3 men and 2 women. Among them, a rather stout man and woman were evidently the child and Damp, Oppos, his parents. The mother first glanced at her child, and upon seeing he was unharmed, she shot a disapproving look at Su Zhengyang. The father, his face contorted with anger, pointed at Su Zhengyang and coldly demanded, "Who shouted just now?" "I did." Su Zhengyang narrowed his eyes and took a step closer to him. The man was momentarily taken aback. Most people would cower under such questioning, yet Su Zhengyang advanced instead. He was fully aware that his child had caused the trouble, but he intended to assert his dominance first, hoping to intimidate Su Zhengyang into submission. This would not only resolve the matter, but also restore his own pride. "Shout again." The man scoffed, his eyes bulging, shaking his head as he glared at Su Zhengyang, squeezing out a few words through gritted teeth. "Hey!" Su Zhengyang exhaled forcefully, unleashing a loud shout directly into his ear. This roar was far louder than before. The entire restaurant trembled at the sound. The man was consumed by both shame and fury, and he found himself genuinely startled by Zhengyang's commanding presence. Typically, when someone issued a threat, the other party would at least acknowledge their child's wrongdoing or their lack of supervision. A more defiant individual might even ask, "What do you want to do, fight?" But Zhengyang was clearly not playing by the rules. As soon as he finished his demand for another shout, the man bellowed, delivering a slap to his own face. I shouted, "What can you do about it?" Having come this far, the man felt he could not back down without losing face. He was unafraid of a confrontation, as he had a reputation for being tough. Suddenly, he raised his hand to slap Zhengyang. In an instant, Zhengyang seized his wrist, intending to twist it painfully. However, fearing Aunt Lin might be frightened, he firmly held the man's wrist and easily turned it over. It hurts." The man yelped in pain. To the onlookers, Zhengyang seemed merely a skilled fighter. Zhengyang found amusement in the situation. How could one be so arrogant yet cry out in pain when struck? With a forceful shove, he sent the man stumbling back. The man and Appo's family gazed at Zhengyang in shock. At that moment, the restaurant manager hurried over, eager to ascertain the situation and prepared to mediate, ready to stir the pot. "Hey, what's going on here, gentlemen?" he inquired. "You ask him. That child spat into our pot, and onto my mother. It's filthy." Zhang Yu angrily pointed at the boy, realizing the commotion he had caused. The boy began to cry loudly, frightened by the scene. His mother, noticing her child in distress, glared at the two men. "What is wrong with a few spits? Why are you making such a fuss? Is it because you think you're special? Is spitting so abnormal for a child? You think you're above it all? Don and Amp, Appo's, acts so high and mighty. Stop yelling, you and Amp, Appo's, scare my child," she continued, disregarding Zhengyang and Amp, Appo's capabilities, confident that no one would dare strike a woman. "Zhang Yu, take Aunt Lin and leave," Zhengyang instructed, not willing to engage further. He pulled out his phone, sending a message to Qi Yunfei while urging Zhang Yu to hurry. "Don and Appo's, do anything reckless, Xiaoyang," Aunt Lin protested, attempting to pull Zhengyang away, but Zhang Yu and Appo's strength soon prevailed as he led her outside. Zhang Yu secured Aunt Lin in the car and quickly returned. Seeing the situation escalate, the restaurant manager approached Zhengyang, attempting to mediate. "Brother, let us settle this amicably. Your meal is on the house. How about that?" He extended his hand, aiming to placate both Zhengyang and the child's family. The boy wailed even louder. "What do you want? Are you planning something? You think you can bully me? Just because my child spat a few times, you can end Amp, Appo's, handle it? You think you and Appo's, a king or a noble? Have you never encountered spit before? You think you and Appo's, so clean?" She stood with her hands on her hips, incessantly berating Zhengyang. Zhengyang, however, ignored her, pacing back and forth, stretching his neck. "Kid, don't seek trouble. Knowing a few moves won't help you," the man warned Zhengyang, feeling an inkling of unease. If Zhengyang truly engaged in a fight, even if he landed a few punches, they could gang up on him, and the restaurant would have to intervene. Even if the matter escalated to the police, it would likely fizzle out. However, Zhengyang's poised demeanor was far more intimidating. Meanwhile, other diners began to murmur among themselves. "Wow, that guy definitely called for backup. That family is outrageous, letting their child spit without an apology. They're in the wrong. Parents today should not indulge their children. It's about time someone taught them a lesson." Some patrons had already taken out their phones to discreetly record the unfolding drama. "As a parent, I initially intended to spare you some embarrassment. But since you refuse to educate your child, I shall take it upon myself to do so," Zhengyang remarked, continuing to pace and sigh, expressing his discontent. At that moment, a group of over 20 individuals stormed into the restaurant, some still clad in waitstaff uniforms, clearly from the nearby KTV. Zhengyang's message to Qi Yunfei had summoned his comrades to arrive before the authorities could intervene. They had crossed the street and arrived in no time. Chapter 72. The education of children as a group burst into the restaurant. An immediate hush fell over the patrons. Even those discreetly filming with their phones hastily tucked them away. This modest eatery, far from a grand establishment, catered to ordinary folk who wished to avoid any trouble. The previously brazen, overweight woman was now rendered speechless with fear. The owner hurried over, anxious about any possible altercations occurring in his establishment. Master Su, the leader of the group, was someone who had previously met Su Zhengyang alongside Qi Yunfei. He approached with a respectful greeting. The boy's father turned pale with trepidation upon recognizing this person, the very connection he had leveraged for his small business. Is this really necessary? It was merely a child spitting. It's hardly a grave matter. Can't we just apologize and move on? The woman, confronted by the gathering crowd, softened her tone but retained a hint of defiance. I've apologized. What more do you want? Esteemed sir, I deeply apologize. All the blame lies with our restaurant. Please, do not resort to violence. The owner pleaded with Su Zhengyang in an earnest tone. Su Zhengyang gently pushed him aside. Did I ever suggest I would resort to violence? He then placed 3 empty bowls on the table and gestured to the throng of over 20 individuals. Spit into these bowls. If you have no saliva, then drink some water first and perhaps smoke a cigarette. His words left the group momentarily stunned. Unsure of his intentions, they complied nonetheless. A few approached a bowl, spitting into it. The family, despite their foolishness, quickly grasped Su Zhengyang's intentions, their faces turning ashen with fear. I was wrong. I understand now. Please, master, spare us. The boy's father staggered forward, clasping his hands in desperate supplication. Nothing is more desolate or tragic than a father being humiliated before his own child. Yet Su Zhengyang did not even glance in his direction. At that moment, the family comprehended the true meaning of despair. With over 20 people present, even if they resisted, they were powerless. Their only hope lay in pleading for Su Zhengyang's mercy, but he offered no opportunity for argument. It was as though he could not even hear their pleas, resolute in his desire for retribution. There is nothing more agonizing than awaiting one's fate. The child began to cry earnestly, truly frightened. At 8 or 9 years old, he understood enough to know that his actions were wrong. Otherwise, he would not have dared to spit in the first place. However, his mother showed no compassion, instead pulling him close and striking him across the face. This is all your fault. How dare you cry? She struck him harder, seemingly attempting to express her remorse to Su Zhengyang or to elicit his sympathy. Unfortunately, Su Zhengyang was not swayed by such theatrics. Each individual among the 20 quickly filled their bowls with saliva. You, everyone must have their own bowl. Drink, Su Zhengyang commanded, pointing at the rowdy child and his parents. Even Zhang Yu was taken aback. Su Zhengyang had no intention of letting the child off lightly. The family erupted in cries of despair. Please spare us. We truly understand our mistakes now. My child has already been punished. How could we possibly drink this? The woman begged desperately. What? Do you think you are as precious as us? As clean as I am? Su Zhengyang coldly retorted, returning her words to her. And no. I beg you, the woman whimpered, collapsing to the ground in despair. While I was 8 or 9, I too was mischievous. But at least I understood not to spit at others. The only child I have seen behave like this is one who is mentally impaired. Are you disabled? Su Zhengyang crouched down to scrutinize the boy. The child, now pale with fear, could only cry. Witnessing Su Zhengyang intimidate his family, the father was rendered utterly submissive. His earlier bravado extinguished by the fear of being recognized and ruining his future. Drink. It will be beneficial for your family, Su Zhengyang declared, rising and inhaling deeply. The 20-odd men, though unaware of the specifics, grasped the situation. The child had spat at Su, and his parents had been audacious. This warranted a lesson. Su Zhengyang's assertion was not unfounded. Families like this needed a severe wake-up call to instill lasting change. Although this child would undoubtedly bear the scars of a traumatic childhood, it was far better than being ruined by such parents. Drink, Su Zhengyang Bao, causing the family to tremble in fear. Those dining at nearby tables quickly distanced themselves, eager to avoid becoming embroiled in the incident. Their cries fell on deaf ears. Even the restaurant owner preferred to avoid police involvement, hoping that as long as Su Zhengyang refrained from violence, the matter could be settled amicably. All right, I'll drink, the father conceded, reacting the quickest. For the sake of his future, he felt compelled to comply. Today's humiliation was entirely his own doing, a consequence of raising his child in such a manner. The overweight woman sobbed as she grasped the bowl, forcing herself to suppress her nausea. However, The child shook his head vehemently, refusing to drink. Help them. Su Zhengyang had no intention of sparing the child merely because of his youth. A child bold enough to spit at others displayed a complete lack of risk assessment. He did not understand the consequence of his actions, just as he would not comprehend the dangers of setting fire to curtains or scattering nails on the road, potentially leading to traffic accidents. Su Zhengyang's men did not hesitate. They stepped in to assist the family. Reluctantly, they drank while simultaneously retching, a repugnant experience they would likely never forget. Although Zhang Yu found Su Zhengyang's methods somewhat ruthless, he recognized that this was simply Su's style. Throughout his business dealings, Su had always been audacious and bold, a trait that had led him to his current success. Once satisfied that no one was filming, Su Zhengyang signaled for everyone to exit the restaurant, leaving behind a group of shaken spectators and a family that was retching uncontrollably. Su Zhengyang instructed his men to return to their duties before making a point to explain the situation to Aunt Lin at the wild horse vehicle. "Xiaoyang, please don't cause any trouble," Aunt Lin exclaimed, anxiously clinging to the two as soon as she opened the car door. "Everything is fine, Aunt Lin. I merely stirred up a bit of chaos to negotiate a discount," Su Zhengyang reassured her with a smile. Unaware of the earlier commotion, Aunt Lin relaxed her grip. "By the way, there's something important I nearly forgot to mention," Zhang Yu suddenly recalled, slapping his forehead as he retrieved his phone and handed it to Su Zhengyang. Upon glancing at the screen, Su Zhengyang's brow furrowed. Chapter 73. A problem arises. Zhang Yu presented him with a news article concerning a local enterprise, Tianyu Automobile. The report highlighted numerous quality issues plaguing Tianyu vehicles, condemning the company for its shoddy workmanship and irresponsibility. It specifically accused a certain model of severe quality deficiencies, calling for intervention from the relevant authorities. This Tianyu Automobile was, in fact, the company owned by Che Zhihao. "Didn't I see Che Zhihao showing you great respect last time? Did you perhaps consult him regarding feng shui?" Su Zhengyang nodded in affirmation. "I fear they might trouble you later, so I kept an eye on the situation." "Tianyu Automobile is in trouble," Zhang Yu said earnestly. "What trouble?" Su Zhengyang inquired. "Didn't Che Zhihao recently launch his brand in the province?" "Recently, Huanan Automobile has entered Santai City with ill intentions. I hear they aim to integrate Che Zhihao's company. Naturally, Che Zhihao opposed this, so Huanan Automobile has cut off supplies from the engine manufacturer that provides for Tianyu. Huanan holds shares in that manufacturer. Now Tianyu Automobile has lost its source of engines, and many of its core technical personnel and executives have been poached by Huanan, leaving Tianyu in an unprecedented crisis. Surely they won't blame you for this?" Zhang Yu asked with some concern. If Su Zhengyang had consulted them on feng shui, and such a significant issue arose afterward, it would be reasonable for them to cast blame. Su Zhengyang frowned slightly and replied dismissively, "It's of no concern. When I advised him on feng shui, I mentioned a major calamity looming ahead. He should have been prepared." However, Su Zhengyang found it puzzling that this issue had been ongoing for some time, yet Che Zhihao had not brought it to his attention. Was Dong Changming helping him out financially, considering Su Zhengyang had given Dong a substantial sum? If that were the case, it would be acceptable, but if not, Che Zhihao's intentions were questionable. How long did he plan to endure this? "Oh, as long as it doesn't involve you. That's a relief. Che Zhihao has truly faced tough times," Zhang Yu remarked, shaking his head with a sigh. Su Zhengyang nodded in agreement. Che Zhihao had originally been a mechanic, later acquiring knowledge in vehicle assembly and aspiring for greater ambitions. However, lacking capital, he began as an automobile dealer. Through perseverance, he gradually established his own 4S dealership and automobile sales company, eventually applying for a license to manufacture vehicles, thus founding Tianyu Automobile. He had identified the pickup and SUV market as a promising avenue. In foreign markets, many families might forego a personal sedan, yet a pickup was deemed essential. Conversely, many domestic cities still prohibited pickups from operating within city limits, prompting him to believe he could seize an opportunity. With assistance from figures like Chun Haohai and Dong Changming, Che Zhihao progressively made headway, at least securing a significant market share locally. Being both an automobile manufacturer and a seasoned dealer was commendable for a self-made enterprise. as local cars sought to expand beyond borders. Che Zhihao had recently embarked on this journey, inciting dissatisfaction among larger corporations. Unwilling to face consolidation, he had to contend with external pressures. Although Che Zhihao had performed admirably, his company remained young and lacked foundational strength, particularly in engine technology. With the engine supply halted and key personnel poached, coupled with media-induced public pressure, Tianyu faced comprehensive suppression. Now that it was clear Zhengyang was not implicated, Zhang Yu felt a sense of relief. He had brought his mother over because he had used the money Zhengyang previously lent him to purchase a two-bedroom apartment, intending to surprise her. Though it was a mortgage, he was ecstatic and nearly beside himself with joy. Zhengyang joined the mother and son in sharing their happiness before taking his leave. He had already begun contemplating how to arrange matters for Zhang Yu. In the car, Zhengyang dialed Chen Chuxing's number. "Hello, Master Su." Chen Chuxing's voice was subdued. "Where are you?" Zhengyang asked, intrigued. Chen Chuxing hesitated before whispering. "I'm in a conversation. Is it regarding Che Zhihao's company?" "Master Su, how did you know?" Chen Chuxing was taken aback, then hurriedly explained. "Old C doesn't want us to inform you, fearing you might doubt his capabilities. We assured him you are not that kind of person. He still didn't believe us." Zhengyang chuckled in jest. "Are you still trying to placate me?" Chen Chuxing awkwardly smiled in response. "No, but Old C is indeed quite frustrated. The boss is considering using some of the money you provided him to alleviate the crisis, and he is pondering whether to discuss this with you." Zhengyang was unconcerned about Chen Chuxing's cleverness in handling the situation, as he had never doubted Che Zhihao's potential. On the contrary, he admired his self-made success. Moreover, Chen Chuxing and his colleagues were keen on resolving the issue independently, wishing to avoid revealing it to Zhengyang. They believed that quietly resolving the matter would be ideal. Otherwise, Zhengyang might perceive them as incompetent. Since Zhengyang was now aware, it was time to solicit his opinion. "What are you all doing now?" he inquired. "Huannan's representatives are coming for negotiations. We are waiting. Send me the address. I will join you." "Okay." Zhengyang ended the call, receiving a message with the location, Junxing Hotel. A mere 10 minutes later, he arrived. Upon entering the conference room, he found Chen Chuxing, Che Zhihao, and Tang Ying present. Upon seeing Zhengyang, Chen Chuxing swiftly stood up, crossing his legs. He had already been informed of Zhengyang's altercation with Sun Shao, and now he feared Zhengyang more than anyone else. Che Zhihao, hands in his pockets, appeared notably worn. Upon Zhengyang's arrival, he respectfully bowed slightly, greeting him. "I apologize, Master Su, for disappointing you, but I believe I can resolve this." "Oh, how do you plan to resolve it? Please enlighten me." Zhengyang, intrigued, pulled up a chair and gestured for everyone to sit. Che Zhihao faltered, having merely made a statement without a concrete plan. Presently, it seemed the only option was to seek another engine supplier, yet the likelihood of success was slim. The number of engine manufacturers in Huaxia was limited, most of which were proprietary brands. Furthermore, Tianyu's vehicles were primarily SUVs and pickups. Finding a new partner within a short time frame was far from easy. "And how long can you hold out?" Zhengyang, sensing his distress, ceased to tease him and turned to Chen Chuxing. "They're almost here," Chen Chuxing replied, gesturing toward the door where a group of individuals was entering the conference room. Chapter 74. This is my attitude. The individuals entering the room consisted of 2 men and 1 woman. The leading man was a foreigner with golden hair. Beside him stood a woman resembling a secretary, tall and with long, flowing hair. Accompanying them was a man dressed in black, presumably a bodyguard. Upon entering, the foreigner noticed Zhengyang casually seated, seemingly grasping the other amp. Oppose, as stance immediately. He displayed no anger, instead chuckling lightly as he pulled a chair for himself and sat down. The female secretary, observing Zhengyang and his companions in amp, Oppose, demeanor, felt the chill in the atmosphere and her expression turned frosty. In a stern tone, she addressed, "Mr. Che, this gentleman is Mr. Jack Larry, the head of our Huannan Company's Yunhai region. Mr. Jack has decided to grant your company another opportunity. I advise you to act wisely." Giziao inhaled deeply, choosing silence. Zhengyang scrutinized Jack, noting the playful glint in his azure eyes. As if toying with a company he deemed beneath their level was the very amusement of his visit to Yanhai. Since Huanan Company was a Sino-foreign joint venture, the true core executives were predominantly foreigners. Grant us an opportunity? What does that entail? Zhengyang inquired, spreading his left hand in feigned confusion. Recognizing Zhengyang as the principal owner upon his utterance, Jack's entourage understood the significance. The secretary promptly clarified, it pertains to our acquisition conditions. It's as simple as that. And what benefits do we derive from this? Zhengyang shrugged, questioning. The secretary faltered. Benefits? Of course, it means we one and oppose. Target you. One and oppose. Poach your employees. Nor exert public pressure. What else could it be? Though I can't say this overtly, it essentially means you won't face bankruptcy. She retorted coldly. Bankruptcy? Who suggested we are facing such a fate? Do you believe that by poaching a few of our employees, cutting off our resources, and publishing a few articles, we would falter? How absurd. Zhengyang scoffed. This gentleman, I am unaware of what you are referring to, Jack shrugged, his Chinese somewhat clumsy, but he had spent a considerable time in China, indicating comprehension but lacking fluency. He merely smiled in denial of Zhengyang and Amp. Oppose. As assertions, all parties involved understood the unspoken truths, though he would not admit them outright. Your words lack weight. I merely wish to convey that regardless of your tactics, I am fully prepared. Yet, the countermeasures I employ may not be something you can withstand. Zhengyang's smile gradually faded. Jack's expression also darkened slightly. The female secretary, now visibly enraged, interjected before Jack could respond. Who do you think you're addressing? Mr. Jack is worth millions. As the regional head of a Sino-foreign joint venture, even a mayor of Santai City would treat him with respect. Clean up your language, fool. Chen Chusheng promptly stood, leaning forward and with a cold smirk. Pointed at the female secretary, repeat those last two words. Chun, with a naturally aggressive aura, intensified his glare, causing the secretary to shudder. Noticing the bodyguard remained indifferent, she bit her lip and shot a furious glance at Zhengyang. The bodyguard was there to ensure Jack's safety, not to engage in verbal disputes on behalf of the secretary. What million? Ask any of these gentlemen if they aren't equally wealthy. Is being a millionaire so impressive? Zhengyang laughed derisively, gesturing towards his companions. But their status differs from yours. They are foreign executives, and they belong to Huanan Company. Do you comprehend the disparity of status? It cannot be bridged by mere wealth. The secretary retorted, a hint of disdain in her smile. Her brow furrowed as she felt Zhengyang was embarrassing the Chinese before Jack. Jack seemed to revel in her statement. Your assertion is laughable. Do you know why? Zhengyang pointed at the secretary. She frowned and sneered. Am I laughable? Huh. After speaking, she shook her head in disappointment, genuinely feeling Zhengyang was bringing shame to the Chinese. You can make such a ludicrous claim only because your wealth is insufficient, which limits your perspective. Moreover, your definitions of status are confined to your own experiences. You are too self-centered to perceive the broader world. Wealth can alter many circumstances. For instance, because I possess more wealth than you, I am entitled to engage with you, allowing you to experience the essence of helplessness. Zhengyang casually waved his fingers, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. How absurd. Your company is on the brink of collapse, yet you dare utter such nonsense. It's truly embarrassing. The secretary snapped, gritting her teeth. At this moment, Jack began speaking rapidly in English. The secretary, after listening, translated with a smile. This gentleman says he is eager to see how you will respond, and he admires your unwavering spirit, though in truth, it resembles an insistence on maintaining faith despite suffering. It was evident Jack could not articulate such idioms or phrases in English. The secretary infused her subjective emotions into the translation. Do you doubt? Zhengyang calmly inquired. Huh, I do believe, but I hope you make it quick. We wish to experience it, not merely hear about it. The secretary mocked. Jack interjected, and the secretary translated Mr. Jack says he can hardly wait to engage with you. Make him feel the thrill. Zhengyang, however, rose with a smile, walking toward the exit. As long as you enjoy yourselves, relish the experience. I have no interest in weak adversaries. I will ensure you have an entertaining time. Che Zhihao, Chen Chusheng, and Tang Ying followed Su Zhengyang out with determined strides. They had not anticipated such a scenario during this negotiation. This was no negotiation at all. It was a declaration of war. More accurately, it was a challenge, as Huanan had already declared war upon them. Once they had departed, Jack remarked with a knowing smile, "Ha, Cheryl, your fellow countrymen are indeed fascinating, endowed with a peculiar confidence." Chun Shueli sighed in a wry smile. "Apologies, Mr. Jack, for the amusement." "Huh, I am eagerly anticipating his response." "You overestimate them. They are merely country bumpkins unworthy of your engagement, and you are aware of this." Chun Shueli smiled flatteringly as she gathered her hair. Meanwhile, Su Zhengyang had already led his companions out of the restaurant. "Giziao, how much inventory do we have left for automobiles and engines?" Chapter 75, Why Not Bring a Whole Box of These? Giziui lamented. "After we hand over all the orders we currently have to the distributors, we practically have no inventory left, and there's one order we might not be able to fulfill, which could lead to a breach of contract." "It's all right," Su Zhengyang replied with grandiosity as he waved his hand. "All the orders that could be fulfilled should be handed out. For any breach contracts, we will compensate according to the contract. Just prepare a list of costs, and go to Lin Yurong for the money." The three behind him exchanged glances, each reflecting a mix of helplessness and relief. The daunting problems that kept them up at night, making them forego meals and rely on sleeping pills, were mere trifles for Su Zhengyang. "Then, what shall we do next?" Su Zhengyang paused, looking at the others. "Since they won't supply us with engines, we shall produce them ourselves. If we wish to avoid being controlled by anyone in the future, we must manufacture everything ourselves. Not just engines, but all car components that could potentially be monopolized." Che Zhihui's expression reddened. He wanted to voice his concerns, but felt embarrassed. Manufacturing engines isn't as simple as it sounds. The automotive industry is a critical benchmark for a nation's industrial standards. Core technologies like engines are highly confidential. Tang Ying interjected, articulating what Che Zhihui couldn't. "So, if we were to manufacture the engines ourselves, the development cycle would be exceedingly long, and it's a long-term endeavor. Who said we need to develop them ourselves? Where do we purchase the engines from previously?" "They already possess the technology," Su Zhengyang countered. "But they may not sell," Che Zhihui said cautiously. "Moreover, Huanan Company holds shares." His words were understated. It was not a matter of doubt, but rather certainty that they would refuse to sell. "They hold shares, but do not have a controlling stake. If they conspire with Huanan Company against us, I've given them face by considering a purchase. If they refuse to sell, then they cannot blame me for not giving them face." Su Zhengyang scoffed, confidence emanating from him. "We have more than just this issue, Su. The pressure from public opinion is mounting. Should we not respond?" Chen Chusheng inquired. Though he wasn't well versed in automotive matters, he understood the tides of public sentiment. Su Zhengyang shook his head. "No need for that. Let them stir as they please. We shall not concern ourselves with the development of public opinion. Once the engines are completed, I will handle it. Just make sure to arrange a meeting with the head of the engine manufacturers. I wish to speak with him. Also, remember to ensure that all employees receive their wages during the holiday. We must keep morale high. Additionally, find your most trusted elite technicians. We don't need many. Just a few will suffice." As Su Zhengyang walked toward his car, he continued to instruct Che Zhihui. Once he finished speaking, he opened the car door. The three followed closely behind. Despite Su Zhengyang's bold words, they felt a sense of reliability in him, as if he held the key to all strategies. They did not need to worry excessively. They simply had to follow his lead. Thus, Che Zhihui said nothing further, nodding respectfully as they watched Su Zhengyang's vehicle depart. They stood in place for a while until Che Zhihui murmured, "Should I transfer the company to Su's name?" Chen Chusheng shot him a glance. "Do you think Su cares about such things?" Tang Ying interjected, "Whether he cares or not is one thing. However, having no stance is another. Just know what to do." Che Zhihui nodded in agreement. Upon returning to the Eagle Reconnaissance Team base, Su Zhengyang found Lin Yurong immersed in a multitude of equipment, wearing headphones and thoroughly enjoying herself. Upon noticing Su Zhengyang's arrival, she quickly removed her headphones and approached him excitedly. "So you must see, they purchased an abundance of new gadgets. Indeed, The room was filled with various brand-new devices, boxes piled high. To Su Zhengyang and Oppo's surprise, there were also several older pieces of equipment. Most were sophisticated electronic instruments, and some resembled toys, toy cars, drones, and the like. Yet, many devices were entirely unfamiliar to him. Mu Sheng and his colleagues were skillfully handling the equipment, and in the corner sat a table with a black framework embedded with 8 monitors, the main unit exposed with 2 large boxes. Mu Sheng approached, slightly embarrassed, and offered Su Zhengyang an awkward smile. "Boss, we spent quite a bit on these initial essentials." Su Zhengyang was at a loss for words, pointing at the old equipment. "You're worried about spending? This frugality is unwarranted. I've always said we shouldn't be afraid to spend money, yet you return with second-hand equipment." Su Zhengyang realized how this sounded, like a nouveau riche. But he couldn't help it. He truly was one. Moreover, the Eagle reconnaissance team was of great importance to him, especially in his quest to investigate his mother-s situation. Compromising was not an option. Furthermore, the most crucial point was that all the money they spent would be reimbursed to him, accumulating points that would not be deducted. After all, he had not informed them of any malicious intent to inflate points. "This, you misunderstand, boss. This equipment is the most expensive," Mu Sheng exclaimed, carefully bringing a peculiar instrument before Su Zhengyang. "This is a signal mapper. It can penetrate walls through signal fluctuations and accurately reconstruct the internal structure of nearby buildings within 40 seconds. Such devices are virtually non-existent on the market. We source them at great expense from the black market. There are probably no more than 4 in the entire city. Is it really that impressive?" Su Zhengyang was taken aback. He had never heard of such black technology. It cost a full 300. Mu Sheng gritted his teeth. "Souvent apos et my fanta." He had been thrilled for nothing, realizing it was merely 300. How disheartening. He had expected it to be in the thousands. And this, Mu Sheng continued, is the latest nanotechnology fluid listener, colorless and shapeless. Within 7 minutes, it can permeate fibers and adhere to the skin, preferably on the scalp or soles of the feet. For a longer duration, each one costs 80 cents. He spoke through clenched teeth, clearly feeling these items were exorbitantly priced. Indeed, Su Zhengyang could not discern what material it was. It looked like a transparent, soft film, leaving him baffled by the modern black technology. How could this thing even function? Only 80 cents? This seems quite useful. Shouldn't we get a whole box? Su Zhengyang suggested, inspecting the small film enticingly. Warning: the system has detected the host attempting to maliciously induce and inflate points. Please maintain integrity. A voice echoed in his mind, prompting Su Zhengyang to roll his eyes. Was there something wrong with wanting something useful? Come on, just a box? Mu Sheng stammered, feeling as though his boss had an aversion to money. Was he a money miser who couldn't bear to spend? Fearing he might overspend, he had intentionally limited his purchase to 6, and even that had made him anxious. Now, Su Zhengyang was suggesting a box. Su Zhengyang returned the small film to Mu Sheng and said, "Well, you will soon find use for this. In the next few days, I need you to accompany me to meet someone." Chapter 76. The Art of Modern Object Transfer. Mu Sheng introduced a few intriguing gadgets to Su Zhengyang. However, these were merely supplementary. The most crucial element remained the operator of these devices. Without the Eagle reconnaissance team, these items would merely serve as decorative props. Ultimately, Su Zhengyang received the quoted price list from Lin Yurong, glancing at it briefly. The total came to 21.38 yuan. Not bad. It seemed a reasonable expenditure. After all, the most expensive item was just over a yuan, and how much more could the others possibly cost? The entire array of high-tech items amounted to a mere 21 yuan. In the past, that sum would have been enough for a takeout meal, and not even a lavish one. After expressing his approval of their work, the system chimed in. "Congratulations, you have spent 21.38 yuan, earning 2,138 points. Su Zhengyang felt a surge of satisfaction, pleased that his points had not been deducted this time. As Su Zhengyang turned his attention to the computer, he vaguely overheard Lin Yurong pulling Mu Sheng aside, whispering urgently, "Your department is of paramount importance to Su. Do not concern yourselves with the cost. To him, this amount is merely the tip of the iceberg. However, your roles are vital. Do you understand?" Just like that nano-listening device, Can you grasp what Su's intentions are? Even if monitoring a single family, such as the Zhao family, placing an additional device on one of their members allows for a broader perspective on their information. You never know which individual might provide the most critical insight. Am I wrong? I am aware of your capabilities. You have mentioned that each of you can monitor 6 to 10 individuals completely. Even I, a layperson, recognize that the Zhao family has more than 6 key figures. How could you not realize this? Only purchasing 6 devices? Who do you intend to use them on? Are you attempting to take shortcuts? Lin Yurong reprimanded, her tone firm. Su Zhengyang felt a swell of admiration. Excellent. This young woman truly understands his perspective. Setting aside her knowledge of his finances, her consideration of the matter was entirely aligned with his own. She was indeed astute, and he had not misjudged her. No, it must be Chun Haohai who has an eye for talent. I believe the Zhao and Lin families possess a feeble counter-surveillance awareness, making them relatively easy to infiltrate. Hence my reluctance to waste resources. Mu Sheng explained, somewhat sheepishly scratching his head. Do you think it's only those 2 families? You need to start honing your skills immediately. If Su assigns you a significant task tomorrow, requiring comprehensive understanding of a corporate group, despite your training, will you not find yourselves struggling with a sudden increase in workload? You should begin quietly accumulating strength and preparing yourselves. When the time comes for Su to employ you for major assignments, you must excel and astonish him. Repay him accordingly. Am I right? Lin Yurong urged, her small fists animatedly gesturing. Su Zhengyang felt a surge of excitement. Goodness, this young lady must have a background in motivational speaking. She was truly instilling a sense of purpose in Mu Sheng. I understand. Mu Sheng nodded emphatically, acknowledging that he had perhaps underestimated Su Zhengyang's tasks, leading to a degree of laxity among the team. Being chastised by an outsider left him feeling quite embarrassed. First, this is Su Zhengyang's personal assistant. Second, she is correct. He conceded. Understood. We shall expedite another list and procure additional commonly used items for contingencies. Lin Yurong instructed further. While they conversed, they were quite distant from Su Zhengyang, making it impossible for an average person to overhear. Yet, with his keen hearing, he could focus intently, even through a wall. After their discussion, Lin Yurong cheerfully approached Su Zhengyang, reminiscent of a kitten returning to its master after play. Su Zhengyang couldn't help but pinch her cheek, particularly impressed by her earlier remarks, which had shifted his perception of her. While not exactly soulmates, she had certainly captured his admiration, unaware that Su Zhengyang had overheard her words. Lin Yurong assumed he was reminiscing about the night she had assisted him at the hotel in the county, leading to her blushing furiously at his playful gesture. With a smile, Su Zhengyang revealed that he had just purchased a potion from the System S store, having over 2,000 points. A skill in theft cost 300 points, somewhat pricey, yet essential for his purposes. Saoyang. Su Zhengyang called to the distance where Zhen Zhaoyang was fiddling with equipment. Zhen Zhaoyang job get over. Can you steal? Su Zhengyang asked earnestly. Steal? Oh, you mean modern object transfer techniques? I cannot. Zhen Zhaoyang initially corrected Su Zhengyang before shaking his head. Su Zhengyang paused, surprised by the unexpected sense of justice displayed. Here, drink this potion. He produced a small vial containing a clear liquid and handed it to him. Without a moment in Oppo's hesitation, Zhen Zhaoyang raised it to his lips and drank it down. They had agreed that Su Zhengyang had saved Xiaoming, and their lives now belonged to him, a promise taken seriously. Su Zhengyang was taken aback. He had expected at least a question. The others gathered around in curiosity. Since each person could only absorb 2 types of potions, he couldn't distribute all available potions to everyone. They needed to specialize in specific fields and collaborate effectively. After consuming the potion, Zhen Zhaoyang closed his eyes tightly, feeling a wave of dizziness wash over him. Lin Yurong hurried to pull out a chair for him to sit. Su Zhengyang gestured for the others to remain calm. Sitting there, Zhen Zhaoyang swayed slightly, taking a while to gather himself before finally exhaling deeply. He looked at Su Zhengyang with wide eyes, astonished. What? What is this feeling? Su Zhengyang, equally curious about the effects, had never tried it himself. I feel as though my mind has expanded with strange instincts. Zhengyang articulated slowly after a thoughtful pause. He felt an influx of knowledge, almost as if a door had opened within his mind, allowing him to comprehend numerous concepts all at once. He gradually stood, describing his sensations while pacing back and forth among the group. I felt dizzy at first, unable to think, and then suddenly an abundance of information flooded in. Information regarding this. Speaking slowly, he completed a circuit before stopping to reveal his hands, where he astonishingly held 2 wallets and 2 mobile phones. Chapter 77. Not selling? Then don't sell. Mu Shen, Jiu Cheng, and 2 others gasped in astonishment, simultaneously reaching into their pockets, leaving everyone in shock. The phones and wallets they had just realized were indeed theirs. It was crucial to note that when Zhengyang had been pacing earlier, all eyes had been on him, although these items had been in outer pockets, making them relatively easy to pilfer. The act had occurred in plain sight. Moreover, it involved Mu Sheng and his highly vigilant companions. To steal 4 items in a mere span of seconds, what sorcery was this? Zhengyang had never practiced such a skill. Even he was bewildered, as it appeared more instinctual than intentional. That was a mysterious enhancement serum developed by a friend of mine. I'll let you try this first. Once he creates others, I'll share them with the rest of you, Su Zhengyang explained, attempting to intrigue the others. Biotechnology? Mu Sheng asked, his eyes gleaming with interest. Exactly, Su Zhengyang responded, deflecting with a chuckle. He then proceeded to test Zhengyang's newfound ability, leaving everyone utterly astounded. The art of close-range theft seemed trivial, and Su Zhengyang inquired about the feasibility of stealing Zhao Xiaoman's personal phone, given the current situation with the Zhao family. Zhengyang promptly provided a detailed and actionable plan for the theft, which was based on their surveillance, knowing her schedule for meals, restroom breaks, and rest periods. However, it would not be so simple for anyone else to conceive. Su Zhengyang no longer harbored doubts. The next day, around 10 in the morning, Che Zhihao and others had arranged to meet the engine manufacturer, who requested a location near their factory. When Su Zhengyang and Mu Sheng arrived, the counterpart was comfortably seated at the far end of the conference table, akin to how Su Zhengyang had treated Jack the day before. Che Zhihao and Chun Chusheng exchanged glances, seemingly indicating that the other party lacked sincerity. However, upon entering, Su Zhengyang greeted the corpulent man with enthusiasm, striding towards him with a hearty laugh. This man had no bodyguards, only an assistant beside him. Su Zhengyang extended his hand warmly. You must be General Manager Chun. What a pleasure. General Manager Chun was taken aback by Su Zhengyang's overt friendliness, momentarily stunned as he shook hands. Su Zhengyang grasped his hand firmly with his right, while subtly gripping his shoulder with his left. To Chun, this gesture merely seemed overly cordial. Oh, you must be Su. I dare not call myself General Manager in your presence. We rely on you for our sustenance. Su Zhengyang jovially pulled a chair closer to sit beside the hefty man, creating an intimate atmosphere. Che Zhihao and Chun Chusheng were left dumbfounded, exchanging puzzled looks, unsure of Su Zhengyang's sudden display of sycophancy, which seemed out of character given his previous confrontations. As Su Zhengyang directly broached the subject, the corpulent man offered a nonchalant smile, casting a glance at him without responding. General Manager Chun, I'll be straightforward and cut to the chase. I wish to purchase your engine manufacturing technology. Please present your price. Su Zhengyang stated without irritation, crossing his legs casually. Purchase technology? The man's eyes widened, followed by hearty laughter and a dismissive shake of his head. I've already found engine manufacturers that suit our needs. It's merely a matter of time. I have sufficient funds. I'm just too lazy to search, given my limited time. Su Zhengyang snapped his fingers. There's a simpler solution. Accept Huannan's acquisition offer, and all your problems will be resolved. 3,000, Su Zhengyang said directly. Recognizing the market value of similar technology at around 2,500, he had already inquired through Che Zhihao. The man's smile faded, and he shot Su Zhengyang a piercing glance. I'm afraid your money means nothing to me. 4,000. Su Zhengyang interjected before he could finish. Your offers are futile. Do you think I've never seen money? You would do well to accept Huannan's terms. Although his words were harsh, the man was inwardly distressed. This offer was already double the normal value. Regrettably, He could not risk offending Huanan. 6,000. Su Zhengyang proposed a staggering price that nearly caused the man's heart to seize. He swallowed hard, his hands gripping the chair. Yet, he ultimately gritted his teeth and refused. However, if Su Zhengyang dared to raise the offer by another 2,000, he would have no choice but to concede, disregarding Huanan entirely. Alas, it is regrettable. We could have profited together. Farewell. Su Zhengyang sighed, adjusted his attire, and offered a resigned smile to the corpulent man before turning to leave. Che Zhihao and the others trailed behind, bewildered. Mu Sheng walked alongside Su Zhengyang, both ready with a fluid tracker to seize any opportunity. To their surprise, Su Zhengyang had already employed it upon entering, leaving Mu Sheng's device unused. The corpulent man remained seated, pondering the encounter for a long while. Regret washed over him. 6,000 was indeed worthwhile. He could privately sell and deny any knowledge to Huanan if questioned. Even a fallout with Huanan would be inconsequential. He slammed his fist on the table, instructing his assistant, "Stay alert. If they approach other manufacturers, inform me immediately." Yes. If Su Zhengyang's assertion held true and they could procure technology at that price elsewhere, it would greatly undercut him, compelling him to act swiftly. Once Su Zhengyang and his company exited, he turned to Che Zhihao with a grin. "You guessed correctly. They certainly won't sell. They won't dare offend the Huanan group. Very well. If they refuse to sell, then let them be. In the coming days, seek other engine manufacturers. No need for meetings. Simply gather information about the heads of those companies and relay it to Mu Sheng. Meanwhile, we shall commence establishing the engine manufacturing workshop and set up the assembly line." Su Zhengyang stated nonchalantly, as if he had never intended to negotiate successfully today. His subsequent words left Che Zhihao puzzled. All right. Although Che Zhihao was filled with questions, he refrained from probing further and simply acquiesced. Su Zhengyang had no time to elaborate. They would understand the situation upon meeting with Mu Sheng. Afterward, Su Zhengyang got into his vehicle, intending to visit Cheng Baola, who had informed him that the restaurant sign had been completed and would soon be ready for a trial opening. Chapter 78. The power of eating stream influencers. The phrase "eat to slim," boldly proclaimed by Cheng Bao, elicited a deep frown from Su Zhengyang, particularly due to the accompanying subtitle that read "Healthy Restaurant." To his dismay, the restaurant's emblem depicted a rather distinct anteater. As a man of considerable stature, Su did not find the name particularly appealing. However, Lin Yorong's eyes sparkled with interest upon seeing the sign. "What are you doing?" Su Zhengyang inquired, puzzled about what had caught Lin's attention. "Oh, I just feel like having a salad," she replied. "You come to the wrong place for that," he said. Her offerings aren't amp. Appos, tea, the typical healthy meals. They resemble a fusion of Eastern and Western cuisines. It and amp, appos, is a bit hard to describe. You'll have to try them for yourself. Su Zhengyang trailed off, unsure of how to continue, as he wasn't an expert on the subject. Nevertheless, his words piqued Lin Yorong's curiosity. At that moment, the restaurant was closed, so Su sent her a message. She happened to be out running errands and assured them she would return shortly. Without the restaurant's keys, they settled on the steps to chat while they waited. Suddenly, a BMW Mini parked nearby, and a stylishly dressed man and woman emerged from the vehicle. A lively white fox terrier bounded out after them, full of energy. The man took out his phone, striking a pose for a selfie. "Hello, dear fans. Yo-Yo and I have just arrived at Beiqing Park," he announced. The girl leaned in, greeting the audience as well. "In a few days, this healthy restaurant will open, and we've been invited to evaluate it. They say it's full of sincerity and originality, but we'll only know how good it is once we try it. Stay tuned, everyone." Once he finished recording, the cheerful facade vanished from their faces. The woman began chewing gum audibly. Su Zhengyang and Lin Yorong exchanged glances, realizing these were the influencers Cheng Bao had hired for promotional purposes. "I recognize them. They're quite influential local food streamers with significant followings on Kuaidu. The man, Yang, has over 400,000 fans, while the woman, Yo-Yo, boasts nearly 600,000, Su noted. Since they focus on local food, most of their followers are from around here." Su Zhengyang nodded, reflecting on how, in today's world, hiring people to distribute flyers or run advertisements was no longer effective for a new restaurant opening. The most efficient method was to enlist influencers as spokespersons. With ample traffic comes popularity, and influencers undoubtedly possess the highest traffic. However, their earlier remark about needing to try the food to determine its quality hinted that their opinion might depend on the sponsorship and oppos as generosity. As Zhengyang lit a cigarette, he carelessly discarded the empty pack onto the roadside, where a trash can was just a few steps away. Zhengyang frowned slightly, disapproving of the influencer's lack of civility. At that moment, a pregnant woman strode past, holding the hand of a young girl. They were laughing and enjoying the sunshine as they walked toward the park. Suddenly, the white fox terrier, having just relieved itself by the bushes, dashed towards the little girl, startling her as it bounded around her feet. The girl let out a scream, which prompted the fox terrier to bark fiercely, baring its teeth. The child burst into tears, and her mother quickly pulled her behind her, shouting in panic, "Go away! Who owns this dog? Is anyone responsible for it?" The girl clung tightly to her mother and oppos, as clothing, terrified, in the ensuing chaos. As the pregnant woman turned to flee with her daughter, the fox terrier lunged and bit the girl and oppos, as calf, tearing at it. A sharp cry escaped the girl as she collapsed to the ground. The mother, alarmed, kicked the dog away. At that moment, the influencer Yo-Yo rushed over, shouting, "What the hell are you doing?" She shoved the pregnant woman aside and attempted to soothe her dog, saying in a condescending tone, "Oh yeah, Don and Damp. Oppos. TB upset. Let go, be a good dog." Ignoring the girl and oppos. As cries, she pulled at the dog, which clung fiercely to the child's leg, growling menacingly. Desperate, the pregnant woman twisted the dog in oppos' ear, causing it to yelp in pain and release its grip on the girl and oppos' bloody leg. Angered by this, Yo-Yo glared and kicked the woman in the stomach, sending the pregnant lady crashing to the ground. The girl, disregarding her own injury, hurried to help her mother. "Why did you twist its ear? Are you insane?" Yo-Yo yelled, pointing at the woman while clutching her dog. The fox terrier, emboldened by its owner's presence, barked ferociously, saliva dripping from its fangs. Everything transpired swiftly, and by the time Zhengyang and Lin Yurong noticed, the pregnant woman was already on the ground. She clutched her belly in distress and anxiously checked her daughter and oppos' leg, her anger boiling over as she confronted Yo-Yo. "Your dog is off-leash and has bitten my child. How can you justify this? What's the problem? Can't you see your child startle my dog?" If she hadn't screamed, Yaya wouldn't have bitten her, Yo-Yo retorted, spitting out her gum in frustration. The woman, feeling a sharp pain in her abdomen, resolved to call the authorities. Just as she pulled out her phone, the girl kicked it away, shattering the screen upon impact with the steps. "What's the point of calling? You just want money, right? Just take her to get vaccinated. And I and Oppos, LL compensate you. Enough already." Yo-Yo scoffed, tossing a stack of cash at the woman, seemingly all large bills, and said, "Take this and get lost, you uncouth person." Chapter 79. You made a good choice. The expectant mother, visibly distressed, clutched her belly in anguish. "What do you want? Are you trying to extort me?" Yo-Yo furrowed her brow, casting a cold smile at the woman. The man behind her, growing impatient, flicked his cigarette and shouted at Yo-Yo, "Enough. Stop causing trouble and leave quickly." It was just past 10 in the morning, and the streets were sparsely populated, with onlookers watching from a distance, likely fearing trouble if the crowd grew. Yo-Yo spat once more before cradling her dog and preparing to leave. "No, you can't go." The pregnant woman struggled to rise, ignoring the money on the ground. She wasn't after money. She sought justice. She could delay her daughter's vaccination, but she needed to confront them about their heartless cruelty towards a small girl and a pregnant woman. Seeing her attempt to stand, Yo-Yo and her companion quickened their pace. If they could escape swiftly, there would be no evidence left behind, making it impossible for anyone to find them. Such a hassle, Yo-Yo muttered as she approached the car. Just as she was about to close the door, she felt her hair being yanked, followed by a powerful force pulling her from the vehicle. She let out a cry as she fell to the ground. Looking up, she saw an exceptionally handsome man scrutinizing her with razor-sharp eyes. "Who are you? Are you looking for trouble?" Yo-Yo immediately got out of the car and pointed at Zhengyang, shouting. Meanwhile, Lin Yurong had helped the pregnant woman and little girl to their feet, repeatedly checking to ensure the woman's belly was unharmed before feeling relieved. The previous situation had been perilously close to disaster. You want a medal, don't you? Yo-Yo shouted at Su Zhengyang. He glanced at her with disdain and replied coldly. Yes, I do want a medal. Is there a problem with that? Do you know who I am? Yo-Yo retorted icily. I have over 400,000 followers as a small internet celebrity. You think I'm an idiot for not recognizing you? Oh wait, did I misinterpret that? Do you truly believe that merely stating your name will intimidate me? Do you need me to play along? Su Zhengyang scoffed, raising an eyebrow. You bastard. Yo-Yo was both enraged and humiliated. Furious that he dared to dismiss her, she also felt shame at his disregard for her status. With such a following, especially in the local scene, she had built a substantial platform as a food broadcaster, unlike those who merely made comedic skits or sold products. Fine, I'll make you famous. I'll ensure you have more followers than me. In a fit of rage, Yo-Yo pulled out her phone, intending to expose Su Zhengyang. However, before she could act, he slapped the phone from her hand, shattering it against the steps. Su Zhengyang then spotted Yo-Yo reaching for her phone, clearly about to call for help or summon someone. With swift agility, he seized the device from her. Don't you dare. That's the latest ping was 7x. Worth a fortune. If you break it, Yo-Yo exclaimed in shock. This phone was newly purchased and contained many crucial items. Before she could finish her protest, Su Zhengyang crushed the phone into fragments with one hand, then threw the remains back at her face. The impact was brutal, unlike money. The phone had weight and was made of glass, leaving multiple cuts across her face. You! Ah! Yo-Yo screamed in a mix of anger and pain, throwing her dog to the ground and touching the blood on her face. She was furious, nearly beside herself with rage. Wishing to exact revenge on Su Zhengyang for pulling her by her hair, throwing her down, and smashing her phone in such a humiliating manner. But the next scene sent her into a complete frenzy. The moment the fox terrier hit the ground, it began barking furiously and lunged at Su Zhengyang, whether in defense of its owner or out of aggression. It jumped and aimed to bite his thigh. Yet Su Zhengyang was quicker than lightning. With one swift motion, he grabbed the dog by the neck, lifting it high and slamming it onto the hood of a BMW Mini. The impact was deafening, denting the car's metal with immense force. The dog lay motionless. Su Zhengyang was not an extreme dog hater. He was neutral and even liked small animals. However, in the countryside, dogs that bit unprovoked faced such consequences. From a moment it attempted to bite, it deserved to be eliminated regardless of size. After witnessing this display, even the pregnant woman, who had approached earlier to confront Yo-Yo and her companion, was struck silent, unable to discern who the true bully was in this scenario. Yo-Yo stood there dumbfounded. Being struck, having her phone destroyed, she could accept that, even if it infuriated her. But watching her dog being smashed against the car was a revelation. She realized the gravity of the situation. This was far beyond her previous experiences, and it terrified her. Do you have a mother? Su Zhengyang asked, calming himself as he regarded Yo-Yo. Both Yo-Yo and Yo-Yo were stunned into silence, unable to respond. If you have a mother, kneel and apologize to her. Then hand over a couple of coins and leave. Otherwise, I will make you regret this for the rest of your lives. Su Zhengyang stepped aside, gesturing toward the pregnant woman. Although the pregnant woman was intimidated by Su Zhengyang, she felt a sense of relief. Her anger had dissipated, and her belly felt better. Now, she hesitated to pursue the matter further, fearing it could escalate and cause trouble for Su Zhengyang. After all, what was the identity of this Yo-Yo with over 400,000 followers? As the crowd of onlookers grew, she realized she could not afford to engage further. Compensation was acceptable, but kneeling was out of the question. Fine, it seems you are prepared to experience lifelong regret. Good choice, we'll settle for financial compensation. Su Zhengyang chuckled, gesturing as if to dismiss them. Yo-Yo glared at Su Zhengyang. She disregarded his threats, but it was evident that paying compensation was now unavoidable. Even if they called the police, they would gain nothing, especially since her dog had initiated the attack. Seething with bitterness, she pulled out her wallet and handed 2 stacks of cash to the pregnant woman. Su Zhengyang turned to the woman. If everything is settled, go get your vaccination. This dog might be sick. While rabies transmission is minimal in healthy dogs, the risk significantly increases with aggressive or sick animals. The pregnant woman had not sought money. She merely desired acknowledgement of her plight. Now that Su Zhengyang had taken extreme measures, she felt she could forego her original demand and expressed her gratitude profusely. I'll drive you, Lin Yurong offered, lifting the little girl into the vehicle. The pregnant woman continued to thank her as they boarded the Raptor, driving off in a cloud of dust. Only the distant onlookers and the three involved remained at the scene. "What do you want?" Yo-Yo exclaimed, overwhelmed with irritation. "The matter is resolved. What more do you desire? Why does Su Zhengyang have to make things difficult for her? She was in a splendid mood today." At this moment, Cheng Baola hurriedly approached from a distance. "What happened? What is going on?" Chapter 80. You have fallen into our hands at this moment, Cheng Baola. Witnessing the chaos unfolding at the entrance, and seeing Su Zhengyang standing amidst it, immediately sensed that something was amiss. She hurriedly approached, and as she drew nearer, her gaze fell upon a lifeless dog on the hood of a car, causing her to gasp in horror. She rushed to Su Zhengyang and asked, "What happened, you freeloader?" This was one of her affectionate nicknames for him. However, upon realizing that Cheng Baola was acquainted with Su Zhengyang, Yo-Yo and Yang Yang perked up with interest. "You know him?" Yang Yang sneered. "He is the true owner of this restaurant. What are you two doing here?" Cheng Baola, noticing the blood on Yo-Yo's face, could surmise the unfolding situation. Yo-Yo and Yang Yang began to mock them, their confidence swelling as if they had turned the tide in their favor. "It's nothing. Your boss is currently making me kneel and apologize to others." Yo-Yo exclaimed angrily. "I can't believe it. I thought you were someone important. The owner of this place? What a joke. You must have offended someone you can't afford to." Yang Yang seemed to have finally grasped Su Zhengyang's vulnerabilities. In his view, Cheng Baola's restaurant was about to open, and she had enlisted them, two internet celebrities, to help promote it. Yet, here they were, facing a debacle with another boss who had infuriated them. This was an exquisite opportunity for revenge. They would have a tale to brag about for ages. "You." Su Zhengyang smiled faintly and addressed the two. But before he could finish his sentence, Yo-Yo abruptly interrupted him. "Did you invite them to promote our restaurant?" Su Zhengyang regarded Cheng Baola with a bemused expression. Cheng Baola's heart raced. She was oblivious to the circumstances, but could tell that Su Zhengyang was indeed in conflict with them. She struggled to find an explanation. "Promote? Ha! Just wait for your closure," Yo-Yo exclaimed, her anger flaring as she finally found her chance to retaliate. Su Zhengyang had seemingly fallen into their trap. "Still want to promote? How ridiculous. I won tea let you escape without disgrace." Yang Yang shouted in agreement. Su Zhengyang, however, paid them no mind and turned to Cheng Baola, saying, "Did I not pay you enough to find influencers with over 1 million followers? You brought in these two with only 400,000 to 500,000 followers? Is this what you call influencers? Just look at their demeanor. They lack the decency to restrain their dogs, let alone respect a pregnant woman." Cheng Baola's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing this. "What? They kicked a pregnant woman? What's going on?" She had only been concerned about Su Zhengyang accusing her of wasting money, but she needed some promotion for the new restaurant. So she had enlisted the help of two small influencers. Little did she know, she had overlooked their true character. Hearing Su Zhengyang's words, Yang Yang and Yo-Yo seethed with resentment. "Oh, how pretentious. You look down on us? Fine." Yang Yang nodded sarcastically, his expression one of simmering vengeance. "You call us trash? What, you disagree?" Su Zhengyang retorted, gazing at him with a cold smile. "You two are not even worthy of licking shoes at my restaurant's door, and you dare to critique our dishes? Very well. You're quite something. Go ahead and let us leave. Let us see if your restaurant can even open." Yang Yang hissed, having witnessed Su Zhengyang's earlier agility. They knew they could not afford to suffer a loss today. Their phones had been smashed, and now they were left helpless. Reporting the incident was not an option. They would have to strategize once they returned home. "You may leave now," Su Zhengyang said with a slight smile, gesturing for them to exit. Yo-Yo angrily yanked the corpse of the fox terrier from the car and tossed it inside, casting a venomous glare at Su Zhengyang. "You're finished." She spat before climbing into the vehicle. As they departed, the onlookers quickly dispersed. There were few people around, and those who had witnessed the altercation had kept their distance, merely indulging in the spectacle. Once they were gone, Cheng Baola anxiously inquired about the events that transpired. Su Zhengyang recounted the story, and Cheng Baola fumed, berating the two for their audacity. "You just let them walk away? We should have called the police. Expose them," she exclaimed indignantly. Calling the police would be too lenient. Exposing them now would merely cause them to be hidden away by the platform. If this matter is suppressed, it won't stir much trouble, and that would be less entertaining. I promise to make them regret it for life. One must keep their word, Zhengyang remarked with a knowing grin. Always playing games. Cheng Baola punched him playfully, her frustration palpable. What will happen to our restaurant? She asked. Operate as usual. You're concocting another scheme, aren't you? Let us switch to offline advertising. I can print some DM flyers, Zhengyang suggested. That is so low. She protested. Should we really seek out influencers with over 1 million followers? I'm feeling the aftereffects of today's events. Cheng Baola pouted, feeling somewhat deflated. It seems your mind is muddled. Don't you have a prominent influencer right beside you? Zhengyang teased, poking her forehead. Cheng Baola paused, looking at him in confusion. You mean, Dan Xin? Zhengyang shook his head, exasperated by her slow realization. The so-called queen of fashion was a frequent cover star for provincial fashion magazines and had gained some renown in her circle. What? But I heard Tang Jie doesn't do short videos. Wouldn't she think it beneath her? If we ask her to create a profile for us, would she even agree? No way. Cheng Baola shook her head vigorously. Zhengyang rolled his eyes in exasperation. Think again. Cheng Baola noted the incredulous look Zhengyang was giving her and began to brainstorm. After a moment, she suddenly jumped up, clapping her hands. I got it. We can create our own short video account, then invite Tang Jie and the others to dine with us. Zhengyang smiled. That's a feasible idea. He elongated the last word deliberately, and Cheng Baola playfully punched him again, realizing he had meant this all along, teasing her for her slow response. Zhengyang continued. Not just hanging, you can reach out to Chen Haohai and Chen Chusheng as well. Chen Chusheng owns an entertainment company, and he has numerous influencers and stars under his wing. Isn't that ample resource for you? While they might not be top tier, several have hundreds of thousands to millions of followers. You can have them come to the restaurant for check-ins. And the short video platform that rivals Kuaidu, known as Dugwa, is under Chen Chusheng. Although it doesn't have as many users as Kuaidu yet, it's on a rise. I've shared some insights with them. It will undoubtedly flourish. You can primarily promote on that platform. Zhengyang spoke earnestly, and Cheng Baola felt her cheeks flush with excitement. Chen Haohai, Chen Chusheng, and Tang Ying had all been introduced to her, yet they were hardly acquainted. Zhengyang comprehended his relationship with these individuals, but Cheng Baola remained oblivious. After all, Zhengyang was merely a feng shui consultant. How could she fathom the influence of his words? Tell me, do you think I appear to be a fool? Cheng Baola said, playfully pinching Zhengyang's neck in a mock threat. Be more self-assured. Eliminate the like. Chapter 81. The revenge of the influencers begins. The two influencers remain composed, refraining from immediate retaliation after returning home. It was evident they intended to wait until Zhengyang's restaurant opened before launching a more calculated attack. Cheng Baola, following Zhengyang's guidance, proceeded with the restaurant's launch as planned. The kitchen staff consisted of 6 individuals, and Cheng Baola intended to assess the business performance before making any adjustments to the workforce. The head chef, a capable 35-year-old woman, was exceptionally organized and decisive in her actions. Remarkably, she had never crafted dishes as Cheng Baola requested, yet they formed an immediate synergy. The combination of her extensive culinary experience and Cheng Baola's innovative recipes created an exciting collaboration, akin to a long-awaited reunion. Had she not recently been dismissed from her previous restaurant for rejecting her male employer's inappropriate advances, Cheng Baola might never have discovered this gem. Apart from the kitchen staff, the front desk and servers were predominantly female. On the first day of the trial operation, Cheng Baola did not invite Tang Ying and even chose not to notify them, fully aware that the two influencers would likely attempt to cause disruption. Despite her efforts to maintain a low profile during the soft opening, they still arrived. With no promotional efforts in place, the restaurant appeared somewhat desolate upon opening in the morning. Nevertheless, it was located on a popular route to the park, and many young people took note of the new establishment. Numerous girls planned to visit for lunch. Before the mealtime rush, only a few scattered tables were occupied. Upon entering, patrons were instantly captivated by the unique dishes. Although the prices were slightly elevated, they were entirely acceptable to the young adults seeking a refined and health-conscious dining experience. After their meals, guests couldn't help but rave about the dishes. Some even took out their phones to contact friends, while others eagerly shared their experiences on social media. Some customers effusively praised Zhengyang, exaggerating that the restaurant's offerings rivaled those of a Michelin 2-star establishment. By noon, in addition to those calling friends, young patrons returning from the park also filled the restaurant. Some chose to sit upstairs, where the ambience was notably inviting, featuring floral displays in glass tanks and unique pathways that were both aesthetically pleasing and intriguing. At 11:30, the two figures Zhengyang had been anxiously anticipating finally appeared. Zhengyang and Yo-Yo strode directly into the restaurant, holding up selfie sticks and chatting animatedly as they entered. Zhengyang felt powerless to eject them, especially since Zhengyang had instructed her to let them be. Today, Zhengyang was even absent from the restaurant. Fans, we have arrived at the restaurant. As you can see, the decor is quite stylish and the environment seems lovely. Let's see how the food measures up, Yo-Yo said, her face bandaged from an injury caused by Zhengyang's phone. The two entered with friendly expressions. Zhengyang had not warned the servers, who were unaware that these two were intent on causing trouble. Naturally, they warmly welcomed the pair and seated them at a table on the first floor. The two influencers fixed their equipment for a panoramic selfie at their table and began to chat, as usual, subsequently perusing the menu to place their orders. Everything proceeded as it would in their typical live broadcasts, occasionally offering superficial compliments about the restaurant's details. Before long, a large array of dishes arrived at their table. Although the dishes were exquisite and somewhat pricey, the portions were reasonable, unlike Michelin establishments that serve caviar in tiny spoonfuls. Here, two patrons could easily feel satiated with 3 or 4 dishes. Of course, those who wished to sample more flavors could order additional plates. They decided on 6 dishes. Then, the two began their performance with exaggerated enthusiasm. "Oh, this beef and mushroom ball looks adorable and smells delightful." Yo-Yo pretended to pick up a ball, initially complimenting it, before turning to the camera and saying, "But it seems like they used artificial flavoring. Let us give a taste." She took a big bite, her expression immediately shifting as she glanced around, hastily retrieving a napkin to spit it out. "My goodness, this is definitely artificial flavoring. While it looks appealing, I'm all too familiar with this taste. It reminds me of street-side roasted duck, rich to the point of being greasy." "Ugh," Yang chimed in, "no way. It looks good." He picked up a piece, took a bite, and then grimaced, chuckling, "Can I take back what I just said?" The two exchanged knowing smiles and began joking in the live stream, lightening the atmosphere before continuing their critiques. They systematically lambasted each dish, concluding that the food was simply subpar. After finishing, Yo-Yo even discovered a hair in one of the dishes, gesturing for silence in front of the camera, as if reluctant to offend the restaurant owner. As the live stream progressed, viewers flooded the chat with complaints. "I walked past here yesterday and was planning to try it once it opened, but now I've lost my appetite. It looks disgusting. What kind of restaurant claims to serve healthy food? There are too many places masquerading as health-conscious eateries, just trying to cash in without any quality ingredients. I will resolutely boycott." Meanwhile, the surrounding tables of guests were vaguely aware that the two were influencers live streaming. Some whispered among themselves, puzzled by the disparaging comments. As they had just finished dining and found the food to be excellent, perhaps the best restaurant they had visited. At this moment, Yo-Yo leaned into the camera and whispered, "I can't keep this up any longer, dear fans. I will be returning the advertising fee the restaurant owner gave me in full. I would rather forego the money than promote them. I refuse to let my followers be deceived." She spoke with indignation. Zhengyang, listening from a distance, felt like slamming the table in frustration. "When on earth did I ever pay you for advertising?" she thought. Just as Zhengyang believed their antics reached a peak, Yo-Yo suddenly winced and exclaimed, "Oh." Yang immediately inquired, "Yo-Yo, what's wrong?" "My stomach hurts." It must be from those mushrooms." It hurts." Yo-Yo doubled over in apparent agony, rolling on the chair, causing the live stream to shake violently, enhancing the sense of authenticity. "Food poisoning. This is food poisoning," Yang declared. "I apologize, fans, but Yo-Yo has food poisoning, and I need to stop the stream to call an ambulance." He hurriedly removed his phone to dial for emergency services. Chung Baola and the servers rushed over, and the restaurant became a flurry of activity. Meanwhile, Yo-Yo writhed on the ground, and the live stream chat exploded with outrage, with many fans launching a barrage of criticism against the restaurant, and some even capturing this moment to share on social media. Chapter 82. Ongoing fermentation in the midst of chaos. Zhengyang, seemingly impatient with the slow arrival of the ambulance, shouted, "Everyone, please help me lift her into my car. I'll take her to the hospital," he called out loudly, as if fearing that the guests on the second floor might not hear him. A waiter rushed over to assist, but Zhengyang shoved him aside, exclaiming, "Get away, you unscrupulous restaurant! What kind of ridiculous healthy meals are you serving that could kill someone?" Chung Baola discreetly signaled to the waiter not to intervene, adhering to Su Zhengyang's instructions without argument or rebuttal. Two concerned patrons lent their assistance, carefully placing Yo-Yo into Zhengyang's vehicle. As Zhengyang turned his phone towards the FAAD of the restaurant, he muttered a few curses, seemingly intent on capturing evidence, asserting that they would certainly return to hold the establishment accountable, before hastily driving away. Chung Baola quickly moved to reassure the remaining diners. "I sincerely apologize for the incident. Those two internet celebrities had some prior grievances with us and deliberately framed us. I assure you, our ingredients are without issue. Please feel free to dine with peace of mind." However, her words fell on skeptical ears. Some patrons, having already finished their meals without incident, seemed to grasp the situation, while others, still unserved, hesitated to eat. With no other recourse, Chung Baola decided to waive all charges and offered her apologies to each guest. The speed at which this incident escalated was astonishing. A trending search soon emerged on the local channel. Food blogger Yo-Yo suffers food poisoning. Which unscrupulous restaurant is to blame? Upon clicking, numerous videos appeared, with the most viewed being Yo-Yo's own footage. The second most popular clip featured Zhengyang's live stream perspective. Particularly striking were the sequences from Yo-Yo's viewpoint, where the screen shook violently as she struggled, instantly resonating with her followers. This incident unexpectedly garnered both of them a significant increase in followers. Moreover, Yo-Yo's declaration that she would return all advertising fees to the owner, preferring honesty over profit, was met with overwhelming support from netizens. In a twist of fate, the restaurant found itself thrust into the limelight. Especially for Chung Baola, the pressure became immense, leading her to refrain from opening the restaurant the following day. The chef and waitstaff, who had just begun their shifts, were granted an unexpected day off. As the second day dawned, the incident's fervor continued to escalate, spilling beyond the confines of the platform. Several local news outlets clamored to report on the story. Even the press became involved. Riding this wave of attention, the regional head of the platform took notice. The local operations team issued a statement, promising a thorough investigation and a commitment to safeguarding the rights of creators and their fans, vowing to hold the restaurant accountable for its violations. The restaurant, now notorious, attracted visitors from both the north and south of the city, eager to witness the establishment for themselves. Media outlets and tabloids were on standby, capturing every moment. In a peculiar turn, a food poisoning incident had transformed into the biggest local scandal. Zhengyang and Yo-Yo were elated. Finally, they felt vindicated. Su Zhengyang, who had once looked down upon them, was now the subject of their amusement. They could scarcely contain their glee at the thought of confronting him. In an office, Zhengyang and Yo-Yo sat across from a sharply dressed man, who regarded them with satisfaction. "Very well, let's proceed with this plan. Await my news. I will arrange for a lawyer to contact you. When the time comes, provide the evidence to the attorney, and we shall strive for a resounding victory. You might even reach 1 million followers." "Thank you, Director Ma." The two expressed their gratitude profusely. They had not anticipated such a favorable outcome, with even the regional head of the platform reaching out to assist them in taking legal action against the restaurant. Securing compensation was secondary. The primary goal was to capitalize on the publicity, elevating the incident to new heights while showcasing the platform's commitment to supporting its creators and embodying an unwavering stance for justice. Furthermore, both Yo-Yo and Zhengyang stood to gain followers in the process, truly a dual victory. By the third day, The restaurant had yet to respond to any media inquiries. This silence only served to amplify public suspicion regarding their guilt. Just as the situation seemed poised for a stalemate, more explosive news broke. Yo-Yo had officially filed a lawsuit against the restaurant, armed with video evidence and a forged hospital report. Curiously, on the morning of the third day, one of the restaurant's owners, Zhengyang, was spotted outside the establishment, openly facing a barrage of media inquiries. Upon hearing this news, Yo-Yo and Yang accompanied their lawyer to deliver the court summons. Zhengyang stood as if awaiting them, observing as they navigated through the throng to reach him. "Mr. Su, what do you have to say now? You were so confident before, yet now?" Yang taunted, stepping closer with a grin. Zhengyang remained unperturbed. "I warned you that you would regret this for the rest of your lives, and I have yet to begin. You needn't bother starting. It's already over." Yo-Yo retorted coldly, thrusting the summons towards Zhengyang. "I promised I would ruin you," she hissed, her eyes gleaming with vengeful delight. Zhengyang gingerly accepted the summons. Here it is at last. Rest assured, I will have my lawyer present at the hearing," he replied with a smirk. "But I doubt you'll need a lawyer. You have no chance of winning. Prepare to be crushed." Yang scoffed at Zhengyang's mention of hiring a lawyer, though a sense of foreboding crept into his mind. After all, Yo-Yo's hospital report had been fabricated. Would the truth come to light? That won't do. You've invested so much effort. I cannot let your goodwill go to waste. I have no shortage of funds, so I will secure the finest attorney to pursue you relentlessly, Zhengyang declared, tucking the summons away. His finger pointed accusingly at the duo. Strangely, as he spoke, both Yang and Yo-Yo felt a chill in their hearts. "Sue us? On what grounds? We are the ones suing you. You have no idea what you're getting into. You dare challenge us," Yang warned, a hint of panic creeping into his voice as he confronted Zhengyang. Chapter 83. The turn of events. Zhengyang cast a meaningful smile at him before driving away. Many onlookers bombarded Zhengyang with questions, but he paid them no heed. The court summons was scheduled for the day after tomorrow in the afternoon. Yet Zhengyang remained unfazed. His counterattack had only just commenced. In the afternoon, as the scandal reached its zenith, a trending topic emerged: the internet celebrity poisoning case. Platform pursues the truth. A lawsuit was filed against the restaurant Food for Slimming, and it soared to the top of the local news rankings, landing 13th on the national trending list. Several videos began to gain traction on the Dougal platform, which stood in opposition to Quaidu, igniting a viral explosion without any need for promotional assistance. That evening, the videos had already transcended the platform, circulating widely across the internet. The first video was particularly explosive, capturing footage from Flower Shop S surveillance camera adjacent to Food for Slimming. The clarity of both the visuals and audio was striking. It depicted the entire sequence of events: Yo's fox terrier attacking a girl, followed by an assault on a pregnant woman, culminating with a hasty getaway. Zhengyang appeared in the footage, though expertly edited to exclude any scenes of him striking or throwing the dog. The arrival of Chung Baola, along with the threats exchanged between Yang and Yo-Yo, were vividly presented. Most crucially, the faces in these segments remained unblurred. The second video resembled a clandestine recording, taken from a short distance with somewhat muffled audio, but still discernible. It featured Yang and Yo-Yo sitting in a car, with Yo-Yo rising from the back seat, both erupting into laughter and engaging in a slightly garbled conversation. "You acted so convincingly earlier. I almost believed you were truly poisoned. Indeed, my acting skills are unparalleled. Now this mess befalls Food for Slimming. That dog bastard. Let us see how he meets his end. That female owner is utterly foolish. She didn't even send anyone to follow us, saving me the trouble of pretending to be in a hospital. But we should fabricate some false evidence. We can upload that later, make it seem more credible. All right, your uncle is the head of the gastroenterology department, right? Yes. Let us go." Next, Yo-Yo and Yang headed directly to the Third People as hospital. The third video showcased a scene within the hospital, with clarity stemming from the monitoring system in the doctor's office. It depicted Yo-Yo and Yang entering the office of the head physician, exchanging pleasantries before Yang requested a medical record. The diagnosis stated that Yo-Yo had suffered from food poisoning. The head physician, Chung Qianhai, casually asked what they intended to use the falsified records for. Zhengyang then revealed their plan to frame the restaurant for offending Yo-Yo and him. Cheng Qianhai chuckled, praising their cunning strategy, and proceeded to create the fraudulent medical record. Being the head of gastroenterology, he could hardly fathom that someone might acquire the backup footage from his office surveillance. To him, it was merely a trivial matter, hardly worthy of concern. The fourth video was even more sensational. It featured a meeting between Quaidu's regional director and both Yo-Yo and Zhengyang, captured by hallway surveillance in an office building. The regional director's comments were particularly striking. "This is a fantastic opportunity for publicity. We can fabricate a story out of nothing. The platform will fund legal representation for you, and the compensation they seek is irrelevant. What matters is the platform's stance, and the buzz will elevate your follower count significantly." Another remark echoed, "Rest assured, once this information hits the internet, that bunch of gullible netizens won't discern truth from fiction. They will blindly vilify food for slimming." As for the trial's outcome, it holds no significance whatsoever. As these 4 videos began to circulate online, Chen Chuxing nervously inquired of Su Zhengyang. Their faces are unblurred. "What if they sue us for infringement?" Su Zhengyang medis kop infingen. What's the potential compensation? 1 yuan, 5 yuan, or maybe 100? Can I not afford their claims? I intend to expose them without any cover. Following the dissemination of these 4 videos, the internet erupted. The first video elicited widespread outrage, with countless netizens expressing a desire to tear Yo-Yo and Zhengyang apart. The scene of a dog attacking a girl, followed by Yo-Yo's callous kick to the pregnant woman, provoked intense social backlash. The fourth video quickly identified the man within, who was none other than Quaidu's regional director. Quaidu's short videos were renowned nationwide, and within a single night, the first and fourth videos climbed to 3rd and 5th on the national trending charts, respectively. Most critically, the original versions of these videos were non-existent on Quaidu. They had all leaked from Dugwa, with the account responsible being that of Food for Slimming. In an instant, those seeking to view the original footage were compelled to download the Dugwa app. Chen Chuxing was left astounded. Dugwa's user base surged 17-fold overnight. Fortunately, Su Zhengyang had the foresight to have Chen Chuxing upgrade their server in advance. Otherwise, it would have surely crashed. The numbers continued to soar, and by the following morning, the view counts for these 2 videos had surged to 35 million. The Dugwa account for Food for Slimming gained an astonishing 6 million followers in an instant. This was the essence of viral fame, with many viewers encountering snippets from other platforms without ever seeing the originals. In a single night, the tides had shifted dramatically. Professionals swiftly began analyzing the situation, declaring it a meticulously orchestrated commercial maneuver, with Dugwa's video platform likely pulling the strings. The videos appeared premeditated, evident from both the angles and sources, as if they had been set as traps for Yo-Yo and Zhengyang to fall into. Food for Slimming had yet to respond, waiting until the situation escalated and Yo-Yo and Zhengyang attempted to frame the restaurant with their theatrics and fabrications before releasing these videos in retaliation. This maneuver effectively turned the tide, delivering a significant blow to Quaidu and burying the 2 internet celebrities in a mire of scandal. It would be miraculous if they could continue their lives without succumbing to despair. Moreover, Food for Slimming and Dugwa rose to prominence, garnering innumerable followers through these trending topics. This was nothing short of a masterstroke, a perfect commercial execution, worthy of being chronicled in textbooks as an exemplary strategy. Little did they know, the mastermind behind it all, Su Zhengyang, was seated at the headquarters of the Eagle reconnaissance team, sipping yogurt while observing Chen Chuxing's associates orchestrating a digital army, their keyboards clattering incessantly. Success is never arbitrary. This intricate game was indeed the brainchild of Su Zhengyang, and every aspect of the trending topics and traffic surge was the result of his substantial investments and meticulous planning. Chapter 84. A game of accusations at the headquarters of Quaidu. A thick stack of documents was violently slapped against the face of Ma Ji, the regional director of Yanhai. The loud crash nearly toppled him from his chair, scattering papers all over the floor. The middle-aged man who struck him appeared far from satisfied, as if he wished to seize a chair and bludgeon Ma Ji on the spot. "Chao Nima, it's all over." Do you have any idea how many active users Kuaido has lost in just a day and a night? 10 million. 10 million. Do you realize how much our stock has plummeted? I swear you're finished. While he was in a frenzy, Ma Ji trembled in fear, and the other executives were rendered speechless with terror. Suddenly, a series of urgent knocks echoed through the room. "Come in," the middle-aged man bellowed. A timid secretary entered, her voice quivering as she reported, outside, there are lawyers who wish to see you." What? Before he could process this information, two impeccably dressed individuals strode in. One of them immediately produced a document and, with an impassive expression, addressed the middle-aged man. "You are Xiao Song, the regional director of Kuaido, correct? I am here on behalf of my client, Miss Chung Baola, to serve you with a court summons. Kuaido is accused of malicious defamation against my client, and we are initiating legal proceedings. Please promptly inform the relevant parties above." Without waiting for a response, he placed the summons on the table. Xiao Song, in a panic, interjected, "Wait, this has nothing to do with us. We've already dismissed Ma Ji. His remarks do not represent our company. That statement was entirely his own doing." "I'm sorry, but you can save your explanations for the courtroom," the two men replied coldly, turning to leave, completely disregarding his futile protestations. "Wait, I want to meet your client. I wish to settle this amicably." Xiao Song called after them as he chased them out, pleading incessantly. Unfortunately, the two men remained unmoved, continuing on their path without a pause. At the Third People's Hospital, in a spacious office, the vice president slammed his hand on the table, producing a resounding thud that made the water cups jump. "This is outrageous. Chung Qinhai has brought disgrace upon us. Do you have any idea how we are referred online? They say we should not be called a top-tier hospital, but a mock hospital. A hospital of fake medical records. I declare that Chung Qinhai is hereby dismissed from this institution and will never be rehired." Meanwhile, in a hotel room, Yo-Yo and Yang, who had been involved previously, were celebrating their recent surge in followers after delivering the court summons. They decided to indulge in a night of revelry. However, before dawn, a phone call shattered their revelry, delivering despairing news. They turned to the internet, where they discovered 4 video segments featuring them, from assaulting a pregnant woman to fabricating evidence against others. Their every move had seemingly been captured and broadcast online like a serialized drama. The impact was catastrophic. The internet exploded, propelling their names to trending status, but this time, their newfound notoriety came with disgrace. They were too frightened to leave the hotel. As the online uproar intensified, countless netizens began to dig into their pasts, unearthing sordid details and hotel records. Many even sought to make them taste the bitterness of retribution. They believed that stepping outside would result in an inevitable beating. Their world collapsed. "How could this happen? How could this happen? That bastard. He actually recorded us. It's all your fault. Why didn't you notice the cameras?" "My fault? If it weren't for your reckless dog, we wouldn't be in this situation. Don't you dare mention Yaya again, or I'll fight you." "Yanimabi, you're still talking about that dog. I'll beat you to a pulp." The two began to brawl, with Yang, being the stronger of the two, beating Yo-Yo to a bloody pulp. Just then, a series of knocks echoed from the door, silencing them instantly. Who is it?" Yang asked, trembling, fearing even the hotel staff might come to harm them. "We are lawyers." "Lawyers?" Yang exclaimed with unexpected joy, thinking it was their own attorney. At that moment of confusion, they desperately needed guidance. He dashed to the door, barely dressed, and flung it open. However, the individuals standing there were strangers. "Hello, are you Zhengyang? I am the attorney representing Miss Chung Baola. You are being accused of severe malicious defamation and creating false rumors that have damaged my client's reputation. This is a court summons. Please accept it." The man handed the summons to the stunned Yang and turned to leave. Only then did Yang realize what had just transpired. Forgetting his state of undress, he frantically pursued the two down the hallway, pleading, "Please, don't go. Tell your client I was wrong. I'll never do it again. Please, I beg you. Don't sue me. I'll pay whatever it takes." If they faced trial, their lives would be irrevocably ruined, and there would be no escaping the fallout. However, his desperate pleas fell on deaf ears. They sidestepped the elevator, opting for the stairs, while he, clad only in his undergarments, hesitated to follow. He raced back to the room, consumed by a raging fury that demanded release. This scandal was a feast for the online community, a sensational saga of influencers versus restaurants, resulting in the downfall of Kwai-do and the rise of Dugwa. It was undoubtedly the most captivating spectacle of the year. On the morning of the third day, the trial commenced. Kwai-do had already withdrawn its lawsuit, its attorneys absent, and countless statements have been released asserting that Ma Ji had been terminated long before. But what good did that do? How could netizens possibly believe such claims? They lambasted Kwai-do to unprecedented heights. Chung Baola's case against Kwai-do and influencers Zhengyang and Sun Yuyu proceeded smoothly, despite Kwai-do's attempts to forge evidence of Ma Ji's prior dismissal. It made no difference. The charges of malicious defamation against Kwai-do and the two influencers were upheld, severely damaging another's reputation with egregious conduct. Kwai-do Entertainment was ordered to pay 3.5 yuan. Zhengyang received an 11-month sentence and was fined 1 yuan, while Sun Yuyu was sentenced to 18 months and fined 1.2 yuan. Zhengyang did not make an appearance. To him, these influencers were merely pawns in a commercial game, easily disposed of. At that moment, he was at the Flying Eagle reconnaissance team base, intently focused on the screen, where a truly thrilling drama was unfolding. Chapter 85. The Miracle of the Engine. The footage monitored by Zhengyang provided a glimpse into Zhengyang's perspective. Ever since that fateful day, when Zhengyang encountered the engine manufacturer and covertly attached fluid monitoring devices to himself, Musheng had meticulously traced the connections, placing surveillance equipment on several key personnel within the company. Before long, he discerned the location of their technology, an encrypted electronic document residing on the computer atop the general manager's desk. For the average individual, knowledge of such information would hold little value. Despite not being secured in a safe, it would be nearly impossible for anyone to pilfer the computer. Even if stolen, the encrypted document would remain unbreakable. Yet, Zhengyang possessed the means to surmount these obstacles, prompting him to instruct Zhengyang to retrieve it directly. What Zhengyang was currently observing was the unfolding of Zhengyang's audacious plan. Disguised as a food delivery person, Zhengyang entered the office building of a manufacturing firm, where security measures were notably lax. Employees casually inquired if their orders had arrived upon seeing the delivery worker. Upon reaching the 7th floor, Zhengyang ignited a small fire at the corner of an office desk. Thick smoke engulfed the floor, sending employees into a panic, some even triggering the fire alarm. The sole safety exit on the 8th floor swung open, and as everyone fled downwards, Zhengyang boldly ascended against the tide of people. Having confirmed that the general manager was absent, Zhengyang nonchalantly waited at the corner as a flustered assistant emerged from her office, frantically inserting a key into the lock of the manager's office. Clearly, her aim was to safeguard the computer, but as she turned to escape with it, she was met with a swift strike, rendering her unconscious before she could comprehend her assailant. Zhengyang then stowed the laptop in his delivery bag and hurriedly melded back into the crowd, his escape executed with seamless precision as though choreographed for the silver screen. Remarkably, the entire operation unfolded within a mere 3 minutes. The key detail was that, adorned in the delivery cap, not a single camera captured Zhengyang's face. Upon returning to the Flying Eagle reconnaissance team, having changed his attire, Zhengyang was greeted by thunderous applause from Zhengyang and the others. This was merely the beginning. Throughout the afternoon and evening, Zhengyang successfully infiltrated 2 engine manufacturers identified by Che Zhihao in Lin City, procuring 2 additional sets of engine technology. Although these tasks proved more challenging, Zhengyang adeptly secured the technology while manufacturers remained blissfully unaware. Zhengyang's pursuit of such technology was driven by the fact that they could not manufacture based on any single piece due to patent protections. Thus, he was compelled to create it himself. The following day, Zhengyang handed over the 3 sets of technology directly to Che Zhihao, who was utterly astonished. The speed of Zhengyang's success was staggering. Just 2 days prior, Musheng had briefly outlined Zhengyang's plan, and now, the fruits of that labor were in his hands. Have you found the trustworthy technician you were looking for? Zhengyang inquired. I have, Che Zhihao replied, puffing out his chest and casting Su Zhengyang a knowing smirk. "Ha, you?" Su Zhengyang chuckled, realizing that Che Zhihao was recommending himself. "Don't underestimate me, Su. I am the finest technician, and I assure you, I won't let you take a single risk," Che Zhihao asserted solemnly. "I have no intention of underestimating you," Su Zhengyang replied, leading him to a secluded area before presenting him with a small vial, akin to what Zhengyang had consumed. However, this vial contained a specialized concoction aimed at enhancing expertise in electronic technology and mechanical skills vital for engine manufacturing. "What is this?" Xiao inquired, a hint of trepidation in his voice. "It is a biotechnological agent developed by a friend of mine. You'll understand after you drink it," Su Zhengyang explained. Despite his reservations, Che Zhihao closed his eyes and downed the potion. Su Zhengyang, anticipating the effect, had already positioned a chair for Che Zhihao, who promptly sat down. Moments later, he shook his head in disbelief, staring at Su Zhengyang in astonishment. "Enough chit-chat. Within 7 days, I want you to amalgamate all the advantages of these 3 technologies and produce a new engine. Additionally, establish the entire production line," Su Zhengyang commanded, his tone leaving no room for argument. "Understood," Che Zhihao replied, his mind racing with ideas as he yearned to dive into the factory and assemble an engine with his own hands. In the ensuing days, the slim dining restaurant experienced an unprecedented surge in popularity. The day after the court ruling, the restaurant's short video account surpassed 14 million followers. Subsequently, Chung Baola dined with Tang Ying at the establishment, sharing videos and selfies online. By the 3rd day, numerous second- and third-tier celebrities and influencers under Chen Chusheng began flocking to Slim Dining to check in. In just 7 days, the restaurant's account amassed a staggering 31 million followers, with a significant portion hailing from outside the local area, drawn by the freshness of the dishes showcased. The dining area was perpetually packed, with queues stretching from the entrance to the street corner. To mitigate unnecessary waiting, Slim Dining began issuing numbers, limiting daily servings. Chung Baola had never anticipated her restaurant would reach such heights. Within a week, she found herself contemplating expansion and new branches. With the Slim Dining video account backing her, she was confident that any new location would be met with overwhelming patronage. However, Chung Baola remained cautious, insisting that the dishes must adhere strictly to her culinary style. She was unwilling to compromise by hiring just any chef. Meanwhile, Su Zhengyang observed as Che Zhihao meticulously constructed the engine production line, culminating in the creation of a new engine, complete with patent applications and approvals. By the 7th day, the Tianyu engine made its grand debut, featuring a 4-cylinder turbocharger. Its most remarkable achievement was the reduction of the turbocharger's engagement speed by 1200 RPM. Many vehicles boasted turbochargers, yet novice drivers often failed to comprehend the significance of engagement speed. A car might cruise at 80 miles per hour without reaching the necessary RPM to activate the turbocharger. However, Che Zhihao's new engine allowed turbo engagement at approximately 40 miles per hour in urban settings and 60 miles per hour on highways, an historic breakthrough. The moment the engine passed online overload testing, jubilant cheers erupted from the factory, nearly lifting the roof off the building. Che Zhihao was moved to tears. He had created a miracle, or rather, Su Zhengyang had empowered him to achieve this extraordinary feat. Tianyu Company was finally poised to mount a counterattack. Chapter 86. An opportunity to acquire my technology. The news of Tianyu Automobile's successful development of an engine could not be concealed. Exceptional performance had already been demonstrated during the testing phase, and production could commence immediately upon completion of the tests. When this information became public, the most anxious party was not Huanan Company, but rather the president of the engine manufacturer that had previously severed ties with Tianyu, Mr. Chun. He had refused to sell the technology to Su Zhengyang even for 6,000 yuan. Now, upon learning that Su Zhengyang and his team were testing a new engine, he was filled with regret. Naturally, he suspected that the loss of their engine technology was orchestrated by Su Zhengyang, yet he lacked evidence. Despite thorough investigations, he could not find any proof, and the new engine produced by Tianyu was distinctly different from theirs. Thus, his anxiety deepened. Meanwhile, Su Zhengyang was leisurely sipping tea at Tianyu and Oppo's headquarters when his assistant entered. Mr. Su, someone from Mengyang Engine Manufacturing wishes to see you. Oh, haha, let him in. Su Zhengyang replied with interest, eager to discern what Mr. Chen had to say. To his surprise, the visitor was not Mr. Chen himself, but rather a young man who bore a resemblance to him, likely his son, dressed in a striking light green suit and accompanied by a bodyguard. The young man entered with a confident smile, as if he held the reins of the situation. Are you Mr. Su? He asked, taking a seat on the sofa opposite Su Zhengyang without waiting for an invitation. And you are? Su Zhengyang Inquit. This is the young master of Mengyang Machinery, Chen Zhouyang. The bodyguard stated solemnly. Chen Zhouyang smiled at Su Zhengyang. Ah, I see. The esteemed young master of Mengyang Machinery. I am curious to know the purpose of your visit. Su Zhengyang feigned politeness while casually lifting his teacup, seemingly unfazed. Not long ago, you were interested in purchasing our engine technology for a fixed price of 6,000. My father declined the offer, did he not? Indeed, it is quite unfortunate. We could have collaborated, but your father staunchly sided with Huanan, a stance I must commend. Su Zhengyang replied with mock seriousness. Chen Zhuyang's expression twitched, and he attempted to maintain his composure. I don't know about siding with Huanan, but my father's decision was made without my consent. You may not be aware, but the true engine technology of Mengyang is under my control. I was on a business trip, and upon my return, my father informed me of this matter. I find a price reasonable, so I have decided to accept your terms. He spoke lightly, yet his gaze fixated on Su Zhengyang, as if gauging his reaction. Su Zhengyang smiled subtly, having initially expected a confrontational visit, perhaps to accuse him of theft. Fortunately, it seemed that Chen Zhouyang was not foolish. His father was simply too proud to approach Su Zhengyang directly and had sent his son to negotiate the return of the 6,000 yuan. The young man seemed to be attempting to intimidate him with an air of superiority, as if to say, our technology is valuable. Take it or leave it. It was rather amusing. Conditions? What conditions? Su Zhengyang feigned ignorance. Chen Zhouyang frowned. The condition for purchasing our technology for 6,000 yuan. I merely believe that this price is reasonable. Our engine technology is among the finest in the country, especially since you are dealing with pickups and SUVs. We are the sole producers of such engines. If it weren't for our long-standing collaboration, do you think you could easily acquire engine technology? With Huanan's aggressive tactics targeting Tianyu, the situation was dire, and Chen Zhouyang emphasized that they were willing to extend assistance, implying that Su Zhengyang owed him a significant favor. He appeared displeased, yet there was an undercurrent of confidence in his demeanor. He perceived Su Zhengyang as a wealthy heir, someone who might not fully grasp the true value of the technology, and he believed that by leveraging Huanan's pressure, Su Zhengyang could be intimidated into compliance. Ah, Mr. Chen, your generosity is commendable. However, I'm not one to owe favors. Such a large favor, I cannot accept, Su Zhengyang replied, sipping his tea and waving his hand dismissively. You should take your technology back. I cannot be the cause of your troubles. Let's fend for ourselves. Chen Zhouyang was momentarily a loss for words. He realized he might have overstepped and sensed that Su Zhengyang was toying with him. If you're being unreasonable, do you believe I would simply walk away without selling this technology? Su Zhengyang raised his hand in a gesture of dismissal. No need to escort me out. You. Chen Zhouyang jumped to his feet, glaring at Su Zhengyang. Why the anger, Mr. Chen? Is my decision not to purchase your technology such a grave offense? Su Zhengyang Feigen Gunfu Xin. You previously expressed interest in buying, yet now that I present the technology, you refuse. What is the meaning of this? Am I being played? Chen Zhouyang retorted coldly. When I expressed interest, your father outright rejected me. Who could be blamed for that? Su Zhengyang shrugged helplessly. I already mentioned that was his decision. The technology is in my hands. Well, I apologize, but that was my offer to him. I never indicated I wished to buy from you, Su Zhengyang replied calmly, remaining unperturbed, which only served to infuriate Chen Zhouyang further. Fine, then tell me how much you would pay for my technology, Chen Zhouyang demanded, pointing at Su Zhengyang. Oh, now, I find no need to purchase your technology any longer, We have already developed our own engine. Am I lacking in judgment? Or is it you who fails to see the situation? Zhengyang ziplit innocenti. Huh? Do you truly believe your engine is operational? Do you think you have developed a new engine in merely 10 days? Dream on. I have seen countless failures from those who overestimate themselves, thinking that creating a model equates to producing an engine. It is laughable. Zhengyang scoffed, confident in his stance. Zhengyang feigned concern. Oh dear, that could be disastrous. What if the engine truly fails to operate? Zhengyang laughed heartily, sensing victory. Now you're afraid? It is too late. When your engine testing fails, and Huanan delivers a fatal blow, you will truly be finished. My technology is no longer available for 6000. Seeing Zhengyang exhibit signs of fear, Zhengyang seized the opportunity to raise his price. He had some experience in negotiations and understood that in moments of need, one must exhibit boldness. He wagered that Zhengyang would not dare take the risk, for if their engine testing failed, they would have no time to rectify the situation before Huanan struck again. Thus, his technology became their final hope. Chapter 87, please continue, Zhengyang urged, glancing at him with a hint of remorse as he tapped his foot. Oh dear, it's entirely my fault for not considering the details and offending you, since you no longer wish to sell it for 6000, he said, scratching his head in self-reproach. Zhengyang, however, secretly reveled in the situation, anticipating that this unwitting benefactor would raise the price. Then don't sell it. I have no intention of buying it either. I'll take a gamble. If the engine test fails, I'll switch careers to selling barbecued skewers. I excel at grilling, Zhengyang declared, dramatically giving a thumbs up. Zhengyang's eyelids twitched violently. What? You were just saying you wouldn't sell for 6000. Now I don't want to buy either. To be honest, what you just said made me consider purchasing your technology at 6000. It seems safer. But now that you refuse to sell at that price, this back and forth is vexing. Forget it, I'm not buying. Zhengyang waved his hand dismissively, his impatience palpable. Zhengyang felt disgusted, as if he had just swallowed a fly. What had compelled him to speak out of turn? The chances of success today had already been slim, and now, having frightened off the deal, it felt as though the opportunity had nearly slipped through his fingers. He was left with an overwhelming sense of frustration, akin to watching a duck destined for the pot suddenly take flight. Earlier, I was just speaking out of anger. You claimed not to understand engines, and I was merely trying to assist you, but you refused to listen. I was venting my frustration. 6000, that's the price, he asserted, extending his hand towards the bodyguard. The bodyguard immediately produced a folder. I'm quite sincere. I even brought the contract. Just sign it, transfer the funds, and I will personally send technicians to guide your production. Your company can be revived instantly, Zhengyang said, unfurling the contract with enthusiasm. Zhengyang, lifting his teacup, replied with irritation, after what you just said, I truly no longer wish to be involved in the automotive industry. I'll consider it dead and prepare to sell barbecued skewers with Zhihao instead. Zhengyang was left speechless, baffled at Zhengyang's unwavering refusal to purchase. His eyes reddened, fixated on the moment when Zhengyang had nearly agreed to pay 6000. It felt as if they were just a hair's breadth away from sealing the deal. Yet Zhengyang obstinately withheld his approval. Our young master is extending a courtesy. You should not dismiss it lightly. You must buy this technology today, whether you want to or not. The bodyguard narrowed his eyes, exuding a threatening aura. Are you attempting to coerce me into a purchase? Zhengyang inquired with feigned curiosity as he regarded the bodyguard. Indeed, the bodyguard replied coldly, while Zhengyang chose not to intervene, seemingly eager to observe Zhengyang's reaction. Oh, let me make myself clear. If you dare to lay a finger on me, I will exhaust all my resources, connections, and even enlist underground forces to ruin you, leaving you destitute and broken. Understand this clearly. It is you I am targeting, not Zhengyang or the Mingyang Machinery Factory, but you, a mere bodyguard. Do you truly believe that the 6000 I might spend on technology would be a challenge for me to deal with you? Do you think the Chun family can't afford to protect you when the time comes? Have you considered that? Now, let me respond to your earlier statement. I will not buy. And then what? Zhengyang placed his teacup down, leaning forward with an impish grin. The bodyguard had never anticipated such a retort from Su Zhengyang. He was merely supporting Qin Zhengyang, yet if Su Zhengyang followed through, he knew the Qin family would abandon him without hesitation, leaving him to fend for himself. Qin Zhengyang's face turned ashen. Su Zhengyang had brazenly threatened his bodyguard in front of him, openly declaring that he was not afraid of him, akin to being trampled upon. Yet, he felt powerless to respond. If he uttered even a single word of support for his bodyguard, the latter would escalate the situation. And if Su Zhengyang acted on his threats, they would have to part ways with the bodyguard, damaging their reputation irreparably. The bodyguard's face flushed with rage, directed not only at Su Zhengyang, but also at Qin Zhengyang. He was more terrified of Su Zhengyang now, having been awakened to the reality that he was just a lowly bodyguard speaking to a major player. Without support from Qin Zhengyang, he would be viewed as nothing more than an insect in their eyes. Are you done speaking? If not, why don't you leave? Su Zhengyang said cheerfully as he lifted his teacup once more. At that moment, Qin Zhengyang realized that Su Zhengyang had been toying with him from the very beginning. He cast a cold glare at Su Zhengyang and said, "Fine, Su, you have guts. Let us see how this unfolds." With that, he grabbed the contract and strode out of the office. Su Zhengyang watched them leave, sneering at their retreat. He had not disclosed that their tests had already met standards. They were merely pushing towards new limits. Before long, the office door opened, and Che Zhihao and Chen Chuxing entered. Che Zhihao, with a worried expression, spoke up, "Su, what should our next step be?" Now that their engine was ready, it was time to start manufacturing vehicles, and Su Zhengyang had his plans, prompting Che Zhihao to seek his guidance. "With our current engine production speed, how many vehicles can you produce in a week?" Xiao calculated. "With only 2 engine production lines, we should be able to produce at least 3,000 vehicles weekly." Su Zhengyang nodded, then posed another question. "The media in South China has never ceased its campaign against us. Our company's reputation has plummeted. If I were to ask you to restore it without considering costs, what would you propose?" Realizing Su Zhengyang was testing him, Che Zhihao pondered seriously. "Without cost considerations, we could sponsor various events, hold rally races or off-road competitions to showcase our vehicle's performance, and perhaps engage some influential automotive reviewers to improve our image." As he spoke, he noticed Su Zhengyang seemed contemplative but not wholly convinced by his suggestions, sensing he might not have hit the mark. "I could enlist a couple of celebrities to endorse our products," Chen Chuxing chimed in. Su Zhengyang slowly shook his head, gazing intently at Che Zhihao. "Listen carefully." Chapter 88. The most aggressive advertisement. Che Zhihao and his companion quickly adjusted their posture and perked up their ears. Su Zhengyang stated, "You should contact all the departments in Santai City: public security, fire services, law enforcement, education, and environmental protection, including the police departments in surrounding counties. Tianyu Automobile is offering to replace their vehicles free of charge. Furthermore, in the future, whenever they need new vehicles, they can enjoy a 40% discount at Tianyu." Che Zhihao nearly sprang from the sofa in disbelief. "Free? Isn't that essentially giving it away? How many vehicles are we talking about with so many departments and the county involved? At least 1,000 or 2. The sheer volume of vehicles being gifted was staggering." However, it seemed that he quickly grasped the essence of Su Zhengyang's message. "In exchange, we shall request a condition from the higher-ups." Su Zhengyang raised a finger and declared, "The authorities must support us by ensuring that when taxi services are updated, only Tianyu vehicles can be ordered, and we will offer a 10% discount. We aim to rejuvenate the automotive landscape of Santai City." Su Zhengyang gestured grandly. Che Zhihao couldn't help but admire Su Zhengyang's audacious strategy. Unlike his own previous attempts at competitions and inviting influencers, Su Zhengyang's approach was far more direct and impactful. It eliminated all unnecessary advertising costs by directly providing vehicles to the city's officials. It was easy to imagine the substantial savings this would offer the authorities, ensuring that every feasible vehicle replacement would occur. However, Su Zhengyang seemed indifferent to the monetary aspect. He was unconcerned if anyone abused their power to secure a vehicle under the guise of this initiative. His primary concern was whether these vehicles would bear official insignia. Moreover, as long as he maintained a good relationship with the traffic management department, future taxi renewals would consistently feature Tianyu automobiles. This would serve as the most effective advertisement. Are you not criticizing me, Huanan? Do the citizens not comprehend the situation? Even the authorities are switching to Tianyu vehicles. Official endorsement. If there are quality issues with these cars, would the government publicize substandard products? Furthermore, if taxis were continually replaced with Tianyu vehicles, the streets would soon be filled with them. The evidence would speak for itself. Who could still claim equality was lacking? This was precisely the outcome Zhengyang desired. Che Zhihao and his colleagues were not incapable of this line of thought. Rather, they lacked Zhengyang's boldness, which prevented them from envisioning such a perspective. I understand. I will contact them right away. I know these people. Chen Chushang exclaimed excitedly, slapping his thigh. There was no need for Zhengyang to intervene in the specifics. Chen Chushang was well acquainted with these officials. As Zhengyang prepared to leave, he discovered that Che Zhihao had transferred the controlling stake of Tianyu Automobile to him, effectively making Che Zhihao an employee of his own company. Zhengyang paid little heed to this development, but it was undoubtedly a wise move on Che Zhihao's part. Setting aside future growth, the creation of an engine alone justified the shift in shares. Although Che Zhihao's stake had diminished, aligning closely with Zhengyang meant that the value of his remaining shares would appreciate. Most importantly, Che Zhihao no longer had time to act as president. He aspired to be an engineer. He believed that given adequate time and funding, he could develop superior and more comprehensive engines, ensuring that Tianyu Automobile would maintain a leading position in its price category. This was his passion, the very essence of his automotive pursuits. Consider this. For a vehicle priced at 200, a Tianyu car outclasses a Huanan vehicle by several tiers. How could Huanan possibly compete? Setting aside automotive matters, it was nearing mealtime. Zhengyang invited Lin Yurong, and the two departed from Tianyu Company. What do you wish to eat? Zhengyang casually inquired as he settled into the passenger seat. Lin Yurong fastened her seatbelt, which perfectly accentuated her curves, causing her to smile shyly and shake her head in uncertainty. Each time Zhengyang was with her, he would ask for her dining preferences, demonstrating his respect. Such small gestures brought immense satisfaction to Lin Yurong, often leaving her smiling for quite some time. Let us go to Xi's show. We'll eat whatever is available. Previously, Zhengyang would occasionally ponder over what to eat. However, after opening his own restaurant, he found himself more inclined to see what remained in his establishment. The entrance of the Xi's show restaurant was bustling with patrons. Some were queuing near the door, while others sat on nearby benches chatting, enjoying the pleasant park atmosphere as they awaited their meals. Upon noticing the lack of parking space, Zhengyang decided against special treatment and opted to park farther away. Not far from the restaurant was a cinema, where he parked the car. As Lin Yurong reversed into the parking space, the proximity to the exit made it hard to discern whether they had just arrived or were leaving. However, just as they settled in, a girl angrily yanked open Zhengyang's car door. Upon seeing him in the passenger seat, she slammed it shut, stepped back, and opened the back seat door without a word, plopping down inside. "Drive. Go," she exclaimed, her eyes glistening with tears, her face aflame with anger directed at Zhengyang and Lin Yurong. Both Zhengyang and Lin Yurong exchanged perplexed glances. At that moment, three individuals approached from outside, 2 men and a woman, one couple among them. A well-dressed man approached, visibly annoyed, and rapped on the back window. "Hey, are you done throwing your tantrum? Get lost. I don't want to see you." The girl shouted back at the boy outside, tears streaming down her face, and then turned to Zhengyang, yelling, "Are you deaf? I told you to drive. Let us go." After her outburst, she buried her face in her hands, sobbing. Zhengyang exchanged a knowing glance with Lin Yurong, who promptly turned off the engine. Zhengyang exited from the passenger side. The man outside cast Zhengyang a look of approval, smugly addressing the girl. "See, he is getting out of the car. Are you going to continue this scene, or will you get out?" Unexpectedly, Zhengyang opened the back seat door and calmly said to the sobbing girl, "Get out." The girl shot him a disdainful glance. Assuming Zhengyang was afraid of the boy's retaliation, and with tears still staining her cheeks, she gritted her teeth and retorted, "I'll say it one last time. Get in. Drive me away." Before she could finish, Zhengyang seized her hair and yanked her forcefully from the car. Chapter 89. How could I not give you face? A piercing scream echoed, leaving one to wonder whether the girl was frightened or in excruciating pain as Su Zhengyang yanked her out of the vehicle. The imposing frame of the vehicle meant that her abrupt departure from her seat resulted in a harsh landing on the ground. The man who had previously instructed her to exit the car now turned sharply towards Su Zhengyang, glaring at him with cold fury. Yet he refrained from making an immediate move. With a resounding thud, Su Zhengyang slammed the car door shut and raised an eyebrow at the girl sprawled on the ground. Inquiring, "What did you just say?" The girl, clutching her painfully tugged scalp, shot him a venomous glare, her eyes brimming with spite, wishing to pierce him with her gaze. As a goddess-like beauty, she had never been treated in such a manner in public. In the distance, the crowd waiting on the steps for the movie began to gather. Their curiosity piqued. Suddenly, a wicked idea crossed her mind as her gaze fell upon Lin Yurong, who stood beside Su Zhengyang. Lin Yurong surpassed her in beauty, physique, and poise, igniting a fierce jealousy within her. Moreover, her animosity towards Su Zhengyang was profound. Crucially, she had not stumbled upon Su Zhengyang's vehicle by chance. She was sent by Zhao Xiaoman, who had paid her to create chaos. Determined to kill two birds with one stone, she began to wail dramatically. "Not a single man is worth a dime. You vile creature, how dare you lay a hand on me? Just last night, you were so tender with me, and now you've turned your back." Indeed, as her words fell, the man clad in luxurious casual attire had his expression shift dramatically, narrowing his eyes at Su Zhengyang, his furious glare seemingly capable of piercing through him. Meanwhile, the girl on the ground wore a barely perceptible smirk. She knew all too well the character and capabilities of the man in the expensive leisure wear. Her public outburst would surely incite him to teach Su Zhengyang a lesson, after which she could simply claim her words were spoken in anger. As for Su Zhengyang, whether or not his voluptuous girlfriend saw through her scheme mattered little. Given the leisure wear man's temperament, he would surely retaliate, perhaps even involving Su Zhengyang's girlfriend in his vengeance. This was the price Su Zhengyang would pay for daring to grab her hair. Moreover, once Su Zhengyang became embroiled in a feud with the man, Zhao Xiaoman would undoubtedly reward her handsomely. For now, Su Zhengyang remained oblivious to Zhao Xiaoman's machinations. He perceived only a quarrel between a woman and a man of apparent stature. She appeared to be someone with a privileged background, accustomed to a life of indulgence. And upon entering the vehicle, she expected him to drive her. By pulling her down, she sought to ensnare him in her trap. It was undeniable that had anyone else been in Su Zhengyang's position, they would have faced dire consequences from the moment she entered the vehicle. To drive away would have meant offending the affluent man, while refusing to drive would surely incur the girl's wrath. Furthermore, he was accompanied by his girlfriend. This girl showed no regard for the turmoil she would cause others. She was entirely self-centered, acting as she pleased. Regardless of how the situation escalated, she would undoubtedly find a way to reconcile with the affluent man, returning to his embrace with a mere pout, while Su Zhengyang risked a severe reprimand. Thus, Su Zhengyang smiled, a cruel smile. He raised his foot, aiming directly at the girl's face, and shouted louder than she had. "You still dare to mention last night? I had you serviced properly. You were nothing but a blubbering mess. Chen Xiao, Li Xiao, and Wang Gu were all dissatisfied. I could have summoned anyone from outside who would have been more accommodating than you. What nonsense is this about you being unable to bear it? Now look, both Chen Xiao and Li Xiao are angry. How am I supposed to explain this?" With that, Su Zhengyang delivered a resounding slap to her face, leaving a crimson mark that occupied half of her visage. The onlookers were immediately filled with disdain. The man in leisure wear, who had witnessed Su Zhengyang's outburst, stood momentarily stunned. The girl, struck and wide-eyed, stared at Su Zhengyang in shock, unable to fathom that he would so boldly confess to the events he had just described. Her initial words could have been dismissed later with an explanation to the affluent man, but with Su Zhengyang's proclamation, their narrative had taken on a life of its own. His deceit was so artfully crafted that it blurred the line between truth and fiction, leaving her with no ground for defense. Regret washed over her. She no longer cared about the pain on her face and turned desperately to the affluent man, waving her hands in protest. "No, it's not true. I was just saying that. He is talking nonsense. Her words tumbled out chaotically. However, her escalating panic only made her seem more suspicious. Behind her, one of the affluent man's female companions snickered, sensing an opportunity to deepen the rift. Oh, it all makes sense now. If you didn't know him, why would you have gotten into his car? You really are quite the player, Sun Xiao. Shut your mouth, you wretched creature, the girl on the ground retorted, her temper flaring. Fake, do you think you can toy with him, or with me? Su Zhengyang interjected coldly. You think you can shout at me again? Shut up, Sun Xiao screamed, her voice frantic. She could no longer articulate her thoughts. It was all because of this insufferable Su Zhengyang. Why did he have to say such things? Why had he put her in this predicament? She loathed him to her core. Yet before she could finish her tirade, Su Zhengyang's foot pressed down sharply against her face. Her left cheek trapped under his foot while her right cheek, along with her ear, ground painfully against the unforgiving pavement. She had never experienced such agony in her life. The pain was so intense, she felt as if her head might burst, a resounding hum filling her ears. Tears streamed down her face uncontrollably, her sense of injustice overwhelming her as she pondered what right Su Zhengyang had to subjugate her in this manner. Will you dare to shout at me again? Su Zhengyang's eyes glinted with icy malice. The leisure-wear man inhaled deeply, suppressing the rage that Sun Xiao had stirred within him, and irritably waved a hand at Su Zhengyang. Enough. Let her go. His tone suggested that Su Zhengyang was but a subordinate, punishing an unfaithful woman at his behest. However, Su Zhengyang regarded him with confusion. And what are you? The leisure-wear man slowly raised his gaze to meet Su Zhengyang's, a fierce glint in his eyes, enunciating each word deliberately. I said, let her go. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Zhengyang's foot ground harder against Sun Xiao, causing her to emit a harrowing scream, clearly indicating he had intensified his pressure. Exactly. Brother, if I were you, I would fight them to the bitter end. You must not back down. The man behind the leisure-wear man chuckled, stoking the flames of discord, evidently relishing the unfolding drama, confident that the leisure-wear man would ultimately prevail over Su Zhengyang. They merely sought to amplify the spectacle. The leisure-wear man observed Su Zhengyang's increased force with a cold smirk, lowering his head while raising his gaze to Su Zhengyang, squeezing out a few words through clenched teeth. You dare to provoke me? You think you can disregard my authority? Su Zhengyang hastily waved his hand, asserting no. I'm certainly not disregarding you. In truth, I have little respect for you. Chapter 90. Information on the Guardian Sword. Su Zhengyang spoke with utmost seriousness, nearly infuriating the casually dressed man. Even the two instigators behind him were momentarily taken aback. Could this young man possibly have a background? Those who dare to be so audacious typically have some form of support. Yet, considering he was driving a Raptor, how significant could his backing truly be? The casually dressed man could not help but laugh in exasperation. All right. He then took out his phone, a sinister expression crossing his face as he dialed a number, seemingly intent on summoning reinforcements. At that moment, Su Zhengyang's phone rang as well. He raised his foot, revealing a large shoe print on Sun Xiao's face. A woman named Zhou Yin began snapping photos with her phone, while Sun Xiao buried her face in her hands, lacking even the courage to rise. Her right cheek was bruised, and her face was a chaotic mess. The call was from Musheng. Hello, boss. Did you encounter someone trying to scam you in a parking lot? Musheng and Appo's tone was grim. Su Zhengyang glanced at Sun Xiao on the ground, his brows furrowing. Though the situations were different, they bore similarities. Yes, how did you know? We intercepted some information regarding Xiao man. The troublemakers seeking you out likely intend to provoke a conflict between you and another wealthy family. Are they attempting to use someone as a pawn? Su Zhengyang quickly grasped the situation, yet he was unprepared for Musheng's next revelation. It's not that simple. Their objective seems to involve monitoring whether someone you know will come looking for you. I've heard of this organization. I'll explain the details when you return. It's not suitable to discuss over the phone. Upon hearing this, Su Zhengyang felt a sudden chill. He was not surprised by Zhao Xiaoman's methods, but rather by her intentions. Monitoring someone he knew? Understood. I will return promptly. Su Zhengyang nodded, eager to find Musheng and discover what he had unearthed regarding Zhao man. Currently, there should be 4 individuals present, associated with the Wu family. Mu Sheng briefly detailed their identities before hanging up. Su Zhengyang pocketed his phone and turned towards Sun Xiaoxiao. He had not anticipated Zhao Xiaoman's capabilities. Without the Eagle investigation team, he might have fallen into her trap. He wondered if Zhao Xiaoman was indeed surveilling him, how she knew he would be there, and how she orchestrated the ambush involving this girl and the three others. If she had merely speculated that he might return to his restaurant for lunch and anticipated a lack of parking, leading Sun Xiaoxiao to wait with the wealthy youths, that would be even more impressive. From a certain perspective, she had already succeeded. This young heir had already become embroiled with him. Su Zhengyang glanced at the casually dressed man, who had just finished his call. The other man behind him bore an expression of delight at the unfolding drama, and said to Su Zhengyang, "Brother," he called for reinforcements. "If I were you, I would teach him a lesson before they arrive. Get even." He chuckled maliciously, unconcerned by the glare from the casually dressed man. With their background, they were confident they could easily overpower Su Zhengyang today. They felt untouchable. Su Zhengyang, summoning help? I doubt the second son of the Wu family and the scion of Beiqing real estate can bring anyone formidable. What a laughable little clan, stirring up trouble in public. I await your surprise to see if your family can withstand my wrath. Su Zhengyang spoke nonchalantly, his eyes filled with disdain. The casually dressed man and his grinning companion's expressions shifted dramatically. They were not fools. The intensity radiating from Su Zhengyang was palpable. Most importantly, they realized they had no secrets before him. He had merely received a call and discerned their identities, boldly declaring them mere trifles. Yet, they were utterly ignorant of Su Zhengyang's background. Even though their anger flared, his final words struck a chord of fear within them. What if Su Zhengyang truly possessed the power to confront their family? A man capable of uncovering their identities with a single phone call. Could he genuinely be boasting? What if he were serious? What if they truly drew the ire of someone formidable? Hence, despite their indignation, fear crept in. They could not remain there any longer. They needed to ascertain Su Zhengyang's identity before proceeding. Thus, without further retorts, the casually dressed man gestured towards Su Zhengyang. Let us see how this unfolds. The young heir from Beiqing real estate looked at Su Zhengyang in disbelief. His earlier mirth completely vanished. The three hurried toward the depths of the parking lot and entered two sports cars. Sun Xiaoxiao, filled with dread, cast a furtive glance at Su Zhengyang, secretly speculating about his identity. What was happening? Hadn't Zhao Xiaoman claimed he was merely a worthless nobody? She had insisted that Wu Qifan could easily squash him. What was going on? How did he know about Wu Qifan and Su Chei's identities? And how could he dare to speak of them so boldly? However, Su Zhengyang had no mind to ponder her. Once those individuals departed, he instructed Lin Yurong to get into the car. Skipping their meal, the pair headed straight for the Eagle investigation team. Upon returning, Su Zhengyang found Mu Sheng diligently recording information. As soon as Mu Sheng saw him, he approached without a word, leading Su Zhengyang to a computer. He played a recording for Su Zhengyang. The audio contained crucial points, revealing Zhao Xiaoman reporting to her father about her progress, mentioning that she had given Sun Xiaoxiao a sum of money, and that Sun Xiaoxiao had successfully set a trap for Su Zhengyang. One keyword stood out: Guardian Sword. Guardian Sword? Su Zhengyang inquired, puzzled, looking at Mu Sheng. According to Zhao Xiaoman, it seemed they were trying to ascertain the connection between Su Zhengyang and the Guardian Sword, seeking evidence from it. Mu Sheng opened a folder on the computer containing images, videos, and audio. This is the detailed information I could gather about the Guardian Sword. It circulates only in the black market and is quite elusive. Even Zhao Xiaoman lacks it. As far as we know, the Guardian Sword is a mysterious organization rooted in the Ming and Qing dynasties, comprising many skilled individuals, some capable of incredible feats. Chapter 91. The call for help from my nephew running across rooftops. Upon hearing these words, Su Zhengyang felt a sudden jolt in his heart. He recalled the shadow he had pursued that fateful night. Suddenly it struck him. I remember now. That day, I chased the mysterious figure into an alley. After he left, I found the surveillance footage at a hotel, but I only took the backup. I must find out if that hotel belongs to the Zhao family. Mu Sheng and his companions promptly initiated an investigation. and within minutes, they had their answer. Indeed, that hotel was a property of the Zhao family. Su Zhengyang finally understood why Zhao Xiaoman had been fixated on him. It turned out she had seen that video as well. This implied that Zhao Xiaoman believed his mother was connected to the Guardian Sword, undoubtedly leading to her suspicions. But why was she monitoring him? Was she trying to lure out the Guardian Sword? Was it an attempt to confront it? Su Zhengyang then sat in front of his computer, pulling up relevant documents and scrutinizing them one by one. There was no comprehensive introduction to the Guardian Sword, only fragmented information. Yet it provided Su Zhengyang with a general understanding. The Guardian Sword had previously been known as the National Guardian Sword, an organization that emerged almost simultaneously with the Tiandi Society, completely opposing it. With a plethora of skilled individuals and an extensive network, the Guardian Sword was infamous, encompassing various fields. It remained uncertain whether the Guardian Sword was still under official jurisdiction, as many of its members might originate from official ranks, while others could be from the underground. The organization's assembly of such individuals generated an astonishing power. At its core were the martial arts experts, with the true strength of the Guardian Sword lying in their formidable combat skills. For many years, the resolution of significant cases and the eradication of various criminal forces, including foreign threats, bore the fingerprints of the Guardian Sword. They were akin to a Justice League hidden in the shadows, striking decisively when danger loomed. Thus, the Guardian Sword was a thorn in the side of numerous factions both domestically and internationally. A particular photograph caught Su Zhengyang's attention, depicting several members of the Guardian Sword, two of whom wore rings on their fingers. Upon closer examination, he compared the ring on his left hand, and to his astonishment, they were identical, intricately carved with the likeness of an ancient sword. Witnessing this, Mu Sheng and Lin Yurong were both taken aback. They had not anticipated that Su Zhengyang was indeed connected to the Guardian Sword. At that moment, Su Zhengyang realized that Mu Sheng and the others had uncovered his secret. However, there was no way around it. Mu Sheng would eventually investigate this matter. Trust would be given to those who were not suspected. Lin Yurong felt the same. Lu Huilin. My mother's name. Su Zhengyang inhaled deeply, seemingly lost in a memory, his fingers caressing the ring as he murmured. Mu Sheng immediately stood to attention, fist pressed against his chest, with the others following suit. I will do everything in my power to investigate this matter. His gaze was resolute, his tone as solid as steel. Su Zhengyang smiled knowingly and nodded. Thank you. With Mu Sheng's declaration, he felt deeply satisfied, aware that uncovering the Guardian Sword would be an arduous task. The organization had existed since the Qing dynasty and remained formidable, capable of dismantling countless criminal entities, their influence ever expanding. He, Su Zhengyang, was merely a man with a few resources, having established a small reconnaissance team known as the Flying Eagle. With so little at his disposal, the notion of unraveling such a colossal organization was daunting. He could only hope not to be detected and eliminated before he could make any progress. Therefore, he needed to be patient. This was one matter where haste was unwelcome. The higher one stands, the more secrets come into view. The Zhao family, in their quest to unveil the connection between him and the Guardian Sword, would likely seek to sell his information to other factions. What then? Lin Yurong, quick-witted as ever, voiced her concerns. Su Zhengyang smiled slightly. There is nothing to worry about. Until they find concrete evidence, the Zhao family should refrain from leaking this information. If word gets out, it would spell trouble for them. Then I will counter every move she makes and defeat all opponents, ensuring the Guardian Sword remains hidden. As long as they lack evidence, I am temporarily safe. But what if they become desperate and, unable to find evidence, decide to sell this information anyway? Wouldn't we still be targeted? Mu Sheng questioned. Su Zhengyang furrowed his brows slightly. If that were to occur, I can only hope they fear retribution enough to refrain from selling to powerful factions. However, if it comes to that, we would have no reason to spare the Zhao family. Should she dare to leak the information, I will ensure she pays dearly for it. A cruel smile crept across Su Zhengyang's face. If Zhao Xiaoman merely engaged in petty schemes, he could indulge her, even using her as a means to create trouble while sparing the Zhao family. But if she escalated her actions, he would not let her off easily. Lost in thought, Su Zhengyang leaned back in his chair. Just then, Lin Yurong's phone began to ring. She quickly silenced it, glancing at Su Zhengyang. After receiving a nod of approval, she stepped aside to answer the call. Hello. What is it, you little rascal? Wow. Aunt, I've been tricked, came the boy's wailing voice from the other end. Lin Yurong quickly lowered the volume. What happened? Are you causing trouble again? No, I swear I didn't tea. Wow. I lost over 300. 300? Where did you get that much money? Lin Yurong retorted, hands on her hips. My New Year's money and pocket money. I've saved it for half a year. The boy and Amp, Oppo's voice trembled with indignation. What did you do? The boy stammered. I can't and Amp. Oppo's. T explained it over the phone. You need to come save me, or I'll jump off a building. You little brat. Lin Yurong angrily hung up, grinding her teeth as she scrolled through her sister and Oppo's contact list. Yet she hesitated to call. That would be betraying her nephew. He had called her in trust. As a caring aunt, she had to uphold her loyalty. Just as she grappled with her thoughts, Su Zhengyang strolled over, ready to leave. Let us go meet your little nephew and see what kind of trouble he's gotten himself into, Su Zhengyang said with a smile, eager to clear his mind. Chapter 92. This is my skill. Upon seeing Su Zhengyang nod, Lin Yurong was momentarily taken aback, yet she felt it inappropriate to refuse Su's assistance. So she reluctantly climbed into the car. Lin Yurong had an older sister who was 10 years her senior and had married young at the age of 19. Given that Lin Yurong's family was not well off, it was not entirely accurate to say her family sold her off, but it came close. Fortunately, her sister's husband treated her well, and their family was reasonably stable, providing some support to Lin's family. After Lin Yurong graduated and found success as a senior client manager at a major bank, her rise was attributed not to superficial charms, but to her intellect. Her young nephew was already 13 when Su Zhengyang saw him. He was crouched at the distant corner of their street, looking quite pitiful with tear-streaked cheeks and a backpack, glancing around as if he were up to no good. Hey, you little rascal, come here, Lin Yurong called out as she parked the car and rolled down the window. Andy. Upon recognizing Lin Yurong, the boy hurried over, standing outside the car, a mix of surprise and grievance etched on his face. However, the sight of the impressive vehicle made him hesitate to get in. Get in. Aren't you afraid your parents will see you? Oh. The mention of his parents made him quickly open the back door and slip inside, clearly wary of being spotted. Once inside, he noticed a handsome man in the passenger seat wearing a bemused expression. Feeling somewhat awkward, he smiled shyly at Su Zhengyang and tentatively addressed him, Uncle? Lin Yurong's face flushed crimson as she shot a glance at Su Zhengyang, then playfully tapped her nephew on the head from the driver's seat. Su Zhengyang chuckled heartily, but remained silent. What's wrong with you? Lin Yurong interrogated. At the mention of serious matters, the boy's expression turned sorrowful. I saved up a lot of money to buy a gaming account. It had Wu Zetian and over 150 skins, costing me 300. But I barely played for 3 days before it was reclaimed. Woe is me. Tears began to well up in his eyes again, his voice breaking with indignation. I went to the police, but they said they couldn't handle this and told me to contact the platform. I reached out to the platform, but they said they don't assist with recoveries. Buying accounts is inherently risky. I returned to the police, and they told me to bring my parents to speak with them. His voice grew more pitiful, nearly inconsolable. By the end, he was sobbing. They promised not to reclaim it. Where has trust between people gone? It was a mixture of exasperation and amusement for Su Zhengyang, who struggled to stifle his laughter. Seeing her nephew in tears, Lin Yurong's heart softened as she gently ruffled his hair. It's gone, so it's gone. Annie will give you some money to buy a few skins, okay? Maybe even a Wu Zetian. The boy pouted and shook his head. No, it's too expensive to buy it myself. It costs at least 200. You little brat. You know it's expensive, and yet you still play that silly game. Lin Yurong scolded with a mock glare. You said that if I ranked first in my grade. You and Oppos, do let me play games. I have self-discipline. You're just jealous of my skills, while you're still barely at gold rank. Her nephew retorted, defiantly pouting. Lin Yurong clenched her teeth, wanted to give him a proper talking to. Yet he dared to argue back. So what if he excelled academically? Was being a top student something to boast about, as if no one else had ever achieved it? After a long moment of seething, Lin Yurong calmed down. biting her lip as she cautiously glanced at Su Zhengyang. Although she wished to spend time comforting her nephew, she was at work with her boss right beside her. Su Zhengyang chuckled softly. What are you looking at me for? I also want to know where trust among people has gone. Why not personally inquire? Huh? Both Lin Yurong and her nephew looked utterly bewildered. The boy had hoped his aunt would help him report the incident, seeking legal recourse against the scammer. Yet, this uncle's strange phrasing left them puzzled. Realizing that Su Zhengyang intended to take action, Lin Yurong excitedly urged her nephew, "Give me the transaction records from your account." Oh, the boy, unsure of what was happening, quickly retrieved the information from his phone and handed it to Lin Yurong. She promptly called Qi Yunfei, who had connections with the authorities and managed to obtain the scammer's phone number and identity. Typically, customer service would not handle such issues effectively, but when it involved law enforcement, they were unusually compliant. Subsequently, Su Zhengyang refrained from involving the authorities directly, instead instructing Mu Sheng and others to investigate the information. They soon uncovered the scammer's details, including his address and personal phone number. The perpetrator was a 16-year-old high school student residing conveniently in the city, attending Yuta High School in the southern part of town. The rapid progression of events left the boy utterly astonished, speculating about his aunt and uncle's true professions. How could they uncover the scammer's identity with just a few phone calls? Were they spies or secret agents? The boy's imagination ran wild, conjuring up a thrilling sci-fi narrative featuring Su Zhengyang and Lin Yurong. Then, Lin Yurong scolded him for being a little rascal before stepping on the gas. Driving straight to Yuta High School. Within minutes, they arrived at the school's entrance. Su Zhengyang took out his phone and dialed the scammer and Oppo's number. After a few rings, the other end picked up, albeit with a wary tone. "Hello, who is this?" Su Zhengyang smiled slightly, speaking casually. "Is this Zhou Ming? You sold a gaming account on 5183, correct?" However, before Su Zhengyang could finish his sentence, the line went dead with a busy signal. Both he and Lin Yurong were taken aback, nearly bursting into laughter. Here was a man who could command respect among several families and manipulate others with cunning strategies. Yet he had been thwarted by a mere high school student. It was utterly hilarious. Su Zhengyang couldn't help but chuckle. "Good heavens, today's youth," he exclaimed, shaking his head in disbelief as he sent a text message. "You have one chance. Return the account to me, or I might just become displeased." Clearly feeling apprehensive, the scammer didn't dare to speak directly with the victim, but was bold enough to reply via text. Su Zhengyang soon received a response that made him smirk. Lin Yurong, curious, asked, "What did he say?" Su Zhengyang handed her the phone, and she read aloud, "Friend, if you still have money, please consider investing in your intelligence as well. This is society. Learn to be smarter next time. There are no second chances in life. Recovering it is my skill. Thank you." Chapter 93. The retribution arrived swiftly, especially that final thank you, which reeked of juvenile arrogance while concealing an unmistakable sense of triumph. "Is this how society operates?" Lin Yurong remarked with a cold laugh. They had located this fellow, and yet he remained so brazen. Of course, Zhou Ming was blissfully unaware that Su Zhengyang and his companion had already found him. Su Zhengyang swiftly responded with a text. "You will regret this." The reply came almost immediately. "I'll be waiting for you, goodbye." Those 6 brief words elicited a modicum of admiration from Su Zhengyang. If he were to mature, this could be a truly ruthless character. Su Zhengyang mused. Meanwhile, in the corner of the playground at Yuta High School, a group of students were clandestinely smoking. One of them asked Zhou Ming, "What's up? Did Wang Qingqing from class 9 text you again?" The others chuckled knowingly. Zhou Ming smirked, pride evident in his voice. "A few days ago, I sold my account, sold it for 3 cents. Then I retrieved it. Easy profit. Damn, that's impressive, right? Wow, if that works, my account must be worth something too. I should give it a try. Is it easy to reclaim? This tactic is clever. You earned 3 cents. You owe us a meal, right? Someone should at least buy a pack of cigarettes." The boys erupted in playful banter. Some genuinely admired his audacity, while others merely feigned praise, secretly scornful. They were mischievous, but not truly wicked. They spoke this way to fit in. Laughter abounded, compliments flowed. and anyone daring to speak the truth would risk exclusion from their camaraderie. Zhou Ming, basking in the envy of his peers, boasted further. They must have found my number on the platform. They just contacted me and threatened me. He pulled out the text message to share. It's ridiculous. This fool actually thinks he can reclaim his account. I told him straight up, this is how society works. The world is a treacherous place. People won't coddle you like your parents. Zhou Ming proudly recited the wisdom he had gleaned from online sources, despite never having truly grasped its meaning. Yet, he relished using such phrases, believing they elevated him above others, making him appear more worldly. Upon reading the message stating you will regret this, one peer chuckled knowingly, cautioning, 3 cents? I believe if the amount exceeds 2 cents, it can lead to legal action. Aren't you worried they might report you? His reminder silenced the group. Zhou Ming felt a sudden chill grip his heart. Even before this moment, when that call connected, unease had gnawed at him. As the saying goes, a guilty conscience needs no accuser. From the instant he reclaimed his account, excitement had been mingled with fear. Fear of being reported, fear of arrest, fear of legal repercussions, fear of troubling his family, fear of violent retribution from the account's new owner. As time passed, those thoughts had begun to fade. But that phone call had rekindled his dread. How far were they from discovering his address? He steeled himself, declaring, "Humph, he's just trying to scare me. I'm not easily frightened. I've never heard of someone getting arrested for reclaiming an account. I've heard of someone getting hurt after being found by the buyer." A classmate interjected. That statement unearthed Zhou Ming's deepest fears, sending a shiver down his spine. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead. Upon returning to class, his mind was restless. Gaze distractedly fixed on the window, he inadvertently noticed 3 individuals entering through the spacious school gate. 1 man, 1 woman, and a boy of around 12 or 13. An inexplicable sense of unease washed over him, a foreboding intuition creeping into his consciousness. He did not recognize these 3, yet the torment of fear had him thoroughly rattled. After a brief interval of roughly 7 or 8 minutes, the director of student affairs stormed to the entrance of Class 2, Section 7, flanked by the 3 individuals who had just entered. Zhou Ming's mind buzzed. "Director, what brings you here?" The teacher was in the midst of a lesson. Upon seeing the director's furious countenance, he immediately sensed trouble had befallen a student. "Who is Zhou Ming? Step forward." The teacher froze momentarily, then glanced at Zhou Ming, who was pale and drenched in sweat. His friends, who had been smoking with him, either wore expressions of schadenfreude or disdain. Retribution had indeed come too swiftly. "Zhou Ming, step out." When Zhou Ming remained still, the teacher pointed at him, commanding him to emerge. The director would not have interrupted the class without good reason. Zhou Ming, paralyzed by fear, felt his legs weaken, unable to move. In that moment, he truly comprehended the sensation of a fugitive confronted by law enforcement. He yearned to sprout wings and flee through the window. Ultimately, the teacher approached him directly, seizing him by the collar and dragging him out through the back door. His limp demeanor left no doubt that he was in serious trouble. The director followed closely, instructing the teacher to escort him to the administrative office. Zhengyang and his companions trailed behind, occasionally exchanging glances with Zhou Ming, Zhengyang's face alight with mirth. Throughout this ordeal, the most astonished was Lin Yurong's young nephew. He had witnessed Zhengyang's assertive manner firsthand. When they reached the entrance, the security guard had barred their entry. But Zhengyang tossed him a small bribe, and the guard all but bent over backward to admit them. Zhengyang strode confidently to the administrative office, declaring, "I'm here to find someone," and recounted the situation. The director happened to be present but seemed displeased with Zhengyang's demeanor and attempted to engage in a verbal spar. However, Lin Yurong swiftly produced a 1-cent bill and tossed it onto the director's desk. The director promptly fell silent. Lin Yurong followed up by throwing 2 more 1-cent bills onto the desk. The director slammed his hand on the table, vehemently insisting that such students must be dealt with severely, pocketing the money as he stormed off with Zhengyang and his friends to settle the score. His account was worth a mere 3 cents. His aunt and uncle had already spent 3 cents to settle the matter, an imbalance between cost and benefit. Could his uncle truly be the legendary wealthy benefactor? Had he come merely for amusement? The young nephew felt he was beginning to grasp the entire situation. Upon entering the administrative office, the teacher thrust Zhou Ming into the room, turning to the director and Su Zhengyang, inquiring, "What happened?" "My nephew purchased a game account for 3 cents, which belongs to Zhou Ming. He reclaimed the account, and when I called him, he hung up. When I texted him, he said I deserved to be scammed. It's quite the talent to deceive others for profit." Su Zhengyang interjected a few explanations to the teacher, then leaned forward, hands in his pockets, and mockingly asked Zhou Ming, "You're quite the talent, aren't you?" The teacher, taken aback, found himself at a loss for words. After all, it was just a game account. However, although it may seem trivial, it is in fact a case of online fraud, involving an amount exceeding 2 cents. This is undeniably a scam. The director of moral education certainly earns his 3 cents honestly. At that moment, he slammed his hand on the table, producing a thunderous sound that sent Zhou Ming's legs trembling, nearly causing him to collapse to the floor. His lips quivered as he attempted to articulate a response. Yet he found himself at a loss for words. "Sir, please, you decide how to proceed. If you wish to report this, we will wholeheartedly cooperate. Our school has no need for such disgraceful students." The director of moral education inquired of Su Zhengyang. Chapter 94. I want him to carry shadows. The head of the moral education department was not merely angry due to monetary issues. He was genuinely infuriated. How could he overlook such a matter when it pertained to his responsibilities regarding moral education? Upon hearing the term reporting to the police, along with the headmaster's resolute tone proclaiming that the school had no need for such scum, Zhou Ming's face turned ashen with fear. It was simple, 3 points. Su Zhengyang's expression hardened as he looked at Zhou Ming and declared, "First, return the account to me. The money still belongs to you. Second, a statement must be issued throughout the school, making it clear that Zhou Ming is a fraud. Third, inform his parents so they understand what kind of person their son is." After Su Zhengyang spoke, he silently regarded Zhou Ming, who was now ashen-faced. His eyes filled with terror. Su Zhengyang chose not to report the incident to the authorities. However, the outcome he proposed was far worse than any police report. If his parents discovered this, his future allowance would be in jeopardy, especially after having spent so much in a game. And with the entire school aware, this would become a permanent stain on his life, an everlasting psychological shadow. I realize my mistake. I will return the account, and I will give you the money. Please let me go. I know I was wrong." Zhou Ming wept bitterly, pleading with Su Zhengyang, his tears flowing freely, presenting a pitiful sight. Even the teacher could not help but intercede, saying, "Sir, look, your nephew has not suffered significant losses. The account will be returned to you." And he acknowledges his mistake. It is not easy to recognize one's errors and amend them. Isn't that the purpose of your guidance? Just notify the family. There is no need for a school-wide announcement. This could leave him with a psychological scar. And how will he face school in the future? The teacher's words held some merit. Nevertheless, Su Zhengyang fixed a piercing gaze upon him that sent a shiver down his spine. He then spoke softly, "I want him to carry the shadow. I want him to remember this for a lifetime." As he spoke, Su Zhengyang suddenly seized Zhou Ming's hair, forcing him to face him. The teacher frowned and reached out to intervene, but was restrained by the head of moral education. Su Zhengyang glared at Zhou Ming. "Crying? Who are you crying for? Weren't you quite proud before? If I had not found you today, would you not have been ecstatic? If you possess the ability, retrieve it once more and see if I can ensure you endure the harshest consequences." At that moment, even the teacher began to doubt Su Zhengyang's character. What manner of person bullies a student like this? Over retrieving an account, does he really intend to impose such a severe punishment? "I won't do it again, I swear." Zhou Ming finally grasped the weight of the words he often uttered. In this society, individuals of all kinds exist. When we err, we wish to act freely, yet often find ourselves ensnared by circumstances. Having concluded his statements, Su Zhengyang departed with Lin Yurong and his nephew. Once the three had exited, the teacher admonished Zhou Ming a few more times before sending him back to class. The teacher then turned to the head of moral education, saying, "You cannot do this. This seems rather excessive." The headmaster sighed helplessly and replied meaningfully, "Whether it is excessive or not depends on the matter or the person involved. Events that have occurred are often controllable and visible. Once corrected, they are resolved. However, people are malleable. What you perceive as rectified may not truly be so. A little push may cause them to revert. All right, let this matter rest. I'm aware of what needs to be done. The teacher wished to say more, but realized that further discussion would be futile, so he reluctantly returned to class. As Zhengyang strolled through the campus, taking in the atmosphere and listening to the sound of students studying, it stirred some memories within him. Meanwhile, his nephew trailed behind, whispering to Lin Yurong, "Aunt, is uncle really scary? Will he eat children? Don't speak nonsense." Lin Yurong playfully smacked his head. Once they were in the car, Zhengyang received a text message containing the account information. He passed his phone to his nephew, saying, "Here, take it." "Thank you, uncle," the child exclaimed brightly. Lin Yurong suppressed a smile, wishing to explain things to her nephew, but finding no opportunity. "Are you really skilled at playing?" Zhengyang inquired, ruffling the child's hair before teasingly asking, "So, shall we have a match?" "Of course. I'm the best," the child retorted defiantly. Zhengyang chuckled and opened the game app. In this day and age, who doesn't have a mobile game on their phone? Although Zhengyang had not played much previously, he had indulged during a period of idleness. However, back then, he could scarcely afford the cost of a phone plan, let alone purchase skins for games. Upon entering the game, Zhengyang immediately opened a shop. "Let me draw for Wu Zetian." Before even engaging in combat, he sought to equip himself properly. His nephew leaned closer, tears welling in his eyes. "Uncle, how could you spend 10 million points? That in Oppos, that's a whole lot of money." Zhengyang laughed heartily, handing his phone to his nephew. "You draw 5, and I and Oppos. LL draw 5. They transformed a competitive game into a lottery. Seeing the two so engrossed in joy, Lin Yurong refrained from interrupting, although they had yet to eat lunch. She searched for a hot pot restaurant, planning to take Zhengyang for a meal. Zhengyang succeeded in drawing 2 crystals, one for Wu Zetian and the other for her skin, the Oracle of Nyx. His nephew, disheartened, lamented his own Wu Zetian, dressed in an unattractive outfit. The two engaged in solo matches, trading blows back and forth. From sniping with Bai Li to head with Wu Zetian, the child found himself outmatched by Zhengyang. As they exited the car, Lin Yurong admonished them, "Enough playing, in an Oppos. As time for lunch." They agreed to continue their battle another day before stepping out. His nephew, feeling indignant, declared, "It's all about money. I didn't lose due to skill. I lost due to wealth." "Uncle, are you the world's richest man?" "Aunt, is my uncle truly the world's richest?" His curiosity was palpable as he alternated questions between Zhengyang and Lin Yurong, his lively demeanor radiating enthusiasm. His voice was not overly loud, and the passers-by paid little mind. However, his words caught the attention of 2 beggars nearby. One was a woman with tousled hair, appearing to be in her 30s. She looked somewhat disheveled, yet her eyes sparkled with a captivating allure. Her beauty could be summed up in 3 words: enchanting, alluring, and resilient. Within her gaze burned an indescribable flame, something Zhengyang had never encountered before. Accompanying her was a small boy of about 8 or 9 years. Though their clothing was dirty, it was not torn, and their style was not outdated. The boy appeared frail, but it was evident he was not a beggar. The woman stepped in front of Zhengyang and his nephew. Chapter 95. The peculiar beggar woman, Zhengyang, and his companions were momentarily taken aback. Zhengyang's astonishment stemmed from the bewildering expression in the woman's eyes, an amalgamation of defiance and allure, tinged with despair and madness. She stood silently before them, clutching a child, offering no words. Lin Yurong glanced at Zhengyang with a hint of unease. Acknowledging her with a nod, Zhengyang prompted her to retrieve several $100 bills from her handbag, perhaps 6 or 7, and extend them to the woman. The woman's gaze lingered on the money, her longing unmistakable, yet she hesitated to reach for it. "Take it," Lin Yurong urged softly. Typically, she would not part with such a sum for a beggar, but today, she felt compelled to offer something, having been fortunate enough to encounter a benefactor. Noticing the woman's reluctance, Lin Yurong gently pressed the bills into her hand. To their surprise, the woman swallowed hard, gritted her teeth, and declared to Zhengyang, "I do not want the money. I seek a job. I am willing to do anything." As she spoke, tears brimmed in her eyes, particularly emphasizing the weight of her assertion. Both Su Zhengyang and Lin Yurong were taken aback. Lin Yurong slowly retracted the money, perplexed by the woman's request. Su Zhengyang narrowed his eyes, attempting to discern her true intentions. "Do you assume I am wealthy enough to offer you employment?" he inquired. "Yes," she replied, her eyes unwavering, tears streaming down her cheeks as she wiped them away with her sleeve. "Do you believe I am incapable of finding a girlfriend or hiring employees?" Su Zhengyang chuckled resignedly, casting a glance at the child beside her. The boy bore a striking resemblance to the woman, possessing an attractive visage. Su Zhengyang's implication was clear. He was not in want of female companionship, as evidenced by Lin Yurong, who was youthful, beautiful, and possessed an exquisite figure. This woman, at 32, accompanied by a child, seemed to miscalculate if she sought his patronage. Furthermore, without knowing her skills, how could he consider her for a position? In truth, Su Zhengyang was momentarily confounded by the woman's intentions. "I simply wish to earn money. I am willing to do anything." "You could easily find work washing dishes at a restaurant," Lin Yurong suggested, sensing ulterior motives in the woman's demeanor. "Washing dishes does not provide enough to support my child. I am at my wit's end." "I am begging you," the woman implored, reiterating her desperation as tears flowed freely, reminiscent of scattered pearls. Her alluring yet sorrowful presence stirred something within Su Zhengyang, causing his heart to tremble. He furrowed his brow and exchanged glances with Lin Yurong. Then, taking his nephew's hand, he chose to ignore the woman and continued towards the restaurant. The woman swiftly wiped her tears, grasped her child's hand, and hurried ahead to block Su Zhengyang's path. He attempted to sidestep her once more, but she followed closely, her grip on her son's hand tightening to the point of causing him discomfort, struggling to keep pace. The tension in her demeanor frightened the boy, who stifled his tears, afraid to cry out. In desperation, the woman scooped the child into her arms and pursued Su Zhengyang. It seemed she had fixated on him. However, by the time she reached the entrance, Su Zhengyang and his companions had already entered the restaurant. Just before she could approach, a perceptive waiter intercepted her. The woman, her eyes red-rimmed, cast a glance inside, then sat down on the pavement outside the restaurant, cradling her sobbing child. Through the expanse of glass, Su Zhengyang was confronted with her gaze, filled with confusion. He could not fathom the source of her sudden obsession, suspecting it might be a ploy by an enemy. Such tactics seemed far too foolish and vile, even for a fool to fall for. Su Zhengyang dismissed this possibility, yet the question lingered. Why? Pausing his conjectures, he ordered food with Lin Yurong and his nephew, while the woman sat outside, holding her child, occasionally resting her forehead in her hand as tears flowed silently. She soon regained her composure, though her demeanor grew increasingly erratic. The little boy, captivated by the hot pot within, occasionally rubbed his stomach, then turned away only to steal glances again. At that moment, a group of patrons seated behind Su Zhengyang included a portly man, engrossed in conversation with friends, who inadvertently nudged his chair back, jostling Su Zhengyang's shoulder painfully. Su Zhengyang grimaced and shifted away. The man, having lost his balance, teetered backward but managed to stabilize himself, his anger flaring as he glared at Su Zhengyang. "Are you looking for trouble?" he spat, mistakenly believing Su Zhengyang had intentionally moved his chair. Lin Yurong instantly fired back. "How can you lack reason? You were the one who jostled us first. Should we not avoid pain?" Su Zhengyang regarded the man with an indifferent stare. The man's frown deepened, his eyes narrowing dangerously at Lin Yurong. "What if I bump you again? You think you can evade me?" he threatened, positioning himself to strike once more. At that moment, the waiter rushed in to mediate, creating a distraction that left the entrance unguarded. The beggar woman, seizing the opportunity, entered with her son. Su Zhengyang's focus shifted entirely to her as she approached, disregarding the commotion around them. Without uttering a word, she knelt before him, the surrounding noise fading into silence. Many were bewildered by the sight, a woman with a child suddenly kneeling before a man. Was she a mistress? A wife? Was this a scene from a drama? The atmosphere grew still, curiosity reaching its peak within Su Zhengyang. "What do you desire?" he inquired. "I cannot afford to care for my child. He is ill." and the expenses are overwhelming. I cannot bear to watch him suffer, she confessed, tears streaming down her face, her voice trembling amidst the crowd's scrutiny. The onlookers were puzzled by her plea. How could one earn a living by begging for a job opportunity? Such occurrences were rare. Yet, Zhengyang felt an inexplicable stirring within him. Taking a deep breath, he nodded slowly. Very well, tell me what skills you possess. If they are of value, I will provide you with sustenance. The woman's tear-filled eyes sparkled with renewed hope. Gritting her teeth, she rose abruptly, her demeanor transforming from despair to determination. In a swift and unexpected motion, she seized a large ashtray from a nearby table and, without uttering a word, struck the portly man at the adjacent table with all her might. Chapter 96. The blessing of wealth. Everyone was taken aback, unable to comprehend the situation. Only the stout man instinctively shouted and raised his hand to shield himself. Alas! Bang! Though his reaction was swift, the woman's strength was overwhelming, and in an instant, her hand struck his forehead. The stout man crashed onto the table, blood gushing forth immediately. Chaos ensued among the onlookers. The woman raised her hand to strike down again, but several hands hurriedly restrained her, some gripping her arms, others clutching her waist, and a few seizing the ashtray. A child behind her wailed uncontrollably. The crowd denounced her as a lunatic, and the scene descended into utter pandemonium. Only Zhengyang stood apart from the turmoil, a faint smile gracing his lips. Soon, Zhengyang's smile morphed into a sinister grin, and he subtly applauded the woman with 2 claps. His admiration was not solely for her audacity, but also for the potential she represented. With the crash of the ashtray, Zhengyang had already resolved to recruit her, for he held her in high esteem. But just as this thought crossed his mind, the system notification chimed in. Detected host's desire to establish a self-defense organization. System's secondary branch shop is now open. Potions in the second shop are now available. Current available potion, Mastery of Disguise. Current available potion, Mastery of Cold Weapons and Combat Techniques. Current available potion, Mastery of Firearms and Explosives. Current available potion, Mastery of Toxicology. Zhengyang was genuinely elated. Were it not for today's bizarre woman accompanying him, her relentless determination, and her astonishing unpredictability, he wondered when he would ever unlock such an impressive shop within the system. He felt an overwhelming urge to procure a potion for himself. Mastery of cold weapons and combat, firearms and explosives, toxicology, were these not methods of assassination? The art of disguise was not mere makeup, but a skill rooted in ancient Chinese tradition. Zhengyang felt as though he could usher in a renaissance. Lin Yurong, beside him, grew anxious. The madwoman had just injured the stout man, and Zhengyang was still smiling, leaving Lin Yurong perplexed. Her little nephew clung tightly to her arm. Terrified, "Si," Lin Yurong urged. Zhengyang then rose and began to pry away those holding the woman, his strength immense. He could effortlessly lift a person or pry open a grip without resistance. One by one, they yelped in pain and released her. Zhengyang then pulled the tearful woman toward him. "What is your name?" he inquired, indifferent to the chaos around them. "Lu Tsili," she replied, her eyes red-rimmed, the ferocity melting away to reveal a pitiable vulnerability. "Come with me." Zhengyang nodded, guiding her behind him. Lu Tsili hurriedly embraced her frightened son, tears of relief streaming down her face. Lin Yurong, clutching her little nephew, led the mother and son toward the exit. "Hey, hey!" shouted several individuals from the stout man's table as the 4 made their way out. Zhengyang merely pointed at one, who immediately fell silent, sensing that Zhengyang's gaze was even more terrifying than that of the deranged woman. Zhengyang glanced back at the stout man, who, despite having been quite formidable moments ago, now trembled in fear, clutching his bleeding head. He had indeed been terrified, realizing the woman had nearly struck him down with all her might. Had she not been a woman, he would surely have met his demise. Zhengyang pulled out several 1-cent bills from his bag, tossing them onto the table, one even landing in the soup. Though the act was highly insulting, no one dared protest. He then handed a 1-cent note to the waiter to cover the meal and the dishes broken in the scuffle. Finally, Su Zhengyang lightly patted the stout man's face, causing him to startle awake. After a few stitches, he thought he'd earn a hefty sum, now too frightened even to utter a sound. With that, Su Zhengyang swaggered out of the restaurant. The crowd collectively thought, indeed, being wealthy is wonderful. Upon reaching the car, the four stood by it. Did you forget the keys? Su Zhengyang dizet lin xiaodong. She had the keys, but was unsure how to sit, fearing the madwoman might attack her. Get in. Su Zhengyang smiled at Lu Cili and gently touched her son's cheek. The boy, with his big, watery eyes, shyly retreated behind his mother, as if Su Zhengyang were a villain since his mother had knelt before him. Before entering the vehicle, Lu Cili adjusted her clothing and brushed off her son's attire, ensuring no detail displeased Su Zhengyang. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If missed, it would be gone forever. Her little nephew occupied the front passenger seat, while Su Zhengyang sat in the back with Lu Cili and her son. Lin Yurong started the car, but did not drive off immediately. Su Zhengyang instructed, first, drop your nephew off, then head to Haiqing Hotel. The Flying Eagle reconnaissance team was his most confidential establishment. He could not fully trust this woman upon their first encounter. Haiqing Hotel, on the other hand, was the domain of Chen Chusheng. As the car moved, Su Zhengyang turned to Lu Cili, scrutinizing her for a moment before asking, "What was your previous occupation?" Lu Cili bit her lip, instinctively covering her son's ears with her hands, the word she uttered nearly causing Lin Yurong to swerve the steering wheel. Yao Jier. Su Zhengyang was taken aback. Lu Cili was a woman of the night. This made the identity of the child's father even more dubious. Su Zhengyang hesitated to voice his next questions. Why me? There are many people on the road. Surely I'm not the only one who appears affluent. So, why me? Lu Cili responded with 4 words, by fate. Su Zhengyang inhaled deeply, savoring those words, and smiled faintly, choosing not to speak further. After dropping her nephew at the corner to run home, Lin Yurong finally drove them to Haiqing Hotel. Lu Cili had fallen into misfortune only later, particularly after her child fell ill. Though she had once been a woman of the night, it did not imply she lacked wealth. Her experiences were far richer than most, having encountered countless individuals. Upon seeing Chen Chusheng, she recognized him as the infamous figure from the underground of Santai City, although he did not know her. Chapter 97. The charitable gala. Lu Cili and her son, having been rendered homeless, swiftly found refuge in a luxurious suite of the finest hotel in Santai City. However, Su Zhengyang did not arrange employment for her. He simply permitted them to reside there temporarily. Their sustenance and attire were to be managed through Chen Chusheng. Chen Chusheng's personal physician diagnosed Lu Cili's child with a rare condition known as hemophilia, a congenital disorder characterized by abnormal blood clotting, which is notoriously difficult to treat. It is rumored that effective medication exists abroad, yet domestically, it remains unavailable. For the time being, the child requires periodic injections of a specialized anticoagulant, each costly and only providing temporary relief. Nevertheless, the notion of exorbitant expenses held little weight for Su Zhengyang. After ensuring Lu Cili's comfort, Su Zhengyang received a call from Cheng Baola. There's someone seeking donations. What should we do? Donations? For what? Su Zhengyang was taken aback. It's a charity foundation called Warm Sun, primarily supporting children in mountainous regions, and it holds considerable influence in the province, Cheng Baola whispered. Are they directly soliciting funds from us? Su Zhengyang was not averse to contributing. He had even offered assistance when Zhao's child fell ill during the acquisition of a storefront. If it were genuine charity, how could he, the chosen one by the system, possibly be stingy? Yet, the prospect of being approached for money felt somewhat disconcerting. They want us to participate in a charitable gala under the banner of our restaurant. Isher show. Attending would inevitably entail making a donation, Cheng Baola continued, her reluctance evident. While she was not opposed to giving, the restaurant had only recently gained popularity and had yet to yield significant profits, particularly since Su Zhengyang had invested 100 yuan, enough to purchase 5 or 6 establishments, without recovering his costs. However, declining the invitation could lead to greater complications. Your restaurant has been trending for quite some time. If you choose not to donate, it may cast a shadow on your reputation for being ungrateful to society. Cheng Baola cautioned. If the foundation makes even a slight negative remark in the media, your standing could plummet. When is it? Tomorrow evening. All right, we shall attend. Agree to it. After hanging up, Zhengyang researched the Warm Sun Charity Foundation, discovering it to be relatively young, with its official website showcasing mostly superficial projects. The following evening, Zhengyang drove with Cheng Baola and Lin Yurong, two striking young women, to the gala venue. Contrary to expectations, the event was not held at the five-star Haiqing Hotel, but rather at a four-star establishment in the northern part of the city. Upon arrival, they found the parking lot teeming with luxury vehicles, as notable figures gathered for the charitable affair. Chen Haohai, Chen Chusheng, and Dong Changming were also in attendance. However, Zhengyang did not join them. The public remained oblivious to the fact that Zhengyang was the hidden benefactor behind Dong Changming and Chen Chusheng. Even Jack and the Chen family, who were aware of Zhengyang as the mastermind behind Che Zhihao, refrained from disseminating such information widely. In the eyes of the Zhao family, their inquiries had only revealed Zhengyang as a feng shui master with connections to Tang Ying, Chen Haohai, and Chen Chusheng, details inadvertently leaked by Chen Haohai and others. The parking lot was full, forcing them to park alongside the road. At that moment, an incident unfolded ahead. A cheerful student girl, cycling steadily, was suddenly struck when a Bentley's door swung open unexpectedly. She collided forcefully with the door, particularly impacting her chest, while her bicycle scraped against the side of the car. To Zhengyang's astonishment, the driver who emerged from the Bentley was none other than Jack Larry, the regional president of Huanan Group in Santai, accompanied by his female secretary. It appeared Jack preferred to drive himself. On the ground, the girl clutched her chest, contorted in pain, struggling to breathe. What on earth happened? How could you ride like that? The secretary exclaimed, rushing over to assess the situation. She then glanced at the Bentley, noticing the extensive scratch on its side. Jack furrowed his brow and knelt beside the girl to help her up. Tears streamed down her face. Despite the excruciating pain in her chest, she recognized the luxury vehicle and understood the gravity of her predicament. She braced herself against the pain, standing shakily, her eyes filled with trepidation as she awaited the adult's judgment. How could you be so careless? The secretary scolded, glaring at the girl. Jack, however, waved his hand dismissively. Let's not pursue this any further, he declared. Although the girl was still in agony, she felt an inexplicable sense of relief at his words. No matter her suffering, at least she would not be held financially accountable, and a flicker of gratitude emerged within her. Do you have any idea how much this car is worth? You should thank the gentleman, the secretary insisted, glaring once more at the girl, who, despite her pain, bowed deeply, her voice quivering as she murmured, Thank you, sir. Leave. Just go. The secretary impatiently gestured for the girl to depart. Feeling as though a weight had been lifted, she bent down to retrieve her bicycle. The pain in her chest nearly caused her to collapse. Yet a surge of determination compelled her to lift the bike. She could not afford the consequences of lingering. Her once beautiful bicycle was now battered, with a twisted fender and a derailed chain, forcing her to push it slowly forward. Each step was agonizing, yet she persevered. Meanwhile, Zhengyang and his companions had parked the vehicle. Cheng Baola, eager to assist the girl, attempted to exit the car, but Zhengyang restrained her. Confused, she looked at him, but he instructed Lin Yurong, stay in the car. After Jack and his secretary leave, pursue that girl and take her to the hospital. That impact was severe. She is likely injured. After imparting his directions, Zhengyang led Cheng Baola out of the car, taking her hand as they proceeded toward the hotel. Though Cheng Baola did not comprehend his reluctance to pursue the girl herself, she felt reassured by Zhengyang's plan for Lin Yurong to handle the situation. Nonetheless, she vented her frustration. That foreigner is truly despicable. He was careless opening the door and shows no concern for that girl. Rest assured, if not for the incident, he would have enjoyed a few more carefree days. Now, Zhengyang remarked, a cruel smile playing on his lips. Chapter 98. Join me for a drink. Not long after Zhengyang and Cheng Baola entered the hotel, Jack and his female secretary also made their entrance. Zhengyang discreetly sent a message to Mu Sheng, and upon receiving a reassuring reply, he finally felt a sense of relief. The proceedings of the banquet were exceedingly dull, with guests finding their seats, nibbling on appetizers, and enjoying performances by several renowned singers. Subsequently, a famous host took the stage to formally commence the evening's festivities. As Zhengyang surveyed the surroundings, he spotted a few familiar faces. Zhao Xiaoman from the Zhao family was seated at a table to the east, and it was evident she had noticed him as well. Upon catching his gaze, she responded with a cryptic, cold smile. Additionally, there were members of the Lin family from Sanlin Pharmaceuticals. Regardless of the nature of their enterprises, charity events often serve as excellent opportunities for both reputation enhancement and philanthropic cleansing. The donation process was rather straightforward, even somewhat bizarre. There were no auctions or formalities. Instead, a few individuals wandered between tables with tablets, directly soliciting contributions. This method of silent donation felt somewhat uncomfortable, yet the amounts would later be publicly disclosed by the media, claiming complete transparency. Currently, the interest on Zhengyang's savings amounted to over 12,000 yuan each month. In the spirit of minimalism, he decided to donate a mere 100 yuan. To him, this sum was inconsequential, yet donating more might seem excessively ostentatious. 100 yuan, in the context of the past, would have equated to a staggering 100 million. Given the circumstances, where no major disaster had occurred, it was rare for anyone to donate such exorbitant amounts. Thus, Zhengyang's modest contribution would likely stand out, and he wished to avoid drawing undue attention to himself, lest he be invited for a chat. The young woman tasked with recording donations was taken aback by Zhengyang's generosity and discreetly left him her personal business card, suggesting that he could contact her for updates on the funds. Cheng Baola, filled with jealousy, snatched the card from Zhengyang's hand and tucked it into her purse. As the banquet progressed, Zhengyang felt no desire to witness the announcement of the donations and yearned to leave. At that moment, Lin Yurong sent him a message on WeChat, informing him that the girl had been hospitalized with a fractured sternum. The girl had implored Lin Yurong not to inform her family, requesting her assistance in fabricating a story. Lin Yurong had managed to convince her parents that the girl had fallen off her bike on the roadside, which helped stabilize the girl's emotions. Zhengyang exchanged a glance with Cheng Baola, who was seething with anger, eager to confront the foreign man responsible. Just then, the host announced, "Next, please welcome Mr. Jack Leary from South China Group, the head of operations in Santai City." The host proceeded to recount an amusing incident that had occurred earlier. At the entrance, a middle school girl had accidentally scratched Mr. Jack's Bentley, yet he graciously declined any request for compensation, choosing to absorb the loss himself. Such magnanimity was truly commendable. The audience erupted into applause, and Jack appeared flustered, repeatedly waving his hands. His secretary led the applause with enthusiasm. The host then passed the microphone to Jack, inviting him to say a few words. "Oh, I'm truly taken aback. I merely did what anyone would do. I never intended for this to be publicized," Jack said bashfully, embodying the persona of a humble foreigner. Indeed, had we not heard this delightful story from Jack's secretary, it would have been lost to obscurity. "Mr. Jack, there's no need for such modesty. I find myself at a loss for words to express my admiration for you," the host praised with a smile. Jack's secretary chimed in, "Mr. Jack is always willing to lend a helping hand. It's just that only I get to witness it. I believe these stories should be shared to inspire warmth among us all." Zhengyang clapped sincerely, recognizing the absurdity of the situation. This motley crew of first and second-tier stars, fresh faces, and veteran actors seemed laughable in comparison. Any performance paled in significance beside these individuals. If Jack and his secretary were to venture into filmmaking, even Leonardo DiCaprio would find it impossible to secure an Oscar. Noticing Zhengyang still applauding, Cheng Baola shot him a disapproving glare, nearly beside herself with frustration. "This is ridiculous. I can't stay here any longer," she exclaimed, tugging at Zhengyang's arm in agitation. "Very well, let us depart," Zhengyang replied with a chuckle. As Jack concluded his brief speech and exited the stage, the banquet neared its end. With little left to engage him, Zhengyang followed Cheng Baola out of the hotel. Once outside, Cheng Baola dashed toward the roadside. Zhengyang, momentarily taken aback, called out, "Hey, are you out of your mind? Your car was driven away by Yurong. We have no transportation. Ignoring his remark, she waved him off and sprinted ahead, retrieving a small pair of scissors from her bag as she made a beeline for Jack's car, crouching down to puncture its tire. Zhengyang was at a loss for words. Was she truly racing out just to deflate Jack's tire before he emerged? It was utterly foolish. Come help me, she shouted. Though she was athletically inclined, the diminutive scissors could hardly penetrate a Bentley's tire, and she was unsure of where to stab. Step aside, Zhengyang said, gently pushing her away. He took the scissors and deftly punctured a small hole in the tire. It's leaking, Cheng Baola exclaimed in excitement. Aren't we running away? Commanded Zhengyang, and the two of them took off, laughing and playfully shoving each other as they fled. This was Cheng Baola's charm. Her silliness brought Zhengyang the purest joy. They didn't call for a taxi. Instead, once they grew tired from running, Cheng Baola leaped onto Zhengyang's back, requesting a ride. Yet, not 100 meters later, concerned about tiring him out, she hopped off again. They continued their playful stroll, initially intending to visit the girl in the hospital, but Lin Yurong informed them that her parents had arrived. Since Lin Yurong had spun a tale to her family, there was no reason for Zhengyang and Cheng Baola to visit, so they decided to head home. Upon returning to their rented apartment, Zhengyang felt a fleeting illusion that entering the door with Cheng Baola resembled a young couple cohabiting. With his newfound wealth, perhaps it was time to consider upgrading to a new residence. Just as he pondered this, Cheng Baola tossed her bag into the room and emerged, pointing at him. I'm hungry. I want to eat. I want a drink. Join me for a drink. Chapter 99. Inversion of black and white. The spark in Zhengyang's eyes ignited. The girl invited the boy for drinks. If he couldn't grasp the implication of this, then Zhengyang would truly be a fool. This was his opportunity for a formal transition. The internship period was over. Ha ha ha. Drink. Zhengyang eagerly exclaimed, almost wishing to shed his clothes. Cheng Baola. Her cheeks flushed, chuckled softly, and shot him a playful glance before heading to the kitchen. Zhengyang rolled up his sleeves, ready to lend a hand to Cheng Baola. There was still half a case of liquor left from earlier. However, they had no dishes prepared. Tonight was a momentous occasion. This was significant wine, and it needed to be celebrated with ceremony. Thus, the two busied themselves in the kitchen. They prepared 3 dishes and a soup, and Cheng Baola even fried a plate of peanuts. The atmosphere between them was never awkward. Perhaps it was the special magnetism they shared. Even if there was a hint of awkwardness, it would swiftly dissipate in their laughter. At times, they would simply gaze at each other, bursting into giggles without uttering a word. They drank, chatted, and dined together. As the evening progressed, Cheng Baola and Appo's gaze began to drift, her speech becoming less coherent. By then, she had consumed nearly half a gin of liquor. Zhengyang jolted. He nearly drank too much himself, for they had important matters to attend to. He gently set down his chopsticks and mischievously smiled at Cheng Baola, asking, "Feeling sleepy?" "Sleepy." Cheng Baola pouted adorably. "Good," standard response. Zhengyang juka inwali. Although they intended to muster some courage from the alcohol to accomplish their task, Zhengyang remained relatively sober. With his current physical condition, resisting the effects of alcohol was simple. "I'll carry you to bed." As he spoke, Zhengyang stepped forward and lifted Cheng Baola into his arms. She instinctively wrapped her arms around him. Despite her intoxication, she retained a semblance of awareness. Their gazes locked. Mere inches apart, their breaths quickened. In that moment, they both leaned in for a kiss. While they embraced, Zhengyang carried Cheng Baola into the room. Just as their emotions surged, a sudden sound escaped Cheng Baola's throat, causing them to freeze in place. Her large eyes blinked in surprise, their lips parting gently as Zhengyang regarded her with caution. "Ugh!" Cheng Baola retched again, and Zhengyang nearly tossed her onto the bed. "Wait a moment. Let me find something for you." Wow. Zhengyang had experienced vomiting before, but he never imagined someone would vomit on him. It wasn't an Appo's team merely vomiting. It was akin to an eruption. An indescribable substance shot from Cheng Baola and Appo's throat, landing squarely on Zhengyang and Appo's chest. The odor would deter him from drinking for the next 3 months. Cheng Baola and Appo's eyes reddened, tears streaming down her cheeks as she lamented. It's all over now. My goddess image is completely ruined, boo-hoo. The most absurd part was that, while crying, she yawned. Under normal circumstances, she would never voice such thoughts directly. This was a reflection of her inebriated state, signifying that she had entirely succumbed to the effects of the alcohol. The fervor ignited within Zhengyang had now completely dissipated. He could have continued, but he understood that, while Cheng Baola appeared adorable, she was undoubtedly suffering. Only those who have been excessively intoxicated can truly comprehend the agony that follows. What man could pursue intimacy with a woman he loves while she is in distress? Reluctantly, Zhengyang laid her on the bed, changed his clothes, and even helped her change, removing any restraints she wore. The task could not be accomplished, but he could still indulge his eyes. Zhengyang exited the room, vigorously wiping the blood from his nose, calming himself for a while and secretly commending his own restraint. Truly, I am a saint. To prevent any issues arising during the night. After showering, Zhengyang grabbed a yoga mat and slept on the floor of Cheng Baola's room. As expected, she tossed and turned, discomfort causing her to roll around the bed, rising to vomit twice, which pierced Zhengyang's heart. It was not until around 2 in the morning that she finally managed to fall asleep. The next day, when Cheng Baola woke, it was already 10:30 in the morning. She held her head, still suffering from a hangover. Upon seeing Zhengyang sleeping on the floor, a mix of shyness and warmth filled her. She remained in bed, watching him sleep. "You silly girl, why don't you hurry and take a shower? Don't you realize how you smell?" Zhengyang said, his eyes remaining closed, his tone gruff. Cheng Baola gasped, suddenly embarrassed, pulling the blanket over herself as she sensed the emptiness beneath her clothes. Looking again, she noticed her restraints tossed on the bedside table. She promptly kicked her blanket off Zhengyang, covering him instead, and dashed to the bathroom with 2 clean pieces of clothing. Zhengyang emerged from the fragrant blanket, rubbing his tousled hair in annoyance. Just as he was about to freshen up, his phone chimed with a message. It was from Lin Yurong, inquiring if Zhengyang was awake. Understanding she had something important to discuss, but didn't want to disturb him with a call, he dialed her back directly. "Yes? Yurong, what is the matter?" "Sue, something terrible has happened. Remember that scoundrel Jack who bullied the little girl yesterday? They made it to the news. How shameless. It infuriates me." Lin Yurong exclaimed, devoid of any semblance of ladylike demeanor. "News? Where?" "I sent it to your phone." "Okay, let me take a look." After hanging up, Zhengyang opened the news link Lin Yurong had sent. Just by reading the headline, he was both furious and amused. Conscience. Middle school student scratches luxury car worth 6 yuan. Foreign executive laughs it off. Upon delving deeper into the content, he found it completely distorted, fabricating a story about a little girl who, while riding her bike carelessly, scratched a luxury vehicle. The owner did not hold her accountable and waved her off, creating a touching tale. 4 images accompanied the article, depicting the moment of contact between the 2 vehicles, Jack helping the girl bowing in gratitude, and finally, her pushing her bike away. The article concluded with high praise for Jack's exemplary qualities, even stating that he set an example for fostering Sino-foreign friendship. The source of this news was Kuai.net. Zhengyang scoured other websites, but found no video footage. Naturally, there would be no video, for the truth would be evident upon viewing it. These 4 still images were highly misleading. How many netizens could genuinely discern truth from fiction? To have screenshots of these 4 photos implied that one had viewed the original video. To write such a narrative after having seen the original video was truly astounding on the part of Kuai.do. Chapter 100. Who truly lacks intelligence? The overwhelming majority of comments from netizens are filled with praise. Alas, such extensive damage. How much might that cost? If the little girl were made to pay, it would be quite a predicament. Handsome and compassionate. It is no wonder you are affluent. I swiftly bestowed 36 likes in support of the South China Group. An expatriate executive exhibiting such grace, it is no surprise they have achieved such prominence. Truly commendable. Had it been a domestic driver, such poise would have been absent. In an instant, the online discourse shifted to comparisons, with keyboard warriors emerging en masse. Only a small fraction raised doubts. Why can't I find a video? No video. No truth. I too find the point of impact dubious. It appears as though the collision occurred at the door. Could this not be the driver's responsibility? I seek the original footage. Naturally, such voices are rare and are met with fierce backlash. You harbor a vile heart, unable to tolerate others and oppose. Good fortune. This is the inherent flaw of our people. They cannot stand to see others prosper. Disgusting. Such sentiments inundated the internet. Chung Baola, upon seeing these reports, was so infuriated she felt steam escaping from her ears, her frustration palpable. Those leeches bring forth your malicious schemes. Let's deal with them. Chung Baola exclaimed. How can we retaliate? They have deleted the traffic department surveillance footage, and by the time Lin Yurong sought to investigate in the morning, it was already gone. Su Zhengyang replied nonchalantly, his demeanor betraying no urgency. What shall we do? We cannot allow them to distort the truth. That little girl is so wronged. Chung Baola lamented. Give it time. Let the scoundrels reveal themselves. Allow the bullets to fly a bit longer, Su Zhengyang said cryptically before heading off to freshen up. Chung Baola's eyes brightened. It appeared Su Zhengyang had a plan. After all, wasn't the incident with the influencer Yo-Yo similar? Let the situation brew. He had his strategies. Yet, this matter was far from over. There was more to unfold. Chung Baola scrolled through 2 more news articles, her mouth agape in shock. The video featured her and Su Zhengyang puncturing Jack's tire. The accompanying text read, "What kind of people are the owners of the slim dining establishment? They openly vandalize others' vehicles in the street. This is outright illegal." The owner of the damaged vehicle happens to be none other than Mr. Jack. That evening, he attended a charity gala, where his car was scratched by a little girl. Yet, Mr. Jack demanded no compensation, letting the girl leave unharmed. See the previous article link. The article further revealed that during the charity gala, the host inadvertently learned of the incident and shared it on stage. In a fit of jealousy, the owner of the slim dining establishment dashed out to maliciously damage Mr. Jack and Amp. Oppose. Car. What behavior is this? Jealousy? Distortion? Or simply a reflection of poor character? The segment preceding the commentary contained the original footage of Su Zhengyang and Chung Baola puncturing tire. The author of this report was the same as that of the previous one. This revelation left Chung Baola thoroughly alarmed. Su Zhengyang spent considerable time comforting her before she finally calmed down. Chung Baola hesitated to visit the restaurant. Fortunately, the establishment was operating independently, allowing her absence. However, the staff would likely face increased pressure in her absence. The incident continued to escalate, soon trending on social media. Previously, Kwaido had suffered significant losses at the hands of Su Zhengyang and Chung Baola, and now that they finally had an opportunity to retaliate, they were not about to relinquish it easily. The video of Su Zhengyang and Chung Baola puncturing the tire rapidly gained popularity. Even Chun Chusheng and Dong Changming called in succession. "Su, have you seen the news?" Chun inquired. "Indeed. Should I go and take care of the author of that article for Kwaido?" Su replied, his tone incredulous. "We are not a criminal organization." Chun paused, seemingly processing Su Zhengyang and Amp, Oppo's, words. "Should we not suppress this matter? It and Amp, Oppo's, trending now." Su retorted, "Let it trend. I have yet to experience the thrill of being in the spotlight. Let us wait a bit longer." "What?" Chun doubted Su's seriousness. "Enough. Do not concern yourself," Su said curtly before hanging up. Soon after, the South China Group issued a statement condemning the actions of the slim dining establishment's owner, while Mr. Jack, displaying remarkable grace, chose not to pursue the matter further. Following suit, the Zhao and Lin families, among others, united to pen an apology letter to Mr. Jack. The letter bore the signatures of the heads of these families, collectively expressing remorse for the despicable actions of Su Zhengyang and Chung Baola, urging Mr. Jack not to harbor any prejudice against their people due to the actions of 2 miscreants. They emphasized that such bias should not hinder the establishment of Sino-foreign friendships or tarnish Mr. Jack's commendable reputation. Upon its release, the joint apology letter garnered immense praise from netizens, followed by an avalanche of condemnation. The online community exhibited extreme responses. Many were unwilling to remain mere keyboard warriors. Some even staged protests outside the slim dining establishment, brandishing signs detailing the restaurant's disgraceful conduct and distributing flyers to passers-by. desperate to ensure others were informed. Lin Yurong, representing Su Zhengyang and Cheng Baola, visited the restaurant to assess the situation and observed a queue of patrons outside, where a few young individuals were raising placards. Among them, a rather unattractive girl clutched a stack of flyers, approaching to distribute them. Before Lin could speak, a middle-aged customer frowned and retorted, "Move along. Don't distribute that to me. Do you have nothing better to do? I'm just here to enjoy a meal. Do you forget so easily? Are you lacking in common sense? Sir, how can you speak like that?" The girl protested, her cohorts encircling the man. Despite their numbers, the gentleman stood his ground, his temper flaring. He rose abruptly. "How I speak is my prerogative. The tire puncturing incident has nothing to do with you. Besides, I'm merely here for a meal. I don't care about the character of the owner. Do you understand that the quality of the food reflects the character of its maker? If they possess such vile character, what kind of food could they possibly serve? Indeed, a person with a tainted heart will produce nothing but garbage." With a cold smirk, he added, "If, as you claim, food reflects character, then let me assure you, their character is extraordinary. Why don't you step inside and taste for yourselves? Once you've dined, then come back and discuss." With that, he glared at them defiantly, while his wife tugged at his arm. Well aware of her husband and Appo's fiery temperament and the potential for conflict with the youth. "Why are you behaving this way?" one of the protesters exclaimed. The group erupted into a cacophony of voices, encircling the man, who was on the verge of losing his composure. Just then, a woman seated nearby, engrossed in her phone, suddenly called out to the young protesters, "Oh, please, don't embarrass yourselves here. Just check the news. You're all acting so foolishly."